This is an online store in the 31st century. Seeing the phantom that suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhuorong operated it with some hesitation. But when he found that he could really operate it, he was a little frightened. Zhuorong, 28 years old this year. Not long ago, 6 years after graduating from university, he was gloriously unemployed. The economic environment has not been particularly good in recent years, so the company he worked for 6 years closed down, but there's no rush to find a new job. Because he still had some savings in the past 6 years, he planned to rest at home for a while. But who knows, he had a dream last night. In the dream, he seemed to have traveled to the future, more than 1,000 years later. Just when he was seeing novelty, he was woken up by urinating. But after he went to the toilet, he found that there was an icon in the lower right corner of his vision, which appeared in his dream to see the online shopping websites of future people that I subconsciously thought about opening it. But the icon turned into a virtual image and appeared in front of Zhuorong. At the same time, I have given feedback to Zhuorong about how to use this icon. Judging from the information fed back from the icon, Zhuorong can indeed buy things on this interface. As long as he buys and confirms the payment, the things he bought will appear in front of him through the space wormhole that I in the same way. If he wants to sell things, he can naturally do so. And he can also sell them in this way. After receiving all the information, Zhuorong also looked at this future online store that I have to say that the change in 1,000 years is really too great. From Zhuorong's point of view, it may be even greater than the change from the Song Dynasty to the present. In the eyes of Zhuorong, the online store at this moment sells a variety of things, such as intelligent microcomputers, bionic humans, personal aerospace devices, which allow people to travel freely between space and the Earth, and even there are spaceships for sale. Yes, it is the kind of spacecraft that Zhuorong imagined, the kind that can fly to other planets. After 1,000 years, human beings have basically occupied all the terrestrial planets in the solar system and completed the completion of these planets. Remodel. The population has also exceeded 30 billion at this time, and humans are currently developing towards the nearest Centaur galaxy, but this cannot be completed in a short period of time. So this has nothing to do with Zhuorong. Now, he is just watching these things are full of envy. It's impossible to say that he doesn't want these apps, but the problem is that he has no money in the 31st century, so he has to find a way to sell something before buying these high-tech apps. Thinking of this, he looked for it carefully. He wanted to see what there were in modern times, which was very valuable in this AI in the past. He remembered that he'd seen many environmental protection advertisements saying that the most precious things for human beings in the future would be air, water, minerals, and other non-renewable resources. These are the first things he looked for, and it turned out that people in the future would not lack these three things. Thinking about it, human beings can make air purifiers now. So how could human beings fail to make better and bigger air purifiers after more than 1,000 years? In the future world, let alone smog and sandstorms, in the environment where human beings live, there is even very little dust, and there are even strict standards for the number of bacteria. The air must be much fresher than it is now. Besides water, pure water was created decades ago. How can there be no clean water in the future? Similarly, in the future, while retaining minerals, the quality of the water itself will be much higher than the current water. Moreover, future humans will also create something called active water, which can stimulate the DNA of organisms and make organisms develop in a better direction. In other words, if people drink this kind of water, they can survive all diseases and live to death. And the price of this kind of active water is no different from that of mineral water. 15 yuan for 10 liters. It is cheaper than the mineral water bought outside now. As for non-renewable mineral resources, they're actually the most useless in the future world, because humans have mastered controllable nuclear fusion after 1,000 years. The little boy is nuclear fission, and a hydrogen bomb is nuclear fusion, and controllable nuclear fusion is the artificial SUN in the future. A nuclear fusion power supply the size of AA batteries can provide 200 billion kilowatt hours of electricity. You must know that the annual electricity consumption of Shanghai is less than 150 billion kilowatt hour. Such a battery can provide the power consumption of the city for more than a year, and such a battery costs 5 yuan a piece. It is precisely because of this thing that coal, oil, natural gas, and other minerals that can be burned to generate energy have no effect in that era. Why? The same cannot be said, because compared to oil and natural gas, coal is still somewhat useful, because coal can be transformed into diamonds through high-pressure chambers. Artificial diamonds in the future will be cheaper than glass today. After all, there's already artificial diamond technology now, and it will naturally be much cheaper in the future. A fist-sized man-made diamond weighs 2 kilograms, costs 120 yuan a piece, and 130 yuan can turn it into a colored diamond. However, man-made diamonds are still different from natural diamonds, of course. The difference does not lie in hardness, smoothness, etc., but its molecular arrangement. The arrangement of natural diamonds is chaotic, while the arrangement of man-made diamonds is orderly. But even so, because humans have found more and more planetary relations even if it is a natural diamond, it is only worth about 300 yuan per kilogram. But the natural ones are not big and not as beautiful as the man-made ones, so the man-made ones obviously sell better. I can buy this thing and sell in reality, but I still haven't found anything that can be sold in the real world. While flipping through the information helplessly, Zhuorong said with some emotion, "Now anything on this website can be used in the real world, and I can make a lot of money by playing with it. But the problem is he has no money." While flipping through the future website helplessly, Zhuorong thought about the real world. What else can be sold in the future, let alone hardware pays off? He rummaged through it and found one. Live wild sea fish. The quantity is limited, and the price is Favelhabed. Wild sea fish. Looking at the shop in front of him, Zhuorong was taken aback for a moment. He is no stranger to wild sea fish. It's not because he likes eating fish so much, but because he likes fishing, so he pays attention to a lot of them. Up master. Often watch live broadcasts on Xiaopa Station. Subconsciously. He clicked into the shop. Hiss. When Zhuorong clicked into the shop, he couldn't help but gasped. Not because of anything else, but because he was surprised by the price of sea fish in the shop. The sea fish in the shop are all very common sea fish. Yellow bream, yellow footstand, shantou, black bream, flyer, black baogong, red sea bream, red snapper, three knives, octopus, various stonefish, horse mackerel, etc. The types of sea fish are almost the same. There must be dozens of them. But this price is indeed a bit scary. Fish like black bream and yellow bream were originally priced at around 100 yuan per catty, but the price at this store is 10,000 per catty. Hairtail, big-eyed hairtail, 3,000 catty. Small-eyed hairtail, 17,000 catty. Looking at this number, Zhuorong subconsciously leaned back tactically. Just now he noticed from looking at other things that after 1,000 years, he doesn't know whether it's because of the readjustment of the economy or what. In fact, the purchase rate of money is the same as it is now. And it's even cheaper because according to the future in terms of technology, human beings are becoming more and more technological about breeding things. Zhuorong just saw a shop selling seeds. After 1,000 years of rice seeds, the highest yield per mu of land can produce 8 tons. But now 1 mu of land can only produce up to 600 kilograms, which is the gap that I just don't know how it tastes, but I think it shouldn't be bad. Under such circumstances, it is too exaggerated for these sea fish to be sold so expensive. Thinking of this, Zhuorong continued to scroll down. Not to mention that he soon found several fish sellers, including grouper, wild mouse class, 80,000 catty, and wild Dongxing grouper, which was also at the same price. Basically, no other grouper is less than 10,000 catties. Think about it. If you get a dragon grouper weighing more than 200 catties, it will be more than 2 million. Hiss, it's terrifying. Seeing this price, Zhuorong kept gasping for breath. Suddenly, he had an urge to be a fishmonger. However, this idea just came up, so Zhuorong vetoed it a little bit because he saw that there are also non-wild sea fish for sale here, and the price of farm sea fish can no longer be said to be low, it has to be said to be extremely high. LOW.in fact, this is the same as yellow croaker. No one buys farmed yellow croaker for tens of yuan a catty, while wild yellow croaker costs hundreds of pounds per catty, and thousands of catties for 3 catties, 7 catties. More can be sold for 100,000, which is the gap between wild and farmed. And the most important thing is that the wild fish here seem to be caught by fishing without nets. Even if the dead fish is chilled, no one will buy them in the future. Bad for it doesn't work, so people in the future will only buy live fish. Of course, they also have the ability and technology to buy live fish. Pressurization technology is available now, let alone 1,000 years later. So even if it is a fish in the deep sea, as long as it is not dead when caught, it will not be easy to die. Therefore, Zhuo Rong's idea of becoming a fishmonger has to be put on hold as people's requirements. For fish in the future, he can sell fish, but it's better for him to fish by himself. The quality and survival must be preserved. And the most important thing is that if the future technology appears on a large scale in the current world, it will definitely attract the attention of the relevant departments. So he should be careful and make a fortune in silence. This is the right way. If that's the case, then go fishing by yourself. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also deliberately searched for freshwater wild fish. It turns out that there's also a good market for freshwater wild fish. Although the price of wild carp is not as high as that of sea fish, it costs more than 1,000 yuan per catty, and the price of Persian carp is similar to that of carp. But others such as mandarin fish, pike, blackfish, and the like are slightly more expensive. The most expensive is the sturgeon. The price is similar to that of wild sea fish, basically more than 100 times the current market price, but Zhuo Rong dare not catch wild sturgeon. The probability of this game should be to protect animals is much higher than that of sea fish. So after thinking about it for a while, Zhuo Rong decided to go fishing. He first registered an online store for himself on this website. The name of the online store is Zhuo Ji's Wild Goods Store. Herbal medicines, fungus, mushrooms, etc. are also sold very well. So Zhuo Rong can go to the mountains to have a look when he has time in the future. But the most important thing now is to go fishing. This is the serious business. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong closed the online store, took out his mobile phone, and started looking for where to rent a boat to go fishing. Zhuo Rong's current location is his hometown. Although it is not a small city, it is not too far from the sea, but he has never heard of it. There are fishing boats and yachts on the seashore in the city. Quite a few. But the fishing boats really don't know as a result. He didn't know if he didn't search, but his search really surprised him. Because of his search, he found that there was a small pier next to their hometown, which was the wharf of the nearby retail fishermen, and there were fishing boats renting there, and the most important thing was that he was still in these fishing boats. Among the numbers left by the person, I saw a familiar one. I seem to have said that this kid has been fishing recently. I didn't expect that he rents fishing boats. Looking at the information about the fishing boat, Zhuo Rong also picked up his cell phone and made a call. After a few rings, the phone was picked up by someone. Hello? Which one? Hey, my old classmate is me, Zhuo Rong. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile here, hey, old classmate, why did you think of calling me? Are you going to get married? Well, in this day and age, when old classmates who haven't seen each other for a long time call, they either want to get married or borrow money. So it's no wonder they asked a special question. What mess? I don't even have a date. I saw your charter information, so I want to rent your boat to go out to sea. Hearing what the other party said, Zhuo Rong also smiled and said that he made a phone call. The purpose is not to be misunderstood. Rent a boat? Go fishing. Hearing that there was a business coming, Zhuo Rong's classmates immediately asked about fatigue. Yeah, fishing spot, fishing tackle, etc. Do you include it? After confirming his purpose, Zhuo Rong also asked about fishing. Fishing spot, fishing tackle, I take it all in. It's 1,500 yuan for others, and 1,200 yuan for my old classmate. I'm talking about the price of the whole boat. There are 4 fishing spots in total. How many people do you have? Zhuo Rong said when it came to fishing, the people here also talked about the price of renting a boat. Okay, then 1,002. It's just me, and you will help me fish when the time comes. Remember that the fish will be mine. Hearing what the other side said, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile. After talking with his old classmates, Zhuo Rong started to prepare that day. Zhuo Rong needs to prepare clothes, hats, and food for tomorrow. After everything was ready, Zhuo Rong also reopened the website. He was already thinking about what to sell after he caught all the fish. To be honest, he wants to buy too many things on this website. What I want to buy the most is naturally bionics. Bionics can actually be called biochemicals or artificial humans, but they're not robots. They're no different from human beings. They have bones, internal organs, and even self-awareness, but they will not grow old or die. The way humans control them is to embed a chip in their minds. This chip, only one master will be bound in a lifetime, and all the reactions of this bionic person are determined by this chip. The top-notch companion bionics, which can be customized for appearance and body, cost 200,000 yuan each, which is naturally not cheap, but for Zhuo Rong, who is still a temporary card debuting at the C position, the allure is really strong. Too big, of course, this is just what he wants to buy the most, but in fact he knows that this is not what he needs to buy the most. He needs to buy a microcomputer first, and a microcomputer is a kind of computer, but it is very small. 1,000 years later, a microcomputer is a tool that combines a computer and a mobile phone. It is only the size of a fingernail. When it is used, it is attached to the temple. Project the scene onto the human retinal nerve. Even this thing can replace human eyes, allowing blind people to see the surrounding situation clearly. Although it is only so small, this microcomputer is a super powerful computer with 512 cores. Its computing power is hundreds of millions of times stronger than the current Deep Blue, Alpha, and like IT can be said that with such a microbrain, Zhuo Rong is a god on the internet. Of course, he wants a way now to protect himself, not to do any bad things, and he doesn't have to. The second thing he needs to buy is the body modification potion. Human body modification medicine is a kind of medicine that was invented after human beings entered the interstellar age about 300 years later. The biggest function of this kind of medicine is to activate the cells and energy of a human body. After using it, the effect is almost the same as that of Captain America in the Marvel world, who used the super soldier serum. The body can reach almost the limit of a human being. IT is precisely because of this potion that human beings can bear the centrifugal force generated when a wormhole travels through, thus occupying the entire solar system. However, this kind of medicine is also constantly being updated. The army must use the latest and best ones, but in general, the medicines that have been upgraded can also be used by ordinary people. Zhuo Rong's second goal is this. The microbrain is used for self-protection, and the powerful body is not only self-protection, but also a kind of self-development. After making sure that I don't need to worry about my life anymore. The third thing he needs to buy is something related to money. In fact, 90% of the items in this online shop are sold in the real world, which will have a great impact on the whole world. Therefore, Zhuo Rong can use most of the items by himself, but he cannot sell them. Too much attention that he can sell in addition to diamonds, it seems that there's really nothing else. However, diamonds cannot be sold frequently, which will also attract the attention of others. Zhuo Rong's idea is to sell some diamonds, raise the first pot of gold, and then think about doing other things, whether it is business or farming. After all, the breeding technology after 1,000 years is also very good. He can try it. With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Zhuo Rong soon fell asleep. In a blink of an eye the next day before dawn, Zhuo Rong got up at 4 o'clock. When he went downstairs, he found that his classmates had come pick him up. Zhuo Rong's classmate is Yuan Tianqing, a classmate of Zhuo Rong's junior high school and high school. His family is from a village near the city. When he was in junior high school, his parents came to the city to work, so he came to school and then became a classmate with Zhuo Rong. But after graduating from high school, the situation is a little different. Although Zhuo Rong said that he did not study well, his parents still paid for him to go to college. They asked for Yuan Tianqing. He also didn't study well, so he didn't go to school anymore. Instead, he listened to his father and went to study on a fishing boat and became an apprentice for others. I bought him a fishing boat and sold it for fishing. Looking at his situation, although he can't make a lot of money in this line of work, it shouldn't be a big problem to make 8,000 a month, and his life is quite nourishing. Old classmate, why do you think of fishing? After Zhuo Rong got into the car, after the two exchanged a few words, Yuan Tianqing asked curiously because he remembered that Zhuo Rong didn't like fishing when he was in school. Hey, didn't I learn this after going to work? The boss likes it, so we have to learn it, and it turned out to be addictive. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile, "Ha! Indeed, fishing is an addictive game, especially when you catch fish. The feeling is very good. I promise you will become more addicted in a while." Looking at Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing also laughed heartily, and at the same time said proudly, "It can be seen that Yuan Tianqing is still very confident in fishing." Soon, the two arrived at the pier. Although it was only after 4 o'clock in the morning, many people had already come to the pier, basically carrying fishing bags and boxes. Some make a living from fishing, while others, like Zhuorong, come charter a boat to go fishing. But like Zhuorong, it is rare for one person to charter a boat. Basically, 3 or 4 people charter a boat. In this case, the boat fare for each person is 3 to 400 yuan, which is still within my acceptable range. Before setting off the boat, Yuan Tianqing checked it carefully to make sure there was no problem. After filling up the oil and putting it away, he and Zhuorong boarded the boat and then drove directly to the fishing spot. It doesn't mean that there are fish wherever there is water. Like this kind of place near the pier, there are not many fish, so it is necessary to charter a boat and go fishing in the distance. Zhuorong has also fished sea fishing before, as he said, with his boss, so he was not too dizzy on the boat. Facing the rising sun, and after the boat sailed for about half an hour, Zhuorong and the others came to the first fishing spot, a sea oyster field. After arriving at the fishing spot, Yuan Tianqing was also familiar with tying the boat and tying the fishing group. After everything was ready, he also handed Zhuorong a fishing rod. Then Zhuorong also started to hang bait. The bait was clamworm, also known as sea centipede. Fish, seeing that the time was almost up, following Yuan Tianqing's order, Zhuorong also threw the hook into the water. Fishing is a very patient sport because after the bait enters the water, there will not be fish to eat immediately, so it is not suitable for people who are impatient and irritable. This is also because there are very few young people who like fishing, and most of them are middle-aged people who like fishing, but this is not absolute now. Because with the development of the times, many young people are willing to slow down their pace. So it seems that many young people like fishing now, but they are actually more interested in black pits and competitions than wild fishing. But Zhuorong will not go fishing for black pits and competitions, because he only wants wild fish coming. While Zhuorong was sitting on the boat, waiting for the fish to bite, suddenly Yuan Zhengqing, who was sitting next to him, spoke, and then Zhuorong saw his fishing rod start to light up. With a heavy mouth, Yuan Zhengqing suddenly lifted the pole and stabbed it, and directly caught the fish. The water depth here is not too deep, only about 5 meters, so the fish is not particularly big. After we catch the fish, we should feel the hand feeling and don't worry about releasing the force. If it is less than 1 catty, we can just lift it up. While pulling the fish up, Yuan Zhengqing on this side was still talking to Zhuorong. Okay, I see. Hearing Yuan Zhengqing's words, Zhuorong also nodded. Hey, move the fishing rod to the side. It seems to be yellow wings, and it's going off track. But as soon as the voice fell, Zhuorong saw Yuan Zhengqing's fishing line start to go off to the side. The yellow wings that Yuan Zhengqing mentioned are actually yellow snappers, which is their local name. Seeing Yuan Zhengqing's fish running this way, Zhuorong also picked up the fishing rod, ready to collect some and move it to the side, but when he took the fishing rod back to collect it, he felt that the fishing rod became extremely heavy in an instant. At first he thought it was a bottom line, but then he didn't feel like it. You caught the fish too. The bait the fish catches up to and bites. You should be a black sea bream. You don't move too much. Looking at Zhuorong's puzzled look, Yuan Zhengqing here is also looking at Zhuorong while pulling the fish. Zhuorong laughed and said, hearing what Yuan Zhengqing said, Zhuorong also understood, and then started to turn the fish wheel, slowly pulling the fish out of the water. The speed of the two was about the same, and Yuan Zhengqing was faster. When he lifted the fish out of the water, Zhuorong saw a fish with some golden threads on its back, jumping around in the sun. It didn't look particularly big, but it was about the same size. It must be more than a catty. It's not bad. Rhubarb wings are about 2 pounds a catty. Recently, the price of yellow wings here is not bad. It can be sold for 102 pounds catty. It's a good start. Because sea fish eat hard, this fish also swallowed the dead hook. Yuan Zhengqing also cut the fishing line directly, and then hooked a T this time. The fish Zhuorong was pulling up was also pulled up. It was indeed a black sea bream, but it was much smaller. Although the fish seemed huge in the water, it was actually only 6 or 7 tails when it was pulled up. Wait, not too heavy. Zhuorong also followed Yuan Tianqing's example. After cutting off the hook and a piece of fishing line, he also threw the fish into the live bin. According to Yuan Tianqing, the fish was not deep because the water was not deep. So it is possible to keep them alive in a living warehouse. At least it is not a big problem to keep them back as long as the fish can live. Zhuorong can accept it. After all, he's here to sell wild fish. It may have really started a good relationship. For the next hour or so, Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing have been fishing. Basically, the fish will be caught within 1 or 2 minutes after the hook is lowered, of course. Some of them ran, but generally speaking, the effect is still very good. For more than an hour, Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing brought up more than 20 fish in total. The largest fish was about 1.5 catties, and the smallest 2 or 3 tails. However, this kind of fish was released directly. If it weighs half a catty, it will be collected, and if it is less than half a catty, it will be released. Even so, Zhuorong's live warehouse already has 13 to 4 catties of fish. Judging from the current fish price, Zhuorong is not losing money, of course. Yuan Tianqing is naturally willing to let his old classmates earn some money. This is not only a good opportunity to advertise, but the most important thing is that when he usually goes on a boat, he has 2 people together, and the money he earns is also divided with 2 people. Even if it is 13 or 4 catties of fish, it is actually not as much as the 1,002 boats he earns now. So he is far from unbalanced mentality. But after pulling wildly for more than an hour, the fish here seemed to be gone. After waiting here for another hour, only 3 came. After catching 1, Yuan Tianqing took Zhuorong to the second fishing spot. Facts have proved that fishing is really a matter of face. I was still pulling wildly, but after arriving at the second fishing spot, I only caught 3 fish in total, and it was noon. Yes, the old saying goes, it is difficult for gods to catch fish at noon. Although this mainly refers to freshwater fish, sea fish seem to be less open at noon. Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing ate a bowl of instant noodles and a piece of bread on the boat, and then continued to change. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the tide receded, and as the water level dropped, the fish also swam deeper and farther into the sea. After looking at the sky, Yuan Tianqing also looked at Zhuorong. It looks like it's over for today, but it's okay. It should be about 20 catties, and it's not a loss. Opening the live warehouse and taking a look, Yuan Tianqing said to Zhuorong, well, it's not a loss, and there are no more fish, so let's go back. Looking at the fish in the live warehouse, Zhuorong couldn't hold back the urge to sell these guys. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing also agreed that in fact, he originally said this because he wanted to tell Zhuorong that there are no more fish now, so he wants to go back. Of course, if Zhuorong wants to fish for a while, that's fine. But now that Zhuorong understood, it would be great. After Yuan Tianqing and Zhuorong put away their poles, the 2 of them quickly returned to the pier. After arriving at the pier, Yuan Tianqing's service was really good that he drives a van. Why he drives a van is because the back seat can be removed and put in a large plastic bucket. Because what Zhuorong wants is live fish, so these fish are directly transferred into the plastic bucket and then thrown into it. Oxygenation, under normal circumstances, will not be a problem. Sure enough, when he took Zhuorong back to Zhuorong's house, none of the fish were dead. After putting all the fish in bags and taking them home, Zhuorong didn't even take a bath, but opened them immediately. We got off the platform and started putting the fish on the shelves. Under Zhuorong's operation, a blue light appeared on the platform. Whether the fish is wild or what species it is does not need Zhuorong to say. The platform will automatically detect it. After the inspection, a wormhole appeared, and Zhuorong's fish disappeared in front of him in an instant. At the same time, 4 phantoms of unmarked fish appeared in the shop. Wild yellow snapper, 8 in total, 742 grams, 718 grams, 675 grams, 622 grams, 531 grams, 517 grams, 498 grams, 476 grams. Suggested unit price for 500 grams, 12,000 to 13,000 yuan, 1,500 yuan. Wild black snapper, a total of 7, respectively. Suggested unit price for 500 grams, 10,800 to 12,100 yuan. Wild stone jogong, 5 pieces in total, 178 grams, 155 grams, 152 grams, 143 grams, 139 grams. The recommended unit price for 500 grams, 8,300 to 9,700 yuan. Wild yellow fin sea bream, white wax, 3 in total, each weighing 472 grams. Suggested unit price for 500 grams, 9,300 to 10,500 yuan. This is what Zhuo Rong caught with Yuan Tianqing today. Looking at these fish, Zhuo Rong thought for a while. He decided to take the low price route first and talk about it after gathering people together. So the price he ordered was not high. He ordered 11,100 caddies of yellow snapper. He ordered 10,000 caddies of black bream. Sure, Jiogong ordered 8,001 caddy. Bai Lao ordered 8,051 caddies. To be honest, this price is very low compared to the internet. Following Zhuo Rong's order of these fish prices, it only took 5 minutes to attract the attention of others. However, the first message that came first was not a message about buying fish, but a buyer's inquiry. Boss, your fish is not bad. It's so cheap, there won't be any problem. Question? What's a question? Looking at the man's question, Zhuo Rong replied with some doubts. It's your fish, you can't steal it or something. I haven't seen such a cheap wild sea fish for many years. After seeing Zhuo Rong's reply, the people here immediately replied, don't worry, I caught these. Most of the black bream, yellow bream, and white bream still have fishing lines in their mouths. Steal? Or can I steal it? I'm not in the same timeline as you, and I still steal. Hey, really, it's amazing, boss. There are no fish in the sea now, and you can still catch it. Amazing, I'll buy 2 and try. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the people here came back excitedly, and then Zhuo Rong received the message that his first order was completed. This person also bought one and provided Zhuo Rong with an income of more than 32,000. With the completion of the transaction, Zhuo Rong's platform account also had 32,000 more money. Looking at the money, Zhuo Rong's mouth unconsciously grinned. You can start buying. Buy. Now, taking a deep breath, Zhuo Rong went to a store that sold microcomputers that he was optimistic about yesterday, and then picked out a microcomputer with a decent configuration. Even though it was only the size of a fingernail, this microcomputer had a CPU with 512 cores. 512P memory, 1024G equals 1T, 1024T equals 1PB, 1024P equals 1EB, 512EB hard disk, 128P independent graphics card. A microcomputer configured in this way costs more than 17,000. Zhuo Rong bought it without even thinking about it. The moment he made the payment successfully, a wormhole appeared, and then a box appeared in front of Zhuo Rong. After he opened it, there was a little thumb inside. A microbrain the size of a fingernail. Stick it on the temple. It has its own biological technology. It will be sucked up directly. No matter how you shake it, you can't get rid of it. But if you want to take it off, you only need to take it with a light hand down, and no one else can take it down except him. Moreover, this microbrain has bionic technology. From a distance, it looks like skin. It is impossible to tell that there's a microbrain here. Moreover, this microcomputer is sweat-proof, waterproof, and dust-proof, which is very easy to use. Looking at this microbrain, Zhuo Rong also directly removed it and placed it on his temple. With Zhuo Rong's brain activating the microbrain, the entire microbrain also started the initial installation to AT this time. Zhuo Rong's second order also came. And this person was also wondering how Zhuo Rong got the fish, and Zhuo Rong still caught the fish by himself. After all, there's a fishing line, and there's a system for testing, so it cannot be faked. The other party was very happy and bought 2 yellow snappers and provided Zhuo Rong with more than 20,000 yuan AT this time. Zhuo Rong also set his sights on the body modification potion. The most expensive and best body modification medicine currently on the market is the 3rd generation medicine, which can not only enhance human strength, agility, speed, reaction, and endurance to the limit of the human body, but also develop the brain. Not to mention becoming a scientist or something, but it is possible to have a very strong memory and even a photographic memory. Such a medicine costs 30,000 yuan per injection. Zhuo Rong's current money is just right, so he didn't hesitate to buy it directly. After paying Zhuo Rong's money, a box appeared in front of him again through the wormhole. After opening the box, Zhuo Rong saw a vial. Using this potion is also very simple. Just drink it. However, Zhuo Rong was not in a hurry. He was going to wait until after the installation of the microcomputer was completed. While he was waiting, he sold several more fish from his side. Although the speed is not fast, it is also related to the fact that Zhuo Rong is a new shop. It is estimated that after he has kept customers for a period of time, the speed of his fish sales will increase a lot. Great master, hello, microcomputer number XXCBD0045883270 at your service. Just as Zhuo Rong was selling fish, the microcomputer here finally completed the process of opening for the first time, and then a slightly neutral voice sounded in Zhuo Rong's mind. This voice is directly transmitted from the microbrain to Zhuo Rong's brain, and outsiders cannot hear it. The same is true for Zhuo Rong's control of the microbrain, as long as he thinks about giving orders. Number XXC or something. Master, you can give me a simple name. Okay, then you'll be called Xiaozhuo from now on. By the way, can you change your voice? Hearing Zhinao's words, Zhuo Rong also gave a name. The reason why it's called Xiaozhuo is because Zhuo Rong's surname is Zhuo, and the second is because Zhuo Rong has a deep memory of a movie in which the protagonist is called Xiaozhuo. Okay, master, the voice of Xiaozhuo on the internet has been automatically matched. As Zhuo Rong's voice fell, the Wei Nao here had already changed its voice, and this voice was exactly the voice of Xiaozhuo in the movie he remembered. Moreover, Wei Nao's voice is no different from that of a real person. It also has emotions and is not rigid. I have to say that the ability of his artificial AI is really getting stronger and stronger. Xiaozhuo, check my status. I'm going to drink the potion. Seeing that Xiaozhuo has successfully activated, other functions will be discussed later, but Zhuo Rong is going to bring up the matter of using the body modification potion immediately. Okay, master, Xiaozhuo recommends that you take off your clothes and take the potion in the shower, because the potion has a cleaning effect and will expel toxins from the body. Hearing Zhuo Rong's order, Xiaozhuo also responded immediately, and Zhuo Rong went to the bathroom immediately after hearing what it said, and he heard Xiaozhuo was right about these things. After everything was ready, Zhuo Rong also opened the bottle of the 3rd generation body modification potion and drank it directly. Not to mention, after he finished drinking, he felt quite delicious with a mint flavor. But after this cooling medicine entered his stomach, he instantly felt different, and he felt a very warm feeling flowing from his stomach to his limbs. That feeling, like being warmed under the early winter sun, made him very intoxicated and wanted to sleep. Before he knew it, he closed his eyes to feel this special feeling, but I don't know how long this feeling lasted. After the feeling gradually subsided, Zhuo Rong slowly opened his eyes, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that his skin was covered with black mud, and it smells it seemed that this was the toxins and impurities in his body. Zhuo Rong immediately turned on the shower and started to wash. After taking a full bath for half an hour, applying body soap twice, and washing his hair 3 times, Zhuo Rong came out of the shower. When he saw the mirror directly opposite the bathroom, he couldn't help being a little shocked. Originally, Zhuorong's figure was not good that he's not short at 1.86 meters, but his body is actually very poor that he has been working for 6 years and has basically never exercised. He weighs 210 caddies. Fortunately, he is not short, so he doesn't look particularly fat, but he's still very fat. But at this time, the original fat basically disappeared, replaced by those bulging muscles. His muscles are not small, but they're not the same as those trained in the gym because these muscles are all streamlined. It seems to know that the explosive power is extremely strong, that IT looks like those who fight UFC. This muscle is very bluffing at first glance. Very thick upper limbs, lower waist, six-pack abs, dog waist, bat back. But what is even more bluffing is to talk about yourself. Zhuorong felt that he seemed to have developed a second time. Why did he look so scary? In the past, I just heard that lie AI is very powerful and can perform supernatural powers, and I think I can do it now. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhuorong muttered softly, Master, your body has been remodeled. After testing, Master, your strength has increased by 30 times. The current bench press strength is about 600 kilograms. Your agility has increased by 17 times, and your speed has increased by 3 times. Currently, your speed in 100 meters is about 600 kilograms. In about 8 seconds, the reaction speed has increased by 22 times, and the endurance has increased by 31 times. The current body fat content is 15%. Just when Zhuorong looked at himself in the mirror and sighed, Xiaozhua's voice also rang out, telling Zhuorong how much stronger he had become. Xiaozhua, how long did it take me to transform? He clenched his fist. The feeling of strength was indeed terrifying. Zhuorong felt that he could kill a cow with one punch now. And this feeling is not fake, but can really kill a cow. The master transformation took 3 hours in total. 3 hours? What about my fish? Zhuorong was startled when he heard Xiaozhua's words, and immediately asked about the fish. The fish put on the shelves by the owner have been sold out, and the total income is 142,000 yuan, which is now deposited into your store account. Xiaozhua has answered the buyer's inquiries for you. Hearing Xiaozhua's words, Zhuorong immediately turned on the system and looked at it. After finding that Xiaozhua's answer was actually much better than his own, he felt relieved that IT seems that I not only bought a microcomputer for 170,000, but also gave customer service as a gift. With Xiaozhua in the future, I don't have to worry about these problems anymore. Now that I have money, I should buy something to sell and transform my living environment. After confirming that the fish was gone, Zhuorong also lay down on the bed again and then directly searched for natural diamonds, planning to buy some diamonds to sell. After selection, Zhuorong found several diamond dealers with good reputations. Natural diamonds, of course, there's no way to make them as big as artificial diamonds. The prices of these merchants who sell natural diamonds are basically the same. Pure and transparent diamonds are 5 grams in size. Note that it is 5 grams, not 5 carats. 1 gram is equal to 5 carats. That is to say, 1 is equal to 25 carats, 200 pieces per kilogram, which is 300 yuan. Colored diamonds, pink diamonds have the highest color, 200 pieces per kilogram, 380 yuan. The price of blue diamonds and yellow diamonds is slightly lower, 200 pieces per kilogram, 340 yuan. Looking at the price, Zhuorong couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Well, diamonds are indeed too expensive now, according to Xiaozhua's online search. Diamonds actually have a fair price. The first thing to consider is the grade of the diamond. These diamonds are naturally top-notch diamonds of VVS 1 grade. The current price list of such diamonds is $5,400. The formula is 54x 100x the current exchange rate between soft sister coins and US dollars x the carat weighted diamonds. According to this formula, it is 864,000 yuan. Of course, a large diamond at 25 carats is a treasure in this ER.SO even if it is purely transparent. The price is conservatively estimated to increase tenfold. 1 is nearly 9 million, and 200 is 1.8 billion. Hiss, 1.8 billion. Looking at the number calculated by Zhuorong was a little embarrassed. This value is a bit too high. If it is calculated according to this exchange rate, that a yellow wing is worth about 15,100 years later, and with this 15,000, you could buy 50 kilograms of diamonds. That is, a fish is equal to 90 billion. Seeing this, Zhuorong couldn't help but lean back a bit. Well, in fact, this is the same as taking glass to ancient times and modern times. Although ancient times are called color glaze, transparent glass like this was not available in ancient times, and it is extremely cheap now. The price could be sold extremely expensive in ancient times that I in the world more than 1,000 years later. My present era is indeed ancient. Calm down. I can't just sell 90 billion in cash. Let's buy a kilogram of pink diamonds first. Get more than 2 billion. I don't see me to do anything. Hey, I can't think of it that way. I still want to buy a cyborg and I still have to go fishing, but if I get more than 2 billion, what should I do? Looking at the pink diamond options in front of him, Zhuorong clicked to buy while thinking about how to spend the money. Master, if the master wants to invest, Xiaozhua has a proposal. Just when Zhuorong was thinking about how to spend his money, Xiaozhua here suddenly spoke up. Hearing Xiaozhua's words, Zhuorong also asked him directly, you say. According to Xiaozhua's search of the surrounding area just now, the current host area has a medium-level supervision and a low-level technological level. It is not suitable for investing in high-tech items that exceed the world's technological level. It is recommended to start with agriculture and animal husbandry. Farming and animal husbandry. Hearing Xiaozhua's words, Zhuorong also asked in doubt. Yes, agricultural property. After testing, I found that in the world where the owner lives, the food eaten is worse than the food in my memory, both in terms of taste and nutritional value, and the agricultural and animal husbandry explanations can be found from the aspects of climate, water, and soil, and will not attract too much attention. Hearing Zhuorong's doubtful words, Xiaozhua also said seriously, I don't understand one thing. Why do they still buy my fish if your food is better than ours? As soon as this was mentioned, Zhuorong became a little dissatisfied and continued to ask Xiaozhua. There is not much difference in taste between eggs and native eggs are born by native chickens. The food that native chickens eat every day is mainly insects and grass seeds, which lack mineral components. The daily feed is scientifically proportioned, so the eggs of laying hens are actually more balanced in nutrition than native eggs, but humans still prefer to spend more expensive money to buy native eggs. Our AI cannot understand this approach. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Xiaozhua here also started to explain. Hearing what Xiaozhua said, Zhuorong was indeed a little embarrassed. Well, as the old saying goes, rare things are more expensive, let alone the problem of eggs and native eggs. Let's talk about the problem of large yellow croakers with a bigger price difference. The farmed large yellow croaker costs tens of dollars per caddy, and the wild large yellow croaker costs several $100s per caddy. Take the cheapest one that weighs about 1 caddy as an example. The wild large yellow croaker is at least 20 times that of the farmed large yellow croaker. Some up masters have made comparison videos. IT turned out that, overturned, there's little difference between the two. Whether it is the taste or the taste, there's not much difference. At least there's no difference in the price of 20 yuan, but the supply of wild large yellow croakers is still in short supply, and the price is rising steadily. AS for the farmed large yellow croaker. Almost no one pays attention to it. This is the reality. Sometimes the most difficult thing to figure out is the human heart. Thinking of this, Zhuorong didn't argue with Xiaozhua anymore, and he couldn't argue with an AI. It said the food was delicious, so he just bought it and tasted it. Anyway, Zhuorong is not without money now. The hundreds of thousands of fish selling money is basically enough to buy food. Everything is enough that I glanced at the food section of the website. Rice. Zhuorong bought a bag of 5 kilograms. According to the package, this rice was actually produced on Mars. After humans colonized Mars, because the land on Mars was relatively barren, deliberately a type of rice developed. The rice grows in the ground and grows richer and more fertile with little human intervention. However, the yield of this kind of rice is not as high as that of the highest one. The yield of 1 mu of land is only 5 tons, but the taste is said to be better than a bag of 5 kilogram sells for 32 yuan. Then Jerome bought some of the best pork, some of the best beef, the best chicken, eggs, and then bought a lot of fruit, watermelon, cherries, peaches, apples, oranges, tangerines, grapes, etc., etc. As Jerome clicked buy, the transaction was completed, and the food he bought appeared on his bed in an instant. Looking at the food, Jerome couldn't help raising his eyebrows, but let's talk about the appearance first. The appearance of these fruits, meat, and rice is quite good. The rice, one by one, has distinct grains, and there's almost no broken rice. It looks like small works of art, and it is really beautiful. As for the pork, Jerome bought tenderloin because he doesn't like to eat fatty meat. The meat is bright red and has a particularly beautiful texture. But speaking of beauty, the most beautiful thing is the beef over there. The beef bought by Jerome is the better one sold in this store. The eye meat is 25 caddies, and Jerome bought 2 caddies. According to the store, this beef is best used for frying steaks because the marble pattern on the eye meat is very beautiful. Even Jerome asked Xiao Zhua to look for 5 level and beef eye meat on the internet to compare, and it seems that they're not as good looking as these meats. As for the fruit, it is even more exaggerated. Those cherries are as big as a baby's fist. The ones Jerome bought here are medium, large, even about the size of modern oranges. The grapes grow like the Qinhuang soul now, but with more, bigger and fuller grapes. The other fruits, when taken out, have a strong fruity aroma. Although they haven't eaten yet, it can be seen that the fruits after 1,000 years are indeed bigger and more beautiful, but I don't know about the color, aroma, and taste, but the color and aroma are absolutely top-notch. The only thing that hasn't changed much is the watermelon, which is still the same as now, 5 caddies apiece. It happened that it was past 5 o'clock in the evening when he came back. And with the addition of fish sales and body modification, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and Jerome was already hungry, so Jerome picked up these things and went to the kitchen. The house Jerome lives in is a rented house. His family is in this city, and the reason why he rented this house was because his home was too far away from his place of work, and his income was good, so he rented a house by himself. This house has a kitchen, but the house has been rented for nearly 5 years, and Jerome doesn't use the kitchen very often, except that his mother would come over to cook for him occasionally. But that doesn't mean Jerome can't do it. Cook the rice first. And when he poured the rice into his rice jar, Jerome could smell a particularly fragrant rice fragrance, and this rice fragrance, when he started to wash the rice, the smell became more intense. After the rice is plugged in, it is done. Jerome also first cut the beef into 1 centimeter wide steaks, and then marinated them with black pepper. He'll prepare to fry the steaks later, then cut them into strips, and eat them on top of the rice. Taking advantage of this time, Jerome also started to make fruits. First, he soaked the grapes and cherries, ready to eat after dinner, and then picked up the knife and cut the watermelon. Ever seen a watermelon painted by Italian artist Giovanni Stanchi in 1672? The watermelon is actually constantly evolving, so don't believe in those jokes in the time travel novels where the hero goes to ancient times to steal watermelons to eat. The watermelon at that time was really not tasty. Taking the current watermelon to ancient times is a miracle, and when Jerome cut the watermelon, well, this watermelon is also a miracle now. This watermelon is a real seedless watermelon, and the current seedless watermelon still has that kind of white seed, which is an unsuccessful false seed skin. But in this watermelon, there's no such thing to tea at the same time. The watermelon rind was as thin as a human fingernail when it was opened. The strong scent of watermelon inside rushed straight into Jerome's mind. Smelling the smell, Jerome swallowed subconsciously, then picked up the spoon next to him. He couldn't wait to start. I rely on it. When Jerome scooped up a piece of watermelon and put it into his mouth, he couldn't help cursing secretly. What is this? What is this? What is this? How could there be such a delicious watermelon? The sweetness of the watermelon is just right, not too much, not too little. If it is particularly sweet, it will feel greasy, but this melon is not particularly sweet nor sour. The sweetness is mixed with the fragrance of watermelon. Invincible. The first time Jerome took the spoon, he felt that he couldn't control himself. Then he ate spoonful after spoonful. And the more he ate, the more surprised he was because the side of this watermelon was as sweet as the middle of the inside. There's no such thing as the current watermelon, which tastes good in the middle, but not on the outside. It is just as delicious, yes. It seems that the whole watermelon is composed of the stamen in the middle, of course. This is extremely unfriendly to those who like to eat watermelon rind mixed with cold dishes. Because this melon has almost no skin. How can this watermelon be so delicious? Jerome can be sure that this watermelon is the most delicious fruit he has ever eaten in his life. Of course, it is estimated that he is the most delicious, and he will keep refreshing it. Resisting the urge to finish this watermelon, Jerome forced himself to grab an orange and eat it. The moment the orange entered his mouth, his world collapsed again. How can it be? How can it be? How can it be? Why is this orange so delicious? The pulp of this orange is like jelly, refreshing and springy, but you can also feel carefully that the pulp granules that make up the orange petals are extremely plentiful, and when the sweetness is just right, there's also a hint of sourness. This taste is absolutely amazing. After eating one orange, Jerome went to eat another orange. Well, oranges are more amazing than oranges. The trouble is that they need to be cut, which is a bit troublesome. Then came the apples. Jerome didn't like eating apples before because he found it troublesome to eat apples. But today, after he washed the apple and took a bite, he was fascinated by the taste of the apple. How could this apple be so delicious? How could it be so delicious? When Jerome took an apple and almost ate only the core, the rice stew in the rice cooker over there also had a heaven-defying aroma. Really, Jerome feels that this rice alone is not suitable for other things, and with his fragrance, he can cook 3 bowls by himself. Seeing that the rice was almost ready, Jerome swallowed, forcibly pulled his eyes away from the fruit, and then started to fry the steak. And when the smell of steak comes out, the aroma of these fruits is temporarily covered. The meaty smell of this steak constantly filled Jerome's brain nerves, and he felt the saliva in his mouth constantly secreting after opening the exhaust hood to suck the smell away. The whole building suffered, and almost every household could smell the steak. I'll wipe, what's going on? Damn it, who makes beef? Why is it so delicious? Damn it, you little trash. You can't afford it. You're sneak attacking. You don't have the strength. Who is this poisoning in the middle of the night? Shameless. Oh my god, what the hell, I can't sleep. Hey, let's order takeaway. Honey, get up and make something to eat. It smells so good. I don't want to move anymore. Let's order takeaway. Mom, what else does our family have to eat? All of a sudden, the whole building became lively. You must know that it was past 9 o'clock in the evening when Jerome was cooking, and now it's 10 o'clock in the evening, which is the time when people who have not slept are the most hungry. Upon smelling the scent, everyone in the building couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Living by myself is okay. I can buy takeaway at this time, but living with my parents is hard. But fortunately, they didn't survive for too long because their parents smelled greedy. So basically, their parents got up when they go to eat, of course. Jerome didn't know about these things because at this moment, he'd already suppressed the desire to eat and cook the steak. Slice the steak while the rice is ready. When he turned on the rice cooker, the rice also appeared in front of Jerome. The crystal clear rice really looked better than the authentic Dongbei dough waxyang rice. I can't wait to take out a bowl of this rice. Jerome covered the meat on the rice and then started to eat. When he took the first bite of beef, the incomparably rich meat aroma was almost horrified in every taste bud on the tongue. The enjoyment, deliciousness, and excellent signal uploaded from the tongue to the brain made Jerome groan unconsciously. The taste of this thing is too overbearing. If this is coupled with a chef who can cook, wouldn't the daily life be alive and well? Of course, this kind of idea can be realized in a short time. Because androids are cooking and they're top-notch cooks, Jerome will be blessed in the future. He can eat such delicious food 3 times a day. This pot of rice was eaten up by Jerome almost in a short time, and naturally there was no meat left. Looking at these fruits, Jerome forced himself to send them into the refrigerator, because Jerome still has soaked grapes and cherries. After eating, these 2 kinds of fruits were also soaked. Jerome went back to the room with these fruits after soaking them in water twice. When he took the first bite of grapes, he felt intoxicated. The taste of these grapes is so delicious. Logically speaking, Zhuo Rong has eaten too much delicious food today. Logically speaking, his taste buds should have been exhausted. But now when he ate the first grape, he knew that a new round of bombing had started again. The skin of this grape was very thin and crisp, but the flesh was extremely plump and the moisture was particularly abundant. Under the circumstances, the sweet and sour taste is just right, the refreshing one. Compared with grapes, big cherries. That is, the taste of cherries is not too much to worry about. Big cherries the size of a baby's fist, biting down, full of satisfaction. The so-called cherries are the transliteration of cherries. So it's not wrong to call the kind of thing a big cherry, but because of the same species, the scientific name of this kind of cherries is also called Europa sweet cherry. And now the main production areas are North and South America. In fact, some people don't like to eat this kind of sweet cherry because although this kind of cherry has a strong sense of satisfaction, the skin itself is too thick, so it sometimes affects the taste when eating. But apparently the people of the future have already figured this out. The skin is extremely thin and crispy, but the meat inside is extremely large, extremely thick, extremely moist, extremely sweet, and extremely delicious. Today is really a day to refresh the worldview. With such delicious beef, fruit, and rice, why would people in the future eat wild fish? I really don't understand. Today, Zhuo Rong bought 2 caddies of beef, 2 caddies of pork, 10 caddies of rice, 5 caddies of watermelon, and 2 caddies of oranges, apples, big cherries, and grapes. 25 caddies of beef, no pork, 13 caddies, 80 cents a caddy of watermelon, 1.5 cents a caddy of oranges, 2 yuan a caddy of oranges, 1.5 yuan a caddy of apples, 7 yuan a caddy of big cherries, 3 yuan, and 5 caddies of grapes. In total, he didn't spend 200 yuan, but he ate the best meal in his life. In the end, he resisted the desire to eat and put the remaining grapes and big cherries in the refrigerator inside. He was really afraid that if he didn't control himself, his stomach would explode. These things, you can do it. Zhuo Rong believes that as a member of the big foodie country, if he can't stand such a supreme delicacy, the rest of the world should not be able to stand it either if this is the case. What Xiaozhua said about starting from agriculture and animal husbandry is possible. Once you sell your pink diamonds, you can build a farm, grow fruit trees, grow rice, raise pigs, cattle, sheep, and so on. It is conservatively estimated that after these things are on the market, the title of the world's strongest should not fall on others. You can do it, and I can eat these things openly in the future. Rubbing his own face, Zhuo Rong said with a little excitement. Then he forced himself to go to bed. Although with his current physical fitness, it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep for a day, but Zhuo Rong is a person who abides by the biological clock, and people should sleep. So now that he is full, he naturally wants to sleep. Go to bed in a blink of an eye. There was nothing to say all night, and the next morning, Zhuo Rong didn't hold back and made another pot of rice. But the shredded pork fried this morning was as amazing as the beef, and the pork was equally amazing. The taste of the pork, that smell, really no one else. After finishing his breakfast contentedly, Zhuo Rong took the 1 kilogram pink diamond he bought yesterday to a pawn shop he had inquired about a long time ago. Pawn shops, which were very common in ancient times, are rare in modern times. But in some streets and alleys, occasionally there is still. The pawn shop that Zhuo Rong came to is very famous in their city, because behind this pawn shop stands the Su family, which is also the largest family in the area near their home, and used to be an official family, but later abandoned politics and went into business. Although there's no trace of their family on the ranking list, Zhuo Rong and the locals all know this family, and know that the family's assets are definitely more than 100 billion, and only such a family can eat this kilogram of pink diamonds from Zhuo Rong. Taking a taxi, Zhuo Rong came to this pawn shop soon. When I opened the door and walked in, I imagined that it was different from the tall tables and large cabinets shown in the previous movies. The current pawn shop is actually more like a tea house, with small private rooms distributed on both sides of the aisle. Feel private and safe. Hi sir, may I help you? When Zhuo Rong walked in, a girl in a cheongsam came over and asked Zhuo Rong in fact, she is very particular about asking this question. You can't directly ask if you're here to sell things or buy things. Those who buy things are okay, but those who sell things must have some problems at home. So they need to come to sell things. In such a situation, if you ask directly, the other party will easily lose face, so it is better to let him speak. Oh, I'm here to sell diamonds. After hearing what the girl said, Zhuo Rong also expressed his intention to come. Okay, I understand. This way, please. I'll find an appraiser for you. Hearing that Zhuo Rong is here to sell things, the girl here also led him into a private room and then asked Zhuo Rong what kind of tea to drink. After brewing a pot of tea, I went to the appraiser. Before Zhuo Rong finished his pot of tea, the appraiser had already arrived. This appraiser is a middle-aged appraiser in his 40s. After entering the room, he also exchanged a few words with Zhuo Rong. After exchanging names, he also got to the point. Zhuo Rong was here to sell diamonds, so naturally he wouldn't hide it. So he took out one and put it in front of the appraiser. And when the appraiser saw this thing, he couldn't help being taken aback, because his first thought was, is this glass or crystal? 25 carats, is there any mistake? Diamonds over 15 carats are considered extremely precious treasures. And this is 25 carats, and it's a fucking pink diamond. This kind of thing should basically only appear in such major jewelry exhibitions. Why did it appear in front of me? Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged appraiser put on the gloves and then checked carefully. The more he checked, the more frightened he became, because now he can be sure that this diamond is real, a 25 carat pink diamond. There's absolutely no problem with the VVS1 cut. Whether it's natural or artificial, this requires more professional machine testing, but whether it is natural or artificial, this is true. There's no doubt about it. Mr. Zhuo, I'm sorry, I can't take your business. I have to go to our boss and get the equipment for testing, whether it is natural or artificial. Looking at Zhuo Rong, the appraiser here whispered, no problem, I'll wait a little longer. Hearing what the appraiser said, Zhuo Rong smiled and nodded. He didn't care about these small problems. Okay, I'll be right back. Seeing Zhuo Rong's indifferent look, the middle-aged appraiser also left here immediately. While adjusting the instrument, he also called their employer immediately. 5 minutes later, the appraiser came back first, and he also brought a machine to detect the molecular arrangement and confirmed that the diamond was natural. After confirming that this thing is real, the middle-aged appraiser became more and more anxious. The business is a bit too big. Just when he was a little tangled, the sound of a person's footsteps came from outside. Then a man in tang suit who looked to be in his 40s also opened the door and walked in. Looking at the aura of a superior person exuding from this man, Zhuo Rong knew that the Lord should come. Seeing this, Zhuo Rong he also stood up actively and looked at the other party, and the other party stretched out his hand to Zhuo Rong immediately. Mr. Zhuo, my humble Su Jibin is the owner of this pawn shop. I will do business with you from Mr. Zhuo. Mr. Su, hello. Mr. Zhuo, sit down. After the two shook hands, the two sat down again, but in fact, there's nothing to say. After confirming that there is no problem with the things identified and the report issued, the middle-aged man named Su Jibin here also made a serious offer. Mr. Zhuo, this pink diamond of yours is very good. If it's going to be auctioned, it will actually sell for a higher price, but you also know that if it is auctioned, the auction fee will be charged and luxury goods purchase tax and tax must be paid. Personal tax, so I won't go around in circles. This pink diamond, our pawn shop is willing to buy with 200 million cash. What do you think? 200 million. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo Rong was indeed a little surprised because in his opinion, a 25-carat transparent diamond is only worth between 9 million and 10 million. Even if pink diamonds are more expensive than ordinary transparent diamonds, they should only be 20 to 30 million, 200 million. This is a bit unexpected that in fact, this is also Zhuo Rong's idea of not understanding the market. Diamond is known as the king of diamonds, and it is also the most expensive diamond variety. A 2.9 carat pink diamond will sell for $12.23 million, and a 3.6 carat pink diamond will sell for nearly $30 million. Last year, there was a 4.8 carat pink diamond. Drill sold $80 million. Of course, this price is related to the auction, and there are suspicions of hype, but even if it's cut in half, a 25 carat pink diamond will sell for $200 million, which is a relatively low price. But for Jourong, the price is okay. Originally, he was still thinking that a yellow snapper was worth $90 billion, but now it seems to be worth trillions. I know, this price is not high, but this is already all the working capital we can get out. If it weren't for the fact that your treasure is really rare, I wouldn't ask such a high price. Looking at Jourong, he was silent. Su Jibin here thought that Jourong felt that the price was low. Indeed, his price was indeed not high. But for a while, he could only take out so much. Well, what if I say I don't want so much cash? After hesitating for a moment, Jourong looked at Su Jibin and asked, "Don't want so much cash?" Hearing Jourong say this, Su Jibin was a little silly. Jourong is selling this diamond now, obviously because he needs money. After all, a diamond like this would become more valuable the more you collect it. At this time, he said he didn't want cash, so why would he sell this diamond? But no matter what he says, since Jourong said he doesn't need cash, he has a lot of room for maneuver. If you don't need so much cash, I can pay up to $220 million, $20 million in cash, plus $200 million in real estate. How about it? After pondering for a while, Su Jibin quoted a new price. Real estate is, as for the house, although the housing prices in China are not stable, it's okay. Our family has developed a community in the city center, only for rent and not for sale. I can make the decision and transfer the property worth 200 million yuan to you. Hearing Jourong's words, Su Jibin here also took out a piece of paper next to him and introduced their Su family's community in the city center. This community, Jourong knows, is not too far from here. It is in the downtown business district. This community is very large, surrounded by subways, bus stations, kindergartens, primary schools, supermarkets, shopping plazas, etc., all within a short distance. Within one stop, IT can be said to be a very good community. Jourong remembers that when he was working, his boss rented a house here for a period of time. He heard that the demand for houses was in short supply. IT has been sold to 36,000 square meters outside, but the owner of this community has no intention of selling it. It turns out that this community belongs to the Su family. Thinking of this, Jourong suddenly wanted to play a big game. How many households and flats are there in your community? There are a total of 730 households in this community, and there are a total of 12 buildings in it. As far as I remember, it seems to be 316,800 square meters in total. Although the layout of the 12 buildings is different, their heights and layers is the same. They're all 33 floors, and then each floor is 400 square meters. The 2 buildings on the side are large flat floors, with a total of 66 households. The 8 buildings inside are houses with 5 bedrooms and 1 living room. There is 1 unit on the first floor and 2 sets per unit. Houses, the first to third floors of the 2 buildings adjacent to the street, are for commercial services, and the 4th to 33rd floors are for residents. The houses are of different sizes. Some have 3 rooms, some have 2 rooms. Although he didn't quite understand, Jourong asked what the community was doing, but Su Jibin still explained the situation in the community. Hearing what Su Jibin said, Xiaozhuo had already calculated the price of the community. The price of the entire community should be $11.4048 billion, of course. There's no way to calculate many things like this, such as the land price of the community, parking lot, and greening, etc. Many things need money, but for Jourong, no matter how much money is needed, 12 billion, also enough that he asked for the diamonds in Jourong's hands. There are a total of 200 diamonds. Calculated at 220 million each, it is 44 billion. You don't need so many, you only need to take out 52 diamonds. Thinking of this, Jourong took out 59 identical pink diamonds from his body, plus the one on the table. There's 60, with a total value of 13.2 billion. But seeing Jourong's movements, Su Jibin and the appraiser here all took a breath, especially the appraiser. He thought that he would be invincible after seeing such a pink diamond once in his life, but now he actually saw 6 billion. As for Su Jibin, when he saw these pink diamonds, he also panicked. His heart tightened for no reason, and a greedy thought flashed in his heart. But when he saw Jourong's calm look, he knew that the man in front of him was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. He dared to take out the diamond like this, which meant that he must still have a backup. I have to say that Su Jibin felt good, and Zhuju really had backhand. For others, Jourong's 60 diamonds are worth 13.2 billion, but for Jourong, this is actually only worth more than 100 yuan. After all, 380 yuan, 200 pieces, and 60 pieces are only worth about 100 pieces. He is always afraid of losing. But if he offends him, Su Jibin, to be more precise, the Su family, then it is really over, let alone Xiaozhuo, and the internet is a god. Jourong doesn't use it to do bad things or do illegal things. It doesn't mean he can't use it to collect information. A family can't be particularly clean, as long as there's a little violation of law and discipline. Jourong believes that the imperial court is willing to cut them off. What? No violation of law or discipline at all. Without them, they would not want to harm Jourong.so at this time. Jourong is really confident. He has been invincible from the very beginning, which is why he replaced the micro brain in the first place. Here are 60 pink diamonds. I want your community, plus 200 million in cash. Also, I want to build a farm. I don't know if Mr. Su has any connections. Putting the pink diamond on the table, Jourong looked at Su Jibin in front of him and asked, "Huh, you want our entire community?" Hearing Jourong's words, Su Jibin here took a few deep breaths, and after a while he calmed down and asked Jourong in disbelief for the 200 million cash in a farm that Jourong said. He didn't take it seriously. The 200 million cash was originally his, so that's fine, and farms are nothing to worry about. There are several farms in their family, in the north, in the south, in the central plains, and even in the northwest and southwest. As long as Jourong wants one farm for them, it's just a matter of one sentence. What he really cares about is the ownership of this community. Well, in the whole community, my parents have nothing to do at home. It's going to find a job for them and collect rent every day. Of course, I'm actually lazy, so it's best for the community to rely on you under the name of the company, property, and so on. I still need your help to solve it. Looking at Su Jibin, Jourong also started talking with a smile. In this matter, although I say that I am the head of the contemporary patriarch, I can't estimate the owner. Mr. Zhuo, wait for me first. Hearing what Jourong said, Su Jibin also hesitated, and after following Jourong's words, he went outside to make a phone call. After about 10 minutes, Su Jibin came back, and it seemed that he convinced the rest of his family. Mr. Zhuo, you are indeed young and promising. Our family agrees to your proposal. Facing Jourong, Su Jibin looked at him and said seriously, "Okay." Looking at Su Jibin's appearance, Jourong also smiled, and it would save trouble if he agreed. The next thing to do is simple. First sign a contract, Jourong exchanged 60 pink diamonds for 200 million in cash, all the rights to the Sushi Tingyuan community, and a farm, Jourong's favorite. But there's no way to see the land now, so we can only wait until after the transaction. After the contract was signed, Jourong also paid 60 pink diamonds, and the 200 million cash was deposited into Jourong's account immediately, and then he went to handle the real estate transfer. Generally speaking, it is very troublesome to process real estate transfer. First of all, the seller needs to provide legal documents, including certificates, and other documents. Then sign a contract in triplicate, one for each person, and then another copy for the real estate bureau. Then they jointly apply to the real estate transaction management department and accept the review. This mainly depends on whether the real estate has a loan, whether it has been untied, and whether the seller has property rights and so on. After there are no problems, the deed will be signed, and then taxes and fees will be paid, and the procedures for property transfer and transfer will be handled. Generally speaking, buying a house will take about 20 days for these procedures alone. But Zhuo didn't need to be so troublesome, because those 20 days were for the individual. For the Su family, it was not too troublesome. After confirming the deal, Zhuo and Su Jibin went to their law firm under the Su family, where Zhuo signed the letter all morning, and Su Jibin ordered takeout for lunch and ate at this law firm. Of course, said it is takeaway, but in fact, this is the city where Zhuo and the others are located. The famous seafood restaurant makes it now, and it costs a lot. After confirming that there was no problem, Zhuo followed Su Jibin to the real estate transaction center in the afternoon, and then the people at the real estate transaction center also changed the names of the heads of households in Su's Tianyuan community to Zhuo in batches at the first time. The D-tax and the like are paid by Su Jibin, so there's no need for Zhuo to worry about this. When Zhuo came out of the real estate transaction center at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he had already carried 2 big bags of real estate certificates in his hands. There were more than 700 sets of real estate certificates, which was quite a lot. If his physical fitness had been strengthened by the body modification potion, he might not even be able to lift such a heavy object. But to be honest, he felt a strong sense of unreality at this moment. Yesterday, I was still an ordinary hanging silk, but today, I became a billionaire. This kind of change is really too exaggerated. Mr. Zhuo, congratulations. By the way, Mr. Zhuo is fine tonight. I'll be the host. Let's go eat something and talk about the farm, by the way. Looking at Zhuo who was silent beside him, Su Jibin also looked at Zhuo asked. Then, trouble Mr. Su. Zhuo knew that although he exchanged 60 diamonds for so many things this time, in fact, he was losing money. Of course, the real self will never lose money at the price of diamonds in the system. He could buy these pink diamonds as glass balls. However, it was obvious that Su Jibin had indeed made a lot of money, as mentioned earlier. This community is only worth 11.5 billion based on the construction area. Even if additional conditions are added, it will end at about 12 billion, plus the 200 million cash requested by Zhuo. It's only 12.2 billion, and Zhuo lost $1 billion AS for the farms that have not yet been obtained. It is even less of a problem. Now it's only a small amount of land in rural areas, and you can't spend $1 billion yuan on land in a province that SO in this business. Su Jibin definitely made some money, and he made a lot of money. Of course, generally speaking, it's a win-win situation. After all, Zhuo's pink diamonds were only exchanged for a piece of fish. There's no mistake in the use of quantifiers. A fish is worth thousands of dollars, and hundreds of them are worth one piece. As for the farm, does Mr. Zhuo have any promising locations? As Zhuo got into Su Jibin's car with the real estate certificate, Su Jibin also asked Zhuo that he had made a lot of money in this business, so he was naturally responsible to the end. The location, it's best to be near here. It's convenient for me to come back. If there are mountains and fields, you can raise pigs, cattle, sheep, and grow fruits and grains. It's better not too far from the sea, because I usually like to fish. After hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo also made his request. Don't look at Zhuo's request, but in fact, there's not much request, at least from Su Jibin's perspective. He pondered for a while, and felt that he had a manor under his family name, which met Zhuo's request. There's indeed a manor under our family name that meets your requirements. Originally, that piece of land was intended to be developed as a tourist area, but then the local court stopped it, and has not been moved. It basically meets your requirements. Do you have time tomorrow? I'll take you to have a look. Hearing what Zhuo said, Su Jibin also spoke to Zhuo. If you have time, of course you can. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo also nodded his head. As far as he was concerned, he had nothing to do now, and naturally there was no problem going to see his future manor. Hearing what Zhuo said, Su Jibin also smiled and set the time. That night, what Zhuo ate was actually not very happy. Of course, it had nothing to do with Su Jibin's treat, but he just remembered the future food he ate last night, and the current food would indeed taste worse. Phew, but he still ate some. He had something to do tomorrow, and they didn't drink tonight. After 8 o'clock, Zhuo went home. When he returned home and put the 2 big bags of real estate certificates at home, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Sure enough, life still needs to be equipped with a system. In the past 28 years, I didn't feel as comfortable as these 2 days. I'm going to see the farm tomorrow. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with it. I'll go home the day after tomorrow and bring back the real estate certificate and so on to my parents so that they don't have to worry about my affairs anymore. Then I can build a farm and go fishing at the same time. Gone. Looking at the ceiling, Zhuo's mind had already flown to the surface of the sea. After all, he has too many things he wants to get. With this online store that connects to the future, Zhuo doesn't say he wants to be the richest man in the world and help the world move forward, but at least Zhuo will live the life he wants in the future. There must be nothing wrong with this. Having nothing to say all night, Zhuo fell asleep after taking a shower. The next day came a blink of an eye, and Zhuo got up early the next morning to cook porridge. I have to say that the rice in the future is really delicious. It tastes soft, elastic, and waxy, but it is not sticky or sticky. Quite invincible in terms of aspects, and it tastes really delicious. After having a delicious breakfast, Su Jibin from here also came. Compared to Su Jibin with the driver yesterday, today it is only him. This is mainly related to the occasion and the car you drive. Yesterday was a formal occasion to sign a contract, so Su Jibin took a Bentley Continental, but today was a private invitation, so Su Jibin drove a big G himself. After getting into the car, Su Jibin also talked to Zhuo while driving towards the farm. Mr. Zhuo, why do you want a farm? I thought you wanted an office building or something. After the two had chatted for a while, Su Jibin also curiously asked what Zhuo wanted to do on the farm. After all, it is different in China and abroad. Even if he's a farmer in China, his status is not too high. It is related to the policy of the landlord. After all, the landlord's business is basically linked to Lao Kai and will be overthrown. Therefore, when young people have money, the first thing they think of is not to rent land in the countryside. Especially Zhuo is a person who has lived in the city since he was a child. For a young man like this, the first thought after getting money must be to start a company. Oh, it's okay. I just feel that the pace of the city is too fast. It's not bad to set up a farm by yourself and live a slow life. Not to mention that I don't lack money. Zhuo really has the capital to say that. After all, he can get resources worth several trillions, tens of trillions, or hundreds of trillions from the future world at any time. Money is nothing to him. Of course, it refers to the present world and the future world. Money is still quite valuable, and he only has a few 100,000 now. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and seeing Nanshan leisurely. Hey, in fact, sometimes I want to live such a life, Mr. Zhuo. What a wonderful mood. Hearing Zhuo's words, Su Jibin also sighed and said with some emotion that he's actually telling the truth. In his position, sometimes it is really tiring. It's okay. You can come to my place when you have time in the future. I think you will be pleasantly surprised when the time comes. But speaking of the poem you said, I remembered a joke. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo also laughed and said, "What joke?" Listening to Zhuo's words, although Su Jibin didn't take Zhuo's surprise seriously, he still asked. Just from this poem, it can be seen that Tao Yuanming should have a squint in one eye. Why do you say that? Because he can pick the chrysanthemums in the east while still seeing the mountains in the south with the other eye. Ah, it's so cold, Mr. Zhuo. According to my daughter's words, this cold joke of yours is so cold. Squint, huh? As Zhuo and Su Jibin talked and laughed, they soon came to the manor Su Jibin mentioned. When Zhuo came here, he realized that the manor Su Jibin mentioned may be a small place. This is actually not a manor anymore. It should be considered a large farm. The whole piece of land covers a total of 10 square kilometers. It has a total of 15,000 mu of land, 10,000 mu of fertile land, and 5,000 mu of mountainous land. The two small hills here are all included in this piece of land. The fence here was built by me. If Mr. Zhuo moves in, there's no need to build it again, but it's not too far from the beach. It's 3 kilometers away. We plan to build a resort at the beginning, so we build a road here. Although it's just an ordinary cement road, it's convenient to go to the beach. There's an abandoned small pier was also taken down by me, but it's not too far from the village. It takes about 20 minutes to walk and 5 minutes to drive. It's not too far to go back to the city. It's only more than 120 kilometers, an hour's drive. As the car reached the ground, After Su Zhibin opened the gate of the manor, he also drove in and introduced to Zhuo to this moment. In Zhuo eyes, the area in front of him is a bare wild land, and on the hill in the distance there are two bare hills. If you stand on the hills, you should be able to see them. The sea is 3 kilometers away. In this area, Su Zhibin and the others dug a small river on purpose. The small river is about 1 meter deep and occupies the entire area of this time. On the side near the gate, there's another large villa that has already been built. This big villa has 3 floors in total, and each floor seems to be about 1,000 square meters. In other words, this 3-story big villa has 3,000 square meters of ground floor alone that I don't know what decoration is inside, but it's definitely not bad. While Su Zhibin was introducing them, their car also drove to the asphalt-paved parking lot in front of the big villa. Looking at the villa in front of him, Su Zhibin also felt a little emotional. Originally, we planned to build 12 villas like this, and then make the landscaping better, and then turn it into a villa-type resort. But unfortunately, the Imperial Court requested that the cultivated land not be destroyed, and no approval was given. There's a lot of construction land, so we can only shelve this plan, but we've already signed a land contract, so we can only leave it like this for now. Mr. Zhua, take a look here. Okay, that's great. I'm quite satisfied. Looking at this piece of land, Zhuo also nodded his head. He is very satisfied with this place. After confirming that there was no problem here, Zhuo also signed a contract with Su Zhibin. It has to be said that the Su family is indeed not an ordinary family. Because of this kind of land, Zhuo has learned before that the rent is generally settled within 30 years. But the Su family signed a contract of 70 years according to the requirements of the forest land. And this contract only came into effect last year. So Zhuo doesn't have to worry about land rent. And the contract also stated that after the expiration of 70 years, there's still the priority to renew the lease. So Zhuo doesn't have to worry about that. After confirming the contract and the title deed were all right, Zhuo signed a contract directly with Su Zhibin. As for the furniture and electrical appliances in the big villa, Zhuo was not in a hurry to buy them. There's no need to buy a modern one. Sitting in Su Zhibin's car, Zhuo returned to the city and then went to the law firm to sign a contract. Once the contract was obtained, the transaction between Zhuo and Su Zhibin was completely completed. However, Su Zhibin also intends to make friends with Zhuo, and the relationship between the two cannot be broken. After everything was settled, Zhuo also called his parents that night and told them not to go out tomorrow. Then the next day, Zhuo bought some fruits from the future website, some rice, some meat. After everything was done, Zhuo took a taxi and drove towards his house. While sitting in the car, Zhuo was also thinking about whether to buy a car. After all, if he goes to the manor, it will be very troublesome no matter where he goes in the future. It will be much easier to have a car, and he still has 200 million soft sister coins with him. So he can afford to buy any car he wants, but as soon as the idea came up, Zhuo thought of the future website. I can buy the car of the future. Why should I buy the car of the present? Thinking of this, Zhuo directly opened the website regardless of whether he was in a taxi. Anyway, he was the only one who could see the existence of the website, and then directly search for cars on the website. But to his surprise, he searched for the car, but found nothing, which made Zhuo a little confused. Master, cars will be completely eliminated from the market in 200 years. The current mainstream personal transportation tools on the website are actually personal ground air equipment. That is, spaceships, the kind that can break through the atmosphere, and cars are used for short-distance transportation. Has been eliminated. When Zhuo checked the information about the car and couldn't find it, Xiaozhua here also popped up at this time and told Zhuo that the car had been eliminated. As for Xiaozhua now, he already knows the problems of Zhuo's era. This is also what Zhuo told it, because Zhuo was thinking that since Xiaozhua came from the future, there should be a detailed introduction of this era. When Zhuo goes to buy stocks, speculate in real estate, and so on, it can be said that there will be no disadvantages. After all, it is an open book for him to consider. However, Xiaozhua told Zhuo that there is no history about Zhuo's period in the future. There seems to be a gap of 300 years in the middle because at that time, it seemed that an alien army invaded the Earth, and it was only then that human beings began to climb the technological tree rapidly. But there's not much information about Zhuo's E or A.So for Zhuo. It can only be a pity. But now Xiaozhua is not idle. He is helping Rong to speculate in stocks. For Xiaozhua, everything on the internet is transparent. So he's very clear about whether the company's policies will increase or not. The 200 million I got the day before yesterday, after Zhuo gave the money, invested in the stock market tomorrow, and it has already risen by 10% in the evening. 200 million has become 220 million, and today's figure is still rising, and the speed can be described as extremely fast, judging from this rate. It should rise to 242 million today and 266.2 million tomorrow. It will rise to 420 million a week, and it will rise to 3.8 billion in a month. Zhuo is quite confident in Xiaozhua. Well, the topic is a bit far away. If there's no car, how can I replace it? I can't still drive a car in this world. Looking at the website in front of him, Zhuo muttered in his mind. Master, it's actually very easy. Otherwise, you can buy a car of this era, and then I'll help you modify it. But I can only modify the software. In terms of hardware, such as steel strength, I can modify it. No, or find a ground and air equipment department and ask them to order a car for you. And then I will add the car to the world's network for you, making it a legal vehicle that can be inspected annually. Hearing what Zhuo said, Xiaozhua here also gave 2 solutions. Zhuo is naturally unwilling to choose the first option, but he can choose the second option. But this has to wait until I come back from my parents' house. While Zhuo was researching the car, the taxi had already parked downstairs in Zhuo's residential area, and then Zhuo returned home with all his belongings. When Zhuo went upstairs and opened the door, Zhuo's parents were shocked, thinking that Zhuo was going to move because he came in with 6 big bags. Oh, what are you doing, kid? Was kicked out by the landlord. Looking at Zhuo's mother asked in shock. No, it's not mine, it's for you. Hearing what his mother said, Zhuo also smiled and replied, then took these things into the house, and then started to take things out. As Zhuo, when his parents saw that Zhuo had bought so many things, they were also puzzled. What does it mean that Zhuo brought back watermelon and fruit for himself? And this rice, this meat, what's the matter? Although these things look good, it seems that there's no need to take them home. However, despite some doubts in their hearts, Zhuo's parents still didn't ask, but just helped Zhuo take out all the things, and these things filled the table. Then Zhuo wiped off his sweat and sat down opposite his parents. Dad, Mom, don't be too surprised by what I'm going to tell you later. Looking at his parents, Zhuo said to them with a serious face. What are you kidding me about? Your dad and I have seen many storms in my life. If there's anything that surprises me, I will say anything and fart. Hearing Zhuo's words, his father couldn't help looking at him with contempt and began to speak. Your son have made money. Nonsense, haven't you been working outside for 6 years, just playing? Bye-bye glanced at Zhuo, and Zhuo's mother also said something beside him. It's not the money for work, but the real big money. Your son have earned more than 10 billion yuan. While talking, Zhuo lifted the 2 bags that had not been opened to the table, and then put the bags together when it was opened. 2 large packages of red real estate title certificates were also exposed to the air. Looking at this scene, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. Son, I know you're under a lot of pressure at work, but what's your situation? How about I take you to see a psychiatrist? After hearing what Zhuo said, Zhuo's parents didn't look at the real estate title certificate that Zhuo brought up for the first time, but looked at Zhuo with some worry. No, I really made money, more than 10 billion, so I bought the Sue's Pavilion Garden for you. The entire Sue's Pavilion Garden. Seeing the worried eyes of his parents, Zhuo couldn't laugh or cry. However, he still took out these real estate title certificates and placed them in front of his parents. When they saw the real estate title certificates, Zhuo's parents were also dumbfounded. Zhuo's home also has a real estate certificate, so they've seen the real estate certificate. When they saw this thing, they felt their heads were a little dazed. Hey, old lady, go and get our real estate certificate and compare it. Tactical leaned back. It was obvious to Zhuo's father that his son's chances of making false certificates were actually higher than his. The probability of more than 10 billion is even greater. Hey, hearing what Zhuo Rong's father said, Zhuo Rong's mother also stood up immediately, went to the middle of the room, and went to get the real estate certificate. Seeing the appearance of the two elders, Zhuo Rong was even more dumbfounded. What is this all about? But he didn't stop them because if they don't believe in this kind of thing, then it's useless for him to say anything, instead of letting them toss about it like this. The next thing was Zhuo Rong's parents tossing around. They first compared the difference between these real estate certificates and their own. Ask the owners of these houses as a result. After learning that these houses really belonged to Zhuo Rong, the eyes of the two elders became confused, and then they looked at Zhuo Rong with doubts. Son, although our family doesn't have much money, don't do anything illegal. After thinking for a while, Zhuo Rong's mother said worriedly, what are you thinking? Does your son have guts? The money comes from the right sources. Seeing his mother's worried eyes, Zhuo Rong was also speechless. Really? Then where did you say the money came from? Looking at Zhuo Rong, his father also asked with a look of disbelief. Do you know digital currency? I actually bought 1,000 yuan quietly when I was in my freshman year. At that time, it was 1/3 more than 1,000 yuan. I bought a total of 30,000. Then, not long ago, one of these digital coins has risen to 420,000, so I sold them all. In addition to paying some taxes, there's still 12 billion left in total. I think it is not good to keep all this money in my hands. I exchanged 11.8 billion of them for a house, and then I still have 200 million in cash on hand. Zhuo Rong had already researched this statement when he wanted to have a showdown with his parents. Although this statement is full of loopholes, after all, Zhuo Rong's parents are also in their 50s and they don't understand it, so basically they believed what Zhuo Rong said. After learning that Zhuo Rong really used the right way to earn 12 billion and bought more than 700 houses, Zhuo Rong's parents blushed, thanks to the fact that they don't have heart disease, otherwise Zhuo Rong would be afraid they turned over excitedly. Even so, they calmed down for about 15 minutes before the flushing on their faces subsided, and after they subsided, their eyes began to glow. Suze Tingyuan, I've heard of this community, it's the best community here, but didn't you say that the houses in that community are not for sale? How did you get it? The biggest wish of Zhuo Rong's parents in this life is to watch Zhuo Rong grow up, marry a wife, and have children, and use the savings of 2 generations to buy a small house to live on. But who knows, suddenly, his son overfulfilled the task. More than 700 houses, my God, they didn't even dare to think about it before. The person who bought my digital currency is the owner of Sue's Garden Pavilion, so he sold the whole package to me. Normally, we don't need to worry about management and the like. Their property will continue to cooperate. All you have to do is to have nothing to do, go and look at the vacant houses, and then collect the rent. It will be my money for your retirement. Looking at the parents in front of him, Zhuo Rong also smiled and said, Rent? How much is the rent? As soon as he heard about the money, Zhuo Rong's mother came up and asked with a happy face. There are 2 flat floor buildings here, with a total of 66 households. The rent for each house is 30,000 yuan, but I'm thinking about setting aside 2 houses, one for you to live in and one for me to live in. There are also 8 5-bedroom and 1 living houses. One unit has 2 sets, a total of 528 sets, and the rent for 1 set is 12,000. There are 2 high-rise buildings facing the street outside. The first to third floors are commercial services. The contracts are all until the end of this year. The houses on the upper floor are of different sizes. There are 2-room and 3-room houses, a total of 136 units, with an average rent of 6,000. Hearing what his mother said, Zhuo Rong also talked about the rent of this community. According to what Zhuo Rong said, when a monthly rent is full, the rent is more than 9.11 million. Of course, this date is unlikely, but if you count the commercial services that need to be repaid due next year, the monthly rent is about 10 million. When they heard that Zhuo Rong gave them 10 million yuan a month, Zhuo Rong's parents began to retreat tactically again. This figure was a bit too exaggerated. Otherwise, just rent it out and forget it. Your dad and I live here very well. If you want to stay, you can keep one for yourself. It will be convenient for you to get married and so on. After a while, Zhuo Rong's mother spoke. Hearing what his mother said, Zhuo Rong also shook his head with a smile. Mom, you don't have to worry about my problems. Your son is now more than 10 billion. Will he worry about not being able to find a wife? There's a reason for telling you to live here. Although there are many old neighbors in our community, after all, the safety factor is not high. Rich people, in addition to keeping a low profile, we still need to pay attention. As for me, this is another thing I want to tell you. Looking at his parents, Zhuo Rong also stood up at this time, and after putting the real estate certificates on the sofa next to him, he also went to the kitchen, took a knife, and then cut the watermelon, although said that Zhuo Rong had already eaten a watermelon in the past 2 days. But when he cut the watermelon, he smelled the scent of the watermelon, and some index fingers moved. As for his parents, after smelling the smell, they were also dumbfounded. Watermelon, except for those who were born with allergies, almost no one has not eaten it. But when Zhuo Rong's parents took the first bite, they felt that their life was wasted. This watermelon is so delicious. It's outrageously delicious. A watermelon weighs 5 caddies, and Zhuo Rong's family of 3 will eat it up without bloodshed. After eating the watermelon, they naturally set their sights on other fruits. Well, Zhuo Rong originally thought about making rice and beef for his parents at noon, but now it seems unnecessary. Let's talk about it at night. Eating fruit at noon should make you full. Then, it was the time when Zhuo Rong's parents' worldview continued to collapse. The deliciousness of these fruits really surpassed their cognition. They never thought that the fruits are so delicious. They have also been to Nanyun and South China Sea. They thought that the fruits, they're already the most delicious. It's delicious. But today, when they ate the fruit brought back by Zhuo Rong, they knew what it means to be someone beyond the human. There's a sky beyond the sky, and there are mountains beyond the mountains. Compared with the fruits Zhuo Rong brought back, the fruits I ate before are just rubbish. Son, where did you buy these fruits? After eating the last cherries, Zhuo Rong's father said with emotion, You can't buy these fruits. This is what I want to tell you. I have a piece of land to plant these fruits. I also specially made the rice over there. We could try it at night. You will definitely be shocked. Looking at his father, who was still full of ideas, Zhuo Rong smiled and said what he was going to do, and when he heard that Zhuo Rong was going to farm, his parents were worried. Son, how much money can you earn from this kind of fruit? And in the village, it will not be easy for you to find a girlfriend in the future. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Zhuo Rong's mother began to worry again. Hey, I have to say that mothers like to worry. This is after Zhuo Rong has already given them more than 10 billion. If Zhuo Rong has no money, if they directly said that they were going to farm and grow fruits, they probably didn't just worry about it. Don't worry, Mom. I don't think it's a big problem to sell the watermelon you eat for 300 caddy. After all, black-skinned watermelons are so unpalatable, and it costs nearly 2,000 per caddy. I shouldn't be able to sell it for 300. Question, 1 mu of land can produce about 10,000 caddies of watermelons, which is 3 million. I have a total of 15,000 mu of land over there. Even if I grow the cheapest watermelons, the annual income is estimated to be 100,000. 450 billion. Rubbing his chin, Zhuo Rong counted in a low voice that of course he can't just grow watermelons, cherries, grapes, rice, and everything that Rong can grow. According to Xiao Zhuo's words, it shouldn't be a problem for this farm to have an annual income of over 100 billion yuan. Big. Well, this is indeed a bit too scary, and these things of Zhuo Rong are not afraid of being learned by others because others can't learn them at all. His seeds are all bought from the future, and others can't grow them if they steal them, so only he can earn this money. Looking at Zhuo Rong's understatement, he can earn tens of billions a year. In the past, Zhuo Rong's parents would have 1 million people who didn't believe it, but now they can't be tolerated. Confidence. But they have confidence in these fruits. These fruits are indeed delicious. Then, well, the child is grown up. We will listen to you. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Zhuo Rong's father also said hesitantly, whether it works or not, you have to try Zhuo Rong, and even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. After all, Zhuo Rong's more than 10 billion real estate is being photographed here. What will happen in this life? No, the next life, and even there's Iji. If there's no prodigal guy, you should have no need to worry about life problems for generations to come. Seeing that his parents were not so conflicted, Zhuo Rong also smiled. By the way, Dad, what kind of car do you like? I'll give you a car. After deciding to go to the village, Zhuo Rong also thought about buying a car. He really needed a high-tech car, but his father didn't need it. Zhuo Rong could just build one for his father. When Zhuo Rong said he wanted to buy a car for himself, Zhuo Rong's father was also very moved. Zhuo Rong's father took the driver's license test more than 10 years ago. Normally, I can only borrow a car from a colleague or a friend, and I am addicted to it. Now that his son is promising and he wants to buy a car for him, the corner of his mouth splits instantly. Your dad will not retire until several years ago, and he still has to go to work. You buy him a car, he drives it to work, and then he loses it. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Zhuo Rong's dad was very upset, excited, but Zhuo Rong shook his head, ready to pass the proposal AS for Zhuo Rong's mother's claim that the car would be lost. That's true. It seems that the son of his mother's former colleague lost his car because he lent his car to others the year before last. Of course, the insurance company lost a lot of money in the end, and the person who borrowed the car also paid for the rest. Yes, didn't lose money, but it was really annoying. Don't worry, it's not so easy to lose a car now. But losing the car is embarrassing for others. Zhuo Rong has Xiao Zhuo, and if he wants to steal his things, it will be difficult. Then, well, look at buying him one. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Zhuo Rong's mother stopped insisting, and then Zhuo Rong sat on the sofa with his father and took check the car model on the phone. People like Zhuo Rong's father's age actually have a deep obsession with BBA. Officials especially like Audi, otherwise they would not call this kind of car an official car before. Young people or girls like BMW very much, and Zhuo Rong's father likes Mercedes-Benz very much. The big Mercedes is a symbol of a man to his father. And you can also buy big G or SUVs. It has to be a sedan, otherwise you won't show your identity. Originally, his father had his eyes on a car, a Mercedes-Benz A, which cost more than 200,000 yuan, but with Zhuo Rong around, how could he let his father drive such a car? Maybach. But even so, what Zhuo Rong is looking at is a Mercedes-Benz S-AMG, with a top configuration of 3.07 million and a total of 3.42 million. Xiao Zhuo can give Zhuo Rong a fraction of what he earns in the stock market today. Bought it, so there's no need to save the money. After confirming the car, Zhuo Rong also called the dealer here. After confirming that there was a car available, Zhuo Rong took his father and his mother to the 4S shop the next day and started it directly. For the next few days, Zhuo Rong was very busy. The next day, he took his father and mother to buy a car, but it took a whole day. On the third day, he took his father and his mother to Su's Pavilion Garden. After showing the real estate certificate there, the attitude of the real estate here was very good. It was obvious that Su Jibing had already said hello. Every month's rent will go to Zhuo Rong's mother's card. At the same time, Zhuo Rong also kept the two top floor flats instead of renting them. The top floor of this large flat floor is a 1.5 apartment type. That is to say, in addition to the first floor, half of the roof of the top floor belongs to the head of the household on this floor. Zhuo Rong asked for a swimming pool on the top floor, while his parents asked for a sunroom on the top floor. They want to grow some flowers and plants here when they were free, and then come here to play mahjong and drink tea when they were free. This day is really beautiful. Then his parents would go here from time to time to check the situation of the property, and so on down on the 4th and 5th days. Zhuo Rong stayed at home for 2 days as a filial piety. At the same time, he also moved the house. In fact, there's nothing to take from the house he lives in now. After simply picking up some clothes, he returned the house. The landlord was very particular, so he came to check and accept it. After there were no problems, he returned the deposit to Zhuo Rong. In a few days. After Zhuo Rong finished the situation here, he was also ready to leave. In the early morning of the 6th day, he put a lot of meat, rice, and a lot of fruit in the house from the future, and then took a taxi and came to his manor, but he didn't come back for a week. And when he came back, he felt like he liked it even more. Let's decorate a new home. Xiao Zhuo the blueprint. Walking into his own villa, Zhuo Rong also spoke to Xiao Zhuo. Okay, master. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Xiao Zhuo also used his microbrain to construct a perfect design in front of Zhuo Rong's eyes. Of course, these things must be bought from the future. I have to say that there are indeed too many high-tech things in the future. Water heater, this kind of high-end water heater is amazing. It is a 360-degree clean water heater. You can't see the nozzle of the shower, and it will automatically recognize the position of the face so that the water will not enter the face. Intelligent control warm, it doesn't need to burn like an electric water heater, and it doesn't need to be ignited like a gas water heater. The rumbling is quite scary. The power supply inside this water heater uses a nuclear fission battery, and the metal on the outside of the entire water heater is a metal made of space materials, and it is estimated that it will not be damaged within 100 years. The TV is 4 things the size of a USB flash drive. When these 4 TVs are turned on, these 4 things the size of a USB flash drive will project a pure 3D image, which is a real immersive experience. Among them is not the kind seen in TV theaters. The resolution is higher than what human eyes can see, and it is even higher definition. You can even see the hair tips and the skin on the face of the person with the computer on the TV. Sofas, beds, and chairs are all ergonomic and self-adjusting chairs. Just like the name, these furniture, when people sit on them, will be according to the height, shortness, fatness, thinness, lightness, weight, and habits of the person, as well as physical injuries and other self-regulation, and these things are particularly comfortable to sleep on. The electrical appliances in the kitchen are also of the same high technology. The rice cooker can cook automatically, while it's connected to the water pipe, and rice is placed on the side. If several people eat, it will cook for several people by itself, automatically drain water, automatically wash rice, and automatically cooking. Frying pans and stoves can also automatically control the flame and turn the spoon automatically. Apart from a need for a person to put it down, nothing is needed. This is much more than the fully automatic cooking machine Yo 13. However, according to Xiao Zhuo's words, in fact, the dishes made by these home appliances are basically the same as those made by ordinary first-level and second-level chefs, and biochemical people can achieve a level of super chefs. So Zhuo Rong is better off saving the money first, and then buying the sideboard. Hundreds of thousands of fish selling money. Originally, Zhuo Rong thought it was quite a lot, but when he started to buy all kinds of things, purchase. At that time, he found that the money was not enough that I thought about buying a car at first. But now it seems that I have no chance, because after he bought the furniture, home appliances, and the like in his home, he actually had no money. Of course, this was mainly for his master bedroom and living room, and the other rooms were not. Already spent almost all of my money. I have to say that enjoying this kind of thing is very expensive even after 1,000 years. Fortunately, he didn't only have one chance to make money. Since he had no more money, he was ready to start making money. After finishing on the 6th day, Zhuo Rong called Yuan Tianqing that night. When Yuan Tianqing heard that Zhuo Rong wanted to go fishing, he naturally wouldn't refuse. When 2 people go out to sea, they have to catch at least 35 caddies of black wings and yellow wings so as not to lose money, because it also includes fuel money, bait money, damage to the boat, and the like. However, if someone charters a boat, then you only need to provide oil and bait yourself. Zhuo Rong chartered a boat for 1,200 yuan, and 200 yuan for oil and bait is enough, and the remaining 1,000 yuan is enough. This kind of money is much better than going fishing. As soon as Zhuo Rong said that he was going to go to sea, Yuan Tianqing immediately checked the sea conditions tomorrow. There was no typhoon, no rainstorm, no undercurrent, quite perfect. No problem, Lao Zhuo, let's go to your house to pick you up at 4:30. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing also said happily, Old Yuan, I have moved. I am now in Linquan village. I have built a manor here. Although there is nothing left, I am here now. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also smiled and talked about his current position. Damn, Linquan village? I'm from Linquan village. Have you moved here? Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing was stunned. Well, Zhuo Rong said why it sounded familiar to him when he heard about this village. It was mentioned by Yuan Tianqing before. Yeah, I made a small fortune recently, so I'm going to transform into farming and animal husbandry. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuo Rong didn't hide his thoughts. Farming and animal husbandry are really good. We have cattle in our village. Beef is quite expensive now. You can have this. I'm out now, and I'm not going back. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Hearing that Zhuo was going to raise cattle, Yuan Tianqing said happily that his old classmate became his neighbor, which is indeed a very happy thing that as for Yuan Tianqing. Zhuo naturally did not have any malice. After hanging up the phone, he transferred the 1,500 yuan to Yuan Tianqing. The first time it was cheap was because of favors, but favors can't always be used. Master, if you want to mainly sell wild fish in the future, I recommend you to buy fishing rods and baits from the website. Just when Zhuo hung up the phone and was about to go to bed, Xiao Zhuo suddenly spoke. What? Will the fishing rod be better in the future? Speaking of fishing, Zhuo also knows something. The best fishing rod at present should be a carbon rod, which is light and tough. As for whether it's hard or not, it depends on the tonality. He really hasn't paid attention to the posts on the future website. According to the host's current timeline thousands of years ago, during the Song Dynasty, people still mainly fished with bamboo poles. Compared with the fishing tackle after 1,000 years, the fishing poles at this time are not even as good as bamboo poles. Hearing Zhuo words, Xiao Zhuo also explained beside him. Is it so awesome? Then I have to take a look. Hearing what Xiao Zhuo said, Zhuo also searched for fishing tackle on the website, and soon he found a company selling fishing rods. The sales volume of this fishing rod was very high, but the price of fishing rods was not high. This is a shop that specializes in selling sea poles. The most expensive set of sea poles cost more than 1,000 yuan, and the cheap ones cost more than 200 yuan, 300 yuan, and 100 yuan. The future sea poles will not change too much. The fishing rod is still the same, but the shape has changed slightly to be more futuristic. The runner has become a motor that is often used in deep sea. According to the introduction of this runner, the maximum horsepower can pull 20 tons of fish. Well, Zhuo is not going to fish for whales. 20 tons, what the hell? And when he saw the matching fishing line and rod, he felt that whale fishing is actually possible. According to the introduction on this website, the weight of this fishing rod is only 30 grams, and the weight of the electric wheel is only 10 grams. All of them are super metal alloys, and the tonality is XF super fast. The fishing rod can catch items weighing up to 100 tons. Here we're talking about the air conditioner, which can be lifted directly on the land instead of slipping in the sea. The matching fishing line is 0.8 line with a pulling force of 60 tons. Even if Zhuo catches a boat, this line will not break. Looking at this introduction, Zhuo was a little dazed. He knew that this platform was tested by the system, so there was no false label problem. That said, this thing is real. Exaggerate, muttering in a low voice, Zhuo put several cheaper sea rods of his shop in his favorites. Of course, there are also accessories, fishing hooks, scissors, tickets, fishing rod bags, fishing boxes. Of course, there's the most important bait. Zhuo also found some bait on the internet according to Xiao Zhuo's statement. There is a bait called magic bug, which is a simulated fake bait. It is not harmful to people or fish. It is really edible, and it will move by itself, but the body exudes a smell that is much more fragrant than real bait. If you use the current bait to go fishing in the Song Dynasty, there will be no disadvantages in the same way. Using future bait to catch the current fish, the effect is estimated to be not bad, so Zhuo also bought a lot of bait. This time, after the checkout, the original balance of more than 100,000 yuan is only 1,000 yuan. Too many. This is what Zhuo left just in case. I hope there will be a good harvest tomorrow. With a whisper, Zhuo also went to be idiot in the blink of an eye. It was 3 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and it was still pitch black outside, and you couldn't see your fingers. If Zhuo hadn't gotten used to eating the rice he made by himself in the past few days, he couldn't eat other rice, and he wouldn't have gotten up. When he made the porridge here and finished his meal, his cell phone rang, and Yuan Tianqing had already arrived, and then Zhuo walked out of the house with the fishing gear he bought to the gate. Zhuo saw a shocked Yuan Tianqing. Isn't this piece of land sold to the Su family? How did it become yours? As a villager in Lingquan village, Yuan Tianqing naturally knew that the land in the east of the village was sold to the Su family. When he came just now, he had some doubts, wondering if Zhuo had sent the wrong address, but now Zhuo is still there. Really go from here. Yes, it was sold to the Su family, and then the Su family sold it to me. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo also put his things in the trunk, and then said to Yuan Tianqing with a smile, Old Zhuo, have you been deceived? When the Su family bought this piece of land, it was actually for the development of a resort village, but in order to protect the cultivated land, the town here did not allow them to develop it. You can only grow food, fruit trees, fish, and so on. Looking at Zhuo, Yuan Tianqing, an old classmate, was still very particular. He hesitated for a while, and said to Zhuo, he was also afraid that Zhuo would be cheated if he didn't know what was going on. Don't worry, I know. I'm here to plant the land. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo also nodded. He is here to plant the land for the future. You? Farming? Don't be funny. After looking at Zhuo for a while, Yuan Tianqing said a little funny. Just like Zhuo, a city dweller who can't carry it on his shoulders or lift it with his hands, is still farming. He may not know that seeds need to be cultivated and germinated before they can be planted. Indeed, Zhuo does not know how to farm, but he still has Xiao Zhuo, and there are many automatic planting machines on the website. He is just short of money now. Just wait and see now, let's go fishing. Looking at Yuan Tianqing's disbelief in his eyes, Zhuo also prepared that facts speak louder than words. Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo waved his hand and set off. Hearing what Zhuo said, Yuan Tianqing stopped persuading him. He was not very optimistic about Zhuo, but in many cases, the most taboo thing was to talk lightly. He and Zhuo were indeed classmates in junior high and high school. But at that time, the two of them didn't have a particularly strong relationship. At most, they played basketball together and went to internet cafes together. IT is better than the average classmates, but is worse than the iron buddies. Now that I have mentioned it, as for the result, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianqing kicked the gas pedal and dragged Zhuo to the pier. When he went there, he also told Zhuo that Zhuo didn't have a car, otherwise he could actually drive to the old wharf, and he would pick him up by boat, which would be much faster. But without a car, it's only temporary. If you work hard today, Zhuo can order a car tonight. According to the future construction speed, Zhuo's time for one night should be almost the same, and then he could drive himself. The car went to the old pier. With this in mind, Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing also came to the city pier. They followed Yuan Tianqing into the boat with familiarity, and then Zhuo and Yuan Tianqing drove towards the vegetable fields that Yuan Tianqing knew, which were actually spots with fish at 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhuo and the others came to the first area, but this was not the oyster field and kelp field area he had been last time, but the oil well platform. According to Yuan Tianqing's words, there have been a lot of big fish here in the past few days. Go for it. As the nest material was thrown into the sea, Yuan Tianqing here also picked up his fishing gear and started to prepare, and at this time Zhuo also picked up his own fishing gear. When Zhuo opened the fishing rod box, Yuan Tianqing looked at the fishing rod in Zhuo's hand. Damn, Lao Zhuo, your fishing rod is handsome. Show me. Look, hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo also handed him the fishing rod inside, and then tied another line group. What the hell is it so light? After taking the fishing rod handed over by Zhuo, Yuan Tianqing was in a daze. The lightest rod he had ever played with should be a lure rod. Yes, a lure rod is actually the same. Can be used as a sea pole, but it's just that lure rods are more expensive on average. That fishing rod weighs more than 100 grams, not counting the wheel. In his opinion, it is already considered an extremely light rod, but compared with Zhuo's rod, it was so far away that he could hardly feel the weight of the rod while holding Zhuo's rod. If he hadn't actually held the fishing rod in his hand and knew that it wasn't made of paper, Yuan Tianqing would probably have thought the rod was fake. Of course, high-tech, there should be only a few in the world, and the materials used for space shuttles. Zhuo is not lying. The material of this kind of fishing rod, 200 years ago in the future, will indeed be used in spaceflight. Equipment used. Damn, no wonder it's so light. Isn't it cheap? Looking at the silver gray layer and the futuristic fishing rod, Yuan Tianqing asked cautiously. The one in your hand is more than 1 million. Zhuo Rong thought for a while and said more than 100 yuan. If Yuan Tianqing wants it, it will be troublesome. It's not that Zhuo Rong is reluctant, but the future. It's better not to let it out. When Zhuo Rong said this, Yuan Tianqing immediately returned the fishing rod to Zhuo Rong. More than 1 million to buy a fishing rod. Go crazy. If there's more than 1 million, he will go to the city to buy a house and pay the down payment, which is no better than buying fishing rod. But considering that Zhuo Rong even bought the land of the Su family, maybe this is just a fool with too much money. But thinking of this, he suddenly froze for a moment, because he remembered meeting Zhuo Rong's parents when he was in junior high school and high school. Almost. Why all of a sudden, Zhuo Rong could afford the Su family's land and millions of fishing rods? It shouldn't be. According to his understanding, although the land of the Su family was rented according to the maximum lease term of 70 years in the mountains, the price was real 200 yuan per mu, a total of 15,000 mu, 3 million a year, 210 million rand in 70 years. But it was a huge sensation at the time when it was directly paid to the village. The village used this money to repair all the land in the village. And by the way, all the dilapidated houses in the village were remodeled, which was extremely sensational at the time. Later, the Su family built fences there, built villas, and dug small rivers. They were very busy, let alone this piece of land. The Su family invested 300 to 400 million yuan, not 600 million yuan. It is impossible to give up this land, 600 million. Does Zhuo Rong have 600 million? If Zhuo Rong knew Yuan Tianqing's thoughts, he would tell Yuan Tianqing that it was not 600 million, but 1 billion. And the Su family invested not only 300 to 400 million, but instead, he invested nearly 800 million yuan. So although Su Jibin made money from Zhuo Rong, he didn't actually make a lot of it. Just when Yuan Tianqing was wondering how Zhuo Rong suddenly became rich, the fish hook that Zhuo Rong threw into the sea had already attracted the fish. This magic worm is indeed powerful. Before the hook sank to the bottom, there were already fish staring at the magic worm. When the hook fell to the bottom, Zhuo Rong's fishing rod suddenly bent. Just a sharp mouth. Seeing this, how could Zhuo Rong give a chance to spit out the bait? As soon as he stabbed, Zhuo Rong felt that he had caught the fish. Seeing this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing. Today is also a good start. Then he reeled in the line and observed the situation below the water. The current Zhuo Rong possesses the power of top-level human transformation and a fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line is something of the future. He doesn't need to be as careful as you want. Tianqing, he just needs to use the electric wheel to pull up 0.6 or 7 meters deep water, did not drag Zhuo Rong for too long. Not long after, a sea bass was pulled out of the water by Zhuo Rong as a wave swelled. And looking at this perch, Yuan Tianqing also temporarily forgot to study how Zhuo Rong got rich and looked at this fish in shock, but he knew there were sea bass here. But over the years, the biggest sea bass he had caught here weighed only 5 or 6 caddies, but the sea bass on Zhuo Rong now must weigh at least 10 caddies, the kind that can't be weighed by 11 or 2 caddies, and about 14 or 5 caddies. Although the sea bass was still struggling, Zhuo Rong didn't care about that, and raised the sea bass out of the water with a strong lift. When the sea bass fell in the boat, it was still struggling violently, and Zhuo Rong immediately put the fishing rod aside and held his hands with a towel. In fact, to avoid too much mucus on the fish, let yourself slide and press the fish onto the boat. Taking a look at the mouth of the fish, it was too fierce and swallowed it to death. So Zhuo Rong also burned the fishing line with ease, and then threw the fish into the live bin next to it. Bull, brother, such a big sea base, when is about to pay back? Hearing the sound of the live warehouse closing, Yuan Tianqing reacted at this time, patted Zhuo Rong, and gave a thumbs up at the same time. Needless to say, Zhuo Rong's luck is against the sky today. After hearing his words, Zhuo Rong also smiled. He knew that it wasn't about his skill and luck, but about his magic bug. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong opened the platform and took a look while tying a new fishing line. On the future website, the price of sea base is about 10,000 yuan per caddy. This one is worth at least tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. He already paid more than half of the money to buy a car. Of course, when Zhuo Rong came here today, his goal is not just to buy a car. He is also planning to do something big. Not only to buy a car, but also to save more money to furnish his high-tech villa, and then to buy seeds, machines, and of course, the most important thing, his expectations, his soul is cyborg. Anyway, whether it is the future or the reality, Zhuo Rong must grasp with both hands. And both hands must be firm. With the first sea bass hooked, the fish on Zhuo Rong's side never stopped. Basically, the magic worm is there when you go down. Maybe I've never eaten fish before. Why are such delicious insects so fragrant? So, I don't know if it's because of the magic bugs or the bait gathered, but the number of fish around here seems to have suddenly increased. Even Yuan Tianqing got a lot of fish, but Zhuo Rong has basically never stopped here. In addition to sea bass, Zhuo Rong also caught a lot of pike and mackerel. That it seems that this magic bug is much more attractive to predatory fish, barracuda, which is what we often call sea wolf. Mackerel is also called Spanish mackerel in Dombe. Of course, if you divide it carefully, you'll find that mackerel is different from barracuda. There are many types of these things. Spanish mackerel is actually blue-spotted mackerel. In addition, there are large-eared mackerel, Kang's mackerel, spotted mackerel, Korean mackerel, line mackerel, tuo mackerel, striped mackerel, etc. There's still more than a dozen of them. Now Zhuo Rong is mainly fishing for blue dots and conchshire, which are much bigger than sea wolves. The biggest mackerel weighs more than 100 caddies, which is a size that barracudas can't even grow. According to Zhuo Rong's aesthetics, these two kinds of fish are actually pretty good looking, slender, extremely fast, and the most important thing is that they're very fun to catch. Because these two fish are predatory fish, they're very powerful. But even if they encounter Zhuo Rong, even if they're unlucky, the thread will definitely not be broken, and the pole will not be a problem, and Zhuo Rong's physical fitness, it's even more recent. Only this kind of fish may have great strength, may not swallow the hook to death, bite too lightly, and cut off its own mouth to escape from the hook. However, it is not easy for such fish to have 2 or 3 out of 10. This has to be said to be caused by Zhuo Rong's inexperience. It didn't take long for Zhuo Rong to catch more than 30 fish, half of which were sea bass, and the rest were mackerel and pike, and the size is not small, each weighs 5 or 6 caddies. The biggest one is the sea bass that Zhuo Rong caught first, which weighs more than 10 caddies. Yuan Tianqing's boat was just an ordinary boat, he wasn't even a fishing boat. The 2 living warehouses were almost full at this time. The catch of more than 100 caddies of fish is quite terrifying. Originally, I was thinking about fishing for a day, but it turned out that the battle might be resolved this morning. After Yuan Tianqing threw another horse mackerel into the living bin, he couldn't help but look at the fish crowded below. Scratched his head. Old Zhuo, this live warehouse is full. If we fish anymore, we have to put it in the refrigerator. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing said helplessly. The refrigerator he mentioned is actually a fish box filled with ice, which is used to freeze fresh dead fish. In this era, the prices of live sea fish and dead sea fish are actually similar, except for the rare species of grouper. Basically, there's no difference in the price of live sea fish and dead sea fish, but this is different for Zhuo Rong. His future platform can only sell live fish. The dead fish platform also accepts it, but the price difference is too far, so Zhuo Rong is not willing to accept it. As for the fish that cannot survive in the future, such as hairtail, tuna, and large yellow croaker, for Zhuo Rong, it is indeed a troublesome matter. Unless he gets a future fishing boat and goes fishing by himself, because the future fishing boat has a survival chamber and a pressurized chamber. As long as the fish caught are still alive, it can be guaranteed that they will not die within a few hours. But there is no such treatment. According to Zhuo Rong's search, this kind of fishing boat in the future will cost at least 100,000 yuan. For Zhuo Rong now, it's still too early. So upon hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong decided not to worry about fishing yet. Collect the rod and fish, let's go back. After saying something to Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong was also preparing to go back. But hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing stopped fishing and started to pack up his things, while Zhuo Rong was also waiting for the last fish to take the bait. Fortunately, it didn't make him wait too long, about 2 or 3 minutes. As soon as his fishing rod sank, Zhuorong knew that he had caught the fish, so he immediately pulled the fish up with an electric winch. After all, it was only a few meters away, and it took only a few seconds for the electric winch to pull up, but just as the fish was about to be pulled out of the water, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the distant water. Before Zhuorong could figure it out, the black shadow suddenly bit Zhuorong's fish, and Zhuorong felt the weight of the fish suddenly increased that he almost pulled him into the sea with his fishing rod. But fortunately, Zhuorong's reaction was extremely fast, and his strength was great. In an instant, his right foot stepped on the side of the boat string, and he directly pushed the fishing rod up. But the strength of this giant underwater is really too great, and it even forcibly pulled Zhuorong's boat to run away. Fortunately, this boat was tied to the diamond platform and hit the pillar in the sea. A fish was pulled away. At this time, Zhuorong also increased the strength of the electric winch and forcibly pulled the fish out of the water. Other people or other fishing rods and fishing lines would definitely not be able to withstand it. People can't stand it, and neither can the fishing rod and fishing line. Only Zhuorong can do such a thing. After Zhuorong forced the fish to the surface of the water, when he saw the air, the fish was even stronger. Crazy, but not as strong as underwater. Damn it, GT. When did this game come out here? Looking at the big fish scurrying wildly in front of him, Yuan Tianqing immediately recognized what it was, and while Zhuorong was holding onto the fishing rod to compete with his fish, he still had time to call Xiao Zhucha what is called GT. In fact, the GT that Yuan Tianqing called is another name for this fish. The scientific name of this fish is Jane Trevelii, also known as Nyogong Trevelii. It can grow up to 1.6 meters long and weigh hundreds of catties. This kind of fish usually lives in the mouth of the sea. Its main food is lobsters and crabs. Sometimes it will jump out of the sea to eat seabirds. In addition, they also like to lie in ambush to eat barracudas. It seems that today, the one caught by Zhuorong was ambushed, and its luck is not very good. If it bites the body of the barracuda, it may directly bite the barracuda in half. Half of Zhuorong, and it can still an ASA result. It was very greedy now, and directly bit the head of the barracuda. Although the barracuda was dead, it was also finished, and the hook was directly hooked into its mouth. This kind of fish is very powerful, and is the favorite of sea fishermen, but because it likes to exercise too much, the oil in the body of this fish is not rich. The meat is like beef, bright red, and the taste is similar to that of pork tenderloin. It is not particularly delicious, so the price is not particularly expensive. But no matter how cheap it is, it will be a big deal in the future. For almost half an hour, Zhuorong spent half an hour with this guy before he finally got bored with his bullport, and then Zhuorong picked up the fishing rod directly. Yes, the fish so caught also flew directly. What copying net does not exist? As Zhuorong stretched his arms hard, he lifted the big fish directly onto the boat. When we got on the boat, the fish was still struggling and slapped the boat planks. Damn it, at least this fish must weigh 50 catties. Seeing the movement of the fish, Yuan Tianqing here also came over and said with emotion, return to the voyage. Hurry up, don't wait for this fish to die. Seeing this big fish, Zhuorong also laughed and said, this fish is not expensive to sell in the current world, about 50 per catty. But in the future world, it will be very expensive, and it will sell for 8,000 catty. Even if Zhuorong's price is relatively low, 7,000 catty, 50 catties, that is 350, 000, 35, 10,000. A fish can buy 1 3/4 of cyborg. Wouldn't he be excited? If the fish died on the boat, it would definitely not be good news for Zhuorong. Okay, reluctantly putting the fish in the live bin, Yuan Tianqing immediately set sail and sailed towards the pier. Fortunately, this is the first fishing spot not far from the pier, and you can catch it in about half an hour. Arrived, and Zhuorong was also on the boat, facing the bumps, packed up his things. After arriving at the pier, Zhuorong's fish caused a sensation. And no one has caught so many fish in this small pier for many years. Some people who were acquainted with Yuan Tianqing had already come to inquire about the location of Yuan Tianqing's vegetable field, and some secondhand dealers crowded over to collect the fish. These sea-caught fish sell better and are more expensive than those caught with nets in the local market. Naturally, these secondhand dealers also hope to be able to buy fish. Unfortunately, Zhuorong's fish was indeed for sale, but not for them. As under the envious eyes of these people, Zhuorong started to move these fish into the tank. Especially Nyogong, it was too bluffing, but although Nyogong was still alive, many of the more than 30 fish caught were dead. Zhuorong asked for one of these dead fish, but he didn't want the others, and gave them to Yuan Tianqing, so he couldn't eat the meat himself and not let the other party drink the soup. Here, the price of selling fish is the same price for live and dead fish, and he can just handle them. As for these live fish, they're put into the vat just like last time, and then they quickly drove towards Zhuorong's house pass. It was past 4 o'clock in the morning when I left, and it was just past 11 o'clock when I came back. Yuan Tianqing was also in a hurry to sell fish, so he left immediately after sending them back to Zhuorong, and Zhuorong immediately opened the website after returning to his villa with these fish, and swept the fish away among his online stores. Ding, wild rare scads have been detected, and the recommended price is 8,000 to 8,500 yuan per 500 grams. Ding, wild sea bass has been detected, and the recommended price is 11,000 to 12,500 yuan per 500 grams. Ding, wild blue spotted mackerel has been detected, and the recommended price is 4,200 to 5,000 yuan per 500 grams. Ding, wild concher mackerel has been detected, and the recommended price is 4,500 to 5,800 yuan per 500 grams. Ding, wild barracudas have been detected, and the recommended price is 3,500 to 4,000 yuan per 500 grams. As the fish entered the online store, Zhuorong also started setting prices. Zhuorong's pricing is quite simple, because after all, his online store has not yet grown, and he also wants to sell the upper limit, but this is unlikely to what Zhuorong sells is the lowest price, and then reduce it by 500, which is very competitive. The cheapest is the barracuda, which is the sea wolf, and Zhuorong sets the price at 3,000 per catty. Kang's mackerel is priced at 4,000. Blue spotted mackerel is priced at 3,700. Sea bass is 10,500, and rare Trevelii, which is GT Nyogong, Zhuorong sells for 7,500. As the price was put up, someone entered Zhuorong's store in an instant. These people are regular customers who bought Zhuorong fish last time. Obviously, for these people, they are quite happy to eat those wild fish. Judging by Zhuorong's 100% praise in the comments below, you'll know that in the future, online stores will have new reminders, especially for such sea fish, which are hard to come by. So Zhuorong has just launched a new one, and someone has already received the information, and then came to grab the fish that the first one to sell was that rare Trevelii, Nyogong. The fish weighed 53 catties and cost 7,500 yuan catty. The other party didn't even mention the price, and 397,500 yuan was directly transferred to Zhuorong's account, in addition to this cattle port. Other fish are also selling quickly. Looking at his rising money and falling fish count, Zhuorong himself is very happy, because this is one step closer to what he wants to buy. Xiaozhua, watch carefully, I'll clean up the fish, and then I'll take a bath. After handing over the website to Xiaozhua, Zhuorong went to clean up the fish first. He also left the dead fish. Taking advantage of the smell of the fish, he cleaned it up first and let the automatic cooking machine do it, and then he went to bath. Each of the 3 fish weighed about 5 catties, but they were really not small. Zhuorong froze the blue-spotted Spanish mackerel and Kang Spanish mackerel, and started eating the most expensive sea bass today. Scaling, viscera, and gills are removed. His method of cooking fish is also very simple. Half of it is steamed, and half of it is braised in brown sauce. You don't need to watch it yourself when cooking, as long as you have Xiaozhua and smart kitchen utensils. After finishing things, Zhuorong also went upstairs to take a shower. take off the clothes, and throw them into the washing machine in the future. This kind of washing machine is called a dry cleaning and sterilizing washing machine. This kind of washing machine is very convenient. After throwing the clothes in, it does not need water, and it is directly cleaned with some ions, and there is no laundry detergent or the like. It will not pollute the environment, oil spots, blood, odors, and other instant decomposition. And then will be automatically sterilized at high temperature, and then automatically folded. If you need to wear it immediately, it can be washed in 5 minutes. If you don't need to wear it immediately, this washing machine can also be connected to the wardrobe. Jerome didn't need to wear this suit anymore, so he threw it in, told it to wash, and put it in the closet, and then he went to take a shower. The 360-degree all-around shower was really refreshing. After the whole body is wet, several mechanical arms will be stretched out on the wall, with hand for washing hair, bath towels, and bath flowers for washing the body, after bathing, cleaning, and automatic blow drying. 10 minutes before and after can make people look brand new, of course. This way of washing is mainly fast and convenient. If you really want to take a bath, you have to go to that kind of big bathhouse, otherwise you will have no soul. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Jerome also went to the kitchen. At this time, the lunch has been prepared: steamed fish, braised fish, rice beef stewed with red scorpion, 3 dishes, and rice. What else is there to say? Let's do it. While Jerome was cooking at home, Jerome's father over there had also arrived at the cafeteria of their unit. Jerome's father is Zhuo Ziyan, and his mother is Zhao Xinxian. They are childhood sweethearts. They were classmates in high school. After graduating from high school, Jerome's mother, Zhao Xinxian, joined the factory. Jerome's father joined the factory after graduating from high school. After 5 years of service, he returned from the army and joined the factory. The girl is unmarried, plus she's a classmate, so she knows the basics, and they got together later, married after a few months. Jerome was born at the age of 24, and a family of 3 lived through the age of 28. This year, the old couple are both 52 years old. Jerome's mother retired 2 years ago, while Jerome's father is still working. Originally, what Jerome's parents thought was to live a peaceful and stable life, and then watch Jerome marry a wife and have children, and it would be good to live an ordinary life. But the recent changes in Jerome really shocked and comforted them. When Jerome was staying at home these days, his father had actually asked for leave. The annual leave was 7 days in total, but in fact he couldn't sit still for a long time. Although he knew to keep a low profile, Xiang Yu said, well, riches and honor do not return to their hometowns, like walking in brocade clothes at night. Although I can't reveal too much about my son's background, it's still okay to pretend to be 13 or something. But when Jerome was around, he still held back in order to maintain his father's image that, as soon as Jerome left yesterday, he couldn't control himself. And so today, I ended my annual leave early and came to work. When he got up in the morning and drove his brand new Mercedes-Benz SMG to the unit, the whole unit was dumbfounded. Those who don't know cars know that this is a big Benz, and it doesn't look cheap. Those who know cars know that this is a top-notch Mercedes, the kind that costs several million. One must know that the car driven by Zhuo Ziyan and the leaders of his unit was only an Audi A6, but he dared to drive fast. Suddenly, Jerome's father also became the focus of the whole factory. The IT was okay in the morning, and they were all working. Jerome's father is also an old man in the factory. He probably has no chance to be an official S of the factory. Arrange him in a workshop to watch the water meter. That is, to check the temperature of the water meter in the workshop. After 100 degrees, he would turn on the switch to release the air. If it was lower than 60 degrees, he would turn on the switch and continue heating. Work is not troublesome, but it is difficult to leave people, and it is very leisurely. After turning off the switch at noon, he went to the cafeteria to eat. After finishing the meal, he just sat down in the cafeteria when several people who knew his father came over. Old Zhuo, what's your situation? Whose car is it? Looking at Zhuo Ziyan, his old colleague also asked in a low voice. Who else mine? Hearing what his colleague said, Jerome's father also said proudly, no way, David, this car costs hundreds of thousands. Hearing that Jerome's father said it belonged to him, another colleague here asked in disbelief. He knew about Zhuo Ziyan's situation. How could he have so much money? Hundreds of thousands? That car costs more than 3 million yuan, and it's nearly 3.5 million yuan. There's no way. My son is promising, and he's a filial piety. Looking at this colleague, Jerome's father smiled disdainfully, then turned on the phone with a face full of pride, followed the operation Jerome taught him to transfer to an app, and then released the information of his car. Looking at the car price displayed on the phone, several old colleagues here couldn't help but gasp. This is a bit too exaggerated. Your son, didn't your son's company close down not long ago? Don't you still want to find a job for him? Why are you rich all of a sudden? After being shocked, the old colleagues here also recalled Jerome, and then asked Zhuo Ziyan, hey, don't mention it. When this kid was in college, he secretly bought some digital coins behind my back. Didn't they rise recently? He sold these digital coins and made some money. Isn't it rich? So you want to honor me? I said that I can just buy a car, but he said that I can't buy casually. If I want to buy it, I have to buy the best one. So he bought me a car in the past few days. Zhuo Ziyan couldn't hide the smile on Zhuo Ziyan's face at the words of these people. To be honest, that's not how money is made. With more than 3 million yuan, you could buy 3 or 4 houses. By then, you won't be hungry just by collecting rent. Hearing what Zhuo Ziyan said, an old colleague here also asked hesitantly, hey, I also bought a house. How could I buy a car instead of a house? I bought a few sets in Sushi Pavilion Garden. My wife and I may move out in a few days. My son said, that's called, what? The daping floor. There's only our family on the first floor, and there's also a top floor with a sunroom, and you can go to my place to drink tea and play cards. After waving his hand and mentioning the house, Zhuo Ziyan was no longer sleepy. Sushi Pavilion Garden? Isn't that the Su family's community? I heard that all the rich people live there. And didn't you say that the houses there are only for rent and not for sale? When I heard that I really bought a new house, the old colleagues here were all shocked and asked. My son's digital currency was sold to people from the Su family. It seems that they have a good relationship with the people from the Su family. So the people from the Su family sold a few sets to my son. Not sure. You can ask my son when you have time. Looking at the eyes of these old colleagues, Zhuo Ziyan tried his best to pretend not to care. Invisible Equipment 13, the most deadly. After hearing Zhuo Ziyan's words, his old colleague's eyes were about to protrude with envy. He said that they were all colleagues, and they were all the same before. How come someone's son suddenly developed? It's the Su's garden pavilion, the daping floor, and the best Mercedes-Benz. The children in my family are either living at home, or they need to help themselves after going to work. People are more dead than others, and goods are thrown away when comparing goods. For a while, these old buddies of Zhuo Ziyan are really envious and are about to shed tears. And looking at these silent old guys, Zhuo Ziyan had already achieved the effect that Zhuo Ziyan wanted to achieve. After nodding in satisfaction, he continued to eat lunch. When he left after eating, he didn't forget to say something to his brothers. At night, I'll take you guys back home. Listening to Zhuo Ziyan's words, these old brothers are really hesitant to speak. On the one hand, they're unwilling to admit defeat, and on the other hand, they really want to take a look at what this top-notch Mercedes-Benz is like. Hey, it's still my own children are worthless. I'll teach him a good lesson when I get back. Looking at the proud Zhuo Ziyan, his old buddies here almost remembered at the same time. Well, it looks like after today, there will be a few more people who hate Jerome. Before he got off work, almost the whole factory knew about Zhuo Ziyan's son. Jerome's prosperity not only bought a car for his father for more than 3 million yuan. Moreover, he bought a house in Su's Ting Garden. All the men, women, and children in the factory all looked at Zhuo Ziyan with sparks in their eyes, of course. These big girls and daughter-in-laws didn't have any thoughts about Zhuo Ziyan, but about Jerome. The older ones are thinking about whether they can introduce their daughters, nieces, etc. to Jerome, while the younger ones are ready to promote themselves. If it was Jerome's mother, she would be very happy and even started to help Jerome straight away. But Jerome's father knew that his son was right. Is he short of girls now? Jerome has a good personality. He doesn't smoke and hardly drinks alcohol in normal times. During the Chinese New Year and holidays, he drinks less and not much when gathering with friends. I don't like to hang out in places like nightclubs, KTV, and foot washing city, and no tattoos, no bad habits, and no gambling that I in the past. Apart from being a little poor, he can be said to be a very good young man. And now that the problem of being poor has been resolved, at least in Zhuozian's view, his son is bound to become prosperous, so he doesn't have to worry about it. This may be the difference in thinking between the parents, but Zhuorong feels that his father thinks more correctly to eat tea this time. Zhuorong, after taking a shower, eating, and putting the dishes and chopsticks in the future dishwasher, Zhuorong doesn't need to take care of them anymore. Then he went back to his bedroom, lay on the bed, and checked the situation of his fish sales. It turns out that this kind of wild fish will really have a market in the future. Now Zhuorong's fish are basically sold out. Only one blue-spotted mackerel and one Kang's mackerel are left, and it is estimated that they'll be sold out soon. Zhuorong brought back a total of 24 live fish this time. In addition to 1 Nyogang, there were also 10 sea bass, 6 pike, 3 concha mackerel, and 4 blue-spotted mackerel. Nyogang weighs 53 catties. The largest sea bass weighs 14 catties. The other 9 average 5 catties. 6 barracudas average 6 catties. 3 concha mackerel average 5 catties and 3 tails, and 4 blue-spotted mackerel average 4 catties and 5 tails. 3,001 catties of barracuda, 4,000 of Kang's mackerel, 3,007 blue-pointed mackerel, 10,500 sea bass, and 7,005 catties of Nyogong. If all these items are sold out, Zhuorong can make a total of 1,255,200 yuan. In the future world, human taxes will be very low. According to Xiaozhua, Zhuorong now sells fish, which is regarded as fishery and animal husbandry. Only when his annual income exceeds 1 billion yuan will he pay 1% tax. Before that, he didn't need to pay tax. So Zhuorong doesn't need to think about taxes. He only needs to think about how to spend the money. Lying on the bed, Zhuorong thought about it. At present, the most important thing he needs to solve is the car problem. Without a car, it is not convenient for him to go anywhere here, so it needs to be resolved. Second, there is the problem of the boat. He needs a fishing boat now, so that he can sell the fish directly on the boat, and the fish will not die. There must be about 10 fish that died today. It's money. The third is the problem of this farm. He needs to buy machines and seeds to make use of this place, but obviously, this is a big job and has to be done slowly. Thinking of this, Zhuorong looked at the car first. The means of transportation for human beings in the future is called ground air equipment. To put it simply, it is similar to a personal spaceship. Wherever you want to go, for example, from the imperial capital to the magic capital, you can use this equipment to fly in 10 minutes, go to space, and then fly back to the Earth directly in space. The time you need to go may only take about 5 minutes, in less than 15 minutes. You can fly from the imperial capital to the magic capital. Of course, not only the magic capital, you fly to the South China Sea, you fly to Nanyuan, you fly to the new province, the Western District, as long as you can see. It takes 15 minutes to go anywhere. Of course, if you want to go to the other side of the planet, you need to fly in space for a period of time, and farther away, you need to use wormhole for the journey away from the Earth. The planets currently controlled by humans in the future and have established settlements are Mercury, Venus, Mars, the Moon, and Pluto. Although they have been expelled from the solar system, they have also been occupied. The other planets are, but the gas planet has no entity, so it is only detected but not occupied. But if you want to go to these planets, you need to take a spaceship similar to the current airplane and go through a wormhole. Let me make a digression here. The diamonds that Zhuorong bought were all obtained from Mercury. Although Mercury is called Mercury, it is actually a big iron ball. The whole planet is made of metal. Under the environment, the pressure is extremely high, so I don't know how to do it. There is no carbon on the entire planet, only diamonds. Zhuorong remembers that he learned before that carbon was formed after the fall of ancient plants. Now it seems that there should be other reasons for its formation, because there has been no life on Mercury since its formation, but Zhuorong is not a scientist. Nothing to do with him. After finding a shop that could order cars, Zhuorong asked him directly. When the other party heard that Zhuorong wanted to order a car that would run on land and also needed wheels, the other party was slightly astonished, but he did not refuse. It's not because of anything else, but in this world, some people originally ordered this thing. Some crews, when filming ancient dramas, would order this kind of car, as well as home appliances and other things in order to get close to historical facts. So he thought that Zhuorong was also a filmmaker or a collector or something. Immediately, he passed a picture album to Zhuorong and asked Zhuorong what kind of antique car he wanted to buy. When Zhuorong opened the album, he found, just like how modern people restored the Song dynasty, it is also weird for future people to restore things from this era. Zhuorong has to say that the shape of these cars is still too advanced, but they're really handsome. After searching, Zhuorong found a car in this album. This car looks a bit like a modern car in appearance. It looks like an SUV. The whole body is blue, with headlights, waistline, chassis, etc. In fact, it can be seen that it is different from a modern car, but this car is the most similar to the current car that Zhuorong has seen. After choosing a car, Zhuorong also sent the pictures to the seller. After confirming the model, the seller also sent the data of the car to Zhuorong. Zhuorong also took this data and compared it with the current car. Hey, the gap is really not that big. According to the information sent by the seller to Zhuorong, the appearance of this car looks very sci-fi and futuristic. The whole car is streamlined. It looks like a new concept car of Peugeot. It looks more streamlined, but at the same time, it is streamlined. It also has a special atmosphere. The whole vehicle is 5.74 meters long. Blue version is available for less than 6 meters, 2 meters wide, 2.37 meters high, 5 doors and 5 seats, pure electric. After all, fuel is a thing, let alone 1,000 years later. It may not last for 30 years and will be completely replaced by electric vehicles that in this car. There will be a total of 4 nuclear fission batteries mentioned by Zhuorong. The biggest difference between nuclear fission and nuclear fusion is that nuclear fission will run out of electricity, while nuclear fusion can be used as long as there is no problem with the equipment. Then it can be used all the time, and it is an infinite loop. But even if it is a nuclear fission battery, these 4 batteries will not be a big problem for hundreds of years. The top speed is 870 kilometers per hour. Well, it is impossible to reach such a high speed in the real world. After all, the high speed can only be driven to 1/20th the body and shell are made of 3D printing technology. The materials used are spaceship materials, which are 3,000 times harder than the hardest inscription alloy in the world. Damage, kinetic energy transmission, even if it hits the outside, the feeling inside is zero. So even if it really hits the meteorite, the people inside will not suffer any harm, of course. There are advantages and disadvantages. That is, if a driver does not pay attention and accidentally kill someone, he will not feel anything. But in the future, people are not allowed to drive. It seems that, generally speaking, people have no access to cars, except for a very small number of clubs that allow humans to drive. Normal driving on the road requires a microbrain to drive. This is just like in the Song dynasty, when horses raced all over the streets, but now you're not allowed to ride a horse on the road. Except for some clubs, it is not common for horses to go outside, that if you ride on the road, the traffic police have the right to punish you. Generally speaking, the fine is less than 200 yuan. If the circumstances are serious, such as after causing a traffic accident, you'll be detained for 5 to 10 days at AS for the interior, the big screen, etc. Although those people made it according to the standards of this era, it is obvious that these people don't know what this era is like. After all, there's a blank history of 300 years, so these people can only guess wildly. In Zhuorong's view, these high-tech large screens, computers, and smart devices in cars are at least nearly 100 or even 200 years earlier than the current ERA.IT was indeed an exaggeration, but Zhuorong was satisfied. After confirming that there was no problem with the car, Zhuorong also negotiated the price with the other party. The other party promised to deliver the goods within 2 days, and the price of this car was 320,000. In fact, this is very inappropriate, because ground air equipment is the kind of transportation that can fly to outer space and then come down. The cheapest online is only more than 60,000 yuan, but now it needs to be customized, so it's so expensive. But there's no way. Rome doesn't want to be studied by the whole world, so he can only order like this. I just got more than 1.2 million. In the blink of an eye, it will be less than 1 million after buying a car. Rome also looked at the seeds and planting machines. According to Rome's thinking, although he wants to grow some things on the 15,000 mu of land here, it's better not to be too troublesome that he works on a farm here. One is for his own happiness, and the other is to make money that try not to make too much trouble for yourself. He can buy other things from the internet, and he only needs to confirm a few main planting items. The 5,000-acre mountainous land over there grows fruits. Rome is more interested in cherries, that is big cherries. The kind of cherries Rome bought are so delicious. And most importantly, Rome checked. It seems at this time in the current world, the most expensive fruit sold, except for the rare varieties, should be this thing. Rome also found a store selling these seedlings on the internet. If you buy 6-year-old seedlings directly, one plant costs 30 yuan. No matter what variety, you can plant 60 trees per mu, which is 1,800 yuan. The output is basically the same for several major varieties. The big cherries the size of a baby's fist that Rome bought are called Daiju. In addition, there are more than a dozen varieties such as red hearts, noble people, black dragons, jiafu, and white pistols. Among them are big giants. One is worth 2 taels, such a big and delicious cherries. Rome sells them for 100 yuan each, which is a reasonable price. Of course, this kind of large land can reach 16,000 caddies per mu of land. That is 8,000 kilograms. About 1 mu of land can produce 80,000 seeds. And if one is sold for 100, it is worth 8,500,000 acres of. Land can be sold for 40 billion a year. Well, these are just numbers. It is impossible for Rome to sell all these things in the real world, but how much he sells is not up to him. In addition to mainly growing big cherries, Rome also plans to get some things to eat for himself, such as grapes, lychees, oranges, apples, etc. Grapes, in particular, are not only for eating, but also for making wine. There are also grapes specially used for wine making on a platform. With this kind of grapes, the first-year wine is better than the best vintage wine that has been stored for more than 10 years. Rome is also very interested. However, Rome only plans to plant 1,000 acres of these fruits, or interplant them with big cherries, and Rome is ready to plant the remaining 9,000 acres of land. Didn't the Sioux family dig a river here? On the other side of the river, Rome is going to plant rice, and then plant some corn, sweet potatoes, wheat, etc. These are kept for himself to eat, and the rice can be sold out down on the other side of the river. He is ready to plant grass. After 1,000 years, people in the future will cultivate a particularly powerful grass. Nutritious ingredients. The taste is also particularly good. Raising cattle and sheep with this kind of grass is estimated to taste even better. Calves, lambs, etc. can also be bought directly online, which saves trouble. However, according to Rome's estimation, it would take at least hundreds of millions of funds to obtain these things. Not to mention, the 5,000 mu of cherry seedlings alone would need 9 million. Not to mention the need to plant things. You also need to buy future nutrient water, and the most important thing is that Rome can't hire people from the real world to plant, so it will be exposed that Rome has to buy biochemicals in advance. These can't be solved in a hurry. They need to be done slowly. So after calculating the money needed in his heart, Rome went directly to the yacht. Compared with those agricultural things, this game should be much cheaper. According to Rome's inspection, a high-tech out of 15 to 6 meters is only just over 10 million is needed. Compared with hundreds of millions, the tens of millions, Rome worked hard, and when the weather's good, it took more than a month to get out. This one is relatively close. While Rome was thinking about what to do in the future, his cell phone rang suddenly. Rome picked it up and found that it was Yuan Tianqing. Hello, old Yuan. Hey, Lao, what are you doing tonight? Drink. After Rome picked up the phone, Yuan Tianqing's voice came from the other side. Drinking? Who is it? Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Rome also asked in doubt. Rome and Yuan Tianqing are actually not very close. As mentioned earlier, after graduating from high school, Rome went to other places to go to university and has been working in the company since he came back. There was a 4-year gap between colleges, and the classmates who had a good relationship with each other basically lost contact with each other. But Yuan Tianqing felt that he could make friends with him on purpose. Not only because Yuan Tianqing knows a lot of fishing spots, and fishing will become Rome's main business in the future, but the most important thing is because Yuan Tianqing said about his state and what he said after knowing that Rome bought this place. Although he didn't say what he said too directly, but the person who's willing to tell you such a thing without deep friendship is definitely a person worthy of deep friendship. As Rome didn't refuse, but as to if they're all people he doesn't know, then he has to think about it. They're all old classmates, Yang Sheng and Sun. Qing Yuan. Hearing Rome's question, Yuan Tianqing also spoke up. Upon hearing his name, Rome seemed to have a very long memory. Yang Sheng and Sun Qingyuan are both Rome's classmates, but they're not high school classmates, but junior high school classmates. Compared with Yuan Tianqing, Rome has a farther relationship with these two. Sun Qingyuan and Yang Sheng were two extremes when they were in school. Sun Qingyuan was a top student. He scored 510 points in the senior high school entrance examination, which was a provincial key point. Rome and Yuan Tianqing took Pugao, while Yang Sheng the test is even worse, and you're in a vocational high school. After graduating from high school, Sun Qingyuan heard that he went to Imperial University. Rome went to a secondary university. Yuan Tianqing started fishing, and Yang Sheng went to his second uncle who raised fish. He learned a good skill, and now he has contracted a large pond to breed crayfish and river crabs. As a result, among the 4 people back then, Yang Sheng was the best AS for Sun Qingyuan. After graduating from university, he listened to his parents and passed the civil servant examination. Now he's assigned to work in the Imperial Government Office in Linquan Village, and he eats Imperial food. If it weren't for Rome's sudden awakening of the future platform system, he might be the worst among these people. Okay, no problem, what's the address? After hearing that he knew each other, and they were both old classmates, Rome was not polite and asked Yuan Tianqing directly. It's just above our village. There's a commercial street in the village. The third child has a barbecue. I'll pick up Sun Qingyuan. Yang Sheng is coming here. Come here quickly. Hearing that Rome said he was coming, Yuan Tianqing didn't talk nonsense and directly told Rome the address. Checking the time, it was not too early. Rome also left the house and walked toward the village. It's not too far from Rome's location in the village, but it still takes about 20 minutes to walk, but it's not too late anyway. Rome was strolling while looking at the scenery of the village, to be honest. I haven't looked at the scene of the village carefully since I came here. I have to say that the Sioux family's 210 million yuan is a huge sum of money for Linquan Village. Originally, this village, not to mention a well-known poor village in 10 miles and 8 townships, has a very high income. Low, not high. Young people have basically gone out to work, and there are very few people left in the village. But when the village took the money to build roads and a commercial street, the economy of the whole village was revitalized. Many urbanites who like farmhouse fun will come here to play every New Year and festival. The reason why Linquan Village is called Linquan Village is because the mountain springs here are particularly famous. Even a well-known domestic mineral water brand wanted to build a factory here, but unfortunately, it was rejected by the local government because it would damage the ecology and cause pollution. Compared with such a small employment rate, the gain outweighs the gain, and now it seems that this choice is right, because as soon as the road here is repaired, tourists will come here, visit the mountain spring, eat the crabs and crayfish raised in the mountain spring here, and even vaguely form a brand. The small river in Rome's manor is the mountain spring water from here. The current Rome uses the water here. According to Xiaoju's test, the water here is no worse than the water in the future, and there's no need to buy water in the future. Walking on the cement slab road in the village, Zhuorong looked at the surrounding scenery and the small flowers on the side of the road. This feeling was quite comfortable that in 20 minutes, Zhuorong walked to the village and came to the commercial street in the village. I have to say that there are really many people in this commercial street, because not only tourists, local people from Linquan village, but also people from several nearby villages are willing to come here, either to work, to eat, or to take a stroll, which is extremely lively. Zhuorong searched for a while and found Laosan barbecue. After walking in, he saw a seat by the window, where 3 people were sitting. Hi, Lao Duo. Yuan Tianqing shouted immediately when he saw Zhuorong. And after hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, 2 familiar faces with a hint of strangeness appeared in front of Zhuorong, and Zhuorong also walked over at this time, and sat on the vacant seat here with a smile. Old classmate, long time no see. As Zhuorong sat down, Sun Qingyan, who was sitting next to him, asked him with a smile. Yeah, it's been a long time. It seems that we haven't seen each other since we graduated from junior high school. Hearing what Sun Qingyuan said, Zhuorong also recalled it, and it was indeed a long time since we saw each other. No, we had a party once in high school, you forgot. At this moment, Yangsheng beside him also spoke up. Hearing this, Zhuorong nodded. It seems that there was indeed a junior high school reunion in the second year of high school, but that time Zhuorong left after eating because the guys in the class pretended to be 13 is really meaningless. It's okay this time. I heard from Tianqing that you have come to Linquan village too. We can get together when we have nothing to do in the future. Seeing Zhuorong remembering, Yangsheng also said with a smile. It doesn't matter to me, aren't you busy? Looking at the 3 of them, Zhuorong also nodded and said, he does not reject these old classmates of his own. Qingyu has 3 friends, he is not a robot and does not need feelings. Don't be busy, I'm about to fart here, 2 ponds, 1 pond of crayfish, 1 pond of crabs, just watch it. Don't die on a large scale, just get sick. Hearing what Rong said speaking, Yangsheng here also started talking. I work at 9 and work at 5, and I don't have a girlfriend, so I have a lot of time. After listening to Yangsheng's words, Sun Qingyuan answered himself. Look at the sky. Finally, Yuan Tianqing also said with a smile. By the way, I want to tell you, your nearest boat, I have hired it. How can you tell me how to cooperate? I will give you 1,500 a day, or it will be calculated according to the amount of fish, because when the time comes, we will catch all the live fish, and I can just convert it into money and give it to you. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also remembered the serious business at this moment, and said to him, no, Lao Zhua, why do you need so many live fish? Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing asked with some doubts. Give it away, and then for bigger business. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also said, what he said is half true, half false. It is impossible to give away someone, and it is impossible to give someone away in this life. But the bigger business is real. Oh, that's it. Even if it's evenly divided, I have a brother over there. Recently, he has some problems in his family, so he didn't come to fish. I still have to partner with my brother. These days, I still rely on my bag. Give me the price of the boat. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing thought for a while and decided to settle down. After all, for a person like him who's been making a living at sea all year round, he doesn't really believe that his luck will always be so good. Zhuorong caught it for the first time. Fish at best are not bad. The second time is the big profit. He doesn't believe that anyone can make such a profit. No problem. Let's continue to charter the boat, but I have recorded your location, and I may buy a boat to go fishing by myself in the future, but you can rest assured that I will not snatch you for business because my fish has already been ordered out, and it's for giving away. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also nodded and took a vaccination in advance. In fact, there was no competition between him and Yuan Tianqing. After all, Zhuorong's fish is sold to people who will be 1,000 years later, while what Yuan Tianqing wants to sell is these ordinary people in this world. Hey, these are small problems, just tell me what you want. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing said it indifferently. Come, wait to order, and then chat while talking. Seeing that Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing had finished speaking, Sun Qingyuan also picked up the menu and shouted at the boss here. Several. What would you like to eat today? As soon as he heard that he wanted to order food, the boss came over with the order. The 10 caddies of crayfish I brought were made for me first, and the crabs were made into spicy crabs. And then I got 20 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of leeks, 30 skewers of beef, 30 skewers of mutton, and 20 skewers of plum meat. 20 heart tubes, 20 strings of double tendons. You can see what else is important. There's no need to look at the menu. Yangsheng here knows that he's a frequent visitor, so he immediately ordered the dishes. Unexpectedly, he not only came by himself, but also brought 10 caddies of crayfish and some river crabs. It can be seen that Yangsheng is also a sincere person. It's almost enough to make up for it. Except for you. How can we solve the problem by eating so much? Let's talk about the food. Come to the bar first. At this time, Yuan Tianqing also laughed and said, indeed, among the 4 people sitting, only Yangsheng has a girlfriend, and the other 3 are bachelors. Sun Qingyan originally had a girlfriend, but they just broke up recently. Being a civil servant is a good job for others, but for many girls who have high material requirements, is not a good job. After all, the salary of 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month. Although the benefits are good, but there's really no money, and there's no oil. And water. Apart from stability, there is nothing else. This is really not a good choice for many girls who earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month, but spend 30,000 to 40,000. So after breaking up, Sun Qingyuan is not sad at all. Good breakup. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for others by mentioning it myself. I have to say that his thinking is similar to Zhuorong's. So Zhuorong only dated when he was in college, and then he never dated again after working. It is true that he wants to find a good girl now, really not an easy thing to do. Well, let's not say anything off-putting when the classmates get together. The 4 of them knew each other before, so when they talk now, they are indeed quite familiar. Then they started talking about the things they used to do when they were in school, talking about some interesting things they knew about their classmates, who got married with whom, and then divorced with whom. Messy things are really fun. Don't look at Yuan Tianqing's fuss about drinking, but in fact he drank the least, only 1 bottle, because he had to drive tomorrow morning. But Zhuorong and the 3 of them drank a lot, and each of them drank about 7, 8. Even for Zhuorong's drinking capacity, it's a bit smoky. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhuorong and others who were in good condition also finished eating and left. Yangsheng was the one who paid the bill tonight. Originally, Zhuorong wanted to pay the bill. After all, among the 4 people, the richest person should be him. But Yangsheng knew the boss here, so he directly transferred the money through a certain letter, and Zhuorong didn't say anything more. Yangsheng invited him today, and he'll invite him in a few days. After the 4 of them left the barbecue restaurant, they went back to their respective homes. Sun Qingyuan lives in the town now, because he works in the town. He can't go home to sleep, so he rented a house in the town, took a taxi, and left. Yuan Tianqing and Yangsheng lived in the village, but they were not in the same direction as Zhuorong. Originally, the 2 of them wanted to give Zhuorong a gift, but Zhuorong declined it. In his opinion, it's a big man, what to give? So while shaking, he walked towards home. Looking at the moonlight, Zhuorong walked toward his manor all the way against a street lamp. But when he was about to walk to the manor, suddenly he saw a pair of green eyes behind the street lamp in the distance, looking at him in the dark. Seeing this scene, Zhuorong was taken aback, and most of the wine that had been slightly smoky woke up in an instant. It can't be a wolf. The vicinity of Linquan village is indeed adjacent to a virgin forest. Seeing this scene, Zhuorong's voice trembled unconsciously. In fact, he can't be blamed for this. After all, for ordinary people, creatures like wolves are still a great threat. Even with the current fighting power of Zhuorong, let alone a wolf, he can kill a tiger with a single punch. But this kind of fear of wild animals is engraved in the DNA, and Zhuorong has no training, so naturally there's no way to overcome it easily. Master, please don't worry. The creature has been scanned. It is not a wolf, but a kind of dog, and it has been injured. Just when Zhuorong hesitated, Xiao Zhui here suddenly spoke up. Huh, dog, are you still injured? Hearing Xiao Zhui's words, Zhuorong's startled heart calmed down a little, and then he walked to the dog's side. After getting closer, Zhuorong realized that the dog was a big black dog. It was hard to tell what kind of breed it was. The biggest possibility was a native dog, but judging by its size, it was indeed not small. hind legs. When Zhuo Rong approached, the big black dog also showed a fierce look and bared its teeth. I don't mean anything to you. I'm here to help you heal. Seeing the dog's appearance, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but subconsciously said, but he regretted it after he finished speaking. He talked to the dog. Could the dog understand? However, to Zhuo Rong's surprise, after he finished speaking, the dog's originally fierce eyes were restrained at this moment. Although it was still not good, the originally bared teeth disappeared. Doesn't understand. Looking at the big black dog, Zhuo Rong murmured cautiously. It seems so, master. It is very likely that it sensed your kindness. Hearing Zhuo Rong's whispering voice, Xiao Zhui here also interjected. Let's take a look then. Originally, Zhuo Rong came here to take a look at the idea that size is also a life. Now that the dog has no intention of attacking him again, he can just take a look. Turning to the back of the dog, Zhuo Rong took a look at the wound on the dog's leg this time. The injury on the dog's leg did not look serious. It should have been bitten by something because there were teeth marks on it, and a large piece of meat was torn off. Fortunately, no bones appear to be broken. Xiao Zhui, is there any medicine for this kind of injury sold in the online shop? Looking at the wound, Zhuo Rong also asked in a low voice. Yes, I recommend healing sprays and bactericidal sprays. Hearing Zhuo Rong's question, Xiao Zhui also spoke up. Hearing Xiao Zhui's words, Zhuo Rong also went to the website and searched for healing sprays. It turns out that this healing spray seems to be awesome. This healing spray can treat any trauma, knife wounds, gunshot wounds, bites, sprains, even lacerations. Falls can be cured. It can stop bleeding instantly and speed up the healing process. The antiseptic spray is equally miraculous as long as you spray it. It will instantly wrap all the bacteria and then evaporate. Its effect is similar to that of alcohol, but it will not be particularly painful. It can be used in medical treatment as well as in normal times. There's a set of these two things, 46 yuan a set, which is not too expensive. Zhuo Rong immediately bought a set and first threw away the dirt and weeds near the wound on the dog's hind legs, and then Zhuo Rong sprayed the bactericidal spray first and then the healing spray. Not to mention, after spraying these two sprays, there were still some bloody wounds, but the bleeding stopped in less than 5 seconds, which is really amazing. These medicines are fine. I have to buy some regular ones when I go back, and I have to go back and get a set for my parents. Looking at the spray, Zhuo Rong said with a look of surprise. Okay, your injury should be fine under normal circumstances, so take a good rest. By the way, just wait a moment. Looking at the big black dog, Zhuo Rong said something to it, then stood up and ran back into the house. When he came out, he was holding 2 bowls in his hand. There was a bowl of water in it, and a bowl of rice soaked in the beef soup left over from his lunch. After putting the 2 bowls in front of the big black dog, Zhuo Rong returned home happily. Zhuo Rong here is gone, and the big black dog raised his head at the same time as he was walking, looking deeply at Zhuo Rong's back. It didn't fall down again until Zhuo Rong returned to the manor, but slowly began to lick the water and eat. Rescuing the big black dog was also done on a whim by Zhuo Rong. After returning home, he took another bath and then forgot about it. After opening the interface, he began to research what medical supplies he needed to buy. I have to say that the medical treatment after 1,000 years is really developed. It can cure almost every disease you can think of. Except for homosexuality, which cannot solve the problem of orientation. Other diseases are like depression. Anything can be cured. Cancer, small cell carcinoma, can be said to be incurable. At most, chemotherapy is used to kill cancer cells. Now the 5-year survival rate is less than 2.5%. But in the future, this will not be called a disease. Taking medicine, 2 bottles for a course of treatment can be cured. And it is not expensive. 120 yuan for 2 bottles. Any cancer can be cured, including leukemia. Other ALS, IDAs, and so on can be cured. Even congenital birth defects can be cured. But it is a pity that the website does not sell medicines that can cure this disease. Just like the current online shopping websites do not sell top-notch medicines. This is to protect the profit of the hospital and the medical system. Otherwise, Rome really wanted to save these patients. But it's a pity that there are only some emergency medicines available here, such as cold, anti-inflammatory, trauma, and so on. Looking at these medicines, Zhuo Rong also bought a few boxes one by one. He needed to keep them at home, and he also needed to prepare a copy for his parents. After buying the medicine, Zhuo Rong also went to sleep. The next morning, it was still after 4 o'clock in the morning, and Yuan Tianqing came to pick Rong up. Zhuo Rong's car is still under construction, and it will be delivered either tonight or tomorrow. So for the time being, he has to go to the small pier to take a boat. After picking up Zhuo Rong, the two also went straight to the small pier. It was the 3rd time fishing in the sea, and Zhuo Rong was naturally familiar with the road. He carried his own things and boarded Yuan Tianqing's boat, and then the two of them drove towards the sea. Because Zhuo Rong said yesterday that he would also go fishing in the future, Yuan Tianqing took Zhuo Rong to a place where Zhuo Rong had never fished before. This is also a sea oyster field. As the boat arrived here, Yuan Tianqing also tied up the boat first, then threw bait to gather the fish, and then the two began to tie the fishing line. After all, this is the 3rd time Zhuo Rong has come to sea fishing, so he knows a little about what is being farmed here. Sea oysters or oysters. The scientific name in China is oysters. Oysters are actually called sea oysters from foreign countries. They're also called sea oysters here. This kind of thing is easy to breed. After the seedlings are cultivated, they only need to be attached to the rope, and they will not fall off by themselves. They can be placed in the sea and let these sea oysters eat plankton by themselves. After raising well, the small ones will be sold directly to oyster sauce factories to make oyster sauce. Only the big ones will be sold on the market. And this small crustacean is also a delicacy for many fish that so in shallow sea. If you basically want to fish, the 2 first choices are oyster fields and kelp fields. There are fish in kelp fields because fish that eat kelp will attract predatory fish. These are the fish they catch. Yes, this area is also a sea oyster field. There's a ditch deep in front of us. The deepest is about 11 or 2 meters. It can just hide from the ocean current. When there is tide, many fish hide under it. Not only have you caught black fins, yellow fins, dog sharks, and big yellow croakers here. It depends on your luck. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing smiled and explained to him. Big yellow croaker, for the people of Yanwang, is a very sacred existence. In the past, it was because it was the best fish that the people could afford. But now, this fish is obviously not for the common people to eat, of course. The farmed one is still a delicacy on the table of ordinary people. But the wild one is, naturally, Zhuo Rong didn't really think that he would be able to catch big yellow croakers now that it's not that he doesn't have confidence in his magic worms. But because he knows that there's no such thing in this area, the large yellow croaker usually lives in the mid-level waters with a water depth of about 60 meters. It does not go to the shallow sea. The only time it will run back is to lay eggs. Spawning is not always possible. Only from April to June every year, large yellow croakers come back to lay eggs, and that time is the fishing ban period in our country. This year's fishing ban began on May 1st and lasted until September. This time, the large yellow croakers had finished laying eggs and swam to deep water. Sea fishing is okay. After all, fishing does not pose a great threat to sea fish, so licenses can be issued, but trolleys and the like are not allowed to go to sea. This is also because most of the wild large yellow croakers are caught from the sea, and very few fishing boats can catch them, unless they're small fishing boats with fishing licenses during closed fishing seasons. Now there should be no big yellow croakers around here. If not, then of course we won't be able to catch them. So Zhuo Rong doesn't worry about it. After tying the thread set, Zhuo Rong also hung up his magic bug and threw it into the sea. The magic worm was still unstoppable. After entering the water, within 10 seconds, it was directly swallowed by a fish. Zhuo Rong lifted it, stabbed it, and caught the fish in an instant. After feeling it, the first fish today was not too big, so Zhuo Rong directly pulled the fish out of the water. As the fish came out of the water, Zhuo Rong also saw the appearance of the fish clearly, and Yuan Tianqing, who was next to him, had already introduced it first. Up. Sea carp, this fish is not bad. The taste is not as good as black fin and yellow fin, so it's not bad. Sea carp is also what Zhuorong and others call here. In fact, the scientific name of this kind of fish is black-spotted snapper. It is really not too expensive locally, only 4 to 50 yuan a catty, but in the future, according to Zhuorong's investigation, it will be about the same. It is worth more than 6,000 a catty. The fish on Zhuorong weighs about a catty and a half, which is 10,000 yuan. True mouth, save the hook. After lifting the fish onto the boat, Zhuorong took off the hook on the mouth of the fish, threw the fish in the live bin, and continued to hang food and continue fishing. The second fish was served by Yuan Tianqing, and a yellowfin of about 8 tails was also good. However, the third and fourth wings were both on the chest. There were 2 black wings, one weighing about 1.5 pounds, and the other about 2 or 3 ounces, which looked really big. Compared to yesterday's frenzy, it seems that there aren't too many fish here today, so Zhuorong's fishing speed is not too fast. Although they're constantly fishing, they're far less crazy than yesterday. Before I knew it, it was almost noon, but the weather today was not very good. Although it is said that it is not raining, the wind and waves on the sea are getting stronger before you know it, and then the boat is shaking much more than when you came here just now. You can still see the sea 3 to 4 meters deep, but soon it became cloudy. Look, let's change fishing spots. The tide here is about to recede. Looking at the time, Yuan Tianqing here also said to Zhuorong, the tide he mentioned is the tide. There are 2 times of high tide and low tide every day, and the specific time can be calculated. Of course, each region is different. Basically, the high tide time of the next day is about 48 minutes after the high tide time of the previous day, and the natural ebb tide is also 48 minutes later. IT was past 10 o'clock when Zhuorong and the others left yesterday, and it is almost 12 o'clock today. The tide has indeed receded. Now Zhuorong and the others have 2 choices. One is to go home, and the other is to catch the tide and go fishing at a place like a turnaround. Obviously, according to Yuan Tianqing's words, the fish in the 2 live warehouses now add up to only about 30 catties, and there is still some to fill, so it is better to fish in another place. Okay, then go to another place to fish. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also wanted to record some more locations. As for how to remember these locations, isn't there Xiao Zhua? It is no problem to record coordinates with satellites. After the voice fell, Zhuorong was ready to start reeling in the fishing line, but as soon as he reeled in, he felt something was wrong, because he was clearly caught on something. It's not hanging on the earth. Feel it, this thing is quite heavy, and it doesn't move much, so he subconsciously prepared to try it out. If he couldn't lift it up, it meant he was hanging on the earth, and he could consider cutting the thread, but if you don't cut the thread and pull it, it is estimated that his thread should be pulled continuously. In the end, who knew that when he turned on the electric twister, he actually forcibly lifted the thing up, and as the thing was lifted up, it started to struggle. Although the struggle was not particularly strong, it was indeed struggling. And the closer to the water surface, the more fierce the struggle, which surprised Zhuorong very much. Could it be that he still caught a fish? But obviously, this fish couldn't withstand Zhuorong's electric winch, and after a while, Zhuorong pulled this thing to the surface of the water, and when Zhuorong saw this thing, he was also stunned, because it was indeed a fish. Dog shark. Looking at this fish, Yuan Tianqing also cried out excitedly. Compared with black fins, yellow fins, etc., the dog shark is actually more valuable. And the most important thing is that Zhuorong's fish is very big. The shark is about 1.5 to 6 meters long. It is the longest shark that Zhuorong has caught, and it is also a big fish, weighing about 30 kilograms. But looking at the fish, Zhuorong looked back tactically because he was not sure if the fish was protecting the fish. Although speaking, in China, all sharks are not protected fish, including large sharks such as great white sharks, whale sharks, and basking sharks. It is not illegal to eat any sharks in China, but this is the same as hunting in island countries. Hunting whales and dolphins in Europa is also not illegal. Indeed, the law can't do anything to these people. But human nature needs to be considered. Of course, thinking of this, Zhuorong will feel a bit double standard. Sharks are endangered and critically endangered species, but wild large yellow croaker and bluefin tuna are also endangered, and critically endangered species are also extremely rare. But these animals can be hunted and killed. I have to say that sometimes humans do have double standards. Of course, Zhuorong is also human, so he is not sure if this fish can be eaten. Don't worry the owner. The scientific name of this species of shark is the island shark. It is not a protected fish. It lives on the bottom of the sea, so it is difficult to catch. At least in our country, it is not a rare species. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Xiao Zhua here also started to explain. Here I have to talk about Yuan Tianqing and the fishermen. They almost see a shark that grows like this called a dog shark, but in fact there are more than a dozen kinds of sharks that grow like this. Just don't break the taboo. Hearing Xiao Zhua's words, Zhuorong also brought the shark onto the boat, and Yuan Tianqing here had already cleared out a live warehouse here to put this big fish in. After putting it in, he was still feeling emotional, and he had to say that Zhuorong's luck was no one else. Although this dog shark only looked like 30 catties, it should actually be more valuable than yesterday's 53 catties of Neo Hong Kong Treevely, because this fish sells for 180 yuan per catty locally, and it's so big there. Maybe a price increase. In other words, this fish must be sold locally for at least nearly 6,000. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help but feel full of confidence in how much this fish can sell in the future. When Zhuorong brought up the shark, Yuan Tianqing here also immediately emptied one of the live warehouses. Out of a small single room was specially made for this fish. After catching this fish, Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing, who originally wanted to leave, didn't really want to leave. Indeed, it is not very good to catch black-finned and yellow-finned fish now that the water is muddy, but if they come to fish, dog shark is a good choice. Here or somewhere else. Looking at Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing also asked Zhuorong hesitantly. Here it is. Many of these island nation wop sharks are grouped together. If there are 2 more, then we'll make a lot of money. After hesitating for a while, Zhuorong also said to Yuan Tianqing. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing naturally agreed and then tied up the boat again. Although the swell here was not small, neither of them got seasick. It seems that it may be because of the excitement of catching a big fish that they temporarily forget the feeling of seasickness. They continued to lower their poles and started fishing. But unfortunately, they really thought too much. Sharks like dog sharks do gather nests, but the probability of this kind of shark actively hunting is too small. Generally speaking, if small fish, shrimps, and the like do not float to its mouth, it is lazy they open their mouths to eat. So if you want to catch them, you really need luck. But obviously, Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing's luck may have come to an end today. They caught 2 fish from 12 o'clock, but they didn't catch the second fish. Looking at the situation, let's go. After 2 o'clock, the 2 moved to a still water bay. Compared with the sea outside, it was much quieter here, but there were not many fish. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhuorong and the others went home. They only caught 6 fish in total, and 2 of them were small milk fish that were less than 3 tails, so they were released directly. Among the remaining 4 fish, there are 2 blackheads. Blackhead, the scientific name is mullet, also called mullet, letterfish, and jingwu. It is called differently in different places, but the well-known mullet roe refers to its seeds. But now this month, this kind of mullet has no seeds, so if you sell it for meat, it costs 10 yuan a catty locally, which is really a very cheap fish. But no matter how cheap the fish is, as long as it is wild or alive, Zhuorong is useful. It's getting dark, let's retreat. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, seeing that there were really no more fish, Yuan Tianqing also said to Zhuorong, withdraw. Professionals do professional things. Since Yuan Tianqing said that there are no more fish, then Zhuorong still believes in him. Then withdraw. Following Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing's boat back to the pier, there was chaos at the pier because many fishing boats had returned. When Yuan Tianqing saw the situation, he immediately asked a question, but the other party told him that the notice from the Meteorological Bureau stated that there would be heavy rain tomorrow, and that they could not go to sea. So some of their boats that usually put fish in rafts were not allowed to go to sea. Not coming back. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqing was still very anxious. First he found a place for himself, and after parking the boat, he immediately sent Huo Rong and the fish back. And after returning home, Zhuo Rong specially sent Yuan Tianqing a 999 red envelope. Today's income is obviously better than yesterday's, so Zhuo Rong can't be too picky to eat meat. So he had to let Yuan Tianqing drink soup anyway. He still understood this human accident. After helping Zhuo Rong put the fish at the gate of the villa, Yuan Tianqing here also left. He needs to go back to the boat quickly, because usually Yuan Tianqing's fishing gear is thrown on the boat, and he still needs to go back to take a trip that he asked for why I couldn't pick it up just now. The main reason is that there's no room. The big barrel for transporting live fish almost occupies the 2 rows behind, and I'm afraid it will be damaged if I put fishing gear and so on. That's why Yuan Tianqing has to go back to get it now. After Yuan Tianqing left, Zhuo Rong also swept these fish into the system. Ding, the wild island country wob shark has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 20,000 to 22,000 yuan. Ding, wild yellow bream has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 12,000 to 13,500 yuan. Ding, wild black sea bream has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams, 10,800 to 12,100 yuan. Ding, wild mullet has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams, 1,200 to 1,500 yuan. As Zhuo Rong swept the fish into the platform here has also been inspected. Zhuo Rong still sells black sea bream and yellow sea bream according to his previous price. The mullet is only 1,000 yuan a caddy, which is too cheap. However, Zhuo Rong did not lower the price this time, but kept the lowest price. The price is 20,000 a caddy. Almost as soon as he finished setting the price and clicked OK, the island nation's wob shark was sold in seconds. This island country's wob shark was 31 caddies and 6 tails, and 20,000 caddies was 632,000. Rong couldn't help but take a look at this second without even breaking the shell, but he found that the person who bought his fish was still a regular customer. This person bought fish when he was selling fish for the first time, and he also owned the cattle port yesterday, and he also owned the wob shark today. Did he eat? While muttering, Zhuo Rong clicked on this person's information, only to find out that this person is actually a restaurant owner. After seeing this, Zhuo Rong understood that since he is for restaurants, the consumption of fish is indeed large. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong handed over the website to Xiaozhua, and then went upstairs to take a shower. What he didn't know at this time was that 1,000 years later, there would be a restaurant relying on Zhuo Rong's these 2 fish have become famous in the local area. The wild Nyogong on the first day, and the wild island shark on the second day. These 2 fish were eaten up by the local people before they could come and spend the night, which also made the restaurant flourish. Master, someone in your online store reported that the big fish is selling too fast. Someone recommended that if you have any big fish in the future, you can live broadcast the auction or something. When Zhuo Rong finished his bath and came downstairs to prepare dinner, Xiaozhua here also said to Zhuo Rong that while Zhuo Rong was taking a bath, the fish in the shop had already sold out. The first to be sold was the island wob shark, followed by the 2 aconites. After all, this game may be the limit that ordinary people can afford. Fish such as black fin and yellow fin are also being sold, and the speed is also very fast. Although it is said that he has not been seconded, it is estimated that it will be another half an hour. While selling fish, some buyers also left messages to Zhuo Rong. They also saw the island country wob shark that Zhuo Rong sold, and they also had ideas. But some people are slow, some people hesitate, and the fish has gone to S.O. They must have some emotions in their minds. Sell goods live. Hearing Xiaozhua's words, Zhuo Rong frowned that in fact, live direct selling is okay. And it can also prove from the side that you catch the fish yourself, not collect it, which is beneficial to promoting yourself. And the most important thing is that he is not afraid of exposing the place, because even if he is exposed again, it is impossible for the other party to travel back 1,000 years to find him. The future is just a place to make money. No one in the future can threaten the present Zhuo Rong. So Zhuo Rong doesn't panic at all. It's okay to sell fish live. I'll sell while I'm fishing, but I'll have to have my own boat later. As for the auction, let's forget it for now. There's no need for hundreds of thousands of fish. If I catch that kind of big wild fish in the future, large yellow croakers, large groupers, bluefin tuna, etc., it won't be too late to auction them off. After thinking about it for a while, Zhuo Rong can do fish selling live, but the auction is not necessary yet. Okay, master, I understand. After hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Xiaozhua here also responded. Okay, cook, eat, get ready to rest. After listening to Xiaozhua's words, Zhuo Rong also went to the kitchen and started to cook dinner. I have to say that although the Meteorological Bureau says that sometimes it is unreliable, for example, the probability of accurate weather forecast is not high, but the Meteorological Bureau is related to the life and death of local fishermen. They dare not make false reports. When Zhuo Rong and the others got off the boat, they said that it was going to rain heavily. Sure enough, when Zhuo Rong finished his meal and was lying on the sofa watching TV, there was the sound of pattering raindrops outside. The rain came quickly, and it was heavy. Looking at the smoky rain outside, Zhuo Rong also lay on the windowsill and looked outside. He doesn't have to worry about closing the windows because all the windows in his villa are equipped with automatic systems, which will automatically recognize whether the rain is coming in, and the automatic temperature control system he installed in the villa will always be maintained. The temperature in the villa is 24 degrees and the humidity is 45 degrees. When the humidity is high, it will dehumidify. When the humidity is low, it will be humidified, and the temperature will be directly constant. So he didn't need to close the windows or check whether the room was damp or not. He just needs to lie on the windowsill and quietly watch the rain outside. After the new rain in the empty mountain, the weather is late to autumn. But it's a pity. My yard looks bare now, which is almost meaningless. Looking at the rain outside, Zhuo Rong muttered softly. Master, in fact, you can start to renovate part of the pavilion now, for example, by some grass seeds and sprinkle them down. These things don't need to be like grain or fruit. They can grow very quickly with just water. Good. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Xiaozhua here also reminded him. Hey, that's right. Planting grass doesn't mean raising cattle directly. You can plant grass first, otherwise the bare ones really don't look good. You can also get some trees. TSK. Hearing Xiaozhua's words, Zhuo Rong also thought for a while and said. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong opened the platform directly, and at this time his fish had been sold out. Today's fish, the wob shark from the island country, sold for 630,000 yuan, and the other fish together sold for more than 270,000 yuan, because besides black fin and yellow fin, Zhuo Rong also caught a lot of fish. Sea carp, that is black spotted snapper, this kind of fish he sells it at 5,500 kilograms, which is cheaper. But the total is 1 million, plus the remaining 900,000 yesterday. Zhuo Rong also has a property of nearly 2 million, and he's getting closer and closer to the yacht he fancy. Looking at his money with satisfaction, Zhuo Rong also directly started searching for pasture seeds. Judging from the answer given by the future platform, this pasture cannot be planted casually. Because of pasture, there are actually many sayings. Just like the pastures now have to be divided into grades, sweet elephant grass, alfalfa, emperor bamboo grass, corn grass, etc. These are all good pastures, but what to feed needs to be subdivided. According to Zhuo Rong, he mainly wanted to raise cattle, sheep, and pigs that he has for the stinky animals. There's no need for Zhuo Rong to worry about this. Because in the future there will be fully automatic breeding mobile sheds, which can automatically clean, decompose animal feces, etc., keep ventilation, and clean and comb every day. Some type of. Make sure all the animals are clean, healthy, and free from smells. However, it is more expensive. The mobile breeding shed for raising 10 cows costs 300,000 yuan. If you want to raise 100 cows, the shed costs 3 million yuan. According to Zhuo Rong's estimate, he may have to raise 100 cows, 1,000 sheep, and 50 pigs, not to mention that the cost of the shed will be close to 10 million compared with breeding sheds. Forage grass is much cheaper. According to the search on the internet, the most suitable forage grass for raising such large animals is the seed called Wanwu grass. This kind of grass doesn't grow too high. It can only grow as high as a person's calf, but it has many advantages. Point one is soft, easy to digest, and does not wear down the animal's teeth too much. The second is very tenacious, generally trampled, pressed, etc., will not die. It can still be stunned after 2 days. The third is fast growth and extremely high. Environmental tolerance. As long as the temperature is not lower than minus 25 degrees, it will not freeze to death. And if it does not exceed 50 degrees, it will not die from heat. After the grass leaves are eaten, as long as the roots are still there, it can grow back in a week, which is extremely exaggerated. The last and very important point is that the seeds need not be sprinkled by machines, but only need to be sprinkled manually, and the survival rate is as high as 98%. Moreover, a caddy of forage seeds only costs 4.5 yuan, which is really not expensive. Point 1 mu of land needs to be planted about 4 caddies. Zhuo Rong originally planned to plant grasslands a total of 3,000 mu, which is 54,000 yuan. This is not too expensive for Zhuo Rong, which is acceptable. Immediately, he directly bought 12,000 caddies of Wanwu seeds, preparing to fix the pasture tomorrow. Before I knew it. I had posted more than 60,000 words. Please support me and answer the questions in the book review area. The public version is updated 5 times a day, and the book is only started after writing 120,000 words, so don't worry about the update speed. As for the issue of female characters not appearing until now, I really don't know how to portray them. If I'm tired, forget it. Of course, I won't stop writing, but it's a different situation to start the palace. Please look forward to it. P.S. The latest update time is definitely not stable because the author's area is in that area, and he often has to go downstairs to make a certain acid. Today is the 6th time to do it, and I don't know how many more times to do it. It has to be said that in the future, merchants who sell seeds will still be good at doing business. Looking at such a big customer as Zhuo Rong, he not only sent over 12,000 genes of seeds, but also gave Zhuo Rong a spreading machine. This sprinkler is actually a bit like the kind of gun that shoots dolls out, pointing in one direction with a bang, and then the seeds will fall in an area like a goddess scattering flowers. It's just that this sprinkler is more accurate and hits farther. It's time to save Zhuo Rong's business. Seeing that everything was fine, Zhuo Rong also fell asleep in the blink of an eye the next morning. When Zhuo woke up, he found that the rain outside was getting lighter. Although it was still falling, it was basically drizzle. This time it's just right for sowing enough water in soft soil. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also opened the fully automatic umbrella he bought in the future. That today's fully automatic umbrellas can be opened automatically by pressing one button and retracted automatically by pressing again. The fully automatic umbrellas in the future will be more expensive than 13. This is a hood formed by light waves, which is also controlled by an intelligent system. If you place it on your head, it will automatically stop at a position half a meter above your head, and then form a semicircular light curtain. Rain, sand, and the light can be kept out. However, it will not block people or objects, which not only liberates people's hands, but also does not delay work. After opening the umbrella, Zhuo Rong went outside with the spreader and seeds. According to the instructions of the spreader, Zhuo Rong began to put seeds in it. An imaginary circle is drawn on the ground. Tell Zhuo Rong this direction, this angle, where the hit seeds will fall. That's just like playing a game, but it's really convenient. Seeing that there was no problem with the things, Zhuo Rong also pulled the trigger. There was a sound of bang, which sounded like the sound of a wedding cannon, and then the loaded kilogram of seeds fell directly on that area, quite evenly. Seeing the seeds fell, Zhuo Rong started planting the second caddy of seeds, ready to continue. And just when he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly saw a figure beyond the gate, walking out from the base of the wall in doubt. Huh, that big black dog. Looking at the dog, Zhuo Rong asked with some doubts. Yes, it is the big black dog that was rescued by the owner that day. It was lying at the door last night, as if it was on guard. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Xiao Zhui here also spoke. Xiao Zhui has been using satellites to monitor everything around Zhuo Rong and his parents in order to deal with any danger at any time. Naturally, the big black dog had been discovered long ago. Be alert. Is it repaying a favor? Looking at this dog, I have to say that the future healing spray is really powerful. Today, its legs can stand up and walk away, and it seems that the wound has healed quite well. Good, but being so drenched by the rain can easily cause inflammation and illness. Save people to the end, send Buddha to the west, although Zhuo Rong is not a saint, nor is he a dog fan, but this big black dog is destined for him after all, so he doesn't mind helping it again. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also walked to the door. Watching Zhuo Rong approaching, the big black dog took half a step back but did not leave, but continued to look at Zhuo Rong. In fact, the main thing is to look at the spreader in Zhuo Rong's hand. Oh, this one is not a threat to you. You come in first. Seeing the vigilance in the other party's eyes, Zhuo Rong also put the sprinkler aside first, then opened the door and signaled the big black dog to come in. Glancing at Zhuo Rong, the big black dog didn't refuse. After thinking for a while, he walked into Zhuo Rong's manor, and then Zhuo Rong locked the door again and took it back to the villa. First, took it to take a bath, dried it, and treated the wound again, and then Zhuo Rong poured the leftover rice porridge from the morning to the big black dog to eat. It could be seen that this big black dog is indeed spiritual. It seemed to know that Zhuo Rong had saved it, so it did not defend itself against Zhuo Rong, but ate happily. Seeing the appearance of the big black dog, Zhuo Rong also hesitated for a moment. The cyborg has no plan, and he will wait until he buys the yacht, but before that, his family really needs a creature. He is not lonely at all, because Xiao Zhui can also talk to him, but when he goes fishing, no one at home is watching, and that's a problem. Don't forget, Zhuo Rong's home is full of high technology. If a thief or something comes in, it will be a problem. If this big black dog is so intelligent, it's not impossible to adopt it yourself. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong took a few photos of the big black dog and sent them to Yuan Tianqing. Old Yuan, do you know this big black dog? Does it have an owner? After sending it over, Zhuo Rong also asked Yuan Tianqing. It took tens of seconds for the conversation to pass, and the call came directly from there. Old Zhuo, why did you let this dog into the house? Watch out for it to attack you. As soon as the phone was picked up, Yuan Tianqing's anxious voice came from over there. Attack me? No, this dog is pretty docile. How is it? Hearing Yuan Tianqing's voice, Zhuo Rong also asked over the phone. Hey, this dog is quite famous in our area. It's the king of dogs. Seeing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing also briefly introduced the situation of this big black dog. This big black dog is indeed a legendary dog. This big black dog used to be a meat dog, specially raised by a meat dog factory here. Among the dog meat eaten all over the world, meat dogs like this actually account for a huge proportion. Of course, some people will steal pet dogs and they like to eat, but to be honest, many pet dogs are now small dogs. In order to pursue their cuteness and agility, they don't feed much, so small dogs are not big in size and don't have much meat. Those who really want to eat dog meat, or those dog meat restaurants, only accept this kind of large meat dog. This big black dog was originally a meat dog, but it was not willing to be a meat dog. It once instigated an uprising of meat dogs. It recorded the method of human beings to open the kennel, and then quietly opened the door of the kennel, letting all the meat dogs run away. As a result, the owner of the meat dog factory suffered heavy losses and had to sell the kennel. Then the second boss came here to continue to run the dog meat factory. Also, when the dogs were about to be slaughtered, he sneaked into the kennel and let the dogs out. However, the second boss was not a good guy. He hired someone to kill the big black dog, but the big black dog turned back and killed 8 hounds that were chasing him and bit 4 people at the same time. Since then, no one has dared to come here to set up a dog meat factory, and the big black dog has become a nightmare for nearby residents. Because when it has nothing to eat, it will enter the residents' homes to find food. Because if people are afraid to mess with relationships that have hurt people before, the IT seems that he's become one of the bullies in the nearby villages. It's interesting, this guy didn't expect to be so smart. Seeing the big black dog eating porridge in front of him, Jourone also squatted down, stretched out his hand, and rubbed the big black dog's head, feeling Jourone's movements. The big black dog couldn't help but stop eating the porridge, but then it continued to eat, and it could be seen that it was very relieved for Jourone. Okay, it's fine without the owner, and I'll adopt it without the owner. Oljua, think about it, this dog can hurt people. Hearing that Jourone was going to adopt this dog, Yuan Tianqing couldn't help saying hesitantly, "It's okay, I know in my heart. How are you doing? The heavy rain didn't hit you." Hearing Yuan Tianqing's concerned words, Jourone also smiled. He definitely accepted this feeling, but he must keep this dog and then change the subject. "I haven't watered it, but the rain is too heavy. It is estimated that after the rain stops, my boat will be soaked in water, and it will take at least 2 days before I can go to sea." Hearing Jourone's words, Yuan Tianqing said helplessly, "Rainwater is extremely corrosive, especially since his boat is not made of good materials. If a sand hole is corroded, it will be a big loss for him. It's okay, it's time to replace it with a new one. Your boat must be old." Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Jourone also said casually with a smile, "Boss, it doesn't matter if you have money. You know how much it costs to change a ship." After hearing Jourone's words, Yuan Tianqing also said contemptuously over the phone, "It's okay, just tell me how much you'll be short that time. I will lend it to you without interest." Seeing what Yuan Tianqing said, Jourone said indifferently, as mentioned earlier, Jourone is not some kind of holy mother. He is now willing to borrow money from Yuan Tianqing. One reason is that Yuan Tianqing is worthy of friendship. The second is because after Yuan Tianqing has a good ship, he can also take himself to explore more spots. For Jourone, this investment is beneficial but not harmful. That's what he said. At that time, I will change to a fishing boat that can be used in high seas. Hearing what Jourone said, Yuan Tianqing also said with a smile, Jourone has seen fishing boats in the Far Sea these days. Compared with the Near Sea, the Far Sea is bigger and richer in resources. Jourone has seen people with such a fishing boat go fishing for groupers in the Far Sea. 10 caddies of green spots, 10 caddies of erythema. These are fun. Erythema is sold for 800 yuan a caddy here and 100,000 yuan per caddy on the website. A erythema of about 10 caddies is worth more than 1 million yuan, which is quite an exaggeration. But now Jourone is not very good at fishing, and he doesn't know where to fish, otherwise he would have to go to the open sea for a while. You want to go to the open sea? This is easy to handle. There's some of my fleet that go to the open sea. When they go, let's take 2 places. But to be honest, the fish in the open sea need to be more abundant. It's hard to catch. If you go out 10 times, you need to have more than 3 air forces. Of course, if you catch it, you will make money. Yuan Tianqing naturally heard Jourone's longing for the sea, so he said it too. Hearing what he said, Jourone also agreed. They're magic bugs. As long as the place is right and they're fish, Jourone believes in himself definitely catch it. After talking to Yuan Tianqing, Jourone also hung up the phone and then opened the system platform. He was going to make a doghouse with a big black dog. Naturally, a kennel also needs to be high-tech, with automatic cleaning, automatic deodorization, and automatic temperature adjustment, all of which are required. Such a kennel is not expensive at all. It only costs more than 1,200 yuan. Jourone picked out one that looked impressive and bought it as Jourone took out the kennel. The big black dog here also had a feeling and couldn't help but turn to look at Jourone to be more precise at the kennel in Jourone's hand. "From today on, you can live with me. When I usually go out, help me look after the house. This is your little house." Pushing the kennel to the door, Jourone also said to the big black dog, "Wow." Hearing Jourone's words, the big black dog barked twice as a response, and then continued to eat rice porridge with its head down. Seeing the appearance of the big black dog, Jourone also went outside again at this time, picked up the throwing gun, and continued to hit the seeds. After the big black dog finished eating, he also lay down at the door, watching Jourone over there get grass seeds. Not to mention, with a living creature by his side, Jourone felt that the grass seeds were threshing much faster. Before he knew it, Jourone had threshed almost a quarter of the 12,000 gene of grass seeds. It seems that one more afternoon call this afternoon, and another day tomorrow will be enough. Looking at this day, even if the rain stops, it is estimated that they will not be able to go to the sea, because the heavy rain will make the sea turbid. No matter how magical Jourone's magic insect is, the fish can't smell it, and naturally they won't bite the hook if they can't see it. It's a hard question. At 18 noon, Jourone also went back to cook. Today he deliberately cooked more, because besides his food, there was also the big black dog's food. As the meal was ready, Jourone and a hey go, one person and one dog, also sat here and began to eat. After eating, Jourone specially exchanged a hey go for a small dishwasher. The dishes are washed here. Seeing Jourone's movements, the big black dog thought for a while, and then ran out of Jourone's house. Not long after, he brought back 2 bowls from the outside. These 2 bowls were given to him by Jourone the night before. It looks like it still has the bowl it eats in. Okay, these 3 bowls will be your bowls from now on. Put these 2 bowls into the dishwasher, and after pressing start, Jourone continued to go out to harvest grass seeds. Originally, what he wanted was to finish half of the grass seeds in one afternoon. But things will always come to you inadvertently. For example, now, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jourone's platform system suddenly rang, and the car that Jourone ordered has arrived. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. I have a lifetime warranty here. Okay, I'll take a look at the car first. Following the information from Jourone also contacted the seller, and then picked up the pickup, and then a streamlined SUV appeared in front of him suddenly. This scene startled the big black dog, but when it saw that Jourone didn't say anything, it knew that such a thing should be normal here. And although the car appeared amazing, it still knew the shape of the car after all, so it couldn't help but move over, sniffing the smell of the sea, or AT this time. Jourone was actually very satisfied with the car, and then he couldn't help sitting in the car. I have to say, from the outside, he just felt that the car was very luxurious and futuristic, but overall it's still a car. But when Jourone got in the car, he felt that this car was actually more like an aircraft than a car, with too many high-tech things. I'll leave it to you. Although there are a lot of things in this car, under the guidance of Xiaojua, Jourone has roughly figured it out, and the next step is his test drive. That, of course, before the test drive, he also asked Xiaojua to make sure the insurance, temporary license plate, car purchase contract, factory specifications, and so on. During these things, Jourone also tried the car to how to say, quite cool. The top speed of this car can reach 800 kilometers per hour. That is to say, it can advance 220 meters per second. Ordinary civil aviation airliners are at this level, but now Jourone's car is at this level. Of course, Jourone only dared to step on a straight road. Normally, he would not dare to drive more than 80 kilometers. First of all, if there's something wrong, his reaction is not so fast. Secondly, it is still raining now. The road is slippery. Be careful. Although the defense factor of this car is extremely strong, but such a beautiful car, he will feel distressed if he touches Jourone, who was planning to sow seeds in the afternoon, drove the car for more than 3 hours at home. I have to say that the car was very happy. By the time he reacts, it's time for dinner. Fortunately, after dinner, he still remembered the business and insisted on sowing half of the seeds that should be sown today, but he was not going to sow the seeds the next day, and we will talk about it the day after tomorrow. Today, he's going to play cards. Early in the morning, Zhuo Rong took the materials that Xiao Zhuo had printed out, put the temporary license plate, and headed towards the vehicle management office where he applied for his father's license plate last time. After arriving at the vehicle management office, it was naturally busy for a while. After arriving, I registered, then inspected the car, and then took the license plate. In fact, during the vehicle inspection, the people in the vehicle management office here had some doubts because Zhuo Rong's car did not seem to meet the regulations, especially the interior, which was too high-tech and too gorgeous. But after checking online, they found that this car has indeed passed the audit. They can only think that this kind of modification may be allowed by the imperial court. In fact, they don't know where the line is. Now that it's passed the audit, then they can handle it normally. In the end, Zhuo Rong got a 2.6 license plate, and it will take a few days before the license plate can be sent to him, so there's no rush for now. After confirming that there was no problem with the license plate, Zhuo Rong also drove around the city. In fact, the main thing is to feel the power and driving feeling of this car. Yesterday, I just tried it on a road in his house where no one was around, and it was not clear, but now it is much more comfortable to try it in the city. Looking at Zhuo Rong's car on the road, many people looked sideways. It was because Zhuo Rong's car was so handsome. Of course, most of the people who looked sideways were MEN. As far as girls are concerned, they don't know Zhuo Rong's car. For many girls, the car model, appearance, nothing is needed. The only important thing is the car logo. Well, the same is true for boys. People all over the world are in the same way. The priority of installing 13 is far higher than cost-effective things. Otherwise, it is impossible to fill the streets with more than 200,000 Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. At this price, it is not an exaggeration to say that the BBA is mechanical flow. After happily driving in the city for a while, Zhuo Rong made a special trip home. But unfortunately, his father went to work and his mother went to Sue's Ting Garden. No one cared about him. So Zhuo Rong, after returning home, he went back in despair. But God, it seemed that Zhuo Rong wanted to pretend to be 13, so he had to calm down. When he was driving back, Yuan Tianqing called. Hey Lao Zhuo, are you still alive? Damn, what are you talking about, sir? I'm living well. As soon as Zhuo Rong picked up the phone, he heard Yuan Tianqing's cheap voice and couldn't help but go back straight away. It's not about the fierce battle record of the big black dog you adopted. It's good that it's still alive. Hearing Zhuo Rong's angry voice, Yuan Tianqing also knew that Zhuo Rong was fine. By the way, let me tell you something. My car has been delivered. If you go to see later, you can pick me up at the old pier. After talking nonsense, Zhuo Rong also vaguely revealed that he had a new car. A new car? What'd you buy? BBA, Trident, Bentley, Rolls, etc. Yuan Tianqing also asked curiously when he heard that Zhuo Rong had a new car, but he asked this because he knew that Zhuo Rong was rich now. But in his opinion, BBA was almost the same, and what he said later was actually just a few words. No, who buys a normal mass-produced car? A decent person buys a mass-produced car, then you have to buy a custom-made one. Do you buy a mass-produced car? Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile, fuck, my car is also mass-produced. So you are not a decent person. Stop talking. I'm at home. Come and pick me up. Let me see your new car, and then let's go find Yangsheng. This kid is busy drinking. Listening to Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing also said something to Zhuo Rong with contempt, and then explained the reason why he called. Of course, he mainly wanted to see Zhuo Rong's new car. Hearing this, Zhuo Rong also hung up the phone, then kicked the accelerator and drove towards Yuan Tianqing's house. As for the big dog in his house, there's nothing to worry about. Zhuo Rong bought dog food for him last night, and when he was free at home, the two of them would cook and eat. When he was not at home, the big black dog would also have dog food, so don't worry. Driving, Zhuo Rong soon arrived at Yuan Tianqing's house. Yuan Tianqing's family lives on the edge of Lingquan village. In fact, his family still has a house in the city, but now Yuan Tianqing's parents live there. The old house was remodeled and turned into a two-story building. When Zhuo Rong's car was parked downstairs in his house, Yuan Tianqing also saw Zhuo Rong's car in his room on the second floor and immediately ran down quickly, looking at it with a strange face. When he saw the interior of the car, he felt even more novel. As expected of a custom-made car, looking at your interior, I knew it must be very valuable. Looking at the technological interior, Yuan Tianqing couldn't help but said with emotion. Then Zhuo Rong kicked the accelerator, pulled Yuan Tianqing, and rushed towards the place that Yangsheng had booked. When the two of them arrived, they found that Sun Qingyuan had already arrived. Looking at Zhuo Rong's new car, Yangsheng and Sun Qingyuan were also very interested. We'll talk about it later after dinner, but there's no need to wait to see the car. Because Zhuo Rong drove here this evening, Zhuo Rong didn't drink at all. But when old classmates are together, there's actually a lot to say without drinking. Listen to what Sun Qingyuan said about how bastards their leaders are, how promising the crayfish raised by Yangsheng is, and how Yuan Tianqing brags about the big fish he caught before. In fact, these are really interesting. Tea around 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhuo Rong took Yuan Tianqing back to his house and then drove back by himself at night. Although it said that it didn't rain during the day, it started to rain at night. God, it's not suitable for going to sea. But it didn't matter. It happened that Zhuo Rong could take advantage of this opportunity to tidy up the pasture. I have to say that this future pasture is indeed miraculous. The piece of pasture that Zhuo Rong dug down yesterday morning has sprouted at this time, and it will take root by itself and burrow into the soil by itself. I have to say that the technology of the future is really advanced. When I woke up the next day, sure enough, the sky outside was still cloudy. Although the rain had stopped, the wind blowing from the sea was not too light. Don't even think about fishing today. Let's finish the seeds first. After Zhuo Rong finished his breakfast, he went to sow seeds, and the big black dog followed Zhuo Rong at this time. The healing spray was really powerful. The big black dog's legs no longer affected his walking. It took only 5 days for such a serious injury to heal, which is really amazing. You will be a member of my family from now on. I should give you a name. While planting the seeds, Zhuo Rong looked at the big black dog and said, wow. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the big black dog also barked, seeming to say, indeed, one should be named, but when it comes to naming it, Zhuo Rong has some headaches. In fact, this is not Zhuo Rong's problem. It is difficult for his family to get a name. Zhuo Rong and his father are called Zhuozian. In fact, many people will have some doubts when they see this name, because it doesn't seem like a name given by a man in his 50s. In fact, this is also because Zhuo Rong's grandfather can't name him. Zhuo Rong's father, there are 2 brothers in total, and he also has an uncle named Zhuo Zipping. Even with his father Vizian, he will understand. His grandfather hoped that the children would be safe. The reason why Zhuo Rong is called Rong is because his family won the title of honor 3 years before he was born, and then his uncle's cousin, who's 2 years older than him, is called Zhuo Guang, and he is called Zhuo Rong. Yes, their family name is as simple as that. Now, when it comes to naming this big black dog, Zhuo Rong is really a little conflicted. A T this time. The sky that had been overcast for several days finally revealed a gap. When the sun shone on the big black dog, Zhuo Rong discovered that the fur color of the big black dog was not that pure black, but the feeling of redness in the black. When Zhuo Rong saw the big black dog, there was never a good day, either dark or cloudy. Now that the sun shines on a big dog, it really feels like it's burning. This reminded him of a kind of dog monster in the Shanghai Jing that he'd seen before, Fudo. According to legend, this kind of monster is the entourage of Vulcan. If it eats fire and pulls fire, fire and disaster will appear wherever it appears. This is somewhat similar to the situation of the big black dog. After all, in this neighborhood, the big black dog really represents a disaster, because 2 of his dog factory owners have gone bankrupt, which shows that this guy is really not easy to mess with. Then he'll be called Fudo from today on. After thinking for a while, Zhuo Rong said to the big black dog, woof. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, although he didn't know what Fudo was, the big black dog felt that the name was quite domineering, so he barked happily. Otherwise, it's better to forget it. Fudo is too hard to remember, or it's better to call it Dahe. Looking at Fudo, Zhuo Rong muttered softly again. Although the name Fudo is domineering, but it is not easy to remember after all. Dahe is easier to remember. Woo. But upon hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Fudo got down on the ground and began to dig the soil with his claws, expressing that he didn't like the name Dahe. Well, this will pick its own name. Let's fight in trouble. Just wait until you get used to it, and you'll be fine. Looking at Fudo, Zhuorong smiled, and then continued to sow the seeds. Today, Zhuorong didn't go out at all, and spent a whole day picking up all the remaining grass seeds. During dinner at night, I also received a message from Yuan Tianqing. Oljua, I have a buddy who plays in the outer seas. Aren't you interested in big fish? I'll take you to the outer seas tomorrow. Outer sea? Yes, what's the price? Zhuorong also knew that outer sea is the place to catch big fish, so he also asked Yuan Tianqing. 1,005 fishing places, but you have to bring your own things. Nothing is included on the boat. You can pay for your own. I will go up to help, and there is no fishing place fee. Hearing that Zhuorong was interested, Yuan Tianqing also spoke up. How many fishing spots are there on this boat? After hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuorong also asked. A total of 4 fishing positions. The chartered boat is 6,000. Yes, 6,000 for charter. Just tell that buddy of yours that I have chartered the boat, and I will pay for the fish you and he catch. Zhuorong wants fish, so naturally he doesn't care about the small money. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing here also scolded Zhuorong as a prodigal. Money is not like that. He doesn't know how much wealth these fish will create for Zhuorong. But seeing that Zhuorong still wanted to do this, he also asked his friend, who naturally had nothing to object to, for a trip to the open sea. The fuel cost is about 2,000 yuan. Zhuorong directly chartered a boat for 6,000 yuan, which is equivalent to saying that he made a net profit of 4,000 yuan without doing anything. If you sell it to Zhuorong at the market price, you'll earn more. That it was impossible for him to disagree. And when Zhuorong heard that the other party agreed, he also smiled. With the magic bait and the other party's fishing points, Zhuorong believed that tomorrow would be a big hit. If you were lucky, you'll find a dozen or so erythema of about 10 caddies. TSK, 100,000 per caddy, 1 million 10 caddies, and more than 10 million 10 caddies. Money is settled. Thinking of this, Zhuorong couldn't help laughing. He was already looking forward to tomorrow. After a night of nothing to say, the next day came in a blink of an eye. Today, after 3 o'clock, Zhuorong woke up, finished his breakfast, and fed Fudo. Then Zhuorong drove directly to Yuan Tianqing's house. Then he followed Yuan Tianqing, who was driving, to the small pier. When they came to the pier with their things, they saw a fishing boat about 7 or 8 meters long, which was much better than Yuan Tianqing's fishing boat. Rong, the owner of the fishing boat, also waved his hand. Tianqing here, as the man shouted. Yuan Tianqing also came to his boat with Zhuorong. After boarding the boat, Yuan Tianqing also introduced Zhuorong. Oljua, this is also my friend, called Kangol, the owner of this fishing boat. Kangol, this is Zhuorong, my classmate in junior high school and high school, and also my best friend in Big Boss. He's the one who chartered the boat today. The two of us will work for him. Mr. Zhuo, hello. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's introduction, Kangol here also said something with a smile. But although this person was smiling, Zhuorong felt that there was something hidden in his smile, and his eyes kept flickering. Looking at himself, a little malicious. Captain Kong, hello. What's a captain or not? I'm the owner of a small fishing boat. Ha, come on. Put the things down first, and we're ready to go. Seeing that Zhuorong was being polite to himself, Kangol also smiled. Then it was ready to sail. Compared with the near sea, the open sea is much farther away. It was less than 5 o'clock when Zhuorong and the others left, but when they arrived at the first fishing spot, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Kangol turned on the sonar on the boat and checked to confirm that there are fish here. The depth of the water surface is about 75 meters, and there are reefs under the water, so the hook cannot be placed directly to the bottom. It is necessary to find a position where the earth will not be caught. After confirming this position, Yuan Tianqing helped to drop the anchor, slightly fix the boat on this fishing position, and then the 3 of them began to make a nest, and then prepared the line group. Soon, the 3 of them had already set up the fishing group and the like. Zhuorong was at the stern, which was the best position, and Kangol was also at the stern because he had to keep an eye on the sonar and currents to prevent the boat from going off course. Yes, we need to go back to the S for Yuan Tianqing. He can only go to the fishing spot at the bow. The advantage is that the place is large. After talking and laughing, the 3 of them settled their positions, and Zhuorong also slipped the hook into the sea. The electric reel is actually more suitable for the deep sea. It is really not interesting to use an electric reel to catch yellow fins at a depth of 5 or 6 meters. It feels like the end of the line has not yet been collected, and now that's really cool. Moreover, Zhuorong's electric twister can automatically identify the seabed and reefs, and it will ask Zhuorong whether to put it to the bottom. When Zhuorong is sure to put it about 1 meter above the coral reef, it will put it about 1 meter above the coral reef. Location. Here, you don't have to worry about catching the earth. With a fishing line set, Zhuorong is also waiting for the fish with peace of mind that he is not confident in any nest bait, nor in his fishing skills, but in magic insects. Compared with Yuan Tianqing and Kangol, who use octopus and crabs, Zhuorong's magic insects are absolutely necessary, much better than those 2 things. Today he used the biggest hook and the biggest worm. As long as the underwater fish can see and smell it, they probably won't let go of such a delicious delicacy. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after Zhuorong's hook went down, he had already drifted. Looking at the head of the fishing rod and nodding, Zhuorong also picked up the fishing rod. Following the opponent's heavy bite, Zhuorong immediately raised his rod and stabbed, feeling the struggling fish in his hand. Zhuorong knew it was a hit. Did you catch a fish? Bingo. Looking at Zhuorong's movements, Kong couldn't help asking in shock. I've said it all. Don't look at me, Boss Zhuo, as a mediocre man, but my luck is quite against the sky. What's in it? Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing here also said with a smile. I don't know, but this fish should be big and heavy. While turning on an electric winch to pull the fish up, Zhuorong put the fishing rod on the 4 position. When Tong Nan started his hand just now, he felt that the fish was too small. There was even a feeling that reminded him of Niu Gang. There are not many big fish in this area of water. The green spot just keeps drilling down the water. The red spot is not so strong and fast, so we'll drill for a while and stop for a while. If the red snapper, then we'll go upstream, and each fish is different. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing here also explained to Zhuorong. Hiss, it should be blue spots because of the great strength. Thinking back, Zhuorong said to Yuan Tianqing, and when he heard Zhuorong say it was blue spots, Yuan Tianqing here prepared the hook, and the blue spot's Madara is not small in size and has great strength that, if you use a net to catch, it is easy to jump out, and the game is not worth the loss. It is more reliable to hook. Under Yuan Tianqing's watchful eyes, he didn't wait for too long. In just over a minute, a big fish that was still struggling on the bottom of the sea appeared on the surface of the sea. Damn, it's so big. But looking at this fish, Yuan Tianqing felt a little numb. The grouper caught by Zhuorong at this time is indeed a green spot, or this blue spot is actually mainly called by the local people. Naturally, the fishermen are not like biologists, and they can clearly distinguish the types of these groupers. They're basically named after the color and characteristics of the grouper. The so-called erythema is red spot grouper. In some places, Dongxing spot is also called erythema or sea erythema, but the price is quite different. While the eastern star spot is more expensive than red spot grouper AS for the green spot, there are more of them. The oblique band group is called green spot, the soil group is called blue spot, and the cedar spot is also called blue spot. But in fact, although these fish are somewhat blue, their characteristics and size are still the same. There's not a small gap. The scientific name of the fish caught by Zhuorong is tiger spot. This is also the larger type of grouper. The one caught by Zhuorong weighs almost 40 caddies, and is still struggling. I'll do it. Seeing Yuan Tianqing holding the hook and not daring to make a move, Zhuo Rong also told Yuan Tianqing to control the fishing rod. And then he came, taking advantage of the moment when a struggling tiger banner opened his mouth. He took the hook, stretched the hook into its mouth, and then lifted the fish onto the boat with force. Watching the fish get on the boat, Yuan Tianqing immediately picked up the air needle and came to deflate it. Because of the difference in air pressure between the water and the surface, if the fish is not rescued immediately, the fish will surely die. Originally, this should be a happy life. But when Zhuo Rong brought the fish out of the water just now, he was still smiling happily at the beginning, but suddenly his complexion was not very good. Because obviously, he also recognized that this fish was not an ordinary blue spot. Ordinary blue spots cost only 1 to 200 yuan a caddy, while the tiger class sells for around 400 yuan a caddy. He gave himself 6,000, and Zhuo Rong caught the fish himself, so he couldn't share the money. So there was some imbalance in his heart. What he was thinking at this time was not Zhuo Rong's good luck or Zhuo Rong's good equipment and skills, but what he thought was, if it didn't bring Zhuo Rong, would the fish be his own? Thinking of this, his face became even uglier. Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing here naturally didn't notice his expression at 8T this time. The two were still shocked by the fish. Yuan Tianqing was shocked that Zhuo Rong caught such a big fish, and Zhuo Rong was shocked by the price of this fish. Just now he took the website and scanned it. This fish is actually tiger spot, which he already knew. On the website, the price of tiger spot is 62,000 yuan per caddy. This fish weighs 41 caddies and 6 tails. Even if Zhuo Rong sells it at 60,000 caddies, that is to say, this fish is worth 2.49 million. Thus seeing this, Zhuo Rong felt that 10 million yuan is actually not that hard to earn. He might have a chance today, just get a yacht back. No, not only yachts. If there's a chance, even the biochemical man will be masturbating today. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong became even happier, but besides being happy, he didn't forget it. This fish is worthless if it dies. So according to what Xiaozhua said, he quietly sprayed the healing spray he brought on the fish. Tonight, then he got on the fishing group again and threw it into the sea. It has to be said that the magic worms are more attractive to these deep-sea fish that in less than 10 minutes. Zhuo Rong fished again. And although this fish is not as big as before, it is not cheap either. This fish is the red spot that Zhuo Rong and others often call, that is the red spot grouper. The fish on Zhuo Rong has almost reached the limit of the fish. It weighs about 15 caddies, 5,000 to 120,000 caddy. Even if Zhuo Rong only sells for 100,000, that's 1.48 million. Adding the money he saved, half of the yacht has already been bought. Seeing this, Zhuo Rong became even more excited. But at this moment, Kong Lu, who had been calm and sensual, started to fix things. Just as Zhuo Rong was about to cast his third pole, he suddenly told Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing to put away their poles because they were too late and had to drive back. After hearing his words, Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing didn't know if it was really too much, so they put it away and waited for him to move forward before rehooking. However, less than 3 minutes after the hook was hooked, he made another point, telling Zhuo Rong and the others to put away the hook, and he wanted to go back. There was 1, there was 2, there was no repetition. After the second time he drove back, Zhuo Rong asked Xiaozhua to memorize the position here, and finally hooked again. Within 5 minutes, he said something again, and when he asked Xiaozhua, he found that Xiaozhua said that they didn't move at all. The distance they moved back and forth was less than 1 meter, and it didn't pass at all. Captain Kong, I think this position is quite good, so there's no need to adjust it. Anyway, I chartered the boat, so let's go fishing here. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong was not in a hurry to reel in the fishing line, nor did he directly expose Kangol. After all, they were on the high seas now. Good to go back to S.O. Zhuo Rong made another statement, one he couldn't refuse. All right. Seeing what Zhuo Rong said, Kangol really couldn't say anything. Zhuo Rong is the owner of the charter boat. He said that if he fished here, he could fish here. But thinking of this, Kong Li's face became even more ugly. But without Kangol to interrupt himself, Zhuo Rong started to fish again. Within 10 minutes, he caught the third fish, but this fish was not grouper, but a red sea bream. Red sea bream, also called jiaji fish, is a very common deep-sea fish. The price is not expensive, which is 30 to 40 yuan caddy. But fortunately, the fish Zhuo Rong has is big enough that it weighs more than 6 caddies, and it can be sold for more than 200 yuan in reality. And in the future, this fish will sell for about 4,500 yuan per caddy, which is tens of thousands. He put the fish back happily. At this time, Yuan Tianqing over there also caught a fish, a cedar spot, which is also a blue spot in his mouth. But the price of the cedar spot is also more expensive than the earth spot and oblique group. In the future, a caddy can be sold for about 20,000 yuan, and the one he caught was more than 5 caddies, which is also worth more than 100,000 yuan. Next, Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing started the fish performance. Basically, if Zhuo Rong made 2 or 3, Yuan Tianqing would have one up from about 10 o'clock in the morning. They began to pull wildly until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even lunch was the bread they ate casually when they put the line to S.O. busy. The results are gratifying that in addition to the fish Zhuo Rong caught at the beginning, he also caught a total of 20 or so red spot weighing more than 10 kilograms. The oblique banded grouper and soil spot of 100 kilograms, 6 for a grouper, and 4 red sea bream of about 6 caddies, according to the price scanned by the platform. These 3 erythemas weighing more than 10 caddies are worth more than 3 million yuan, and the oblique banded grouper weighing more than 20 caddies is about 15,000 yuan per caddy, and the total is more than 300,000 yuan. The 8 oblique belts and soil spots of more than 10 kilograms weighed more than 100 kilograms in total, and 1 kilogram was 15,000, which was nearly 2 million yuan. 0.6 shan bands weighed 6 caddies, which was 720,000 yuan. Adding up the money, Zhuo Rong was already enough to buy a yacht. Adding the fish caught by Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong could earn nearly 10 million yuan today. Be sure, yachts, cyborgs, everything. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong is really happy, and Kong Lu over there actually put away the fishing rod when Zhuo Rong caught the third fish. He stopped fishing and just sat by the side watching Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing fish. His pair of small eyes kept turning, obviously nothing good to hold back. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon because it took more than 3 hours to drive here. Zhuo Rong and the others had to leave now, otherwise it would be too late to go back, and there would be too many variables. So after Zhuo Rong took the last bowl of the small green spot weighing about 3 caddies and let it go, Zhuo Rong and his group also drove towards the pier to around 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhuo Rong and the others came to the pier, opened the live warehouse, and saw that the healing spray was indeed Neo 13, and these fish are still alive and well. You move the fish, I'll add some money to Captain Kong. Zhuo Rong is a very particular person, although it is said that the fish he caught today has little to do with the happiness. But after all, he caught the fish on his boat, and the point was provided by the other party. Now Zhuo Rong is making money. Naturally, let the other party drink the soup. S.O. Zhuo Rong is going to transfer 10,000 yuan to Kangol when he comes over, and it will be regarded as the money to buy this fishing spot. You must know that distant sea fishing spots are very valuable in the hands of fishermen, and it is normal to spend money to buy them. When Zhuo Rong walked over, Kangol also walked over. Sorry, boss Shua, you can't take the fish today. Captain Kong, what does this mean? Hearing Kong Li's words, Zhuo Rong stopped transferring money in his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at Kong Lu with a smug face. It doesn't mean anything, just the literal meaning. I'll sell your fish. Looking at Zhuo Rong's eyes, Kong Li's face showed a trace of disdain. My fish, what right do you have to sell? Hearing the other party's words, Zhuo Rong felt amused, folded his arms, and looked at Kangol in front of him playfully. When boarding the boat, Zhuo Rong felt that this guy was not a good person. Sure enough, now it seems that he's really not a good person. Your fish? Did you ask it to agree? You two came here to help me today. My boat is my fish. Originally, if you have a good attitude, I will reward each of you with 500 yuan as wages. With your current attitude, go away. There is no money. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Kong Lu also said with a sullen face, what's the matter, Kangol? Are you so shameless? You're all living in this piece of sea. What's the matter? You want to smash your job? Hearing what Kangol said, the boat wasn't that big at first, and Yuan Tianqing, who was preparing to fish here, naturally heard it too, so he couldn't help walking over and said to Kangol with a displeased face, "Whatever you do, you must pay attention to integrity. This guy's like this now, but he just doesn't pay attention to it. But for this happiness, integrity, how much is honesty worth? If the price of Zhuorong's fish today is less than 6,000, he won't even look at it. If it's 7,000 or 8,000, then he can bear it. But the problem now is that Zhuorong's catch is more than 6 or 7,000 yuan. That 40 gene tiger spot is worth 16,000 yuan, and the 10,000 gene J-pan is worth 10,000 yuan less, plus other fish, at least 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, in front of 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Face job, he can even sell his parents. I'm telling you, hurry up. I've already sold this fish to Brother Bao. Don't go down and drink seawater if you don't get the fish by then." Facing Yuan Tianqing's pressing questions, Kong Lu looked at him with disdain and at the same time pulled the tiger's skin. Sure enough, when he heard Brother Bao's name, Yuan Tianqing's face flashed a trace of anger, but originally wanted to beat Kong a hand, but unconsciously put it down. "Kangol, where's Laozi's fish?" Just at this time, a voice came from the bow of the boat, and Zhuorong saw a tall, thin man in a tang suit with a sour face, who looked to be in his 40s, with a dozen boys with tattoos of hairtail, pheasant, and pippy shrimp came over. Hey, as soon as he saw this person, Kong Lu immediately greeted him with a smile. "Brother Bao, all the fish are here. What's the situation with Brother Bao?" Zhuorong also asked Yuan Tianqing next to him, seeing Kong Lu, who was going up like a dog's leg. This guy's name is Bao Sudong, and he's just a bastard, but he has a lot of influence. In the past, the small pier was his territory, and we had to pay him when we went to sea. Later, the dust sweeping became stricter, and he didn't dare to spread hand. Here has become a parking lot. However, with the money he extorted from us before, he opened a seafood restaurant, and he usually robbed us of fish. Then you didn't call the police? Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong asked with some doubts, "Does Yanhuang still have such evil forces? It shouldn't be. Hey, what's the use of calling the police? Of course he has younger brothers who come out to take the blame, and he has more than a dozen yachts under his command. If we call the police, they will go to sea to block us, and then catch us on the high seas, beating them lightly. If it's serious, it will be killed directly. But for the case committed in the high seas, the police have no evidence and cannot arrest people. And I heard that there are people on this guy. How to fight?" Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing gritted his teeth helplessly and said, "Hey, leave it to me." Seeing Yuan Tianqing's appearance, Zhuorong patted him on the shoulder. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen when he went out to sea. Although Zhuorong is not a good person, it is absolutely impossible for him to be bullied by others. He used to dare so stiff, why wouldn't he dare now? Ouch. It's okay, hey, they're all alive, take them away. My fish, let me see who dares to move. Just when Bao Sudong looked at the fish and was about to ask someone to take it away, Zhuorong suddenly walked over and said, "Galauzi, who the hell are you? Brother Bao's fish has your share." Zhuorong's voice fell, and almost at the same time, one of Bao Sudong's younger brothers over there stood up, pointed at Zhuorong, and cursed loudly. "Hey, don't swear, be civilized, understand? This little brother looks unfamiliar. Isn't he from us?" Watching Zhuorong walk over, Brother Bao here also said to the swearing little brother behind him after saying a word. He looked at Zhuorong playfully, and bared at Zhuorong with his pitch-black teeth from eating beetle nuts and incense. "No, I chartered his boat today. My friends and I caught these fish in the open sea, so I don't sell this fish." Looking at Bao Sudong, Zhuorong frowned. As soon as this guy walked over, there was a bad smell in his mouth, which Zhuorong didn't like very much, but he still briefly explained the matter, and heard Zhuorong Bao Sudong also looked at Kangol next to him. "Brother Bao, don't listen to his nonsense. They're the ones I asked to help today. They're dissatisfied when they see too many fish caught, and want to extort money." Seeing Bao Sudong looking at him, Kangol immediately started to speak. "Hey, my brother's phone has chat and transfer records with you, and your ship is under surveillance. Since you say so, then call the police." Seeing that Kong Lu still didn't see the coffin and shed tears, Zhuorong also smiled and took out his mobile phone and called the police. And looking at this scene, Kangol panicked here because he knew that these chat records, transfer records, and surveillance videos could indeed prove that Zhuorong had indeed chartered his own boat, and that these fish were indeed without him. Fished. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at Bao Sudong. His eyes were full of begging. Seeing Kong Li's expression, Bao Sudong, the villainous leader, naturally knew what was going on, so he winked at his little brother. "How dare you call the police? XX will teach you how to behave." As soon as he saw the boss's gaze, the younger brother went up to snatch Zhuorong's mobile phone. But how could Zhuorong let him be snatched from his own mobile phone? Holding the phone in his right hand, and instantly grabbed the guy's wrist with his left hand. In an instant, it turned his back. The severe pain made this guy's face turn green in an instant, and he started to curse at the same time. Ever since he became Bao Sudong's younger brother, he hasn't been beaten back by others yet. "Let me go, let go. I'll rub it. What are you looking at? Fuck him, kill him." Feeling the pain from his own hand, the person who was twisted by Zhuorong also yelled loudly, and after hearing his cry, the people here reacted. With a groan, he rushed towards Zhuorong, and Zhuorong is not polite. He still has the power to control each kick, otherwise they will die with one kick. At most, they kicked a little breathlessly, and then kicked into the sea to let them calm down. Seeing that Zhuorong kicked these people into the sea, those who didn't come up behind him hesitated. And at this time, Zhuorong's call to the police was also connected. "Hello, I want to call the police. The location is near the small pier in City X. There's a group of people who not only want to rob, but also want to hurt people. The other party should be a gang-related organization. There are more than a dozen people. Please send the police immediately." Listening to the voice from the phone, Zhuorong also spoke directly to the policeman on the phone. Seeing that Zhuorong really called the police, the faces of Kangol and Bao Sudong also changed, especially Bao Sudong. It had been a long time since no one dared to disrespect himself like this. Of course, he didn't want to finish it. Zhuorong didn't want to play yet. If it didn't kill them, it would be Zhuorong's golden finger for nothing. As the phone was hung up, Zhuorong also kicked the twisted man into the sea, and the other people, those who were kicked into the sea, also swam to the shore at this time. And when they stood behind Bao Sudong again, they dare not go up, because no matter how stupid they were, they knew that the man in front of him was not after a while. They solved it, and he's already called the police. If he goes up now, it will be different. For a while, the people on both sides confronted each other like this. The police arrived very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, 4 or 5 police cars came here. When the police saw that it was Bao Sudong, some of them actually turned cold. They also knew very well about Bao Sudong. Well, most of the scolding they have received in recent years is related to this MAN.IN fact. The common people imagine that this man has great influence on the top, which does not exist. If he really has a lot of power, it is impossible to collect protection fees at a small dock. You can form a demolition team or a builder to make a fortune in the property market in the past few years. The reason why the police have nothing to do with this guy is simply because this guy is ruthless and will hardly leave any evidence for himself. He killed someone, but he did on the high seas. Everyone knows that he killed the person who disappeared, but firstly, there is no body, and secondly, there's no evidence. Evidence was found. He also has a large number of children who have dropped out of junior high school under his command. If there's a case, he will ask them to handle it, and these children are willing to work for him. Although it is said that after they grow up, they will have a criminal record that will affect their lives, but they naturally can't think about the future at this time. They only know that Bao Sudong is their boss. Please play games by yourself. Treat yourself to eat delicious food. Also be righteous. That it has to be said that these guys do have some tricks, otherwise it would be impossible for them not to be knocked out until now. What happened? After parting the crowd, the police here also came to Zhuorong and Bao Sudong, and asked Zhuorong and Bao Sudong with serious faces. "I don't know, I'm here to collect fish, but this little brother refused to let me collect it and even beat my employees." Hearing what the police said, Bao Sudong said immediately, "Catch the fish. I think you're here to grab the fish." Hearing what Bao Sudong said, the policeman here also said with a serious face, Hey, Mr. Police, don't talk nonsense. I didn't rob it. I bought it from this happy person. I won't do such things as robbing. After waving his hand, Bao Sudong over here also laughed and said, You call the police, tell me what's going on. Seeing Bao Sudong's treacherous look, the policeman here also looked at Zhuorong and asked him, My friend and I chartered this boss gang's boat to go fishing in the sea today. It was agreed that 6,000 a day, the fish we caught belonged to us, and if you want to sell the fish he caught, I would also accept it. These are the call records and transfer records in my friend's mobile phone. There are also surveillance videos on this boat. These fish were caught by my friend and I. When we got to shore, he said that the fish belonged to him and sold it to this Bao Sudong. I came over and said the fish was mine, and the other party was ready to grab it. This is the video just shot. Hearing what the police said, Zhuorong also showed the video of Xiaozhua just now to the police. When the police handle a case, they must pay attention to sufficient evidence. And now, there's no doubt that the evidence is already sufficient. Kangle's breach of contract here also said that forcibly occupying other people's property cannot be escaped. But on Bao Sudong's side, there were only a few men behind him looking for Zhuorong. And the video of him being kicked into the sea by Zhuorong. He didn't move from the beginning to the end. This fish is yours, but you have to think about it, whether to sue them. Looking at Zhuorong, the police also spoke to him. Logically speaking, Zhuorong should actually file a lawsuit so that Kangle can be sent in, but there's a problem that if a lawsuit is to be filed, these fish are dirt and will be sent to the evidence department. Even if it's because of living things, you can give things to Zhuorong in advance. But at least it will take 10 days and half a month, and the fish will be dead by then. And Zhuorong will undoubtedly lose the chance of getting yacht.as for Bao Sudong and the others. If Zhuorong wanted to pursue the matter, he can only pursue those who made the move. He was acting in self-defense because he did not do anything to hurt anyone. But Bao Sudong couldn't be locked in, which was always a problem. Instead of arguing with him here, it's useless to be locked in prison. Zhuorong might as well repay him with what he said. If these guys know that they're going to the sea, they will definitely come and make trouble for themselves. When the time comes, he will completely solve these guys. Isn't this once and for all? As for Kong Lu, this grandson will certainly not let him go so easily. How much are my fish worth? Thinking of this, Zhuorong looked at Yuan Tianqing behind him. It's probably worth around 90,000. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing also opened his mouth to answer. Pay me 100,000 yuan, forget about it. Or, if I file a lawsuit, you'll have to be at least 3 years old and less than 7 years old. You should think about it carefully. 100,000. After hearing Zhuorong's words, Kong Lu was shocked and confused. 100,000, as far as he is concerned. Although he will not go bankrupt, after all, his boat is worth hundreds of thousands. And if you ask him to spend 100,000 now, it will cost him half his life. Sell the house, sell the boat. How can he get out of it? Thinking of this, Kong Lu couldn't help looking at Bao Sudong, hoping that Bao Sudong could help him with a tangled expression. But how could Bao Sudong help him? He came here to take advantage of the fish, and now it is impossible to ask him to pay. Since I have nothing to do with you, then I'll go first. Ignoring Kong Li's gaze, Bao Sudong turned around and left with a dozen younger brothers. Only the police, Zhuorong, Kong Lu, and Yuan Tianqing were left here. There are those fishermen watching the excitement around. I don't have it. Let's discuss it. It's a little less. It's a big deal. I'll give you back the money for chartering the boat today. Seeing that there was no one to help her, Kong Lu also looked at Zhuorong and said bravely, How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? No money? Take your coordinates in exchange. Hearing what Kong Lu said, Zhuorong shook his head disdainfully, and then said to Kong Lu with a serious face, Yes, Zhuorong was still thinking about buying these offshore coordinates at first. Now it seems that there's no need for it. He can take it directly. Seeing that Zhuorong fell in love with his coordinates, Kangle opened his mouth and finally sighed helplessly. Compared with 100,000, some coordinates are not impossible to submit. Although he exchanged these coordinates with friendship and money, he really has nothing to do in front of 100,000 real money. Thinking of this, Kangle walked to the driver's cab and then exported a series of data from it, sent it directly to Zhuorong, and then looked at Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing with ashen faces. It's okay, comrade police, I'm really sorry to bother you. Let Yuan Tianqing take a look at these coordinates. After Yuan Tianqing said there was no problem, Zhuorong also looked at the police and said to them, Well, we'll go back if it's okay, but you'd better not go to sea anytime soon. Hearing what Zhuorong said, the policemen here were also preparing to close the team, but before closing the team, they still specifically said something to Zhuorong. Hearing what the police said, Zhuorong also nodded to show that he understood. But if you don't go to sea, how can you clean up Bao Sudong? Zhuorong, he just likes to kill danger in the cradle. Since these guys have messed with him, he won't make them feel better. That's it. Bring the fish. Let's go. After the police left, Zhuorong and Yuan Tianqing also left. They put the fish into the big bucket behind Yuan Tianqing's car, and the two of them drove back to Zhuorong's home. Old Zhua, today. Hey, yes, you can't just sit and watch those grandsons really steal our fish, but these guys, hey, Kong Lu is okay to say. When I went to the sea, I saw I have to beat him too, but Bao Sudong, what should I do? After unloading the fish to Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing here still had some tangled questions. It's okay, leave it to me. I'll transfer you 30,000 yuan, and it'll be used as the money to buy the fish you caught today. You don't want to go out to sea these days. It just so happens that your partner is busy, so you can rest too. Wait a while, I'll finish Bao Sudong, and then you can go to sea again. While talking, Zhuorong picked up his mobile phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to Yuan Tianqing. 30,000 is too much. If I caught fish today, 10,000 would be good. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing didn't intend to accept the money and immediately shirked it. I'll keep it for you. There's still money for that coordinate point in it. This, well, but Bao Sudong, it's not so easy to deal with. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing didn't refuse, but when he thought that Zhuorong was going to deal with Bao Sudong, he was a little entangled. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not an ordinary person. At least dealing with Bao Sudong is not as troublesome as you think. While speaking, Zhuorong pointed to his large manor. Seeing this, Yuan Tianqing felt relieved. Indeed, Zhuorong was no ordinary person. Ordinary people cannot buy such a large manor into the Su family. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. After Zhuorong, the fish gang, moved into his house, Yuan Tianqing also walked away without hesitation. He did have some worries. After confirming that Yuan Tianqing was gone, Zhuorong also took a deep breath and swept all the fish he caught into the system platform. Ding, wild tiger spots have been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 62,500 to 73,000 yuan. Ding, wild red spotted grouper has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 102,000 to 102,000 yuan. Ding, wild fur spots have been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 25,000 to 30,000 yuan. Ding, wild oblique grouper has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 21,000 to 28,000 yuan. Ding, wild red snapper has been detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 6,000 to 7,200 yuan. Sell all the fish at the lowest price. After several times of selling fish, Zhuorong's online shop is still gaining momentum. Now Zhuorong no longer needs to sell fish at a price lower than the market price, but just sell at the lowest price. Zhuorong set the price, and instantly the whole platform was boiling. Those who have bought Zhuorong fish, or those who have paid attention to Zhuorong fish, received the message immediately. When they saw this pile of wild groupers, these people said that it is impossible not to be interested. Zhuorong, the biggest tiger spot, it was sold within 3 seconds after it was put on shelves. But this time the second kill is not the person who bought the big fish twice, but the person who bought the big fish last 2 times was not idle. He directly took a picture of Zhuorong's 14-pound big red spot, while other red spot, first spot, and banded grouper, including red sea bream, are selling out rapidly, and Zhuorong's property is also increasing rapidly. But now, Zhuo was not in a hurry to see the price of his fish. After hanging up the fish, he went to take a bath and asked Xiao Zhuo to check Bao Sudong's criminal evidence. By the way, I don't know if I don't check it, but I was really shocked when I checked it. But think about it, this Bao Sudong dares to kill people committing a crime or something. Is that a piece of cake for him? Under Xiao Zhuo's inspection, this Bao Sudong not only killed people, but also raped, seduced underage girls, organized to sell that, started gambling, and even had something to do with certain drugs. Such a person, it can be said that death is not a pity. Master, do you need me to send these evidences to the relevant departments? When Zhuo was looking at the evidence, Xiao Zhuo's voice also came over. Don't worry, these evidences that can kill him will be released after I destroy his gang. First, send his drunk driving, low-quality seafood in the back kitchen of the restaurant, and illegal restaurant specifications to the traffic police, industry, and commerce and firemen. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's voice, Zhuo stroked his chin and spoke. His life is on kill now, it's too cheap for him and his subordinates. What Zhuo did was to catch all of them. First deal with this Bao Sudong. If he wants to come to the sea to make trouble for himself, then I will send him off with my own hands, go feed the sharks. Clear. Hearing what Zhuo said, Xiao Zhuo immediately sent the news to the traffic police department, the administration for industry and commerce, and the fire department. The fastest responders were the people from industry and commerce. In the afternoon, while they were still eating, the people from industry and commerce led a team to Bao Sudong's restaurant and made a surprise inspection of Bao Sudong's back kitchen. That if Bao Sudong is here, then he knows that his back kitchen is invisible, and he will definitely prevent these industrial and commercial people from entering the back kitchen. But the problem now is that Bao Sudong is not in his restaurant. Today he is in Zhuo. He was also angry when he ate here. Now he is. Investigating the news about Zhuo. Zhuo's news. At the beginning, I saw nothing, an ordinary family, an ordinary figure, an ordinary university, and ordinary abilities, but recently something has changed that he seems to have caught the light of the Su family. The big manor where he lives now is the original territory of the Su family. When he heard about the Su family, Bao Sudong hesitated a little. Undoubtedly compared to him, the Su family is a colossus, and it may not be a good thing to provoke the Su family because of Zhuo. And just as he was struggling, his phone rang here. Brother Bao, it's not good. The businessman came to make a surprise inspection. What? People from business and industry. Hearing what his subordinate said, Bao Sudong's first thought was that the other party would not let it go, and the other party had already made a move. Don't worry, I'll find someone to take a look first. After hanging up the phone, Bao Sudong hesitated and called a person from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau he knew to find out. The other party was not very good at saying anything, but he also implicitly stated that the evidence from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau can basically crucify him, and a suspension of business for rectification probably won't go away. And just as he put down his phone here, his subordinates called again. The person who came back to check is the firefighter, and the remodeling specifications here do not meet the firefighting arrangements. Just as he hung up the phone and was about to go to the firefighters, his cell phone rang again, and the caller was from the traffic police detachment. Tell him that the evidence of his drunk driving several times is already in the hands of the traffic police. Let him surrender himself, accept detention, and fine. That's ruthless. How long has it been since I've been caught? So many things. So does he know about my affairs? You can't keep this person. After hanging up the phone with the traffic police, Bao Sudong narrowed his eyes while preparing to go to the traffic police detachment to pay the fine. His first thought was not to beg for mercy, but to kill Zhuo. Because the things he committed were not just these trivial things, he committed a capital crime. If Zhuo, who knows these things, is not dealt with, then this matter will hang over his head like a sword of Damocles, which he absolutely cannot allow. As for Zhuo's back, no matter how old you are still human. If you are human, you will die. What he said is not wrong. People will die, and the best way to deal with such a mad dog is to kill him. But before that, Zhuo still needs to buy yacht. When Zhuo paid attention to the 3 departments over there and began to trouble Bao Sudong, the fish on Zhuo's side were almost sold out. Wild fish would have been an extremely expensive resource in the future. Generally speaking, except for the wealthy family members and those who run restaurants, no one would buy this kind of fish, but everyone has a herd mentality. After hearing something curious and knowing something good, they will show off, and then let more people start paying attention to these things that in fact. What Zhuo doesn't know is that his online store will already have some reputation in the future, which can be seen from the people who follow his online store. After selling fish 3 times, the number of followers of Zhuo's online store has reached more than 30,000 people, and less than 1% of these people buy fish. But after Zhuo took office, many people came to see the excitement. There was a lot of excitement, and some people didn't want to buy fish at first, but they had this strong buyer in their hands. So they naturally wanted to try it out. It is also a kind of curiosity to see whether these fish are delicious or not. Today, after Zhuo sells out his fish for the 4th time, his online store has more than 80,000 followers, and these fish can almost be described as wind and clouds. Zhuo took a shower, and the fish was sold out before the meal was ready. Today's fish are sold for more than 9.8 million yuan, plus Zhuo's original 2 million yuan. His total assets have reached more than 12 million yuan, which is enough to buy a boat. Regardless of the future world, there's not even a car, but yachts have been since ancient times, or for the future, the current era is considered ancient. Since ancient times, yachts have been the toys of rich people, so there will be yachts for sale in the future. Although this yacht has too many functions, it can not only run on the sea as a boat, but also fly, dive, and even turn into a spaceship for a short distance, but it can only go to the moon. With a maximum speed of 20,000 per hour km, it takes about 20 hours to go from the Earth to the moon. This is also the route for some rich people in the future to play occasionally. Zhuo naturally doesn't need such high-end things. He only needs some basic models. After confirming that there was no problem with the money, Zhuo also searched for a shop selling yachts that in fact he has long been optimistic about one. This shop is called Huangquan, and it will be a yacht shop in Yanhuang in the future. To be precise, it seems that there will be no other countries in the future. There's only an organization called the Earth Alliance with Yanhuang as the core. The reason why this store is called this is because they like ancient civilizations, especially the civilization of imperial power. The yachts in the entire store are divided into 4 levels. The super yacht that is about 1 kilometer long is called an Emperor class. A yacht that is about 100 meters long is called a Prince class, and a yacht that is more than 10 meters long is called a Princess class. Although it is said that Zhuo also wants an Emperor level 1. The Emperor level 1 is too expensive, and it will cost more than 1 billion yuan, which Zhuo cannot afford. And the most important thing is that after buying it, it is too ostentatious. It is easy to attract the attention of officials in various countries. And the Prince level 1s are too big, and the Princess level 1s are just right. Although this name is a bit girly, as long as the price is right, who is not a little princess. The boat that Zhuo is interested in is named Happy Princess, with a total length of 18.25 meters, a captain of 17.52 meters, a main section width of 6.03 meters, and a draft of 1.51 meters. But it doesn't matter, because it can fly. The displacement is 3,270 tons, and the displacement refers to how much the ship can pull. Obviously, the technology of the future is different from the present. A ship of the same size can only displace about 30 tons at most, and it is not bad if it can reach 35 or 6 tons. But in the future, it seems quite normal to increase by 100 times. This ship is a 3-story ship. There are 6 rooms in the whole ship, which can accommodate up to 24 beds and a total of 4 bathrooms. When flying in space, the top speed is 18,000 kilometers per hour. When the ship is driving on the sea, the top speed is 870 knots, and the cruising speed is 680 knots. Speaking of this section, friends who don't know much about yachts may be a little confused. This knot refers to the speed of the ship. 1 knot means that 1 nautical mile can be traveled per hour, and 1 nautical mile is equivalent to 1.85 kilometers. 0.680 knots means that it can run 1,258 kilometers per hour. For such a large yacht, the peak number of knots should be around 30 knots. Well, in terms of power, future technology will never disappoint Zhuorong at the same time. The ship has 8 nuclear fission batteries with a service life of 327 years. The price is 11.4 million, but recently the website is offering a special. Price, 15% off, only 9.69 million, and it is equipped with all interior facilities. There's nothing to bargain about, and the price can't be negotiated. So, since he liked it, Zhuorong bought it directly. After the 9.69 million was sent, the delivery was instant there, which is still expensive compared to cars. Made now, the ship is in stock. However, Zhuorong is not in a hurry to get it. This product can exist in the system space for 48 hours, and he can take it out after he goes to the beach tomorrow. The next step is the main event, the cyborg. After buying the yacht, Zhuorong looked at the 2 million yuan he had left. He couldn't help rubbing his hands, then entered the platform and began to search for the Biochemical Man's online store. There are many online stores for cyborgs, not 10 million, but 8 million. They sell all kinds of things. Machines will basically replace most of the positions that require human work in the future, and cyborgs will play the role of supplementary machine posts. For example, the person who manages the machine, the person who repairs the machine, the person who supervises the machine, etc. These jobs that require human beings are now filled by cyborgs. What humans need to do is some creative and flexible occupations. For example, the simplest businessmen, cyborgs, and robots do not know how to do business. In addition to businessmen, various scholars, scientists, mathematicians, physicists, chemists, etc. all need humans to complete. Even teachers need human beings because children are different and have different ways of education, and biochemical humans cannot perfectly solve the personality problems of these children. Military commanders need temporary responses, and real people are needed to do it. Judges, prosecutors, wait, you need a real person. It can only be said that there are no human beings doing jobs that only require physical labor and do not require flexibility. Of course, there will definitely be many people in the future who cannot do these brain workers. Under such circumstances, the Alliance will support these people. Life is quite good, with an income of about 4,000 per month and a house allocated by the court. I will definitely not starve to death, and my life is not bad, so I can get by. But if you want to live a good life, it's not possible, because those jobs that require people, these people's monthly income will not be less than 10,000. 10,000 is compared to 4,000, and naturally 10,000 will live better. Well, the topic is far away. Let's go back to biochemical people. IT is precisely because the biochemical people have different things to do, so the types of biochemical people are also different. The cheapest ones are supervisors and housekeeping biochemicals. You can buy one for only 20,000 yuan, and you don't accept customization. It's not that flexible. Usually you can clean up at home, move goods, and so on. The more advanced ones are supplementary cyborgs. These cyborgs accept customized portraits, but not body shapes. In general companies, grassroots employees are all such cyborgs, and the price is 5 yuan. But if Zhuorong wants to order, he must order the best. What he wants to order is 200,000 super strong biochemicals. These biochemicals can not only customize their appearance and body, but also their functions. Zhuorong needs to buy these cyborgs by himself. They must be able to clean, this is inevitable, and they must also be able to cook. Yes, he just wants to get the kind of super strong biochemical human of the Soldier King level, because they're not only his partner, but also protect himself and his parents, which is very important. After clicking into the store, Zhuorong also directly placed 10 orders. Yes, 10 orders. Who buys biochemical human beings from a decent person? Only buys one. Is it a decent person who buys one? Let's start with 10 at least. Although it will cost 2 million money. If you earn it, you spend it. Now that you have a boat, you should have money for this game at any time. Hello, dear. Do you have a specific figure and appearance for the 10 most advanced cyborgs you ordered? Or do you have to choose from our database? Zhuorong just placed an order here, and the store over there contacted Zhuorong. Let me take a look at the database first. When he saw the store, Zhuorong first clicked into the store's database. First exclude all males, then set the age group as between 18 and 25 years old. And then Zhuorong started looking, but to be honest, human beings after 1,000 years, in fact, did not grow in their own aesthetics. Although it does not mean that the bigger the brain, the smarter it is. Whether a person is smart or not is related to the number of neurons and the degree of connection between neurons. But the more developed neurons and the more neurons, the bigger the brain will naturally be occupied. So from Zhuorong's point of view, the future human beings are basically like big-headed dolls, and no one with a head smaller than 65 centimeters is talking about girls here. If it is a man, it may be 70. Zhuorong looked at it and closed the database. It was better to follow his aesthetics. Thinking of this, he opened a certain servant's a straight man. The aesthetics of this website are actually very good. In particular, the previous goddess contests are quite informative. Zhuorong directly cut to the interface here and was ready to start picking photos. Well, let's see what to choose. The champions of the first and second rounds are definitely needed. Zhao Zhaomin and Xiao Xiaozhao are definitely needed. Goddess Gao is also required, and Sister Ling is also required. Xiaozhua. No searching for fake pictures of Sister Ling. I want Wang Xiaoqians, Li Shuixians, Zixas, and little stutterers, and now there are a few. 8. Let's add 2 girls from other races, Shogu and Fat D. Okay, 10. After looking around on a servant app, Zhuorong finally picked out 10 people. Then asked Xiao to give the seller some photos of the faces of these 10 people. No problem, what about the figure? Do you have any requirements? As the seller entered the faces of these 10 people, he actually wanted to laugh a little because he felt that these girls were too ugly. I have to say that people's aesthetics are actually constantly changing. During the Tang Dynasty, the standard of beauty, one is fullness, not fat but plump. If there's still some controversy about this, then there should be no controversy about the 3 points of phoenix eyes, no eyebrows, and a big face. Looking at the pictures of ladies in the Tang Dynasty and the statue of Emperor Wu and Shu, you can see that those beauties in the Tang Dynasty were not really beauties from the perspective of modern people. And the beauties of the Song Dynasty are not actually beauties according to modern eyes. Looking at the paintings of the Song Dynasty, the beauties in the Song Dynasty have big brains and a very thin body. The same small eyes, small mouths, flat noses, and bound feet also started in the Song Dynasty. Generally speaking, beauties in the Song Dynasty are not considered beauties in modern times. Naturally, today's beauties will not be considered beauties 1,000 years from now. Even though the store is complaining about Zhuorong's hobbies, it's a bit heavy. But after all, as a store owner, he makes money, and he can make whatever the customers want. Your figure is Xiaozhua. Can you find a way to attract Wilder? Mentioning the figure, Zhuorong couldn't help but think of a person in his mind. Is it the guy from Jia Country? Yes, it's her. After Zhuorong finished speaking, Xiaozhua also found a picture of a girl on the internet and showed Zhuorong a look. Once he saw the girl's appearance, Zhuorong knew that he had found the right person. Optimize her figure, that is the kind that gravity can't catch me, and then the height between 1.78 meters and 1.80 meters. It is best to have a vest line at the waist, no fat, and no legs. Chopstick legs, at least the kind with distinct big and small legs, and of course no fat, you understand. The leg should be about 1 meter long, not too long. While Zhuorong was talking, Xiaozhua modified the faces and figures of the 10 girls. When Xiaozhua finished editing, the corners of Zhuorong's mouth split open unconsciously, 8T this time. In front of him, 10 girls with almost the same height, but with different faces and exaggerated figures appear in front of him. Although it is still only a 3D stereogram. It almost makes Zhuorong drooled. It's really because these girls are too good looking and have a good figure. You must know that Lucy has the alphabet, which is the 12th level of the ABCD line, coupled with a waist no longer than 55 centimeters and legs over 1 meter and 1 meter. Wow, this is a bit torturous. After taking a deep breath, Zhuorong forcibly pulled back his consciousness. Xiaozhua, send it to the other party. Taking a deep breath, Zhuorong said to Xiaozhua, and after sending the 10 girls' requests, the seller here also responded with an okay. Boss, this is a big job for you. I will do it for you now. It will be ready for delivery in about 3 hours on Earth time. Pay attention to check and receive it. If you feel good, remember to give a good review. No problem. Make it for me well if it's good. I'll buy it again in the future. Wiping saliva that didn't exist at the corner of his mouth, Jourone also spoke to the shopkeeper. The next 3 hours were quite difficult. IT made Jourone feel a little restless. In the end, he still watched a movie to survive the 3 hours. As the 3 hours ended, there was also a ding sound from his online shopping platform. Jourone immediately went to the online shopping platform to look and found that it was the seller who had delivered the goods. Immediately, Jourone couldn't wait, chose the spot in front of him, and let 10 girls manifest. With the appearance of a wormhole, not long after, 10 biochemical chambers appeared in front of Jourone, and inside the biochemical chamber was a girl wearing a futuristic outfit. After they came out, they were also looking at Jourone house. When they saw Jourone, these girls smiled neatly at Jourone, then bowed to Jourone and said sweetly, "Master, order number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, no, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10 regards you. Good, 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 he." Looking at the 10 girls in front of Hong, Jourone felt that some of his eyes were not enough. What happened next? I can't say. I can only say, before I knew it, one night passed like this. If you talk too much, you should be audited. All in all, Jourone felt that the 2 million was not unfair at all, and he even wanted to spend another 2 million. But it's a pity that he doesn't have any now, and the most important thing is that buying so many cyborgs is a bit redundant. He has 10 now, and it is enough. When Jourone woke up in the morning, it was already almost noon. He actually got up once at 8 o'clock, but then he fell asleep for a while. By the time Jourone went downstairs holding the wall, the 10 girls had already cleaned the villa spotlessly, and breakfast and lunch had already been prepared. Looking at the food in front of him, Jourone was quite relieved. These girls are not only beautiful and have a perfect figure, but most importantly, they are really obedient and capable. This is also the original intention of creating biochemical humans in the future. I have to say that this time Jourone felt that the future system was really worth it. The last time he felt this way was when he was selling diamonds. Well, in fact, it hasn't been long since selling diamonds. Speaking of diamonds, I don't know if these girls like diamonds. Well, delicious, delicious. Master likes to eat more. Don't worry, I will definitely eat more. I lost too much energy last night. I want to replenish. Let's change the method tonight so that the master loses less energy. Hey, I think it's okay. After a while of clearing up, Jourone also had a meal happily after the conversation between those who made up their minds and those who made up their minds. After eating, although Jourone still had the urge to go upstairs to rest, he knew that there's still some things that have not been resolved yet. The first is the identity of the girls. For Xiaojua, it is not difficult to solve the identity problem of these girls. That IT can enter the system at any time to change their identity. Their identities can all be girls without household registration in rural areas. Because of the one-child policy at the beginning, after giving birth to a girl, many families will not report that their family gave birth to a child, and they will continue to raise them without a household registration. He raised him until he was 18 years old, and then he came to apply for an ID card. This status, Xiaojua can easily solve it. The hard question is, what should they be called? As mentioned earlier, Jourone is really not very good at naming, so after thinking about it, I named it according to the virtual and reality and the character name. Jia Zhaomin, just called Jiamin Xiao Xiao Xiao, is called Xiao Xiao Xiao. Goddess Gao is called the name of the play, Carambola. Wang Xiaoqian, just called Wang Qian. Zhu Zixia is called Zhu Xia. Sister Ling is called Lin Xiaoqiao. Sister Li Gang is called Li Ku, the character in Wei Xiaobao in the Zhou version. Little Stutter is called Li Zhu, because Jourone remembers a character the most. Besides Little Stutter, there's also a character called Zhu Zhu. Jourone advises you not to search at AS for the 2 foreign girls. One is Gao Wen, and the other is Ding Zhengwo. Well, perfect. In fact, the appearance of these girls now, although they're said to be very similar to those stars, but in fact, there's still differences when you look closely, not to mention heights, figures, etc., and age alone does not match because their current appearances are all the same. She is 20 years old and looks radiant. After confirming the names, Xiaojua also got their information online in the afternoon. Jourone went to buy clothes for them first, and then took them, divided into 3 waves to 3 different police stations, not 10 of them in one village. That would be too exaggerated. After completing the household registration at the police station, they took them to apply for ID cards. After running all afternoon, Jourone managed to finish the work. After getting the ID card, he still had to wait until the ID card came down, and then went to renew the driver's license. Xiaojua took their driver's license with him. Also done. After running for a lap, it was already past 7 p.m. when Jourone came home. I have to say that I was really tired from running this day, but the effect was still good. Now these 10 cyborg girls are no longer gangsters. In the evening, Jiamin specially grilled 20 skewers of beef kidney for Jourone, and they'll make a big move tonight. As the old saying goes, the spring night is bitter and the day is high, and the king will not go to court early. Although Jourone is not a king now. He really can't get up on the 3rd day after buying 10 girls. It was almost afternoon when Jourone got up, but today he couldn't rest at home anymore because his boat can only be stored in the system for 48 hours. So Jourone must gotta go get the boat out to SO after he finished his meal. He didn't know if it was breakfast or lunch, and he drove Xiao Xiao Xiao, Tao Tao, Wang Qian, and Zhu Xia to the old pier. With the movement of his thoughts, a wormhole appeared, and then the ship landed directly in the sea in front of the old pier. As the flowing flowers surged, a 3-story yacht in the shape of a drop of water appeared in the future, in front of Jourone. Looking at this boat, although Jourone already felt amazing when he saw it in the online store, he felt even more amazing when he saw it now. Go board the boat and have a look. Looking at the boat in front of him, Jourone took a deep breath and boarded the boat together with 4 girls. The high-tech equipment on this boat was more than that on the car, and this boat also had its own with an old train system. There's no need for Xiaojua to bother. After asking Xiaojua to put all the coordinate information on the boat, Xiao 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 and the others also drove the boat and took Jourone for a stroll around the nearby sea. Yes, Xiao 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 and the others know how to drive a boat, but Jourone can't. This driver's license also needs to be obtained by Xiaojua. Satisfied, he drove the boat around and came back, fixed the boat. Jourone drove the car and took the 4 girls back home. The next thing was very simple. Eat, sleep, and then it's another day. But tonight, Jourone restrained himself a little, fell asleep around 12 o'clock in the evening, and slept until after 9 o'clock the next morning, before Jourone brought Li Ku, Li Zhu, Gao Wen, and Ding Zhengwo. We went to the pier together by sea. AR.IT has been abandoned for 3 days. Jourone has to go fishing to make money today. Anyway, and the most important thing is that the matter of Bao Sudong over there has not been resolved yet. He asked Yuan Tianqing to go back and wait for the news. He estimated that Yuan Tianqing's heart would be in a state of turmoil these days. If Bao Sudong should be dealt with as soon as possible, Yuan Tianqing's side would return to normal life as soon as possible. SO after getting on the boat, Jourone deliberately drove the boat to the small pier first. He did this to let others see that he was out to sea. Bao Sudong has been rampant in this small pier for more than 10 years. It is impossible for him to have no eyeliner in this pier. Sure enough, just after Jourone's boat came over, someone saw Jourone. So he immediately called Bao Sudong. And at this time, Bao Sudong was in a state of desperation because in the past few days, when Jourone was enjoying the gentle countryside at home, he didn't have any free time. The traffic police, firefighters, and industry and commerce were all checking his affairs. Some people even exposed these things, let alone his restaurant now opened. Even if the government doesn't make trouble and the rectification is completed, the reputation of his restaurant will be stink, and not many people will come here to eat. Thinking of this, his hatred for Jourone also increased to a higher level. Now, when he heard that Jourone had gone out to sea, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Brother Bao, I'll take someone to kill him. Seeing Bao Sudong's appearance at this moment, the person whose arm was twisted by Jourone that day and finally kicked into the sea spoke up. Obviously, Bao Sudong was not the only one who hated Jourone. Okay, you take someone there. I don't want to see him come back. Taking a deep breath, Bao Sudong said with a sullen face. Although he wanted to go by himself, but unfortunately, he still didn't decide to go in the end. It seems that Zhuo Rong's plan to catch them all is impossible. He can only deal with this guy's subordinates first, and then test the evidence it's off. Anyway, this Bao Sudong, Zhuo Rong is sure to kill, and Jesus can't keep him, Zhuo Rong said. After the order was conveyed, the people on this side immediately drove to a small pier of their own, and at the small pier the fishermen on the other side, 2 boats also drove to the open sea. They felt their movements. It seems that no one has noticed, but in fact Zhuo Rong has discovered a long time ago. Regarding the actions of these people, Zhuo Rong is very calm. Xiao Zhuo, deal with the satellite. Following Zhuo Rong's voice, the satellites in the sky almost subconsciously avoided the sea area where Zhuo Rong was. Master, the following ships have changed from 2 to 6, and 4 more speedboats have followed. While Xiao Zhuo was arranging the satellites in the sky, Ding Zhangwo, who had been watching the ship system, he also turned his head and said to Zhuo Rong, "It's okay, let them follow. When we reach the open sea, we will know who the real prey is." Hearing Ding Zhangwo's words, Zhuo Rong also laughed. Master, in fact, I still recommend you to buy some self-defense weapons, just in case if you don't have to be afraid of 10,000. Gao here also walked over hesitantly at this time, and whispered to Zhuo Rong, "Yes, master, your safety comes first." Li Zhu here also said to Zhuo Rong at this time, and Zhuo Rong also glanced at the online shopping platform after hearing what they said. The current online shopping platforms have stab-proof clothing and the like, and they will naturally be bought on future online shopping platforms. But it's not just stab-proof clothing, it's a kind of energy shield, just like a sci-fi movie. When you open it, a shield will be formed around your body. Not only stab-proof, but also bulletproof, antivirus, waterproof, high-temperature-proof, radiation-proof, an energy shield that can use 80,000 7,600 hours. That is 10 years. The price is basically around 3,000 yuan. There are some high-tech ones that are connected to the microcomputer and can be controlled by the microcomputer. They're more expensive, and ordinary ones are much cheaper, Zhuo Rong thought. Take a look at the money you have left. That he spent 9.69 million yuan on the yacht and 2 million yuan on 10 biochemical wives. Now he has about 110,000 yuan left, so it's not a big problem to match it. Buy 13 energy shields worth 3,000 yuan first. And as for Wei Nao, I will equip them for you later. Energy shields don't cost much, but Wei Nao is very expensive, so Zhuo Rong thought for a while, Wei Nao first, don't rush to match 10 girls. Get the energy shield first. Then get it for your parents when the time comes, just in case. Seeing that after Zhuo Rong bought the energy shield, Li Ku, Li Zhu, Gao Wen, and Ding Zhangwo, who followed him, also took one to activate the equipment for themselves, and Zhuo Rong was the first to equip it. Generally speaking, there's no problem. Master, it's still a long time since we've been to the high seas. You can go and have a rest. After confirming that the tail at the back has been following him, and there is no potential safety hazard on his side, Li Ku here said to Zhuo Rong, "Okay, then just keep going in the direction of the open sea. Don't drive too fast. Let them follow up." Hearing Li Ku's words, Zhuo Rong also yawned. In the past 2 days, he has indeed suffered from lack of sleep and lack of energy. He has just tried to go back to sleep at this time that Zhuo Rong rejected Li Zhu, Gao Wen, and Ding Zhangwo's proposal to come and accompany him, and went to sleep peacefully by himself. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The boat was equipped with a kitchen. Gao Wen had already prepared lunch here, and Zhuo Rong's lunch was quite rich. Zhuo Rong let them eat pancakes at noon today. The layered oil pancakes are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. A pot of radish meatball vermicelli soup. Gao Wen also specially made a pot of stewed meat, which is stuffy according to the method of Dongbite meat. Zhuo Rong likes to eat lean meat, so naturally, he prepared it for Zhuo Rong. This big piece of meat, a few small cold dishes, 2 pots of soup, plus oil cakes. Wow, this day is not cured. And the smell on the boat is also floating around at this time. That IT was also smelled clearly by the people on the 6 boats following them. They ate bread here, at most instant noodles, but Zhuo Rong actually ate beef and cakes on the boat, especially Zhuo Rong's ingredients, which are all bought from the future. The aroma is really not comparable to the current ingredients, and as soon as the scent wafted over, they became more intent on killing Zhuo Rong. How far is it to the high seas? While swallowing, the people here asked, "Brother dog, there are still about 30 nautical miles, about an hour." He also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The boy who was sailing the boat looked at the map on the boat and said to him, hearing that there was still an hour to go, the dog brother here also took a deep breath, but in the end he smelled more fragrant. It really pissed him off. "There's still an hour. I will let you eat then." Squinting his eyes, the dog brother here muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the back molars were about to be crushed. Just like that, an hour passed quickly. Seeing that they have left Yin Wang's territorial waters, the 6 speedboats here also started to speed up. In fact, in Zhuo Rong's eyes, the speed of these boats was still rubbish. As long as they could step on the accelerator a little harder, the boat would be much faster than them. But real hunters always appear as prey. So instead of speeding up, Zhuo Rong slowly started to slow down and finally stopped. Watching Zhuo Rong stop, the people on the 6 boats looked at each other. Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, it didn't prevent them from boarding the boat to find trouble for Zhuo Rong. The 6 boats immediately surrounded the boat, and as a few hooks were thrown onto the boat, these guys quickly climbed onto the boat from 6 directions. Among the 6 boats, the 4 boats coming up from behind are all full of 6 people, and the 2 boats in front are full of 2 people, adding up to 28 people. Among them, 4 people came up with spear, guns on their backs, and there were 24 people who had already drawn their daggers and swing sticks when they came up. It could be seen that they were here to commit the crime. Rush in and find him out. Following the order of the dog brother, these people rushed into Zhuo Rong's cabin aggressively, but just as they rushed in, they heard bang, a bang. Then the few people who rushed in flew out directly, and when they fell to the ground, their bodies were already riddled with holes. Don't get me wrong, Zhuo Rong will not break the law, and the future platform no guns are sold either. The weapon Zhuo Rong uses is actually the seed scattering machine. This kind of sprinkler will not hurt if it's 20 meters away, and it will not be able to break a human bone if it's 10 meters away. But if it is at such a short distance, the power, although not fatal, is strong enough. After the shot, the people outside were dumbfounded. They never thought that Zhuo Rong actually had a gun. He actually has a gun. Withdraw quickly. Upon hearing this voice, those people outside who did not come in were dumbfounded, and the dog brother shouted immediately. These guys, although they seem to be fierce and powerful in normal times, but in fact it's just what it looks like. If you really let them be pirates, killing people and stealing goods, they won't dare that it's okay to fight with the wind, but now when the headwind comes, they'll be the first to give up. But Zhuo Rong's boat, did they come and go whenever they wanted? At this moment, the figures of Li Ku and the other 4 rushed over from the cabin. When Zhuo Rong bought them, it was already set. Not only can they do housework, they can drive, they can accompany Zhuo Rong, and most importantly, they have set fighting attributes, reconnaissance, anti-reconnaissance, and fighting. Proficiency, firearms proficiency. Not to mention just some ordinary bastards. Even if the real king of special forces came, they would not be their opponents. Just like the current king of special forces can kill the generals of the Song dynasty single-handedly in different eras, the assessment of natural combat power is also different. When these 4 people entered the crowd, it was like tigers joining sheep. All of a sudden, these bastards who rushed onto the boat fell to the ground in pieces. Not to mention running away. They couldn't even stand up. The 4 men holding spear guns also raised their guns immediately. But now these 4 people are mixed with their people, and it is difficult to shoot if they want to shoot. You must know that the piercing power of the spear gun is very strong. If you are not careful, not only Zhuo Rong's people will die, but their people will also die. Just when they were hesitating, Zhuo Rong here is already left with a sprayer when they came out. They didn't have a chance at all, and the throwing machine full of gravel hit the four of them directly with a bang, but I don't know if these four people are stupid. They got together after they boarded the boat, and they just happened to be shot by Zhuo Rong. Although the distance is a bit far, it is not fatal, and even the bones are constantly being hit, but it is not a big problem to blow the guns in their hands away and knock them out of combat effectiveness. With the sound of bang, the four men with spear guns rushed to the street in an instant. The spear guns were released, and the men also flew out, hitting the railing directly. After these guys have solved it, it will be faster for Li Ku and others over there to solve the other younger brothers, in less than 3 minutes. The 28 people boarded by the other party were all lying on the deck. At this time, Li Ku and others also knocked out the combat effectiveness of these beaten. At least they were guys with severed arms and legs. They gathered on the boat, and Zhuo Rong came over with the spreader again. This, Mr. Zhuo, we confess, please forgive me. Seeing Zhuo Rong approaching, the dog over here, who was the first person who was going to hit Zhuo Rong that day, spoke first. That's right, Mr. Zhuo. There's an injustice and a debtor, and we are also obeying orders. Mr. Zhuo, think about it clearly. Killing people is against the law. If you kill us, what's the difference between you and us scum? As soon as Guzi spoke, the leaders here all followed suit. Unfortunately, what they say is useless. The reason why Zhuo Rong came here is to catch them all. All he cares about now is whether there's Bao Sudong among these people. It's a pity that Bao Sudong is really careful. Did not dare to come. It's boring, Xiaozhua. Give Bao Sudong's criminal evidence to the police, they gave it to you. Seeing that Bao Sudong didn't come, Zhuo Rong shook his head. Now he felt like he had punched the cotton, really upset. Leave it to us. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Li Ke here also smiled, then got off the boat, tied all 6 of their boats together, and then tied these people to the boat again. What happened next, Zhuo Rong didn't know. He just vaguely heard voices calling for help from the wind, and voices saying that the boat was leaking. He didn't know exactly how, but these people should there was no chance to appear in front of Zhuo Rong again. After solving these guys, Zhuo Rong and the others also drove the boat and went to a punctuation point that Kangol had told Zhuo Rong in the distance. Zhuo Rong did not forget the purpose of coming here today. He came here to fish out of course. While fishing, he can also broadcast live. Just as Zhuo Rong was walking towards the punctuation mark, and at the same time preparing the fishing rod and the thing for the live broadcast, the police in City X here also received conclusive criminal evidence about Bao Sudong. These criminal evidence included videos, and detailed locations, such as the location of Bao Sudong's underground casino, his account book he stored in the safe, the video of coercing women to sell those things, etc. In addition, there is no shortage of witnesses and the like, in addition to grasping the appearance. This is almost an ironclad proof that IT has already reached the level of arrest, so the city bureau immediately arranged officers to catch Bao Sudong all at once. But Bao Sudong didn't know what happened at this time, and he was still waiting for the message from Guzi and the others. But at night, there was no news from Guzi, just when he panicked, felt something was wrong, and wanted to run away, but the police broke in at this time, and the arrest operation went very smoothly. Bao Sudong here is just a small shrimp to Zhuo Rong. He just asked Xiao Zhuo to follow the news about Bao Sudong. As for Zhuo Rong himself, he was ready to start a live broadcast, selling goods while fishing. After finishing the fishing gear, line group, and throwing the nest material to the punctuation, Zhuo Rong also opened the online shopping platform after confirming that there was no problem. The scene is wrong. It is impossible for him to take pictures of his boat, people, or fishing tackle from 1,000 years ago. The second is that the timing is not ripe. At that time, no one paid attention to him, so it was unnecessary. Now after selling fish last time, the attention has been rising in the past few days, and now it has exceeded 100,000. Zhuo Rong feels that it is not bad to have a live broadcast while fishing and selling. His live broadcast should be the first person on the online shopping platform in the future, because the wild fish resources in the future will be almost zero. Everyone will catch 2 today and 2 tomorrow, and wait for dozens of fish to be saved, and then go to the store. For those who started selling, how can they be like Zhuo Rong, who can catch dozens of them a day? Resources, these 2 words for fishermen, they are better than everything. The current state of Zhuo Rong's natural resources is much better than that of the fishermen in the future. Seeing that the adjustment is almost done, Zhuo Rong also turned on the platform's live broadcast system. Zhuo Rong's first live broadcast has officially started. Trench digging? Did the owner broadcast live? Live fishing? Which sea is it? I'll go find the owner. The fisherman is here to report. Fishing guy +1. Fishing guy plus 79,926. If you can't afford fish, you can watch the shopkeeper fish. The owner is quite handsome, but it's a pity. Shop owner. Do you think there will be girls among the people you follow in your shop? Hey, I don't have a girl, but my wife has one. Ma'am, please contact me. When Zhuo Rong's live broadcast started, many people entered Zhuo Rong's live broadcast room. And Zhuo Rong even took a look at his own live broadcast room, but IT turned out that those people who watched the live broadcast 1,000 years later spoke similarly to people today, and they also used ordinary simplified characters. As for the number of more than 70,000, it should be the number of the telecommunications business hall at that time. Okay, everyone, the main purpose of my live broadcast today is to broadcast live fishing. Seeing that more than 1,000 people have entered, Zhuo Rong also talked about his purpose of starting the live broadcast. Don't be ridiculous, shopkeeper. There are no fish in this sea. I've been fishing for more than 3 years, and I've only caught 3 fish in total. 3 is not bad. I've been fishing for more than 10 years of my life, and there are no more than 10 in total. Wow. 10 articles, see the boss. We all have 1 or 2, and 10 is really good. The fish the shopkeeper sells are not caught by himself. Let me tell you a joke. You can catch wild fish by broadcasting live. Hearing that Zhuo Rong was really live fishing, the barrage here also floated up. Looking at their barrage, Zhuo Rong didn't say anything. The facts speak louder than words, and after a while they caught a fish, they would be honest. Let Xiaozhua connect to the microcomputer on the boat, and after confirming that there are fish underwater at this position, Zhuo Rong also directly put the fishing rod down. The fishing rod is what he usually uses, and the bait is the magic bug. This kind of combination is almost an entry-level configuration for people in the future world. They don't believe that Zhuo Rong can catch fish, so they live broadcast the time is also constantly swiping the screen. Some are mocking Zhuo Rong, some are talking to Zhuo Rong, and Zhuo Rong picked out some random answers. But 3 minutes after the live broadcast started, suddenly Zhuo Rong's fish hook that had been lowered to the bottom appeared. There was a movement, and the tip of the fishing rod also moved suddenly. And this movement made the live broadcast room, which was quite lively, completely silent at this moment that everyone's attention seemed to be on the fishing rod, and Zhuo Rong's attention was also put on the fishing rod. With Zhuo Rong's attention, the tip of the whole fishing rod also began to shake wildly. The moment the other party slammed his mouth, Zhuo Rong lifted it and stabbed it. The hand feeling told him that the fish was caught. It's coming. After confirming that the fish was caught, Zhuo Rong took a few laps of the line with his hands, and then began to wind up the line with an electric twister. I took the boat around and made sure it wasn't a posed photo or it was hung by a diver or something. After seeing the scene, the live broadcast room was already boiling. Oh. It's fish, it's fish. Damn, is this the fish? Oh my god, that's too exaggerated. Master, do you teach people to fish? I feel that it may not be that the owner is good at fishing, but that the owner has found a place with good resources. Shopkeeper, I'm paying 100,000 for this place, just tell me. Upstairs, you're thinking shit, you want to buy it for a fishing point of 100,000? Are you crazy? Watching the liveliness in the live broadcast room, Zhuo Rong focused all his attention on the hooked fish. As the fish was slowly pulled out of the water, a long black fish that looked like a sea bream also appeared. In the lens, Although this fish looks black and resembles a sea bream, it is not the black bream that Zhuo Rong caught before, it is another species. When Zhuo Rong saw the fish, Zhuo Rong asked Xiao Zhuo to scan the fish's information. This fish is actually a member of the bream family. Its scientific name is scorpion bream. It is also called black mouth, black hair, black golden drum, and so on in many coastal areas. This kind of fish is called the king of rocky fishing because this kind of fish is powerful, rare, difficult to catch, and has a particularly sharp mouth. It can bite through ordinary fishing lines, so there are generally sea areas where it goes out to sea. Metal is added to the wires, of course. Zhuo Rong doesn't need it. His fishing line is enough. Following Zhuo Rong, he pulled the fish to the surface of the water, took a look, and found that the hook had been swallowed dead, so he directly picked up the special scissors and cut the fishing line. Then he picked up the fish and showed it to the people in the live broadcast room. Damn, not only did I catch a fish, but it's also such a rare fish. Boss Bull 13. Boss, ask for apprentices. Boss, ask for coordinates. Let's be realistic, the boss wants to put on the shelves. I can't wait. That's right, this is a grouper. I only saw it at the chairman's table during our company's annual meeting. It's so rare. But we question, how much is this fish worth? It's more than 600,000 at least, depending on the owner's price. Looking at the words of these people in the live broadcast room, Zhuo Rong also scanned the fish and put it in his online store. Ding, wild porpoise was detected, and the recommended price for 500 grams is 80,000 to 101,000 yuan. The actual price is between 500 and 800 yuan. This fish weighs 6 caddies and 7 tails. I'll sell it for 80,000 caddies. It's up. I said something to the live broadcast room, and in the next second, there was an extra grouper snapper in Zhuo Rong's store, and the price of one fish was 536,000, which is still the lowest in the whole network. The boss is domineering. The boss is really giving back to fans. I didn't get it. The boss is arrogant. Boss, come on. I'll take your fish. Bah, smelly shameless. This is the time to fight hand speed. If you say you can do it, you can do it. Little brother, I also want to taste the taste of wild fish. Can you give me one? Fuck me. There are people so shameless. Give me one. Do you know how much a fish costs? Give it to you. After the first fish was sold, the people in the live broadcast room also started attacking each other. When Zhuo Rong was hooking a new hook, he also took a look at the person who snapped off the fish. It was the buyer who bought his biggest fish for the first and second time that IT seen that after learning about his live broadcast, he also came out that IT seems that the routine of selling wild fish while fishing is really feasible on this platform. I was still thinking about the microbrain problems of these 10 cyborg girls, but one fish has already solved them all. By the way, you can also buy another car. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also threw the tide hook in the sea again. Continue. Someone is live streaming fishing. Someone was fishing live and caught a porpoise. Then the porpoise has been sold for more than 500,000 yuan. Almost at the same time that Zhuo Rong caught the fish, the people in his live broadcast room spontaneously became his tap water and began to find others to watch Zhuo Rong's live broadcast. Naturally, finding someone in the future will not be so troublesome. They can directly capture the picture of Zhuo Rong catching fish just now and send it to others. Others only need to click the link to enter Zhuo Rong's live broadcast room. Zhuo Rong's live broadcast room. The number of people in Zhuo Rong's live broadcast room is also increasing rapidly. When the broadcast originally started, the number of viewers was only more than 1,000, but at this time, the number of viewers had reached more than 30,000, a full increase of 30 times. You know, it's not evening, but after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today is not a rest day, and people in the future will also have to go to work, so the number of people online is definitely not particularly large, but the number of people in Zhuo Rong's live broadcast room is still constant rising. Where is it? Where is it? I heard someone caught a fish. I heard that someone caught more than 500,000 yuan. Nonsense. I heard that someone caught a fish and sold it for more than 5 million. Continue to pass on. The owner caught a fish and sold it for 500 million. Nima, you don't pay attention to the ones above. I've already paid 500 million. I was about to send 50 million when someone else sent me, so I could continue to send it. In the end, you still brought someone who jumped in line. The barrage game should be fast, but slow. I have to say that Zhuo Rong never thought that his live broadcast room is quite happy. Looking at the barrage, Zhuo Rong also picked up some things that can be said, such as how old he is, how much his boat is, etc., but about his coordinates, where he is, etc. He doesn't know how to talk. Zhuo Rong asked Xiao Zhuo to set up a reminder for anyone who would reveal his information and keep an eye on him not to talk nonsense. However, he didn't answer for too long because at this time, the fish was caught again. Bingo. Following Zhuo Rong's voice, the entire live broadcast room boiled again. And when Zhuo Rong put the fishing rod on the fort, he had a serious expression on his face because this fish seemed to be very big, but it didn't feel like a grouper. Although he had some doubts in his heart, it did not prevent Zhuo Rong from starting to collect fish. The power of the electric winch is really strong, and it does not give the fish below a chance to break free. It almost quickly pulls the fish to the surface. Zhuo Rong took a look at the fish, and the feel of his hand did not deceive him. It was indeed a big fish. This is a big fish weighing about 50 caddies. The whole fish is grayish-white, and it is still struggling in the water. Taking this opportunity, Zhuo Rong also asked Xiao Zhuo to search for this fish. According to Xiao Zhuo's search, this fish is called scorpion fish, and it is also called rice fish, and mint fish in the local area. In fact, it is a problem of pronunciation. The scientific name is scorpion fish. The flesh of this fish is actually not worth much. What is really valuable is its maw, which is its swim bladder. Fish maw, probably without Zhuo Rong mentioning it. Many people think that this fish maw is the Sichuan peppercorns, but it's actually not. The fish maw refers to the swim bladder of some big fish. This thing's respected by the yellow-lipped fish, but now this kind of creature is a national first-class protected animal. New one. Then congratulations. You will be meritorious if you report it. And if you don't report it, you will be rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets, in addition to yellow-lipped fish, sturgeon, shark, and large eel can also be made in a fish maw. But if the taste is the most acceptable, it is undoubtedly the fish maw, because they like the yellow-lipped fish belong to the stonehead fish family. They belong to the same family as the large yellow croaker, but there's indeed a difference in value. Seeing this big squid, the people in the live broadcast room became ebullient again, but this time, the bosses who wanted to buy the fish were also ebullient. The CEO of Netizen Qianjiang Restaurant rewarded the owner with 10 super rockets. Boss, I want your fish. Please make a price. Netizen Loha's Fish Feast tipped the owner 10 super rockets. Boss, you must leave this fish maw to me. You can order as much as you want. Netizens are super foodies and rewarded the trainer with 10 super rockets. This fish is the best. I don't feel relieved to give it to you. The owner should sell it to me. On the platform, a super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, and Zhuo Rong can share 50-50 with the platform. That is to say, before the fish is sold, Zhuo Rong has already earned 30,000 yuan, of course. Compared with the price of fish, it is really far worse. You don't need a tip. I sell fish based on hand speed. I will return the reward money in a while. I don't accept reservations here. Everything depends on hand speed. After all, Zhuo Rong doesn't stay in the world 1,000 years later, so he doesn't need to deliberately make friends with people who are 1,000 years later. So he is as fair and just as possible in the live broadcast room. Oh, what a pity. Okay, the owner is doing a good job. I'm a super foodie, so I don't need to refund the tip from the shopkeeper. Such a fair shopkeeper is rare now. Making money. It's not shameful. No, the shop owner just wants to stand up and make money. Everyone, it's time to fight hand speed. Upstairs, as if you can afford it. Following what Zhuo Rong said, the people in the live broadcast room also began to talk. And as for the two people who rewarded 10 super hot people, they also sided. In fact, the CEO of Xinjiang Hotel is the one who often buys Rong fish. The fish here from Zhuo Rong is cheap and of very good quality. Seriously, if Zhuo Rong is willing, he is even willing to become Zhuo Rong's long-term buyer. He will charge as much fish as Zhuo Rong has, even at a premium. Some are fine too, but it's clear that Zhuo Rong's fish can be sold easily. After cutting the fishing line, Zhuo Rong searched for the price of goat on the internet. The price of goat is different from meat and fat. Meat is worthless, about 100 yuan a catty, but fat. It is calculated by the gram. Smaller squid, about 3 to 4 catties. The whole fish is about 300 per catty, but Zhuorong's big squid can be sold for about 1,000 per catty here. It should be regarded as the most expensive fish caught by Zhuorong so far. But in the future online, there's no sale. According to the standard, Zhuorong feels it is a good choice to sell the whole fish at the price of 120,000 catty online. Thinking of this, Zhuorong also directly swept the fish into the system. Ding, a wild catfish, 63 catties, was detected, and the recommended price is 500 grams. There's no price for this fish on the internet. The price is 120,000 catty, and it's on sale. Ding, the squid you sold has been sold. The moment Zhuorong hung up the fish, the transaction was completed in less than a second, and the 7.56 million fish money was also deposited into Zhuorong's account. And the one who bought the fish was a man called Noble Venom, and he didn't know if it was a man or a woman, but he could buy fish for more than 7 million yuan, and this guy's financial resources were quite good. More than 7 million. It was instantly lost. Oh, it's too late. Shopkeeper, catch another one. Yes, this fish is rare. More than 7 million, my god. This money is enough for me to buy a house on Mars. Be bold. It's enough to buy a set on the moon, which is the resort area of the rich. Don't tell me, I don't even know, so there are so many rich people in this live broadcast room. As soon as the fish was caught, ordinary audiences naturally gathered around to watch, and a few people who were planning to buy the fish were also blown out, which was really a pity for them. Brothers, this is wild fishing. Can I control what kind of fish I get? If I can control it, I hope to get bluefin tuna, the kind that weighs 300 catties, and get rich immediately with one fish. Hearing what these people said, Zhuorong also laughed and said, "Give back the bluefin tuna, shopkeeper. You're thinking of farting. The thing has long been extinct. There seems to be more. I remember that in a small place in North America, a total of 10 fish can be caught every year. Those little descendants who live a good life like this kind of fish crazily. I've also heard that there seemed to be one that weighed 320 catties the year before last, and it sold for nearly 20 billion. Oh my god, 2 billion. I want to catch this kind of fish too. Shopkeeper, can you teach this? Shopkeeper, I still want to fish." After hearing what Zhuorong said, the netizens here also started talking. Now, except for those who didn't catch the fish and are still beating their feet, other people are still quite happy, but obviously, Zhuorong's happy time may be coming to an end here, because next, although he said he was still catching fish, the frequency and size of catching fish were far worse than the previous 2 fish. Thinking about it, the goblin also eats fish. It is a large predatory fish. With its existence, naturally those fish that are not as big as it will be scared away. Only some stupid fish with a large number, such as red snappers, will gather here stupidly in the next 3 hours or so. Zhuorong caught a total of about 20 fish. Most of them were red snappers, and there were also some small green spots, but basically they were oblique bands in soil. Spot that, yes, the sun gradually set in the west. I glanced at the time, and it was past 4 o'clock in the evening, and Zhuorong was about to go back. Although he can drive much faster when he goes back, he can't be too fast. If others pay attention, it will not be worth the loss. So Zhuorong is also ready to download. Okay, everyone, this is the end of today's live broadcast. If the weather is good in the next few days, I will come to fish again. Today, the fish caught for about 4 hours directly earned Zhuorong nearly 8.6 to 700,000 yuan. He is still very interested in such a speed of making money. Shopkeeper, goodbye. The owner's resources here are really amazing. Shopkeeper, I'm willing to buy your coordinates for 1 million. 1 million? You're thinking about farts. A single squid is worth more than 7 million, and 1 million. Shopkeeper, you can't patronize the business of those big guys. I remember you caught small fish like Shirjobon before. You can sell some of these little guys to us. That's right, if you don't have small fish, you can sell some wild conch or something. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have any shrimps and crabs? It would be great if you have lobsters. Hearing Zhuorong's words, the people in the studio also started talking. Seeing the news they sent, Zhuorong couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then checked the information on the online shopping platform about wild sea prawns, crabs, conch, and so on. Wild spicy snail sell for 10 yuan in the real world, 20 yuan a catty for big ones, and 1,500 yuan for catty on the platform. Wild sea prawns are now sold at the small wharf market for about 15 yuan per catty, and on the platform for 2,000 yuan per catty. As for crabs, they're even more expensive. Ordinary swimming crabs sell for 4,500 yuan per catty. About half a catty sells for 8,000 catties, and 1 catty sells for 13,000 catties. Blue crabs cost 15,000 catties. Lobster Zaiking Long 11,000 jin. Hualong 30,000 jin. The most expensive yam long will sell for 85,000 jin. Looking at these numbers, Zhuorong couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Master, in fact, it is also possible to sell these seafood. The platform sells anti-stress diving suits. At that time, the owner can sneak into the water to catch them, but it will not be conducive to live broadcasting. After all, resources like the owner will be of great value in the future, non-existent. After live fishing, Xiaozhuo actually felt that this mode was very good, but considering the difference between the 2 worlds, if Zhuorong really looked at the bottom of the sea, he probably would feel something wrong. Hearing Xiaozhuo's words, Zhuorong also felt that he nodded and said to the live broadcast room, "I can think about it and see when the time comes. If there's a chance, I will get some cheap seafood and give some benefits to our netizens." The shop owner, Neo13. The owner is mighty. The owner is amazing. The owner is the best. The owner, amid the sound of praise, Zhuorong also finished the broadcast contentedly. After packing up the things, Zhuorong and his party also drove the boat and quickly drove towards the old pier of Zhuorong's house. When he came, the speed of the boat was about 30 knots, but when he returned, he went straight to 120 knots. Of course, this was because Xiaozhuo blocked the satellite in the open sea. Otherwise, if it was captured by the satellite, it is estimated that the people in the Navy will say who fired the torpedo towards Yanhuang, it is too fast. When the ship entered the coastal waters, the speed slowed down a lot. But even so, it took 4 hours to drive out, but it only took 2 hours to come back. When Zhuorong's boat stopped at the old pier, he also took his things, Li Liju, Gao Wen, and Ding Jiangwo, and returned his home in the car. When he came back, Jiao Min, Qiu Xiaoxiao, Yang Tao, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, and Lin Xiaoqiao, who stayed home, had already prepared a big meal. Compared to when Zhuorong may do at home, relying entirely on the original taste of the food, his girls are extremely troublesome, cooking for Zhuorong in different ways every day, and it's the same tonight, very one dish, 2 soups. His index finger was twitching, and looking at the tin, beautiful and delicious. Girls in front of him, well, it's not just the index finger that moves, but Zhuorong knows, don't worry, these days are still long. At night, Zhuorong didn't bother with busy work, that he also bought what he needed to buy, such as 10 microcomputers. He also specifically found the merchant who ordered a car for him, and ordered 3 more identical cars from him. When the car arrives, he will go to the vehicle management office to take a number. After finishing everything, Zhuorong also went to bed, but at night, it started to rain outside, and it seemed that going to see tomorrow would be useless. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing to say all night, and the next morning, when Zhuorong woke up, although the rain outside had disappeared, it was obvious that the weather had nothing to do with going out to sea. Just when Zhuorong was about to go to sleep, at this moment his cell phone rang suddenly. Picking up the phone and looking at it, I found that the caller was none other than Yuan Tianqing. "Hey, old Yuan. Hey, Lao Zhuo, have you heard? Bao Sudong has gone in. Going in? Where are his younger brothers?" Hearing Yuan Tianqing's excited words, Zhuorong also pretended not to know. In fact, there was no way he didn't know. After all, he sent Bao Sudong in. As for his younger brothers, then it also fell into his hands. I don't know, but yesterday morning, someone saw them going out to sea. It may be because they knew that he was about to fall, so the younger brothers should run away first. They also want to eat peanuts when they stay. Maybe they can survive in Southeast Asia. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing also laughed and said, "How is it? Is he serious this time? I heard that it is quite serious. There are more than a dozen charges, including the crime of intentional homicide. He must be dead. Although he's only under control in criminal detention now, I don't think you'll be seen in the future. TSK, TSK, that's okay. It's good. I was a little worried these 2 days, but now I don't have to worry. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuo Rong also laughed. It's right not to worry. By the way, are you busy today? After talking about Bao Sudong, Yuan Tianqing asked Zhuo Rong if he had any plans for today. It rained last night, brother, so I couldn't go out to sea. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's question, Zhuo Rong thought that he hadn't fished for a few days and his hands were itchy. It's a crazy sea. The wind on the sea is at least 7 degrees. I'm going out to sea and waiting for the boat to capsize. I asked you if you're okay. I'm going to take you to pick mushrooms. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing also laughed. Mushroom picking? A little girl picking mushrooms? Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuo Rong was a little confused. He thought about collecting mountain goods, because the location of Linquan village is very special. To the east of this village is the sea, which is where Zhuo Rong is. To the south is Linquan Lake, a large lake. Now Yangsheng and the others breed. They dig a hole, waterproof it, and then bring the water from Linquan Lake to breed. To the north, there's a virgin forest, but although it is said to be a virgin forest, it is actually not that big. It is only 2,800 hectares in total, and 1 hectare is 10,000 square meters. 1 square kilometer is 1 million square meters, and 2,800 hectares is 28 square meters. IT is almost twice as big as Zhuo Rong's current manor, because Zhuo Rong's place is also 10 square kilometers in size. But despite the small size, the ecological environment inside is really good. Especially in the past few years, wild boars came out of the mountains every now and then, and some people saw wolves when they were collecting medicine in the mountains, but obviously wolves should be more afraid of seeing each other than humans. So when they saw humans after that, the wolf ran away. So it is unknown whether it is a pack of wolves, a lone wolf, or a big dog. But the environment here is really good. It rained lightly last night. Today is a good time to pick mushrooms. The little girl who still picks mushrooms. Where did the little girl come from? I tell you that I am an ant. I have been picking mushrooms for more than 20 years. Except when I was a child, I have never seen the little girl once. After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing here was also complaining. Let's go. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's complaints, Zhuo Rong is actually quite interested. He eats it himself. He thinks that these mushrooms are also wild, and there should be a market in the future. Zhuo Rong responded. After the 2 main appointment, Zhuo Rong also woke up, and Jiao Min and the others started busy preparing breakfast for Zhuo Rong. Today's breakfast was a Western-style breakfast because it was really too late in time. Using the future bread machine, I baked 4 slices of bread that Jiao Min and the others have made with the flour in the past 2 days, then cut 2 slices of ham, made of future pork, fried 2 eggs, and served with some lettuce. 2 slices of the sandwich is ready. After Zhuo Rong finished eating, Yuan Tianqing over there had already driven to the door of Zhuo Rong's house, and when he watched Zhuo Rong run over quickly under the send-off of a group of superb girls, he was dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Let's go. Zhuo Rong rushed to the co-pilot, looked at Yuan Tianqing, and said, "No, this is what's going on. Aren't you still single like me a few days ago?" Yuan Tianqing stammered, pointing at Zhuo Rong's girls who had already returned to the villa. "This blow is a bit big. I'm a rich man. Do you understand, rich man? It just means that I don't want girls. Haha, let's go." Seeing Yuan Tianqing's confused expression, Zhuo Rong also laughed and patted him. Sensing Zhuo Rong's movements, Yuan Tianqing also curled his lips. Well, he was hit critically early in the morning, and it was quite heavy. Shaking his head, "There's no way. Human fate is destined by the sky." Put away his thoughts. Yuan Tianqing also drove the car and drove Zhuo Rong to the virgin forest. After parking the car in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, the 2 of them went up the mountain with a basket on their backs. The reason why they carried the baskets was because mushrooms grow when it is wet after it rains. So these mushrooms have a lot of water on top that if you put in a bag directly after picking it, it will easily rot if you don't pay attention when you go home. Baskets made of bamboo don't have to worry about this because these things are all gaps. Naturally, they won't cover the mushrooms, but compared to Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong is much more clumsy when carrying this thing on his back. He is fine when walking and picking things up, but he's not very good at keeping his back straight. Squat down, so it's easy to pour out the contents with just one bend over. Seeing Zhuo Rong's actions, Yuan Tianqing laughed at Zhuo Rong, who told him that this guy gave himself a critical blow this morning. But when I think about it again, I just can't pick mushrooms, but I have a lot of girlfriends, so what if I know how to pick mushrooms? Not even a single girlfriend. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianqing really felt sad. "Hey, what's the matter? Are you tired?" Zhuo Rong couldn't help asking curiously as Yuan Tianqing stopped picking mushrooms and stood up to the side to light a cigarette. There are quite a lot of mushrooms in this virgin forest. However, there are many mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stems, which are the type of lying boards after eating. The main edible ones are straw mushroom and Calibia palacula. These 2 are relatively easy to distinguish, but not so easy to distinguish. Just don't pick them. Since Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing entered the forest, they have collected a lot of these things. Zhuo Rong felt it, and now the 2 of them have almost harvested 5 or 6 caddies. It's enough for this food to be eaten, and it won't be sold for money if it is dried in the sun. It's unnecessary. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing naturally wouldn't say that he was hit, so he thought a way to say it. Mushrooms are fun, fresh ones are like this, and the storage time is very short. So basically they're eaten and picked immediately, and the fresh ones are sold out, and they're not far away. They also do not have the technology to keep fresh, and this thing is not exclusively produced here. Yes, and the output is not large enough to form a scale. Basically no one sells fresh mushrooms. If you want to sell it, you can also sell it dried in the sun, but it's really not worth it to sell it for more than 100 yuan per caddy. You don't want it, I want it, pick it for me, and I can pay for it when the time comes. But if this thing is not worth it in the real world, it doesn't mean it won't be worth it in the future. Zhuo Rong also scanned the straw mushrooms and chicken furs when he picked them just now. In the future, the price of this wild mushroom will not be cheap. Wild straw mushrooms can be sold for 3,000 yuan per caddy, and chicken fur mushrooms can be sold for 8,000 yuan per caddy. What I'm talking about here is fresh, not dried. Zhuo Rong can really do it. What do you want this thing for? When he heard that Zhuo Rong was going to buy it, Yuan Tianqing also had some doubts. You don't quite understand. The rich people nowadays like to play with wild and original ecological things. I lease this land because I want to grow some pure natural fruits, vegetables, grains, and raise some pure natural things. The cattle, sheep, pigs, and so on are very popular now, as are wild fish and wild mushrooms. Even if these mushrooms can't be sold at high price, they're still a gift. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also laughed and said, Seeing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing finally understood that he was fishing for wild fish, and he had the right to speak. Now black bream and yellow bream have been farmed. But farmed fish is only worth more than 20 yuan a caddy, and if the wild fish is caught by a fishing boat outside with a dragnet, it is only worth 50 to 60 yuan per caddy. Nearby fishermen use small boats to set nets in the sea and catch them, which can be sold for nearly 100 per caddy, and the most expensive ones are their wild catches, which are also dead. The yellow bream can be sold for 150 to 180 yuan, depending on the season, and the price is different, and the black bream can be sold for 120 to 150 yuan. When it's cheap, it will not be less than 100 and their fish are basically sold to small bosses with some money, or some seafood restaurants and the like. Rich people really don't understand. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing shook his head, whether he had money or not. In fact, you couldn't tell by his clothes, grooming, or conversation, but it was most obvious when he looked at his food. When there's no money, it is good to have something to eat and not die of hunger. When you have money, you naturally want to eat not only delicious food, but also healthy food. Rich people cherish their lives, and this rule has not changed since ancient times. The kind of people who are so stingy that being rich is extremely bad for themselves is still in the minority after all. Forget about the money. Why don't you help my brother? Let's continue. Unable to understand what the rich man's tricks were, Yuan Tianqing also pinched out his finished cigarette, and then continued to help Zhuo Rong pick up mushrooms. All of a sudden, the two picked more and more mushrooms. By the time they realized it, they had walked about 3 kilometers inside without knowing it. It's a bit deep, let's go back. After Yuan Tianqing finished picking another nest of mushrooms, he raised his head and saw a piece of red cloth tied to a tree in the distance. This piece of red cloth was tied by a person in the village. The purpose is to tell those who enter the mountain how far it is from the outside of the mountain at this time. 1 kilometer is white cloth, 2 kilometers is yellow cloth, 3 kilometers is red cloth, and red cloth means danger. Okay, then let's go in another direction. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also raised his head. Although he has Xiao Zhuo around, he doesn't have to worry about getting lost, but he doesn't know much about it after all, so he just listens to Yuan Tianqing. Seeing what Zhuorong had said, Yuan Tianqing also took out his mobile phone, checked the direction, and prepared to take Zhuorong's Sai out. But just when the two were about to go out to collect, suddenly there was a humming sound from the distant forest. It's broken, let's go. There are wild boars. Upon hearing the humming sound, Yuan Tianqing's face turned pale in an instant. He pulled Zhuorong, who was still about to pick mushrooms, and whispered, and then prepared to run outside. When Zhuorong heard that there were wild boars, he was also startled. As the old saying goes, there are 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers, of course. It doesn't mean that the wild boar has really beaten the tiger, but that this playful man, once he gets angry, it's hard to hold down the tiger when he comes. As he walked out, Zhuorong looked behind him at the grass that Yuan Tianqing saw just now. Coincidentally, when Zhuorong saw the grass, the wild boar just happened to come out of the grass, and its eyes met. Rome also saw what the boar looked like. This wild boar is definitely an adult wild boar. It is about 1 meter tall. It looks very wide and strong, like a black armor. When Zhuorong saw it, it also saw Zhuorong. Its eyes instantly turned red, and it rushed over with a roar. Hearing the voice from behind, Yuan Tianqing also looked back. This look was so frightening that his 3 souls and 7 souls were about to fly away. For a moment he stood there, not knowing what to do, but fortunately Zhuorong is not an ordinary person now, so he reacted immediately, and after pushing Yuan Tianqing away, he jumped away immediately, letting miss the boar's first impact, missed no one dot, but he missed the hit, and this guy also turned around on the spot, then howled and ran towards Yuan Tianqing again. Looking at the wild boar's movements, Yuan Tianqing was already frightened, but Zhuorong was not frightened. The wild boar was about to hit Yuan Tianqing, so he rushed over immediately and kicked the wild boar directly in the head. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and then under Yuan Tianqing's shocked gaze, the wild boar, which seemed to weigh at least 400 catties, was kicked by Zhuorong and flew out. After flying almost 2 meters away, this behemoth fell to the ground, and Zhuorong also squatted down and began to rub his legs. Just now, his frontal bone just kicked the wild boar's head. The huge force not only kicked the wild boar away, but also made my own legs feel very painful from shock. The wild boar was also stunned by the sudden kick, lying on the ground, struggling to get up, and screaming pitifully. Up the tree. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing finally came to his senses. Looking around, he found a big tree that could only be embraced by 3 adults. He yelled at Zhuorong, and at the same time he started to climb up the tree. Up! Yuan Tianqing grew up in this forest since he was a child. Naturally, climbing trees is nothing to him, but to Zhuorong, although he is very skilled, he has never climbed trees. Even if he forcibly uses his arms to support his own weight and walks up the tree, the speed is extremely slow, and oh, just as Zhuorong was climbing up the tree, the wild boar over there had come to senses, screaming and crashing into the village. With a sound of bang, the wild boar's head hit the tree. Such a big tree, it is impossible to break it or smash it sideways, but the straight sway of a collision is very real. Zhuorong, who was climbing the tree at this time, was careless for a while, and the bark he was picking in his hand was cut off by him, and then he fell off. Although Zhuorong landed steadily when he raised his head, his eyes met the wild boar again. I'll wipe it, brother, I'll help you. Seeing that Zhuorong had climbed halfway and was knocked down by a wild boar, Yuan Tianqing cursed secretly, and then was about to get down from the tree. No, you hide in the tree and watch me handle it. I'll be distracted when you get down. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing was about to come down, Zhuorong immediately said to him. After the fight just now, Zhuorong felt that his strength was no worse than that of the wild boar, and even stronger, I may not be able to defeat this wild boar, but if I want to add Yuan Tianqing, I have to take care of him instead. After hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing, who was on the tree, hesitated. He was not sure. Zhuorong said, is it to keep himself safe, or is there really a way to deal with this wild boar? And just as he hesitated for a moment, Zhuorong had already rushed over. The wild boar hit the tree, and Zhuorong was knocked off the tree at once. But it also hits itself with gold stars and needs to slow down. And Zhuorong obviously doesn't talk about martial arts. Who wants to make him recover? Take advantage of its illness and kill it. This is the essence of human beings. So after saying something to Yuan Tianqing, Zhuorong rushed forward. This time he didn't dare to use his legs anymore. The kick just now was too painful. Although it is said that the legs are stronger than the hands, if the hand is damaged, it will not affect the movement. If the leg is damaged, it will be over. Seeing Zhuorong rushing towards him, although the phantom and Venus in front of him hadn't dissipated, this wild boar was not easy to mess with. So it howled and rushed towards Zhuorong. Just when human pig was about to collide with it, Zhuorong jumped up to the sky above the wild boar in an instant, and then punched the wild boar's head with a fist that descended from the head. The wild boar didn't expect that Zhuorong would attack from the air, and he couldn't dodge in time, so he was directly punched by Zhuorong. And this huge force also made the wild boar's fragile front legs unable to hold on for a moment. He knelt down on the ground in an instant, and Zhuorong also rode on the wild boar in an instant, and a fist as big as a casserole smashed on the head of the wild boar one after another. The huge force knocked the wild boar completely into a coma. It was still struggling violently, but then it couldn't even struggle anymore. After beating for 5 minutes, Zhuorong watched the wild boar under him not moving, and then he relaxed a little and took a look at the wild boar. At this time, although the wild boar was not moving, it was not dead. I have to say, the vitality of the wild boar is really strong. If it was a bear, tiger, or something like that, Zhuorong would have beaten him to death a long time ago. But now the wild boar was just stunned and motionless, but still panting, and its eyes were still rolling, so it shouldn't have suffered any serious injuries. Seeing this, Zhuorong was a little hesitant. The wild boar should be downgraded. Now, it is a national third-class protected animal. This guy is causing trouble for him. Now he kills it by himself. It is an emergency escape and does not need to bear the law. Responsibility to SO he can kill it and eat it after killing it. Pure wild boar meat is usually hard to find, so now he's a little hesitant whether to continue beating it, directly killing it, or what to do. Just when Zhuorong was hesitating, there were some noises in the distance from the grass where it got out just now. Zhuorong thought it was a male wild boar at first. Yes, a result. When he looked over, he found that 6 or 7 young wild boars that should have just been born were rushing out of the grass. The 4 tusks of these young wild boars had not grown yet. That is to say, they had not grown to Tuzhou is still in a nascent state. And the reason why this wild sow attacked herself and Yuan Tianqing so crazily was probably because of the relationship between these little wild boars. Seeing this, Zhuorong was a little bit hesitant to do anything. Forget it, count your luck, let's go to the mountains and don't run out again in the future. Thinking of this, Zhuorong sighed, then got off the wild boar, said to the wild boar, while looking at the mud all over his body, he shook his head helplessly. Hum. Hearing Zhuorong's words, the sow groaned a few times, probably because she was really scared by Zhuorong's beating. So after she slowed down for a while, she didn't yell after Zhuorong anymore, but slowly got up, run away with the little boars. Okay, brother. Seeing the wild boar go away, Yuan Tianqing came down from the tree at this time, and seeing Zhuorong beating the wild boar with his bare hands, he couldn't help giving Zhuorong a thumbs up. What about strength? Unfortunately, a lot of mushrooms have fallen. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong looked at the mushrooms everywhere on the ground because of the commotion just now, and sighed helplessly. There are plenty of these things when it rains, but there are not many opportunities to hunt wild boars. Look at the mud we both have. Let's go take a bath. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Yuan Tianqing laughed. For him, these mushrooms can be found anytime and anywhere, but the scene of hunting wild boars is not common. Let's go take a shower. Lao Zhuo and I. Where to go? Wait for me. Just go to the house you took me to last time. Oh, wait for me. After Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing left the primeval forest together, Yuan Tianqing sent Zhuo Rong home first, and then went back to change clothes by himself. After all, they couldn't take a bath wearing muddy clothes. Of course, it was also to get rid of those mushrooms. Take it back. After changing his clothes, Zhuo Rong drove his car to pick up Yuan Tianqing. After the two got into the car, Yuan Tianqing also called Yang Sheng. Sun Qing Yuan must be at work today, so I won't look for him, even if the three of them go together. Then Zhuo Rong drove the car, pulled Yuan Tianqing, and came to a bathing center in the town. Rong didn't know either. Not long after they arrived here, they saw Yang Sheng driving a second-hand Ford Raptor. He bought this car, and there are some stories. About 3 years ago, his family made a total of more than 400,000 yuan by breeding crayfish and crabs. Then his father said that the original old broken shrimps and crabs in the house were not very good. So he asked him to buy a CARWSA result. He quietly spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy an F1 56 years ago. After going back, his dad almost didn't give up. Good guy, he only earned more than 400,000 yuan after working for 3 years. But he spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy this car. Because of this, his father didn't talk to him for more than a year, but fortunately, the crayfish business has been getting better and better in recent years. So the money for this car can be regarded as earned back. But don't look at this car looks awesome, but in fact, Yang Sheng basically doesn't drive it very much. Except when meeting customers. In order to show his economic strength, and when pulling shrimps and crabs, he basically drives this car. It is dark. Even if it's not because of anything else, it won't be bad. It's just the fuel consumption. Once it's turned on, the fuel in the fuel tank is like a small vortex. According to him, the fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is about 25 liters. This is because his family lives in the countryside and often runs on high speeds. If he enters the city, it will cost 30 at least. Calculated on the basis of 25, the current 92 oil costs 7 yuan and 1 cent per liter, which means nearly 181 kilometers, plus the aging of components and depreciation. Seriously, if it is not necessary. In fact, it is more cost-effective to take a car. But what about taking a bath? You know what you know, money or not a second, faces a big problem. After the three of them parked the car, they also walked into the bath together. After entering, change shoes first, then enter the men's bathroom and change clothes, but after Zhuo Rong and the others changed their clothes, Yuan Tianqing and Yang Sheng here began to whistle at Zhuo Rong. I'll wipe it. That's fine. These abdominal muscles, this back, these muscles, these thighs, it's okay. Have you been working these few years? You're not working at KTV, where rich women often go. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Yang Sheng said enviously. Let me just say, most people can't beat wild boars before. Judging by your size, you can quite well. Yuan Tianqing, who was beside him, also said with a smile at this time, rich woman, can I use it? But this one, I'm also very satisfied. While talking, Zhuo Rong did a fitness exercise, and then everyone laughed and went to take a shower. When Zhuo Rong walked in, those people who were taking a bath all looked at Zhuo Rong curiously. This size, sure enough, fitness like manicure can only attract the attention of the same sex in the end. After washing their hair and taking a shower, Zhuo Rong and the three of them also went to the big pond and took a dip in it. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It really makes people relax and feel very comfortable. Of course, if you soak for a long time, you'll become dehydrated and suffer from heat stroke. It is not recommended to soak for a long time, but if you have not soaked before, you really want to soak it. It is very refreshing. Feeling the temperature of the water, Zhuo Rong was also thinking about whether to build such a bathroom at home, and then he jump in and the others could do it too. Cough. Don't imagine a public bathroom, or else in case something happens later or something goes wrong, it will be troublesome for people to misunderstand. No, just now you said that Lao Zhuo would beat a wild boar. Isn't that right? This morning I saw that it was raining yesterday, so I asked Lao Zhuo to go in the mountain to pick mushrooms, but he ran into a wild boar at a distance of 3 kilometers. Good guy. I didn't scare me to death. After Lao Zhuo rescued me and beat up that wild boar. After relaxing for a while, Yang Sheng here remembered that what Yuan Tianqing said just now about Zhuo Rong's hunting of wild boars. He also asked curiously. When he asked, Yuan Tianqing also followed Yang Sheng excitedly. Okay, it doesn't look like a dead muscle in the gym. Seeing what Yuan Tianqing said had a nose and eyes, Yang Sheng also looked at Zhuo Rong in shock. Hey, as a native of Linquan village, Yang Sheng was no stranger to wild boars. This guy was a terrifying existence. It was amazing that Zhuo Rong could beat it. That is, my whole body. You can only look up, you don't understand, you don't know, you know shit. Bah. We're not the only ones who appreciate such beautiful muscles. You really attract the opposite sex to take a look. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng looked at Zhuo Rong with disdain, and then said with a proud face, if there is something that Yang Sheng is most proud of in front of his classmates, it is his family's crayfish pond and crab pond, which would bring him more than 200,000 to nearly 300,000 yuan in income every year, which is already better than more than 90% of the students. And the second point he is most proud of is his girlfriend. His girlfriend is actually a high-achieving student who graduated from Fisheries University in Jin City with a master's degree. 2 years ago, because he participated in a crayfish breeding research project, he had an experimental field here, and then he came and went to hook up with her. He's pretty good-looking and highly educated. According to Yuan Tianqing and the others, this kid is high-ranking. If it was before, Zhuo Rong would have nothing to say at this time, but now he. Okay, boy, you have to stop. You forgot that this grandson has a manner of more than 10,000 mil. It's not easy for a rich man like him to find a girl. I'll pick him up this morning. Guess what I saw? 10 girls, each of whom is beautiful and looks like a supermodel. Hey, he has a monopoly when it comes to girls. There's no need for Zhuo Rong to brag. Yuan Tianqing here sighed helplessly when he heard Yang Sheng's words, recalling the scene he saw this morning. Any man would be envious. Okay? 10, I'll rub it. Someday I'll bring it out and meet you. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Yang Sheng here was also stunned and said with a shocked expression, when you have time, let's have a party. What's the matter with bringing a bunch of old women? Hearing Yang Sheng's words, Zhuo Rong also waved his hands and pushed back that, in fact, it's not that he doesn't want to show off his girls, but because he doesn't need to show off. When he has time to show off, the facts speak louder than words. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng and the others didn't ask carefully, and then they began to talk about everything. When the bath was almost done, the three of them also went to take a bath and reapply the bath fluid. When the three of them were refreshed, they went to have lunch. The lunch at this bathhouse tastes pretty good. After a simple lunch, Zhuo Rong originally wanted to find a quiet room for the three of them to drink tea, talk, and just chat. But when the two reached the elevator, they stopped. What's the situation? Go upstairs. While speaking, Yuan Tianqing raised an eyebrow at Zhuo Rong. Isn't it? It's such a big game. Our 4 major irons are going to occupy the second place. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's expression, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He had experienced this project when he accompanied the boss to take a bath before, but isn't this a bit too blatant? It's still daytime. I want, well, there are no such things here. Go upstairs for a massage. Looking at the shocked expression on Zhuo Rong's face, Yang Sheng whispered. Hearing what Yang Sheng said, Zhuo Rong nodded, but there was a little disappointment in his eyes. Of course, even if there was, Zhuo Rong probably wouldn't try it. For satisfied girl, there's no need. As the three of them went upstairs, they booked a private room for 3 people. Zhuo Rong and the others also ordered a massage package, which is a full body loosening massage plus foot massage, 288 per person. Looking at the price in such an environment, it must be formal, and there's no other idea. And when the 3 technicians come, well then there's no idea, and who is about 40 years old, and the other 2 are men. What Zhuo Rong and Yang Sheng wanted were two gentlemen, and what Yuan Tianqing wanted was that Annie. Massage first. And after the three of them settled down, Zhuo Rong really felt a lot more relaxed. Only then did he realize that when he first set up biochemical human beings, none of his 10 girls were proficient in massage. Since massage is so comfortable, why not go back and study another one? More beautiful female stars. Boss Yang, Zhuer, Tianbao, Chaiwe. Well, there are many options that can be considered. When the body is pressed, the three of them are not easy to talk, but when the feet are pressed, they can chat. Huh, Shu Tan, press it if the weather's fine tomorrow. It's time to go fishing. Stretching his waist, Yuan Tianqing also spoke. By the way, I just remembered when I mentioned fishing. I bought a boat. After hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong remembered what he was going to tell him today. Hey, that's great. My buddy with me is coming back tomorrow. I want to tell you about this. You bought a boat. What kind of boat did you buy? Upon hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing here immediately spoke. I bought a yacht. You can come and play on my boat if you have nothing to do in the future. It's quite high tech. I won't follow you to make money, but you have to tell me a few places. Looking at Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile, didn't I tell you about the points near the sea? Where else is there? That day, after Zhuo Rong got the Farsi point from Kangol, he didn't hide it from Yuan Tianqing and directly told Yuan Tianqing the Farsi point, and Yuan Tianqing also told Zhuo Rong the near sea point. About a point in the Farsi costs at least 20,000 yuan, and a point in the sea is only 4 or 5,000. However, Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing don't calculate that way. The coordinates obtained by the two of them are naturally to be shared, and Yuan Tianqing's point in the sea is considered it was a free gift to Zhuo Rong. I know a boss who recently likes to eat small fish, small broken fish, fried and delicious, so I want to ask you where you can catch some small broken fish, and which shrimps and crabs are better. I'm also interested in this game. After hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also spoke to Yuan Tianqing. There are plenty of small broken fish. In fact, it is best to go to the estuary gate to fish. They're all small broken fish, the kind that cost 10 yuan or 8 yuan a caddy, or go to the sea to catch yellow chickens, free line rock perch, or ponzai, red eel. This kind of fish is a lot of fun for you. If you're in the offshore, in fact, I recommend you to catch shajian, multi-scale squid. This fish is a small fish, the king of fish, the strongest and most delicious fish, but unfortunately, there are not many such fish even in net fishing boats. When it came to fishing, Yuan Tianqing was an expert and started to argue with Zhuo Rong. What about shrimp and crab? After remembering Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also asked about shrimps and crabs. Shrimps are generally easy to catch. If they're green prawns, white prawns, etc., you can find those that enter the sea, and then buy some shrimp pots and throw them in the water. Basically, you can get 3 a day. 5 caddies is not a problem, but for crabs, you have to watch. Sea crabs such as swimming crabs should only be found in places such as coral reefs, while blue crabs should be dug in the tidal flats of mangroves. When it comes to shrimps and crabs, Yuan Tianqing doesn't know too much. After all, he has a specialization in art, and he is more interested in fishing. Shrimp and crabs, that's all. But even if he doesn't know much, he knows much better than Zhuo Rong. Shrimp can be obtained from the estuary. As for crabs, mangroves and other things must be found. It is also fine that in the future, there will be diving equipment that can ignore water pressure. Diving within 3,000 meters is like playing for fun. You can buy a set for just over 1,000 yuan, so Zhuo Rong is not worried about it. After asking what Zhuo Rong wanted to ask, Zhuo Rong also chatted and massaged with Yuan Tianqing and Yang Sheng. After the massaging and taking shower, it was also evening, so they directly picked up Sun Qingyuan from the town, went to have dinner together, and the 4 of them went home separately. The other 3 people Zhuo Rong didn't know, after he came back, there were 10 beautiful girls waiting for him. Anyway, at night, it was a good time to do sports. Such a day is really comfortable. At least it seems so to Zhuo Rong. Since changing 10 cyborgs, Zhuo Rong always wakes up very late every morning. In the past, when he went fishing with Yuan Tianqing, he got up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but it's really hard to get up before 8 o'clock now. Because he seldom goes to bed before 12 o'clock at night, although he goes to bed around 9 o'clock every night and is ready to go to bed, but the time he falls asleep is after 12 o'clock. This is really amazing. The next morning, after Zhuo Rong got up, he was not idle. After all, this is the second time we have cooperated, and the seller is still very good. The 4 cars ordered by Zhuo Rong early this morning have arrived. Then Zhuo Rong drove these cars one by one to get the license plates for the cars. There was no way. Now Jiao Min and the others have not got their ID cards. Although Xiao Zhuo has registered the identity information for 10 girls online, the driver's license information has also been registered. It's over. But without the ID card, there's no way to get the driver's license with the ID card. This is really troublesome. So it'll take a while. I can only trouble Zhuo Rong to get license plates for these 3 cars. Seeing Zhuo Rong and the car again this time, the people in the vehicle management office were not so puzzled. At first they thought that there was only one Zhuo Rong car, but now it seems that there are several cars. This should be a new car from an unknown small brand or a big factory, a newly established subsidiary, etc. Well, it's normal for them to be unfamiliar. So it was pretty quick to get cards, but it took Zhuo Rong a day. Fortunately, after this day, the next morning, the sky was clear, and according to Yuan Tianqing, who went out to sea at 3 or 4 o'clock, today's sea was calm and clear, which made Zhuo Rong think otherwise. Today he can go to the bottom of the sea for a wave of diving. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong took Jiao Min and the others to the beach early in the morning. Yes, it was them, and now they had plenty of cars. Although the license plate hadn't come down yet, it was nothing to run around in his own house. Except for Ding Zhangwo, who stayed behind to watch the house, the other 9 girls followed Zhuo Rong to the pier. Zhuo Rong's boat also had a license, production batch number, etc., and Xiao Zhuo had already prepared all of them. The owner is Zhuo Rong, but Zhuo Rong himself is not qualified to sail. But Jiao Min, and they all have them. Soon, after everyone boarded the boat, Jiao Min started the boat and drove towards the sea area marked with coral reefs and the coordinates where Zhuo Rong was going. Because there was no one nearby, and there was no need to worry about the satellites, Zhuo Rong and the others drove fast. And within half an hour, they arrived at the location of the coral reef after throwing down the anchor and fixing it. Zhuo Rong also changed into a diving suit or something, bit his oxygen bottle, and started learning to dive. Yes, Zhuo Rong doesn't know how to dive. In fact, 99% of people don't know how to dive. Don't think that diving in a swimming pool is considered diving. This is not the same as actually diving in the sea. Fortunately, except for Zhuo Rong, the other 9 can dive, and the cyborgs themselves are extremely resistant to pressure. They only need oxygen cylinders. As long as the pressure is not so high that the oxygen cylinders can be broken, they will ignore the water pressure. You can dive directly to the bottom of the sea thousands of meters deep and then come up directly, and you won't get any diving sickness. This is also the strength of biochemical humans and future humans. Come on, master, lay your body flat, expel the air in your lungs, and protect your balance in the water. Under the guidance of the 9 girls, Zhuo Rong learned very quickly. After a while, he was able to move freely underwater, but when Zhuo Rong dived underwater and saw the underwater scenery clearly, he couldn't help curling his lips. He felt cheated, because in the documentaries he watched in the past, the underwater was very beautiful, colorful, with corals of various colors and various fish. But in fact, the underwater corals now are all the kind of gray-black. Some are white, and it grows on the reefs. The entire underwater world is only divided into 3 colors. Green is water, black is stone and coral, and some off-white is the sand below. This really has nothing to do with the beauty in Zhuo Rong's imagination. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the propaganda of those people. In fact, most of the coral reefs with colorful corals are planted later, not only in China, but also in foreign countries. Places with this kind of colorful coral reefs are basically scenic spots. The place Zhuo Rong came to is not a scenic spot. It would be nice to have coral reefs. Putting aside the little disappointment in his heart, Zhuo also plunged into the sea, but when he swam to the coral reef, he found that although the coral reef was not very good, it was not very beautiful. But inside there are quite a lot of little things. There are all kinds of small fish here. And the most important thing is that Zhuo also saw a lot of crabs on the crevice sand around these coral reefs. Unlike the Shuazigia that Zhuo often sees in the market, the crabs here are basically orchid crabs. To be honest, the crab that Zhuo least likes to eat is orchid crabs because this kind of crab has less meat, thin, and hard shell. The safflower crab, which is also a flower crab, is the best among crabs. It has a thin shell and thick meat, and it tastes particularly delicious, but the orchid crab is very ordinary. In addition to orchid crabs, there are many stone crabs crawling on the coral. Compared with the crabs that are often eaten, stone crabs are difficult to eat. However, Zhuo caught these crabs not for eating, but for selling, so it doesn't matter. In addition, Zhuo also found bread crabs in some crevices. Compared with the crabs introduced earlier, bread crab Zhuo likes to eat it very much, but it's not because of anything else, but because the taste of the bread crab itself is average, but it has a lot of yellow color. If you trade quality for quantity, this kind of crab is quite good. So after Zhuo saw the bread crab, he was always very attentive, catching while swimming, and before he knew it, he caught dozens of crabs. When Zhuo catches crabs, he naturally catches the big ones and let go of the small ones. He doesn't catch crabs under 4 or 2 tails, but when he was having fun, Xiaozhu was suddenly reminded Zhuo, "Master, please pay attention. The crab in front of you is not a bread crab, but an honest and clean crab, which is a poisonous crab." Hearing Xiaozhu's words, Zhuo couldn't help retracting his stretched hand at this moment, and then looked at the crab lying on the reef in shock. The size of this crab is not small, and it looks very similar to a bread crab, but this is the first time he's heard that crabs are poisonous. This guy should. How to inject venom. In nature, a living thing is poisonous, nothing more than 3 forms of contact. Otherwise, the skin is poisonous, such as poison dart frogs, poisonous caterpillars, and the like. The second is to have poison glands and the ability to inject venom. For example, snakes have poisonous fangs, scorpions have poisonous stingers, jellyfish have poisonous tentacles, and so on. There's also a compound type. Originally, this kind of creature is not poisonous, but it can make itself poisonous. For example, the Komodo giant. This kind of creature is originally not poisonous and has no poisonous glands, but it can rely on them without brushing your teeth. Your mouth is teeming with deadly bacteria. As long as it is bitten by it, 100% of the wound will be infected, and it can track the bitten creature for days, even weeks, wait for the other party to inflame and die. And then it will eat these things, but crab, seriously, Zhuo used to not know that crabs can be poisonous. Master, there are actually many kinds of poisonous crabs, not only this one, but most of the fan crabs are poisonous. Basically, if you see crabs with black claws, the probability of being poisonous is more than 50%. Among these crabs, they are poisonous because they eat poisonous food, and the toxins in their bodies are mainly saxitoxin and tetrodotoxin. They do not produce toxins themselves, so they do not have the ability to inject. Their toxins are mainly concentrated in their own meat and eggs. In addition to the upright Igia crab in front of you, there are patterned Igia crabs, copper cast cook crabs, emerald crabs, embroidered ridge cook crabs, and other crabs that are poisonous. Following Zhuo's doubtful question, Xiaozhu also showed him a picture of poisonous crabs. Good guy, there are quite a few poisonous crabs. There are 26 kinds of them. It seems that people will eat crabs in the future. It's time to be more careful, but it's better to eat less crabs that you don't know. Swimming past this guy's position, Zhuo continued to catch crabs and scan Xiaozhu. Zhuo didn't have to worry. The net bag on his side was already full soon. He probably looked at it, and there were more than 20. It weighed a lot, and more than 50 were caught. Looking at the other 8 girls who went into the water with him, they actually caught more than Zhuo himself. After all, Zhuo just learned how to dive, so he can only deal with crabs that don't move very fast. And these 8 girls are really like dragons in the water, moving around quite freely underwater, no different from that on land. So besides crabs, they can also catch shrimps, which Zhuo did not expect of about there. But Zhuo doesn't envy them so much. No matter how powerful they are, they're still his own women. What is there to envy his own women, isn't it? Thinking of this, Zhuo also set his eyes on the water. Catch 2 more and float up. After setting a goal for himself in his heart, Zhuo continued to search for crabs, but when he swam across a reef, something unexpected happened to him. Because behind this piece of reef, he did not find a crab, but he found a lobster, and it was not an ordinary little green dragon, but a flower dragon. The scientific name is Yin Huang Jinxiu lobster. The average price of this kind of lobster is not high, about 200 per catty, but the auction price is extremely high, because this kind of lobster is also the main dish of the famous Weiya banquet in Yanhuang. Weiya is actually similar to the annual meeting. There is this traditional festival in the southeast coastal area of Yanhuang. It was originally used to worship the Lord of the Earth. The second is called the head teeth, and the 16th of December is called the tail teeth that make tea the end of each year. Businesses will entertain their employees to reward each other for their hard work for a year. Although Zhuo and the others are not in Fujian, with the rise of the Weiya banquet in recent years, many annual meetings all over the country are called Weiya, and the price of Hualong, the top card in the Weiya banquet, can be said to have risen with the tide. But of course, the flower dragon mentioned here is not the kind of 1 catty or 2 catties, but the one that is at least 3 catties or 4 catties, and that one will be more expensive. Those with a weight of more than 3 catties can be sold for 50,000 or 80,000, and those with 4 or 5 catties can be sold for more than 100,000, which is really not ordinary expensive. And the flower dragon in front of Zhuo is not small. Even with its beard, it is at least 1.5 meters. Without the beard, it is estimated that the weight will not be less than 3 catties. Good stuff. Looking at this flower dragon, Zhuo couldn't help but beam with joy. Based on a 100-fold increase in price, his flower dragon will sell for at least 8 million yuan in the future. 810,000. That's a lot of money. Thinking about how long he kept Jia Min and the others waiting for the 10 million yacht. Now, 10 million seems nothing to him. Thinking of this, Zhuo also stretched out his hand and grabbed the beard of the flower dragon who was still dancing with him there, and then lifted it. Zhuo was ready to float up, but just in front of Zhuo when he was about to float up, suddenly, from the gap in the reef in front of him, a white and thick figure directly took out the lobster in Zhuo's hand. Zhuo's reaction could not be described as unpleasant. He immediately lifted a piece of the lobster and dodged the opponent's attack. Taking a look, Zhuo saw a creature that looked like a snake, but was not snake, appeared in front of oneself. This guy's body length is about 2 meters, the forearm is as thick as a human's forearm, and the head is about the same length as that of a predatory fish, with a mouthful of sharp teeth and fangs. You could tell at a glance that it's not easy to mess with. This guy was probably ambushing the flower dragon just now, but he got ahead of him. He was so angry that he was ready to overwhelm him, but he was unlucky. The primary school students made the choice. Zhuo, both of them. This toy can also be a very precious thing. Master, this is a bagel moray. Please be careful, master. Sure enough, when Zhuo saw this guy, clearly, Xiaozhu also reminded Zhuo. Zhuo didn't need to remind him. Zhuo had already taken care of it. He knew that in the sea, no matter it was moray eel or moray eel, they were dangerous hunters, so he had to be more careful. Fortunately, Zhuo's own strength is strong enough, so it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Zhuo stretched out his free other hand suddenly and grabbed the head of this bagel moray eel. While grabbing its head, this guy began to secrete mucus, and at the same time that body also rolled towards Zhuo's arm. However, Zhuo naturally didn't care about the little pressure on it, holding it in one hand and the lobster in the other. He quickly swam towards the surface of the water. The IT was a bit slow when diving, but Zhuo was extremely fast when he came up because wearing diving equipment on his body can ignore the relationship of water pressure. Zhuo's speed is not normal. Within a few breaths, Zhuo had already jumped to the surface of the water. Master, how's it going? As Zhuo came up, Jia Min, who stayed on the boat, had already turned the boat over and asked Zhuo at the same time. Next this and this. Hearing Jiao Min's words, Zhuo Rong also threw the lobster up first and then handed over the white eel in his hand. Zhuo Rong's boat is shaped like a slope. The front of the boat is about 2 meters above the water, while the back of the boat actually supports the sea. This kind of setting is actually for playing jet skis. Of course, jet skis in the future will be able to fly, and Zhuo Rong didn't buy one because he felt it was unnecessary. But this cabin was made. Jiao Min first took the lobster that Zhuo Rong threw up, and then went over immediately, grabbed the head of the bagel moray eel with both hands, and pulled it off Zhuo Rong's hand, and then throw it into the pressurized cabin next to it. This kind of thing is not like crustaceans. The water pressure changes. They can adapt to it. This kind of bagel moray eel will die soon after it comes up, so it must be pressurized first. After finishing these 2 most expensive things, Zhuo Rong also boarded the boat and threw the rest of the crabs he caught into the bucket next to him. Not long after he boarded the boat, the other 8 girls also got on the boat. Among the 9 people, only he was wearing a diving suit, and the other 8 girls only wore the kind of split swimsuit. Biochemical humans also need to jump to drain the water in their ears. Although their skin can ignore water pressure, they cannot ignore the existence of water. In their jump, well, Zhuo Rong felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. Don't forget, Zhuo Rong made the faces of these 10 girls according to those celebrities. But the figure he did according to Lucy Wilder, 34, 12 level. I strongly recommend those who have not seen it to see it. Yes, it is experience, not observation or reference. This activity is indeed too bluffing. This forced Zhuo Rong to turn his eyes away and start to play with these crustaceans. Today, he and his 8 girls caught a flower dragon weighing 3 pounds and 20 tails, a bagel moray eel that was 115 pounds and 2 meters long, orchid crabs that were 110 pounds, and bread that was 35 pounds in addition to crabs. There are nearly 100 caddies of sea prawns. There are many types of sea prawns, but they're basically spotted prawns, which are also called bamboo prawns, 9-section prawns, grass prawns, and tiger prawns. Note that it is tiger prawns, not black tiger prawns. Black tiger prawns are kind of spotted prawns. The 2 are the same family, but they have different origins. Black tiger prawns are indeed native to Southeast Asia. Now many people put this the species of shrimp are eaten as high-grade shrimp. But in fact, this kind of shrimp is very ordinary, and the taste is not as good as that of 9-section shrimp and spotted shrimp. The reason why it has been speculated is because there were not many when it first entered the country. But now this kind of shrimp has been cultivated artificially, so the price has dropped terribly. In fact, this kind of shrimp was also an option when shrimp farming was first started in China, but it was abandoned because it was really not as delicious as Penis venom. As a result, it is still popularized by many big versus food bloggers and the like. The prawns caught by these 8 girls are also very big, all of which are 2-2 or 3-2. Among them, Carambola and Juxia also caught 4-7 or 8-2 shrimp. It's so long, it looks really bluffing. Looking at these prawns, Zhuo Rong was actually a little embarrassed. His original intention was to catch some small prawns and then sell them to those customers of his online shop for more than 1,000 yuan a caddy. IT is naturally impossible to sell such a large shrimp at such a cheap price. So we can only wait until later to see if it will be better to put shrimp nets at the mouth of the sea, of course. Although Zhuo Rong was a bit greedy looking at these shrimps and crabs, he didn't intend to eat them himself, because if he wanted to eat them, he would actually prefer to eat farmed shrimps sold in the market in the future. Why would he like to eat farmed shrimps? Not only because the vitamins in its body are more balanced, but also because the shrimp and crabs that will be farmed in the future will be several times larger than this wild crab. For the white prawns that will be farmed in the future, the largest model on the website is XXXL. The L type is half a caddy. The XL is 1 caddy, and 2 XS are added, which is 2 caddies each. Pay attention, is 2 caddies each, and one sells for 15 yuan. What wild ones do you want to eat? Farm crabs are synthesized with the genes of swimming crabs and emperor crabs. They look like swimming crabs, but the yellow is full, and the meat has the sweet taste of swimming crabs. 1 5 caddies, 8 yuan per caddy, one for less than 50 yuan. Zhuo Rong has eaten it, and it is very delicious. So he is not very interested in these shrimps and crabs now. As he focused on these things, he also opened up the platform and started selling them. And he just had to sell the shrimp at the lowest price on the current website. 2 tails are 6,500 pounds. 3 tails are 7,210 pounds. Half a caddy are 10,800 pounds, and the 4 biggest ones cost 20,000 yuan each, and they will be sold by carton. Crab, orchid crab, 8,001 caddy. Bread crab, 10,001 caddy. The most expensive flower dragon, Zhuo Rong directly hung a price of 8 million AS for that white eel. Even though it weighs 115 caddies, it is not as valuable as hualong. The most valuable thing about this kind of fish is its fat, but it is far worse than the squid. According to the price of 10,000 yuan per caddy, 1.15 million yuan was directly listed after hanging up the fish, shrimp, crab, and lobster on Zhuo Rong's side. The first one to be seconded was the 8 million hualong, and the second one was Zhuo Rong's old customer, the CEO of Qinjiang Hotel. But when he seconded hualong and wanted to second the white eel, it's too late. This one has already been given, a second by another customer. However, the 2 most expensive ones are not in seconds, and the shrimp and crabs below are also very good choices. Suddenly, Zhuo Rong's online store ushered in another small wave. Soon, Zhuo Rong's money gained more than 10 million. I have to say that selling these things to future people is really very profitable. While selling these things, Zhuo Rong went to take a shower. While taking a shower, he was looking through the seeds and machines. It's autumn now, but IT is not easy to grow food and the like, so Zhuo Rong plans to plant food in the spring of next year. However, in terms of fruits, watermelons and the like are definitely not acceptable, but trees can be transplanted, so he turned his attention to I saw the kind of big cherry. This kind of huge cherry seedling costs 30 yuan per plant, and 60 plants can be planted in 1 mu of land, which is 1,800 yuan. The total seedling cost is 9 million yuan, which is not much, and Zhuo Rong owns it. But the machines for planting these seedlings and the things for maintenance cost about 3 million. But now the money, Zhuo Rong is ready. I can plant these cherries when I go back. I'm already looking forward to what people in this world will look like when they taste the cherries after 1,000 years. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing. When he came out of the shower, his cell phone rang. What? No signal at sea. Where there is Xiaozhua, it is impossible to have no signal, even in the center of the earth. Picking up the phone, Zhuo Rong found that the caller was none other than Su Jibin, who bought his diamonds. Miss Qin, don't worry. Since Mr. Zhuo agreed to our request, it proves that he must have a way. As a Cullinan sped on the road, Su Jibin, who was sitting in the back, also looked at the woman beside him, and then said respectfully, I hope so. Hearing Su Jibin's words, the woman forced a smile, but the tangle in her eyes still didn't decrease. Hearing this woman's words, Su Jibin also shook his head helplessly. He did everything he could do, and hoped that Zhuo Rong would really surprise him. Soon after the car drove to the original Su family's manor. When he arrived at the manor, he found that the surroundings of the manor had changed a lot. What was originally just a big iron door lock with a lock turned into a smart electronic door at this time, down on the surrounding walls, there's another layer of heightened barriers like glass to prevent others from entering. It can be seen from the outside that in this manor, there are many places where trees are planted, around the wall, and then on both sides of the river. Although these trees look small, they're indeed much more vibrant than when I came here before. There's also a meadow on the left which looks very good. This must be the mature grass that Zhuo Rong bought specially, otherwise the other grasses should not be able to grow so fast. Visitor information has been logged in. Mr. Su, please come in. Just as Su Jibin was looking around and was about to call to tell Zhuo Rong that he had arrived, suddenly there was an electronically synthesized voice from the gate, and then the big iron gate slowly opened. Looking at this smart gate, whether it is Su Jibin or the woman next to him, there are some doubts and surprises. Unexpectedly, in the few days since he came here, the house is really like that, driving a car, and a group of people soon came to the villa. When they arrived at the villa, they found that Zhuo Rong was waiting for them outside the villa, and there were 6 girls standing behind Zhuo Rong, namely Jiao Min, Qiu Xiaoxiao, Yang Tao, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, and Lin Xiaoqiao. As for Li Keliju, Gao Wen, and Ding Zhangwo, they are busy in the mountains right now. After receiving a call from Su Jibin yesterday, Zhuorong will continue to do the construction that should be done. After returning home at night, he bought a lot of trees, except for the 300,000 6-year-old cherries that will be used in the orchard. In addition to trees, he also bought many other trees for greening. The trees that Zhuorong bought for greening are relatively simple, all of which are sea yellowed. In the future, sea yellow tree species will still be very valuable, but compared now, it will be far worse because this kind of tree has also passed genetic modification, and its growth rate is dozens of times faster than wild ones. Speaking of it, it takes 150 years for a wild sea yellow to mature, but this improved variety only takes 3 years to mature to SO in the future. Although Haihuan's furniture is still very expensive, it will not be as expensive as it is now, and it will be affordable for ordinary families to grit their teeth. Many tables and chairs in Zhuorong's house are made of sea yellow things. Of course, compared to sea yellow things, Zhuorong actually prefers those high-tech toys. For example, for his bed, he didn't buy sea yellow bed, but a bed made of high-tech supporting materials in the future. The whole bed occupies 20 square meters, and he sleeps quite comfortably, but in addition sea yellow. When Zhuorong bought the tree yesterday, he also considered red sandalwood. There will be some trees for sale in the future, but what Zhuorong doesn't like is that the tree is easy to grow into the sky when it grows. So after thinking about it, Zhuorong still bought sea yellow. Well, the topic is getting too far. In addition to these trees, Zhuorong also spent $3 million to buy a tree planting machine. This machine is very powerful. As long as the computer is set up, it can plant trees by itself, hold trees by itself, dig holes by itself, and plant trees by itself. Protect the living liquid and water the land with nutrient water. Now Li Ku and the other 4 are doing this, but just Jiamin and the other 6 standing behind Zhuorong are shocking enough. You must know that the 10 girls selected by Zhuorong are all at the level of Yinba in terms of appearance that if anyone is released, it will cause a lot of shock to people, let alone SIX and NO, just after getting out of the car. Su Jibin, the driver, and the bodyguard of the co-pilot were a little confused, and the woman sitting on the other side was also very surprised. She couldn't help looking at Zhuorong. She was very curious. What kind of man would have so many beautiful girls at the same time? And these girls all look like those very popular stars, but it can be seen that these girls should be all natural, have never been cut, and there is no unnatural face on their faces. The most important thing is this figure is very domineering. Although they were wearing looser and decent clothes at this time, relying on her karma, she could tell at a glance how extraordinary these girls were. When this woman was looking at Zhuorong, Zhuorong was also looking at her. This woman should be about 1.7 meters tall, not very tall, at least she is much shorter than Jiamin and the others. She is still pretty. Even if she's compared with those celebrities, she is not too worried. Wearing a women's suit and shawl, she really looks full of aura, with big wavy curly hair and a cold face, very beautiful. But for Zhuorong, who's seen too many beauties, he has no other feelings. Brother Su, you have worked hard. Brother Zhua, what's the hard work? Just take a car here, by the way, this is a housewarming gift for you. And you are too, so you don't say anything when you move here. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Su Jibin also smiled and took a gift box from the bodyguard who had reacted and handed it to Zhuorong. Xiao Zhua had already scanned what was inside the gift box when he took it out. After all, if there was any danger, Xiao Zhua could check it at any time. However, Su Jibin didn't want to kill Zhuorong. On the contrary, he felt that Zhuorong was a friend he could make, so his gift was not dangerous, but very expensive. It is said that the poor play cars and the rich play watches. Zhuorong doesn't know if this watch has female characters on it, but at this time Su Jibin really gave a watch. This is a relatively small watch, a Master Craftsman watch of the Jackpot Celestial series, with a dragon coiled inside, which looks very domineering. Of course, this watch is not cheap. According to Xiao Zhua's search, this watch is at least worth it. 12.8 million, quite expensive. Hey, you're too polite. Just come here, what else do you bring? Although he was a little surprised by Su Jibin's atmosphere, Zhuorong knew that there was no need to push between him and Su Jibin for tens of millions. He went, so he just took the things away. One size fits all. Come to your new home. It's better to come empty-handed. Ha, that's what I said. Please come in. After exchanging greetings with Su Jibin, Zhuorong also led the 4 of them into his villa. When they walked in, the bodyguard and driver here stayed at the door in a tacit understanding. What they want to say has nothing to do with them, and they don't need to ask. And Zhuorong took them to the living room on the first floor. Yes, they sat down. Jiamin here had already prepared the tea set and was ready to make tea. Tea art, in the classification of the system, is also a kind of cooking art. Therefore, Jiamin's tea ceremony is also quite brilliant. It can be regarded as a masterclass. Zhuorong didn't like drinking tea before because he felt that the tea was not good. It was bitter, and Feijai happy water was better. But after he drank the future tea, he changed his mind a little bit. Tea can still be so mellow and thick. Longjing, De Hongpo, Lapsang Sochong, Bilyukan, Ame Shuya, Zweiking. What would you like to drink? Taking out a few teapots, Jiamin also asked the 2 of them. Longjing's fine. It's autumn recently, and it's hot and dry. Drink some green tea to clear the fire. Miss Qin, is that okay? Certainly. Hearing Jiamin's words, Su Jibin thought for a while, and then asked the woman beside him. After hearing that neither of them had any objections, Jiamin also started to make tea. Laymen watched the excitement, and experts watched the doorway. Jiamin's setting is a master of tea art. When he brews tea naturally, it is also pleasing to the eye. Seeing Jiamin's actions, both Su Jibin and the woman surnamed Qin thumped in their hearts. You can see the whole leopard from a glimpse. It can also be seen from Jiamin's tea art. It has been trained for a long time, and there's special a person who raises a tea art master in the heart of his bed is definitely not an ordinary person. Especially if he can let this tea art master be devoted to him. It is even more difficult. All of a sudden, Zhuorong's status in the hearts of these 2 people has risen to another level. As the 3 small teacups were placed in front of Zhuorong, and the 3 of them. Zhuorong was okay. He didn't know much about tea tasting. He only knew whether it was good or not. But Su Jibin and Miss Qin were even more shocked after taking a sip of tea. They've all drank Longjing. Known as the king of green tea at IT, is also the existence of the most expensive green tea auction record. But it's precisely because of its great reputation that Longjing is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. First of all, the region. Dragon wells are grown throughout Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but the taste of these dragon wells is much worse than those grown near Westlake. As for those near Westlake, lions, tigers, clouds, dragons, and plums are the best, because what they planted was not a later developed variety, but the earliest group species. Other places plant Longjing 43, Pingyang Tizhou, Zhenong 117, Zhenong 139, Wanyuzhou, and so on. And the region is right. The time is also right. The bestie leaves of the first buds that have been accumulated through a winter of nutrients. Longjing at this time is also called auction level Longjing, because the best quality will be auctioned, and the rest will be sold if the quality is not so good. And the ones sold, the worst ones cost more than 2,000 per caddy, of course. If you want to shock Su Jibin and Miss Qin, this level of Longjing is not qualified. Now when they drank it, the taste of this Longjing was no worse than that of Yuchen 18, and some were even worse. Thinking of this, Su Jibin suddenly recalled what Zhuorong said before, saying that if he came here, there might be unexpected gains. It seems that this Mr. Zhua is really not an ordinary person, and the good things in his hands are not only just pink diamonds. After drinking a round of tea, both Su Jibin and Miss Qin felt that they didn't come in vain this time. Even if they didn't complete the things they wanted to do, it can be said that they were not at a loss out of course. If it can be completed, we have to ask to know. Brother Zhua, let me introduce you. This is Qin Shuhua, Miss Qin. She came here to ask for a big diamond. Putting down the teacup, he tapped on the table, and after expressing his gratitude to Jiamin, he also looked at Zhuorong and introduced Qin Shuhua beside him. In fact, Su Jibin had already briefly explained the matter yesterday. This Miss Qin Shuhua, Miss Qin, is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. The Qin family is different from the Su family. The Su family is a landowner. Their family's influence is mainly concentrated in this province, or even near the city, and not too much radiation. They're very famous locally, but not many people know about them when they go to other places. The Qin family is different because the Qin family is an international family. The Qin family is the earliest family in the country to engage in jewelry business. Gold in troubled times and antiques in prosperous times, although jewelry is not as representative as gold and antiques. But its stability has always been quite high, so the Qin family is actually very famous internationally, as for Qin Shuhua. As the eldest princess and eldest daughter of the Qin family of this generation, she has excelled in design since she was a child. At the age of 26 this year, she has already won several design awards in foreign countries. This time when she came home, the old man of the Qin family wanted to support her as the head of the Qin family, but the Qin family is not a straight line. On Qin Shua's father's side alone, there are two half-brothers and her uncle's family, her third uncle's family. In short, many men are unwilling to let Qin Shua, a girl, control the family. She had to come back with great prestige to suppress these people. And her choice is to make a jewelry that shocks the world. She met Su Jibin also because of Zhuo Rong's pink diamond. Ever since Zhuo Rong sold the pink diamonds to Su Jibin, Su Jibin also intentionally revealed that he has top gem, grade pink diamonds here, and he has sold some of them in the past few days, which can be said to be a lot of money. When Qin Shua approached him, Su Jibin was actually willing to sell the face of the Qin family and sell the diamonds that he planned to sell slowly to Qin Shua directly. But the 25-carat pink diamond is quite valuable, but if it is said to be peerless and shock the whole world, it is really not. Although Qin Shua said that she had bought all of Su Jibin's pink diamonds and prepared to use them as foundations, she still hadn't found the real core diamonds, AT this time. Su Jibin recommended Zhuo Rong. He had a feeling that if anyone in the world had such top diamonds, Zhuo Rong didn't have them, and no one else could have them. It was because of Su Jibin's introduction, so Qin Shua will follow him to take a look. Looking at it now, this Mr. Zhuo is really extraordinary. Well, I understand, I have diamonds, but I just don't know if Miss Qin can offer a starting price. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo Rong sat in the main seat and nodded, saying that he has won, but the price is definitely not cheap. As long as it can be measured by price, there is no problem. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Qin Shua over here immediately nodded in response. Well, let's take a look, you too. I call this diamond a star. Now, that Qin Shua had said so, Zhuo Rong also nodded to Qiu Xiaoxiao, who was at the door, and when he finished speaking, Qiu Xiaoxiao had already come to the table with a box. Then Zhuo Rong took the box and opened it directly in front of the two of them. As the box was opened, a dazzling light shot out from the box, and then under Su Jibin and Qin Shua's shocked eyes, they saw a huge transparent diamond quietly placed in the box at this time. This diamond is not ordinary big, it is extra big. After receiving a call from Su Jibin yesterday, Zhuo Rong contacted the merchant from whom he bought the diamond. The merchant told Zhuo Rong that buying diamonds in bulk is only at this price. But if Zhuo Rong wants to buy large diamonds, he also has them here, but the price is a bit high, 1,000 yuan each. Zhuo Rong thought for a while and bought one, which is the present diamond. This diamond weighs 300 grams. Note that it is 300 grams, not 300 carats. That is to say, it has a full 1,500 carats. A 1,500 carat diamond is not the largest diamond. Braganza over there in Pakistan has a full 1,680 carats, but that one is not pure color. There are impurities in it, and there's some yellowing. It doesn't look like the one that Zhuo Rong took out now. So dazzling. Seeing this diamond, Su Jibin and Qin Shua felt their hearts beat half a beat slower. Qin Jiahua was already thinking at this moment, if he put this diamond on his work, it would really shock the whole world. When the time comes, she will take over the family business, and she will see who dares to disagree. But after the excitement, she also calmed down a little bit. This diamond is indeed a priceless treasure. She wants it very much, but by the same token, the price of this diamond will also be exaggerated. Cullinan, weighing 530.02 carats, is currently the most famous diamond in the world, because this non-earth star is inlaid in the national scepter of the royal family of Zhang. With this added value, its price may reach tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. And the diamond named star by Zhuo Rong in front of him, although it does not have this added value, is bigger and more beautiful, and the price will definitely not be lower than that of Cullinan. Thinking of this, Qin Shua fell into deep thought. She was thinking about what to exchange for this thing. After hesitating for a while, she raised her head. Mr. Zhuo, I don't know if you will accept the real estate and equity. I'll definitely accept the real estate and the equity. If it's just dividends or something, it's fine. I don't have time and leisure to manage the company. Hearing what Qin Shua said, Zhuo Rong smiled. But he was also beating drums in his heart. In fact, he didn't quite know how much this natural diamond worth 1,000 yuan could be worth, but now it looked like it was worth a lot. I'm willing to exchange 4 sets of courtyard houses with 3 entrances in the imperial capital, 2 single-family villas in the Shanghai capital, 1 community, and 5% of the shares of Ali Group. After thinking for a while, Qin Shua also took out a stack of documents from her bag and pushed them in front of Zhuo Rong at the same time. And when Zhuo Rong took these materials to read, Xiaozhu was already searching for information about these materials. Hudong, XX courtyard in the imperial capital, with a construction area of 960 square meters, is for sale as a whole, 320 million yuan. XX Hudong, the imperial capital, XXX courtyard house, with a construction area of 920 square meters. The whole building is for sale, 270 million yuan. XXX Hudong in the imperial capital, XX courtyard, with a construction area of 1080 square meters. The whole building is sold for 410 million yuan. A villa in a certain palace in Shanghai, with a construction area of 1,700 square meters, 8 bedrooms and 5 halls. The entire building is sold for 410 million yuan. A villa in a certain palace in Shanghai, with a construction area of 2,000 square meters, and the entire building is sold for 450 million yuan. Longtengjian community in Shanghai consists of 5 5-story buildings, 7 small high-rise buildings, 2 high-rise buildings, and 24 sets of conjoined villas. It was built in 12 years, with a total construction area of 143,000 square meters. It is located in Shanghai, within the second ring road. The average price of the surrounding land is 85,000 yuan, with a total value of 12.155 billion yuan. Ali Group, the current market value is 2,580 billion, and 5% is 129 billion. All statistics are 143 billion 15 million yuan. Hiss. After hearing Xiaozhu's words, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but gasp, and then leaned back tactically. He was a little shocked, but the shock was different. Point one is that he was shocked by the price, 1,000 for 143 billion. This purchase is quite worth it. He never thought that he would go from nothing to tens of billionaires, and then to 100 billionaires so quickly. The second thing I didn't expect is that Ali is a little bit lazy now. Originally, they were still competing with the Penguins for the top spot, but now the Penguins are more than a quarter of their total. It seems that Ali's situation is not good. At this time, Ali's stock is linked. Is it not good? Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help hesitating. Any questions? Nothing. It's Ali's stock. Can you sell it? Hearing Qin Shua's words, Zhuo Rong thought for a moment and said, sell? You're looking at their recent market value. In fact, don't worry about it. Their market value has been low recently because their hands are too long. This is a lesson taught to them by the court. Their own net profit has not been lowered. It is conservatively estimated that there will be a net profit of about 140 billion this year, and your dividends will be more than 7 billion. Of course, if you want to sell, it is estimated that Malaysia will always be willing to take over. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Qin Shua also looked at Zhuo Rong and began to speak. For these families to invest in some enterprises, share dividends and earn profits, it is actually a very cost-effective deal. But for Zhuo Rong, it is a bit tasteless. Because of his relationship with Xiaozhu, the entire internet is his backyard. Stocks, money, etc. He really doesn't care much. However, Zhuo Rong was very moved by what Qin Shua gave. More than 140 billion things are exchanged for a diamond bought for 1,000 yuan. Well, for Zhuo Rong, diamonds are indeed worthless. He even wondered whether to let the store polishing some round diamonds. He played with glass balls at home. Now that this stone is sold at such a high price, it is impossible for Zhuo Rong not to sell it. Make a deal. Seeing the anxious Qin Shuhua in front of her, Zhuo Rong also directly pushed the diamond forward, saying that he sold the diamond. It could be seen that Qin Shuhua was very anxious at this time and wanted to make this diamond her own. So after Zhuo Rong made a decision, she directly asked the people in her family to prepare the contract immediately and pass it directly to Zhuo Rong. Come over here to sign a contract with Zhuo Rong. With Xiao Zhuo here, it can tell if there is any problem with this contract. As Zhuo Rong wasn't worried that they would play tricks on the contract, but fortunately, Qin Shuhua wanted to buy it sincerely. So the contract was signed quite straightforwardly. After signing the contract, it is an online video to handle the transfer of real estate and equity. This is monitored by Xiao Zhuo, so naturally there's no need to worry about cheating on the other side. It has to be said that the Qin family is indeed more powerful than the Su family. When the Su family handles a real estate transfer, they still need to go to the real estate bureau, and then they have to go through procedures and so on. As for the Qin family, they can transfer the ownership directly first, and then proceed with the other procedures slowly. It is true that regional level families are different from national level families. That it was around 9 o'clock in the morning when Su Jibin and Qin Shuhua came, and after 11 o'clock in the noon, they had already transferred all these things. Zhuo Rong also handed the diamond to Qin Shuhua, who was in front of him after Xiao Zhuo checked that there was no problem. After receiving the diamond, Qin Shuhua was also ready to leave. Hey, Miss Qin, don't worry, such a big business. Let me do my best as a landlord. Seeing that Qin Shuhua was leaving, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing. This girl is really in a hurry. What are you doing in such a hurry? Come here for yourself. No matter what, you have to have a meal. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhuo. I'm really too anxious about my design. How about it? Another day, if you come to the magic capital or the imperial capital, I invite you. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Qin Shuhua immediately interjected with an apologetic expression on her face. She was leaving, so naturally Su Jibin was leaving too. All right, Xiaomin, prepare some more ingredients for Mr. Su and Ms. Qin. Don't worry, these are good things. Go back and taste them. Seeing that the two were determined to leave, it was inconvenient for Zhuo Rong to keep them there, or else he thought he was up to no good. So he politely asked Xiaomin to pack some food for them. Brother, when brother has time, I will come play with you again. Seeing that the food was packed, Su Jibin here also took Zhuo Rong's hand and said with a smile, he has always been paying attention to today's deal. Originally, if it was said that he and Zhuo Rong had a good relationship mainly because Zhuo Rong was a suitable person to be friends with, now whether it is Zhuo Rong or the financial resources behind Zhuo Rong, there are existences that he cannot ignore. Even Zhuo Rong could already talk to the Su family on an equal footing if Qin Shuhua hadn't decided to leave today. Whatever he said, he had to stay and have a good time with Zhuo Rong. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about these things because Zhuo Rong is on the territory of the Su family, and he can come and play with Zhuo Rong at any time in the future. Thinking of this, he also feels relieved. After Su Jibin and Qin Shuhua left, Zhuo Rong also took the rest of the girls to the mountains. As soon as he came over, he saw Fudo lying in the distance at this time. Since adopting Fudo has been living a life called a fairy dog these days, eating the food of the future, and it is safe, and the injury on his leg has completely healed. However, this dog may be due to the bad treatment he received since he was a child. In fact, it is not very close to humans. When it sees Zhuo Rong, it usually doesn't bark or come and join in the fun. It just wags its tail to show that it recognizes Zhuo Rong. Then I often run out in the morning, but I can't find the dog's shadow, and I don't come back until night. Zhuo Rong doesn't care about it. As long as it doesn't go out to cause trouble or bite people, then Zhuo Rong won't care about it. Not to mention that with the IQ of Fudo that Zhuo Rong knows, it is unlikely that it will cause trouble and so on. If you come into contact with humans, you should be starving. Now that there's food and drink, it will come into contact with human beings to be a ghost. Come on, let's help together. Touching Fudo's big head, Zhuo Rong also went to Li Ke's side, looked at the machine that was planting trees, picked up a life-preserving liquid, and followed Li Ke's movements into the tree. Looking at these small trees, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing. Next year, he should be able to eat his own giant cherries, which will definitely have a huge impact on the fruit industry. Qin Shuhua and Su Jibin naturally didn't know what Zhuo Rong was doing at this time, because after the two left Zhuo Rong's house, Qin Shuhua didn't even go back to Su's house or the hotel, but went directly to the airport and was about to leave. However, when boarding the plane, Su Jibin saw the things that Zhuo Rong gave them in the trunk. They were all food, some food beyond the concept of this era. Zhuo Rong did not give them giant cherries. The food they took was something that was available in this era, such as watermelon, grapes, and beef. Qin Shuhua also had some troubles when she saw these foods. Naturally, she has no shortage of food, but the problem is that these food are given by Zhuo Rong. She really didn't feel good about not taking anything. After thinking about it for a while, she finally took a bunch of grapes and some beef and boarded the plane and quickly returned to her own home in Shanghai. And Su Jibin here also returned home in a car after seeing off Qin Shuhua for the other food sent by Zhuo Rong. It belongs to him, but he doesn't know what's special about these food. But after asking the driver and bodyguard to move the food into the kitchen, he wanted to study the deal with some Qin Shuhua left after that. The follow-up thing went. For example, the relationship between the Su family and the Qin family, as well as the relationship between the Su family and Zhuo Rong, all need to be adjusted. Although the affairs of the family cannot be said to be a daily event, there are definitely many. When we came out, it was already night, but when he came out to study, he could smell a strong fragrance in his home. But apart from the fragrance, he didn't smell the familiar smell of rice. This made Su Jibin hesitate. After hesitating, he went downstairs and came to the restaurant. But as soon as he walked this way, he saw his daughter, his wife, eating watermelon in the kitchen. And Maya was also standing by the side at this time, sipping a bite of watermelon, and at the same time, looked at his wife and daughter enviously. No, you don't cook at this time. What kind of watermelon do you eat here? Although the closer you are to this watermelon, the stronger the taste, Su Jibin still put on the appearance of the head of the family, looking at the three people in front of him. Man, he spoke up. Dad, the watermelon you brought back this time is absolutely delicious. Hearing Su Jibin's words, his daughter couldn't help but speak that. Su Jibin's daughter, named Su Wanyun, is 21 years old this year, a junior, majoring in dance. Today is Friday. It seems that she also went home early. In fact, because of this daughter, Su Jibin, the current head of the Su family, the positions are somewhat unreliable. The first reason is because Su Wanyun is a girl. How a girl can carry the banner of the Su family is very important. And the second reason is because she does not have any business talent, and her talent is more in dancing, which is why a little embarrassing. After all, it is impossible for the future Su family to be handed over to her. Su Jibin was actually under a lot of pressure at that time. But fortunately, he was very strong, so he took all the pressure off. As for myself, after 100 years, let's talk about it. If it is really impossible to find a capable son-in-law, although he can't be the Su family's family, it shouldn't be a big problem to take care of his daughter. Because of this, even though Su Jibin is the head of the Su family and very dignified when he's outside, in fact, he's very kind at home, especially when facing his wife and daughter. Is it as exaggerated as you said? It's so delicious. If you say it, you think it's been a long time since our family has eaten watermelon. Hearing what his daughter said, Su Jibin also walked up to his wife's back and then gouged out a piece under his wife's murderous gaze. He stuffed the watermelon into his mouth. After stuffing it, he discovered that the watermelon was really delicious. The watermelon juice is sweet but not greasy, refreshing and full of stamina. It tastes sandy and crisp but not mushy. When you put it in your mouth and bite it down, it really feels like an explosion. Well, it's really delicious. After taking a sip, Su Jibin's eyes began to light up and he was ready to take another spoonful with excitement. But his wife pushed him away and snatched the spoon away. Come on, this is mine, not yours. Looking at Su Jibin, his wife felt that it would be good to give him a bite and wanted to eat. How could it be possible? Seeing his wife's appearance, Su Jibin also smiled brightly. It's really not easy for him to snatch his daughter and wife now, but after thinking about it, no, it seems that what he got back was not just watermelon. Zhuorong brought him 4 bunches of grapes, 2 large pieces of beef, and a watermelon. Like grapes and beef, Qin Shuo took one away, but he still had a piece of beef and 3 bunches of grapes. Thinking of this, he immediately went to the refrigerator. Sure enough, a piece of beef and 3 bunches of grapes are here. Sister Lu, help me make the beef, and I will wash the grapes myself. Taking out a bunch of grapes, Su Jibin also said to the aunt next to him, Mr. Su, what shall we do? Taking out the piece of beef from the refrigerator, the aunt also hesitated. She has been working as a nanny in the Su family for almost 10 years. The former nanny of the Su family was her mother. The Su family treated their family very well, so after her old lady retired, she also willingly came to the Su family to work as a nanny. Nanny Diane, the Su family, she has seen all kinds of high-end ingredients, but whether they can be cooked well is another matter, so she usually asks about high-end ingredients when she sees them. After hearing her words, Su Jibin originally wanted to say fried or stewed, because he asked Zhuorong when he left, what kind of beef is this? Zhuorong told him that it's beef shoulder and shoulder. Basically, there are 3 ways to eat it: fried, roasted, and stewed. But beef shoulder is not tenderloin. After all, it will be a bit stale if you eat it fried. It is too troublesome to eat it roasted, and the smoke is particularly large, so it is a good choice to eat it stewed. But now when Sister Lu asked, Su Jibin had to take a look at this piece of meat, and he saw that this piece of meat was different. Although it is still beef shoulder, the meat is very red and there's not much fat, but the fat is really beautiful, just like the lines in natural marble. It is a good piece of meat. Cut in half first, and try frying the steak. After hesitating for a while, Su Jibin said to Sister Lu, okay. Sister Lu was fine with simply frying a steak, then took out a ruler, cut the beef into thick slices of 1 centimeter, and then went to the kitchen next to it to start frying. The best range hood is naturally the best, but even so, the smell of the fried steak still made the couple who were eating watermelon and Su Jibin, who was washing the grapes, stop what they were doing, and it's really because of the smell. It's so fragrant, it's so refreshing. Old Su, these things you brought back today are a bit strange. Even Su Jibin's wife put down the watermelon on hand, looked at Su Jibin with some doubts, and said, strange? Actually, I want to say it's miraculous, just like the young man who gave me these things, miraculous. I rub it, these grapes are delicious. Smelling the fragrance in the distance, Su Jibin subconsciously, I picked a washed grape and threw it in my mouth. And then, it was delicious. Tonight may be a night of fuss that the Su family hasn't had for a long time, because the taste of these delicacies today is really too overbearing. Even after eating at night, Su Jibin had to send a message to Zhuorong, asking if Zhuorong still had these things and if he could sell him some. Zhuorong naturally didn't refuse Su Jibin's request, but he didn't fully agree either. He said yes, but it's uncertain when the goods will arrive. Will Zhuorong be out of stock here? Naturally impossible. In fact, shortly after Su Jibin and the others left, Zhuorong bought 20 caddies of beef and 20 caddies of mutton. There's so much meat. One is for his family to eat, and the other is because Yuan Tianqing and the others will come to drink with Zhuorong tomorrow. In fact, this matter was also caused by Yangsheng. Since he took a bath with Zhuorong and the others 2 days ago, he's been thinking about visiting Zhuorong's house. Point 1 is to recognize the door. The other is curiosity. What kind of 10 beauties did Zhuorong find to scare Yuan Tianqing like this? And the third is curiosity about Zhuorong's car, and Yada.So in the small group of 4 of them. They kept asking Zhuorong when he would have time, and seeing that he wanted to come to find abuse. Then Zhuorong would satisfy him and make it. Appointment for tomorrow for what to eat tomorrow. Barbecue, beef, mutton, and prawns are mainly roasted. Of course, there's also the very important beef kidney. As for chicken wings, Zhuorong is not very interested. If they want to eat, they can buy it by themselves. Seeing how Zhuorong prepares it. In fact, Zhuorong is quite happy. Gathering with friends is indeed a happy thing. Master, don't sleep in the cage today. Aren't your classmates coming to play? Feeling the strands of hair brushing across his face, Zhuorong opened his eyes in a daze, and then saw Wang Qian's face appearing in front of him, and said to him with a smile, that's not too far away. I'm still sleepy. Hearing Wang Qian's words, Zhuorong laid down in a daze, still muttering in his mouth. Let me help the master to wake up. Let's go. At this time, Li Ke also came over here and said with a smile. Half an hour later, Zhuorong was indeed awake. After washing up in the bathroom, he got up yawning. Not long after he got up and had breakfast, a horn sounded from outside. After Zhuorong told Xiao Zhuo to open the door, he saw Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan coming together, and Yangsheng 4 Raptor arrived at Zhuorong's home. Besides the 3 of them, there was another girl sitting in the co-pilot seat. Although Zhuorong had never seen this girl before, she should be Yangsheng's girlfriend without accident. Welcome to my place. Seeing the car parked, Zhuorong from this side came out with a smile and said to them, fuck, you can do it here. Unfortunately, this big villa and this large piece of land are still bare. If everything is planted, it should be very beautiful. As the 4 of them got out of the car, Yangsheng also spoke in shock. The pastures here are almost full. Next year, we will raise cattle and sheep here, and we will grow cherries on the mountain over there, and we'll pick them up next year. As for this area, I plan to grow grain, rice, wheat, corn, or something. Listening to Yangsheng's words, Zhuorong also gestured for his own territory, and then started talking with a smile. When he heard that Zhuorong wanted to plant rice, Yangsheng also became interested. When you plant rice, let me know that I have crab seedlings, and I will support you when the time comes. Okay, then I'll get you some rice. Hearing what Yangsheng said, Zhuorong reciprocated. You can pull it down. How much is the rice worth? Looking at Zhuorong with contempt, Yangsheng said with a smile beside him. Taste it first, and then talk about it later. Seeing Yangsheng's expression, Zhuorong smiled. His own rice, can it be the same as the one sold outside? If you want to sell your rice, wheat, corn, etc., you can also come to me. I have a channel to collect them. At this time, Sun Qingyuan also talked next to him. Naturally, they have good intentions when they say this, but Zhuorong's things seem to be really easy to sell. Come on, everyone, welcome to our house. Please come inside. The fruit has been washed. At this moment, Jiamin also opened the door and walked out, smiling sweetly and saying to the 4 people here, as soon as they heard Jiamin's words. The 4 people here also looked over, and at the same time they saw Jiamin, Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan here felt shocked. As for Yangsheng's girlfriend, it felt like she had been shot in the heart. Originally, Yangsheng's girlfriend felt very good about herself. Indeed, in Linquan village, compared with the local village girls here, no matter in terms of knowledge, appearance, or ability, she couldn't be said to be more beautiful than others. Top notch. But when she saw Jiamin, she realized that she had been ruthlessly crushed. The woman in front of her, whether it's her looks, her style of speaking, her figure, all aspects suppressed her by more than one level. This is too exaggerated. At this time, Yangsheng also stammered and looked at Zhuorong, then at Jiamin, and then at Yuan Tianqing, and Yuan Tianqing even made a gesture of 9, which means that there's still 9 at this level. Well, this made Yangsheng quite shocked, but no matter how shocked they were, they still reacted and followed Zhuorong and Jiamin into the big villa. When they saw the other 9 girls who were busy inside Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan felt that their eyes were not enough. They were beautiful. They were really too beautiful, but friends' wives should not be bullied, so they subconsciously looked away after being shocked. It's not good to stare at a brother's girlfriend all the time. But compared to the 3 men, Yangsheng's girlfriend Lu Jing didn't have so many taboos. Hey, have you noticed that your buddy's girlfriends all seem to look like celebrities? Look at the one who asked us to come in just now. Does she look like Zhao Min? Also, there is that. Does it look like Haidang? These 2 girls who seem to be of different races. Do they look like Feng Jiao and Yiming? Zero looking for flowers. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Yang Sheng over here also quietly took a look, and after looking at them, he found that these girls were almost high-end versions of those celebrities that, T first glance, it seems to be more beautiful than those stars. But if you look closely, there are indeed shadows of those stars. Hey, Lao Zhua, your girlfriends all look like celebrities. Have you ever moved? Thinking of this, he patted Zhuo Rong, and then quietly gesticulated on his face. I'm asking, have you ever used a knife to correct the shape? How is it possible? They're all natural, but do they look like celebrities? I didn't notice. I'm face blind, so I can't tell if they're good looking or not. Shaking his head, Zhuo Rong directly vetoed Yang Sheng's words. Indeed, these girls are biochemical human beings, and they're so long when they take shape. Cut, you are shameless. You are old classmates. What are you doing here with me? At this time, Sun Qingyuan looked at Zhuo Rong with contempt and said, Hey, Li Zhenqing's granddaughter is pretending to be 13 in the group again. I'll rub it and find an excuse to scold him. Just as several people here were condemning Rong, Yuan Tianqing suddenly spoke up, and then pointed to his mobile phone. Zhuo Rong looked down, and it turned out to be the classmate group. Speaking of which, in Zhuo Rong's mobile phone, there are also many classmate groups from junior high school, and university. But it seems that after the addition, Zhuo Rong hardly spoke in it, because the classmate group is not as warm as imagined. In fact, the classmate group, like the classmate association, is a good place to pretend to be 13 and get rid of broken shoes, that if he didn't feel bad about quitting, he might have quit the group a long time ago, and now he's blocking it. Directly out of sight and out of mind, as Zhuo Rong is really not sure about Li Zhenqing pretending to be 13. But Li Zhenqing, Zhuo Rong knows a little bit about him, and heard about him a few years ago. How can he say? In Zhuo Rong's eyes, he's quite a scumbag guy. No country, no home, no humanity, the ultimate scum. When he was in school, Li Zhenqing was actually a good student in the eyes of the teacher, but in the eyes of the students, he was a trash and extremely egoist. He only does 3 things every day: flattering the teacher, making small reports to his classmates, and then studying hard. Except for the last point, he can say that he has no advantages at all the students in the school agreed with him, and so did Zhuo Rong and the others. And his parents are also super wonderful. What his parents say is that it is useless to make friends in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. So Li Zhenqing does not need to make friends, and all people will become his stepping stones. That he just needs to please the teacher and let the teacher teach him well. When he becomes famous in the future, these classmates are rubbish and don't need to pay attention to them. And the teacher also likes such students very much. If they have a good grade of 970 in their studies, they will have a guarantee of admission rate. If they like to make small reports, they will help the teacher monitor the students' SO in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. He has always been a class leader handpicked by the teacher. Fact to prove that his approach was a phase success, because he was finally admitted to Shumu, a good school. But after graduating from school, he became more selfish and self-interested. He forced his parents to sell the house for him to study abroad. And then, when he was in Yingjiang, he coveted the nationality of a Chinese girl, and he chased her, married her, and had a 3-year-old child. As a result, in the 5th year, when the matter of his naturalization was officially settled, he kicked the girl again. After the divorce, he was employed by a company that had business in Yanhuang, and then returned to her hometown. Yanhuang went to the magic capital. His parents' house had been sold, and they'd been renting a house. Thinking that his son would be successful now, he went to join him in Modu, but was kicked out by him. According to his words, he has no obligation to support them. Foreigners have never supported the elderly. Now that he is a foreigner, they're left to fend for themselves. After his parents came back, they seem to have aged dozens of years overnight. But there's no way to tell the outside world that this matter was revealed by Zan. For a while, Li Zhenqing's reputation became a stink in the local area. But he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. His goal was to climb as high as he could. Everyone around him was his stepping stone. He had no relatives, no lover, no classmates, no friends. That's what his parents taught him. It can't be said that his parents are pitiful. It can only be said that they're the cause of their own planting, and now they have such a fruit, and they deserve it. Logically speaking, such a scumbag should die. But unfortunately, no, because he's really good at currying people, and the group leaders he curry favor with are very happy. So they don't care about these small problems at all. And because he has some money now, he also has some money. So many. People who are messing around in Shanghai at this time, or who are not doing well, and want to go to him, will come to lick him. I have to say that life has turned many people into dogs. Maybe these people didn't think about it at the beginning, and they would have a day to lick him. At this time, this guy is installing 13 in the group, because he just picked up a BMW 3 Series today, the lowest configuration, and the total cost is an early 300,000. But obviously once this photo was put in the group, those licking dogs came. Wow, Brotherly is indeed brotherly. This blue sky and white cloud logo is just right for Brotherly. That is, the average person driving this car is not as temperamental as Brotherly. At Li Zhenqing, old classmate, I'm going to Shanghai for a meeting next week. Can you pick me up? At Zheng Lili, of course there's no problem. I just finished my latest project. I bought it with a bonus from my boss. Next week, I have time all week. Wow, I'm so envious of Lily. Lily remembers to take a few more photos then. Is it so exciting to take pictures? Hey, what are you thinking? I'm just taking the car. It's not just about taking a car. You should also drive. I can only say that it is indeed brotherly. There are still quite a few sensible people among the classmates, but there are 5 or 6 rubbish. I really like to praise his stinky feet, almost swiping the screen of the class group. Seeing this, Yang Sheng was the first to be unable to bear it, and couldn't help but send a sentence. One breaks the 3 elements, so what? After Yang Sheng posted this sentence, those boys stopped talking because they knew that Yang Sheng drove a Raptor. Although in foreign countries, this car is just a tool cart. But in China, it is indeed a good car. Jia must be cheaper than the 3 Series Ba. You drive a broken pickup. How dare you say that? You won't be able to drive a BMW in your life. But the boys understand. But there are always some people who don't understand. For example, Zheng Lili, when she saw someone attacking Li Zhenqing, she jumped out immediately. You still don't admit that you were a mountain cannon. Li Zhenqing's broken car only has a top price of 400,000. His car is still low, with 300,000 at the top. Labor management cars, again, are better than this. Yang Sheng is not lying. The F-150 in China costs more than 500,000 for the low configuration, and more than 600,000 for the high configuration, which is indeed much more expensive than the 3 Series. Hey, what's the matter? I'm envious. No matter what Li Zhenqing said, he bought a first-hand car. It's not like you. He bought a second-hand car. Your car is worth 30,000 yuan. Let's talk about it. Seeing that Yang Sheng dared to retort, Zheng Lili over here immediately started typing in disdain. Well, in the eyes of many little girls, BBA is a god and invincible. This is a true story. The author has a young girl who is quite rich, but she's quite low-key. He drives a Lincoln Navigator, an imported version, with more than 1 million yuan. In the end, a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz took his girlfriend pride away because of the car, which made his girlfriend feel that Lincoln was too ashamed. Hey, stop arguing, everyone. We are all classmates. There's no need to quarrel with 3.0. At Yang Sheng, I also want to say something to you. Don't talk too much. If you don't have strength, just say you don't have strength. Buy what about a used car? But at this moment, Li Zhenqing, who had been taken advantage of by Zheng Lili, also appeared at this time and dealt Yang Sheng a fatal blow. That's right, Brotherly is right. I heard that Yang Sheng raises crayfish. The plate is not big, but the scene is not small. This year's crayfish is the worst. I guess Yang Sheng lost a lot. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zhenqing bubbled up, his lackeys all started to attack Yang Sheng. What the hell? My blood pressure's going up a bit. Let's go. Zhuorong, I lost your car for taking pictures of you. Seeing the news sent by these scumbags, Yang Sheng really got on top of it. He stood up and was about to pat Zhuorong's car, but was stopped by Zhuorong. It's useless for you to take pictures of my car. Do you think they can recognize it from the interior? Seeing Yang Sheng's excited look, Zhuorong also said with a smile. Then you can't let him hate me like that. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yang Sheng also said helplessly, he also thought of it. Zhuo Rong's cars are all custom made. These people really don't know how much it costs. Well, in fact, they don't know how much it is, but only I know it's expensive. Zhang Wo, go and get the watch that brother Su gave me yesterday. Seeing Yang Sheng's gloomy look, Zhuo Rong thought for a while, then called out to Ding Zhangwo. And then Ding Zhangwo went upstairs to take down the watch that Su Jibin gave to Zhuo Rong yesterday. Let's shoot this. Then Zhuo Rong directly put the watch box into Yang Sheng's hand and said to him, "Watch, is this thing okay?" After receiving the watch, Yuan Tianqing asked without Yang Sheng saying anything. Jackpot Celestial Series, 12.8 million. If they don't know, 00, you don't need to talk nonsense with them. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Zhuo Rong also smiled and casually stated the price of the watch. In fact, he could take out a bunch of pink diamonds now, but it is not necessary. It's not because he's reluctant, but because he took it out, and those people don't know each other. When it comes time to say that it's plastic or fake, there's no need to explain, just take the watch. Thinking of this, Yang Sheng took a photo of the watch and sent it to the group. What is this? Don't talk about the car, let's start fighting. There's a dragon inside this watch. It's so ugly. That's right. Where'd you get the old broken watch? As soon as they saw Yang Shengfa's watch, the female students over here started. But at this time, Li Zhenxing seemed to be bubbling again in order to attack Yang Sheng, or to pretend to be knowledgeable. At Yang Sung, old classmate, I said you're meaningless. Do you know what kind of watch this is? This is a watch from the Jikbao Celestial Series. My boss has one, and a watch is worth tens of millions. You don't want to say, this watch is yours. Please, check the price before sending it out. Wow, brother knows a lot. Zhenxing, remember to pick me up next week? Sure enough, after Li Zhenxing finished speaking, the group of classmates became even more lively. But in the next second, a video was sent to the group which contained this watch at first, and then Yang Sheng's big face. Look, this watch is here. Indeed, this watch is not mine, it is Zhuo Rong's. We are at Zhuo Rong's house now. We're going to take pictures of his car. Unfortunately, his car is all reserved. They are made, and each one costs tens of millions, and you won't understand even if I show it to you. So I'll let you take a rough look at the villa. After Yang Sheng finished speaking, he also scanned Zhuo Rong's villa. Many of Zhuo Rong's high-tech things are placed in the bedroom or in a relatively private place, such as the bathroom, and there's only one projection TV in the living room. But now they can't see it even if they don't open it, so it doesn't matter if Zhuo Rong is there. After the video was sent out, the group of students froze for a while. Although, these people don't know much about architecture, but looking at the size of Zhuo Rong's big villa and the decoration inside, they know that this villa is very valuable. Paired with this watch, well, although Yang Sheng can't overwhelm Li Zhenxing, but Zhuo Rong can overwhelm him, let alone one, even 2 or 3, it's no problem. Hey, return the villa, the self-built house in the countryside. It looks like that. Don't you know what's going on in Zhuo Rong's house? It's so funny. Return tens of millions of custom-made cars. What do? Don't say hundreds of millions. If you say that this watch belongs to someone else, I still believe it. If you say it belongs to Rongjua, then it is better to say it is yours. Zhenxing, don't be as knowledgeable as they are. These guys are a bunch of local dogs. At the critical moment, it has to be Zheng Lily, this girl who is pungent, brainless, and likes to kneel and lick. At the critical moment, she is bubbling again. Whether you're true or not, well, my mother said it's false. Then it's false. Not false is also fake. Don't worry, Lily, I won't be angry with a bunch of soil turtles. Getting angry with them will only lower my style. Maybe they'll get out of that small place and go abroad to see the real gentleman and the red-eyed rabbit. What a difference. Seeing that Zheng Lily finished posting, Li Zhenxing here also started posting. Seeing Li Zhenxing's words, Zhuo Rong here is a little upset. You say my things are fake, so I'll keep silent, but what's the matter with you attacking me personally? Earth dog, earth turtle, rabbit? These guys are really interesting to talk about. Master, this is the relevant information about Li Zhenxing. Perhaps because he sensed Zhuo Rong's emotions, Xiaozhua also reflected the information about Li Zhenxing in front of his eyes, and Zhuo Rong later found out that the house where Li Zhenxing lived was interesting. Do you live in room 310, unit 1, building 11, Longting Jiyuan Community, XX Road, Shanghai? What? Human flesh has given me my location. Are you planning to find me for a live PK? Li Zhenxing, who was training his 4S car at this time, saw Zhuo Rong revealing the exact location of his current residence. He couldn't help, but there was a click. Although he is arrogant, selfish, and not human, he has also been beaten that I was beaten by Zhuo Rong and the others when I was in school, and now that Zhuo Rong found it, his first thought was that these guys would not be so angry and beat him. But it was obvious that he was thinking too much, and he was not worthy to fight with Rome. Rome, oh no, you misunderstood. We are all civilized people. We talk but don't do anything. I want to say the house you live in is mine, and I won't rent it to you now. So you go down, Joe should not have time, at least until I find a house to live in. Seeing Li Zhenxing's words, Zhuo Rong also sent a message, and then took a picture of the real estate certificate of this house, and put it in the classmate group. When this photo appeared in the classmate group, the whole classmate group was dumbfounded. Including Zheng Lily also knows that other things can be faked, but if this game should be faked, you'll be arrested and sentenced to prison. Now that Zhuo Rong is daring to release the real estate certificate in public, it means that his real estate certificate is genuine. Could it be that Zhuo Rong is the hidden boss in this group, the best guy in their class? Just when these people were wondering, Ji Zhenxing also called IT was the property that called him. The property owner told him that during his renting period, he often brought strangers back to the community, made noise at night, and damaged a lot of things in the house. So the landlord was no longer going to rent his house, and told him to do so within 3 days. Move out now. Hearing the call from the property owner, Li Zhenxing was also stunned. He didn't understand. Why did Zhuo Rong have a house in Shanghai? Why? Could it be that Zhuo Rong really pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger when he was in school? In fact, this guy is very rich. I didn't see it all. For Li Zhenxing, unlucky things will continue to happen in the future. After all, apart from this house, he couldn't rent a house in this community today as for Zhuo Rong and the others. After installing 13, they naturally left immediately. Just kidding. Do you still want to watch them turn around and hold Zhuo Rong's stinky feet in the group? Although it is said that people are vain, it is obvious that Zhuo Rong does not like this at this moment. His mobile phone was also ringing, and it was those classmates who had never added him as friends who were frantically adding him, including Zheng Lily, who just called them dogs. But obviously, Zhuo Rong would not pay attention to them. Ignoring them is the best choice. Sweet shit, these grapes are delicious. Cool. At this time, Yang Sheng and the others looked refreshed. Throwing the phone aside, they happily took a grape and threw it into his mouth. After throwing it, his eyes widened. It's really because the grapes seem a little too delicious. Did you just find out? You didn't see that Sun Qingyuan didn't say much just now. He almost ate half of the bowl. Looking at Yuan Tianqing and Yang Sheng who were making a fuss, Zhuo Rong also looked at Sun Qingyuan. Indeed, after sitting down just now, this guy was the first to eat Zhuo Rong's grapes, and then he stared at him without making a sound and started eating madly. Seeing Sun Qingyuan state, Yang Sheng and Yuan Tianqing also gave him a middle finger and then started to grab the fruits frantically, and Zhuo Rong also joined them. I don't know if it's because the fruit they ate was more delicious, but Zhuo Rong enjoyed eating it anyway. After scrambling to eat the fruit for a while, Zhuo Rong and the others went to the front of the villa and started an outdoor barbecue there. Zhuo Rong purposely bought a full automatic barbecue grill that is relatively outdated in the future. This fully automatic grill uses solar energy, but the conversion rate is far from what current solar energy can match. At present, solar cells are divided into 3 categories: monocrystalline silicon, polycrystalline silicon, and amorphous silicon. And the conversion rate of solar energy is about 20%, about 17%, and about 10%, which makes solar energy appear particularly slow. And cloudy days, then it's over. But you don't have to worry about this for future barbecues. The solar energy conversion of this barbecue is 2,700%. For example, the temperature of charcoal can reach up to about 700 degrees in the open air and 900 degrees in a closed environment, 1,000 degrees. In ancient times, steel was made with bellows, which is how it was made. and this solar energy conversion furnace can raise the temperature of the furnace surface to 1,300 degrees within 3 minutes after it's turned on. Of course, it is impossible to use such a high temperature when actually roasting, and the meat will turn into coke when thrown in. Here we'll talk about the second function of this barbecue restaurant, which is fully automatic that IT can detect what is roasting by itself. There are chains on both sides of the stove, and there's no need for people to manually turn these roasts, and these roasts can be rotated by themselves. When it detects that it's time to brush oil, put chili noodles, sesame, and cumin, it will put it on its own to ensure that it is evenly placed. After it's cooked, it will be automatically served on the table, but now Jourong has closed this option. After it's cooked, it will remind the nearby microcomputer to in this way, Jourong, and the 11 will receive a reminder, and they can just go get it when the time comes. Looking at Jourong's fully automatic grill, several other people were also very excited, and it was indeed amazing. But after asking Jourong that this product was also made to order, they gave up after all for them. The custom made by the rich means that it is very expensive, and it is not a price that ordinary people like them should consider. However, the meat roasted in this barbecue is really good, plus the original beef and lamb are good enough. Jourong and the others really eat it, and they can't stop after one bite. Because Yangsheng's girlfriend Lu Jing can also drive, Jourong and the four of them can drink today. So Jourong specially bought a few barrels of future beer in the future. This future beer is said to be the new product of Bingqing Beer, the earliest brewery in future Yanhuang. It is so expensive that it is not expensive, but it is very delicious that a barrel of 15 liters, 30 bottles, 200 yuan, malt degree 11, but it tastes full-bodied, not bitter, alcohol content 4.2, a bit high, but not over the top. Jourong prepared a total of 8 buckets. No matter what, it is impossible to drink all of them today. Facts have proved that the 4 of them have not finished the 2 barrels, and some of them can't hold on. However, drinking beer is different from drinking white wine. Most people fall asleep directly after drinking too much white wine, but falling asleep after drinking too much beer is the second priority. But before falling asleep, they're actually very excited that when people get excited, they want to do something. For example, Yangsheng and the others want to go out to sea by boat. But even if Jourong drank a little too much today, his consciousness has not yet dissipated. He knows that these people drank a lot, and it was too dangerous to go out to sea, and one accidentally fell off the bow of the boat, then leave. But it doesn't matter if you want to see your own boat, and they can catch a sea by the way. Of course, the idea of catching the sea was actually proposed by Lu Jing. After this inland child came here, his favorite thing to do was to go to the sea. However, she usually followed Yangsheng to some public beach bathing places to catch the sea, where she could catch some wool, and the old pier by Jourong's side was definitely a holy place to catch the sea. Not to mention anything else, just after the Su family bought this piece of land, it has not been developed for a year. That is to say, the beach here has not been touched by anyone for at least a year, and there are not many sea creatures. Everyone hit it off. Since they said they were going to go to the sea, they left, and then they drove into the car. Of course, Yangsheng and the others drove Lu Jing, while Jourong and the others drove Jia Min-Qian stayed in the villa today, just in case. The 3 cars soon arrived at the old pier. When Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan saw Jourong's yacht, they all sobered up a lot. Damn, this big guy could do a W. It's really beautiful, this streamlined, Wang Li Zhao shape, this futuristic look, suddenly reminded me of cyberpunk. This sense of technology is invincible. After getting out of the car and looking at Jourong's boat, Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Let's go, it's impossible to go out to sea by boat. We're all too drunk, it's dangerous to go out to sea, but it's okay to get on the boat and have a look. Seeing the shocked eyes of these people, Jourong also waved his hand, and then motioned for a few people to go on the boat with him to have a look. When the fun on the boat is almost finished, it will not be too late to come down to catch the sea. Hearing Jourong's invitation, the people here are naturally very interested, especially Lu Jing. She hasn't taken a few photos at Jourong's house just now. After all, for her and her classmates, watches her, I don't know much about it, and it's not easy to take photos in other people's homes. She doesn't know anything about cars. But this ship, even if she doesn't understand, she still knows that this ship is definitely a high-end product. Is some master, you're awake. Hearing Zhu Xia's voice in his ears, Jourong also opened his eyes and then began to recall what happened last night. He remembered that the few of them went to the boat to play for a while last night, and then started to catch the sea. Fact to prove that the resources at the old pier are indeed quite rich. After digging for about 2 hours, they dug almost 5 barrels of various shellfish. Then after driving back, because they were almost sober, they seem to have drunk 2 more barrels. That is to say, they each drank an average of 15 liters of beer yesterday, 30 bottles. Even Jourong has some broken. However, his memory before the fragment is quite clear. Yuan Tianqing, Yangsheng, and Sun Qingyuan exhaled at least 3 times, but they're still okay and can go. I watched Lu Jing send them away, and then the phone someone XIN also confirmed that he had received the information that they had arrived home before he broke the piece. I have to say that the memory of this piece is quite small. Too much to drink. Looking at Zhu Xia beside him, Jourong said with a smile, and then got out of bed. Although I said I drank a lot yesterday, in fact Jourong didn't feel bad today. This is also a characteristic of alcoholic beverages in the future. Although there's alcohol, this alcohol evaporates very quickly, so I don't feel like a hangover, the head will not hurt, the body will not hurt. I will only remember that I drank very well last night. But it is precisely because of this that there will be more alcoholics in the future than there are now. But there's no need to worry about Jourong drinking too much because only Jourong has this kind of wine. Jourong himself doesn't like drinking. He drinks only atmosphere wine, so it's impossible for this wine to poison others. After washing up, Jourong also went downstairs. When he went downstairs, Yang Tao and Li Zhu in the kitchen here also prepared breakfast for Jourong. This morning's porridge with preserved egg and lean meat, just to relieve yesterday's wine. But while drinking porridge, Jourong suddenly heard the sound of water rushing in the distance. Following the sound, he saw what Jia Min and Xiao Xiao were rushing at. What are Jia Min and Xiao Xiao doing? Glancing, Abba, over there, Jourong asked Lin Xiaoqiao, who was beside him. Sister Jia and Sister Qiu are the shellfish we brought back yesterday. After a night of breeding, their sand spit is almost ready today, and they are ready for sale. Hearing Jourong's words, Lin Xiaoqiao laughed beside her and started talking. Hearing Lin Xiaoqiao's words, Jourong really remembered that if he said yesterday that he wanted to sell shells, these shellfish are naturally wild, and there will be a great market in the future. But shellfish, this thing is not expensive in the first place. For example, yesterday they picked the most 60-year-old shellfish. The small ones sell for 3 yuan a catty locally, the big ones sell for 5 yuan a catty, and the largest ones sell for 8 yuan a catty. Meretrix costs 12 yuan a catty, and scallops caught in the sea cost 5 yuan a catty. They're not the big scallops, but the small scallops. The razor clams are 15 yuan a catty. Only the huge king razor clams are expensive. It's sold for more than 100 catties. Basically, shellfish are not very expensive and will be affordable for ordinary people in the future. Thinking of this, Jourong also ran outside to have a look. After confirming that the sand was almost vomited, Jourong put the shells into the store. As for the price, Jourong ordered it at a relatively cheap price. IT is agreed to give back to fans. There's no need to go too expensive, and the most important thing is that he and Yuan Tianqing dug these together, and it is not too much. The 5 barrels added together may not weigh more than 100 catties, so they can be put directly on shelves. The shop owner really didn't lie to us. He reminded him that there's a new one, so I went up to check it out. Sure enough, he has cheap seafood. Wild 60s, the small one costs 500 yuan a catty. I can't afford this, it costs a catty. 1,005 razor clams, 1,002 clams. The scallops are also 500, but the scallops are bigger than 60s, and there may only be a few per catty. Brother, it's good to have a few. You can look at other stores. Whether they're wild shellfish is another matter. If there are any, they're expensive. The owner is authentic. I'm getting better and better. The shopkeeper's means. Now that the seafood in the world is almost exhausted, only the shopkeeper can get it. It's too exaggerated. With Zhuorong's marine fishes on the market, many people immediately bought them directly. Of course, the conversations above all happened after the purchase. Zhuorong didn't start the live broadcast. Where did they go to post the barrage? As for the good reviews without eating, they can still believe in the quality of Zhuorong's store, and besides, the system detection is definitely not wrong. Seeing that his in-store feedback activities are doing well, Zhuorong also returned upstairs with a smile, ready to take a rest. He drank too much yesterday, although he didn't feel bad, but he definitely didn't feel bad. Just wanted the big bed in his room facing him. Throwing himself away, Zhuorong lay there and played with his mobile phone, and before he knew it, he was in Zhongxing. After Zhuorong also went downstairs to have lunch, he received messages from Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, and Sun Qingyuan. The three of them just got up now. He could be seeing how much the wine was drunk yesterday. Originally, Yuan Tianqing was going to go to sea today, but he couldn't go out. But fortunately, Yang Sheng worked at home and didn't need to go out. Sun Qingyuan is off today and Sunday, and he's fine. Yuan Tianqing may be the most uncomfortable. However, Yuan Tianqing's life is free. Whether he goes out to sea or not is up to him, and the only person who has an opinion is his companion. But this guy's just rested for 15 days, so it is impossible to blame Yuan Tianqing because of this incident. And Zhuorong heard from Yuan Tianqing that this kid's rest is not because someone in the family is sick or something. Instead, he went on a blind date. He was a few years younger than Zhuorong and his parents were still young, so he was still working in the city while he was fishing with Yuan Tianqing here. This time I went to the city, firstly to see his parents, and secondly because his parents introduced him to the daughter of their coworker. After the two met, they seemed quite speculative, so they met in the city for a few more days. It took half a month to come back, and now it seems that it should be almost inseparable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to come back and go to sea without taking a rest. But now Yuan Tianqing drank too much, so he had to rest if he didn't rest. However, it is obvious that Yuan Tianqing underestimated this guy. Even if it is a rest, can it be a way to rest and fish? No. Zhuorong just finished his lunch, and Yuan Tianqing over there came to the news and asked Zhuorong if he would go or not. Fishing at the gate. Fishing? Go. Now Zhuorong is quite interested in fishing, and hunting point one is to make money, although his website still has nearly 10 million assets. But it is obvious that the money is not enough for Zhuorong to plant in the spring of next year. He needs to prepare at least 30 million to 50 million to ensure the effect of planting in the spring of next year. The second is for fun, and now Zhuorong is really willing to fish. After talking to Jiamin and the others, Zhuorong drove to the coordinates sent to him by the sky. Here is a huge sluice of water. There are a total of 8 gates to ensure that the inland water can be discharged to the sea when there's a lot of water, and the water from the sea will not flow into the inland wind. The tide is high. When Zhuorong arrived here, he found that besides Yuan Tianqing, there were many other people here. At a glance, there must be 30 or 40 people at least. Some people are fishing with fishing rods at the mouth of the gate. Some people just started throwing the net. Seeing the scene, Zhuorong was a little dazed. He didn't know whether he should take the fishing rod or not. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing also saw Zhuorong and immediately took a young man with him. Welcome over. Old Zhua, come here. Come quickly. We have secured a seat. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Peng Liqiang, who is 3 years younger than us. Just call him Qiangzi. Looking at Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing also started talking with a smile. Hello, brother Rong. Hey, Qiangzi, hello. After Yuan Tianqing finished introducing the two of them, Peng Liqiang here said he nodded to Zhuorong and then spoke to Zhuorong with a smile that he had heard from Yuan Tianqing that this Zhuorong was different from them. This is a real rich man, and he treats him better. If there's anything in the future, he can come to Zhuorong for help. So Peng Liqiang is very polite to Zhuorong. Naturally, Zhuorong was not the kind of person who would ignore others, so when he heard Peng Liqiang's words, he nodded immediately, which was regarded as a response. Don't take the fishing rod. Let's play net throwing today. Seeing that the two had introduced each other, Yuan Tianqing also started talking with a smile, and then took Zhuorong to the seat that he and Peng Liqiang had already occupied. This place is right above a gate. When Zhuorong arrived here, he found that on the ground here, there was also the fish box that Yuan Tianqing brought, which was already filled with small fish weighing about 2 to 3 caddies. Fish. This kind of small fish is not big, about 1 finger long. Zhuorong had never seen this kind of small fish before, so he couldn't help picking one up from the ground and asked Xiaozhuo to scan it. According to Xiaozhuo's scan, this kind of fish is so soft that it is cooked. This fish is nothing but the juvenile ray that Zhuorong caught. That, however, because of the dialect accent in the coastal areas, this kind of fish is often called ziyu, but I have to say that sometimes it is very magical. The adult ray fish is not worth much, 10 yuan a caddy, but this kind of roe fish is very expensive locally. The big ones even sell for 21 caddies, and the small ones sell for about 10 yuan a caddy. Many people even think that this is another kind of fish, because the mullet itself is not delicious. The meat is thick, there are no spines, and it is not too delicious. What is really delicious is its roe, and the mullet tastes very delicious, but there are many small spines, so although it is said that these two kinds of fish are similar in length, but few local people regard these two kinds of fish as one kind of fish. But looking at Xiaozhuo's introduction, Zhuorong also felt very strange. The taste was delicious. How delicious could this be? He was also really curious. Just when Zhuorong finished searching for Ziyu's information, Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang threw down a net again. And when they came up, they brought 11 or 2 Ziyut. It could be seen that there are indeed a lot of fish here, the kind that are very flooded. After shaking the fish off, Yuan Tianqing here fixed the net and handed it to Zhuorong, motioning Zhuorong to throw a net to try. Okay, let me try. While tying the rope around his wrist, Zhuorong followed the example of the two and threw the net out, but unfortunately, the net thrown by Zhuorong. It is not so much a net as a lump. Throwing the net has nothing to do with strength. This game should pay attention to his skill. And obviously, Zhuorong's skills are rubbish. The net was thrown down almost in lumps, but it has to be said that there are indeed too many fish. If you just drop it like this, you can pull up 2 or 3 fish. 0 looking for flowers. Ha ha. Try again. It is rare to see rich people eating turtles. Yuan Tianqing here also laughed and said, listening to his words, Zhuorong still didn't believe it and asked Peng Liqiang next to him what he wanted throwing. After learning it again, Zhuorong started throwing the net again. That IT turned out a little bit better than before, but only limited. That IT seems that Zhuorong is really suitable for fishing. Not for throwing nets that I in this way. Zhuorong threw more than a dozen nets, but the fish caught were not. Even as many as others 3 nets. So Zhuorong didn't throw anymore. Let Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang do the throwing. He was in charge of picking fish suits in AS, for some people will say. Isn't Zhuorong throwing the net like it's a waste of time? 0. After all, these fish are still worth some money, but everyone also said that they're only worth a little money, based on the average price of 15 yuan per caddy. One of these small fish may not be worth half a tael, and there are more than 20 fish per caddy, which is basically a price of about a few cents per caddy. If you catch more than 400 pieces, it will only cost more than 20 caddies and 300 yuan. If the 3 people share equally, each person will only have 100 yuan. Although Yuan Tianqing and the others don't earn much, it is impossible to care too much about 100 yuan anyway. They came here mainly for fun. Peng Liqiang hadn't fished for a long time, so he came here to catch fish to enjoy his hands, and it had nothing to do with money. Even Zhuorong is not prepared to sell this mullet, because this mullet is a juvenile fish, and it doesn't matter in modern times because there are such fish, and the number of mullets in the world is not tens of billions, but billions, and it continues to increase every year, and it has been successfully bred, but it won't work in the future. In the sea of the future, there will be no grass. If he sells young fish and kills them all, his online shop will be blocked, so it's better for them to eat this fish by themselves. After playing all afternoon, Zhuorong and the others also drove back to Tianqing's home. Although it is said that eating at home has better ingredients, and Jiamin and the others' craftsmanship is also better, but occasionally eating something outside is not a taste. When Zhuorong and the others arrived at Yuan Tianqing's house, Yuan Tianqing began to get busy. Yuan Tianqing's home is a small 2-story building built by himself. In fact, this small building was built by himself with money in the past few years, and his parents don't live here. According to Yuan Tianqing's parents, they struggled half their lives to buy a house in the city, and now you still ask them to come back to live? How is that possible? So now only Yuan Tianqing lives here. His parents live in a small 2-bedroom house in the city. Yuan Tianqing will visit every now and then, and his mother will come over twice a week to tidy up the house for him. Otherwise, can anyone else enter the room of a man who lives alone except himself? When Zhuo Rong and the others returned to Yuan Tianqing's home, Yuan Tianqing also started to get busy. He's going to cook 2 dishes in total, both of which are related to Zhu that in fact. It is said that there are 2 dishes. In fact, it can be regarded as 1 dish and 1 staple food at most. 5/8-7" is because one of the dishes is called fish soup noodles. First, fry the packed fish in a pot. When the 2 sides are golden and the children next door are about to cry, add boiling water. It is only thick and white, and then put noodles in it. This pot is the staple food again, and it is also a dish. There's another dish, which is very simple, dry fried fish. This fish has a lot of small spines, and it would be very troublesome to eat with a sip. Even a good fish eater will easily get stuck in spines, but if the fish bones are all crispy, it will be perfect, although it is a bit expensive to drink. Indeed, after smelling the smell, Yuan Tianqing and the others who had just finished drinking yesterday couldn't hold back, but they didn't drink any wine from Zhuo Rong today, so they didn't drink too much. 0.3 bottles for one person, just dry fried small fish. And the peanuts that Yuan Tianqing went out to buy, the 3 of them drank. A little, and even brought 2 caddies of dried noodles. After the 3 of them finished eating, they were full. Just to trouble Yang Tao and Wang Qian, they drove over to pick up Rong Rong. And just as Jerome was waiting for his 2 sisters to pick him up at Yuan Tianqing's house, Yuan Tianqing's cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and took a look, only to find that it was the message from their junior high school monitor. Hey, Lao Zhu, look, Wang Yaden sent me a message about organizing class reunion, asking if you have time. As soon as he saw this message, Yuan Tianqing bumped into Zhuo Rong, then picked up his phone and gave Zhuo Rong a look. Wang Yaden and Zhuo Rong were the class monitors in junior high school, but Zhuo Rong and the others were not very convinced of this class monitor, because the reason why she was able to be the class monitor was entirely because she was the niece of their class teacher. Yes, Zhuo Rong, their class teacher in junior high school, was not a good bird either. Hate the poor in love. The rich, in her world, there are only 2 kinds of students. One is the students who are beneficial to herself, and the other is the students who are not beneficial to herself. Favorable students either have money in their families, or doctors, civil servants, policemen, etc., or they have studied well and can guarantee their enrollment rate. These are favorable students. Students who are not beneficial, like Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing, Yang Sheng, etc., are mischievous, don't study hard, and spend all day in internet cafes. For students like Zhuo Rong and the others, she really pinched half her eyes and looked down on them. Corporal punishment, beating, and Zhuo Rong suffered a lot when they were in junior high school. They get into trouble, punish them, and they still admit it. But sometimes when some good students cause trouble, she will blame them, which is a bit stinky and shameless. It is precisely because of this that Zhuo Rong and the others really don't have the slightest liking for their junior high school head teacher. And this Wang Yaden is the most loyal dogleg of their head teacher. But the doglegs in school must always face the society in the society, I forget work. I don't know how important connections they are in the past. When Zhuo Rong had no money, no one ever mentioned that the class reunion was looking for Zhuo Rong, but now that Zhuo Rong just showed his skills yesterday, someone wanted to organize a class reunion. I'm not interested. Let's watch them pretend to be 13, or watch them make broken shoes. After hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong curled his lips and said indifferently, "That's right, listening to them gossip, it's better for the rest of us to drink." After hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yuan Tianqing also curled his lips and directly put away his phone, out of sight and out of mind, so he didn't call her back. What? Didn't drink enough? Why don't we order more? Hearing Yuan Tianqing want to drink, Zhuo Rong also looked at him with a smile. Put it down, I still have to make money to support my family. Let's take it slow, let's talk about it in a few days. Next week is almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. The recent fish prices are expensive in Xiangzi, and I will have to work for a few days to talk about it. Looking at Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing shook his head, and at the same time said a little excitedly. Zero to hearing what Yuan Tianqing said. Zhuo Rong raised his eyebrows. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming so soon. Picking up the phone and looking at it, isn't it? Next Thursday is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now it's only 10 days away. How will the Mid-Autumn Festival be spent? Should I go home, or should I bring my parents over? Seeing this, Zhuo Rong also muttered hesitantly that, in fact, to be honest, he would rather take his parents over for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After all, the things in his house need to be more complete, and there are more high-tech things. At the same time, he also wants to let his parents see his current living environment, so that he doesn't have to worry about it in the future. But there's a habit in his family, that is, there will be parties during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhuo Rong can take over his parents to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but it is not easy to take over the rest of his family, even though those people are also considered to be relatives of Zhuo Rong. But the ghost knows whether these people will shoot or talk nonsense, and if they get into trouble at that time, it will be a bit of lost. So after hesitating for a while, Zhuo Rong still decided to go back to the Mid-Autumn Festival if he couldn't do it. If his parents were worried, he would wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival and bring them to his home. After all, there are 3 days off of the Mid-Autumn Festival. On March 3rd, I can eat at home and have 2 days to come and play, which is also very good. Just as Zhuo Rong made up his mind, Yang Tao and Wang Qian here also drove to the door of Yuan Tianqing's house, and then Yang Tao drove back first, and then Wang Qian drove Zhuo Rong's car, and Zhuo Rong sat in the side seat. Driving, by the way, send Pang Liqiang home first. But sitting in Zhuo Rong's car, Pang Liqiang was also panic point 1, is because he has never been in such a luxurious car, and he can tell at a glance that this car is not an ordinary car. In addition, Yuan Tianqing told him that Zhuo Rong's car is all custom made, and the price is extremely expensive, so he also likes it. Careful. The second is because I have never seen such a beautiful woman before, and I still have 2 at a time. At the same time, I am envious of Zhuo Rong in my heart. I have to say, Xiangxia, beauty, this combination is too attractive. No man can refuse such a combination at matches, but unfortunately, it is not him. In fact, Pang Liqiang is fine. Although he said that he was a little envious of Zhuo Rong, but after all, he now has his own master, and this time he believed in the girl he liked, and he was still very moved. The other parties also agreed, so he is quite happy. The one who should be really sad should be Yuan Tianqing. After all, he's the only one left who is still single. Sun Qingyan doesn't count, because this guy just fell out of love not long ago, and the last time Yuan Tianqing fell in love seemed to be 2 years ago. Of course, looking at Yuan Tianqing's situation, he wasn't too anxious, which was pretty good. After sending Pang Liqiang home, Zhuo Rong and the others also returned home. After returning home, taking a shower, and then go to bed, there's nothing to say about this. For Zhuo Rong now, there are 2 times that he looks forward to most every day. One is when eating, because Jiao Min and the others' craftsmanship are really invincible in the world, and with the ingredients of the future, it can be said that it is timeless. The second thing I look forward to is when I sleep. As for why, everyone should understand. The spring night is bitter, the day is high, and the king does not go to court early. Now Zhuo Rong has some meanings like this, but fortunately, Jiao Min and the other 01 are very sensible, knowing that they can't miss class in Zhuo Rong's business. Oh, every night, Zhuo Rong seldom goes to bed beyond midnight. In a blink of an eye, another night passed. When Zhuo Rong got up the next day, it was raining again outside. Well, looking at Yuan Tianqing's plan to go to sea, it was going to be ruined again, but he picked up his phone to have a look. Indeed, they couldn't go out to sea to fish today, but these 2 guys can be regarded as opening another stream, and they even drove a boat to fish on the fishing raft. Fishing rafts are places where fish are raised in the sea. Of course, they're not fishing for fish raised by others, but for wild fish gathered because of this raft. After all, fish are raised now, and what is fed is also natural feed such as fish nuggets. There will always be some residues that will leak down the net cage of the fish raft, which will attract a lot of small fish to scramble for the food, and their target is these small fish. Niming, Jingu, and even some fish that escaped from the net cage. It seemed that the harvest was good. When Zhuo Rong got up, they already had 3 fish in the account, and Zhuo Rong felt a little itchy. But after all, he's not familiar with the owner of the fish raft, so it is impossible for him to go there by himself, so he is not going to fish today. He looked at the sky, and at around 9 o'clock, the light rain outside finally stopped. Zhuo Rong thought for a while. He ready to pick mushrooms that he didn't bring many mushrooms back that day, so he didn't sell them. He also ate a lot of mushrooms in the past few days. I have to say that these wild fresh mushrooms are really delicious. Zhuo Rong also specially bought future mushrooms for comparison. Mushrooms in the future will be more convenient to grow and grow faster, but the taste is indeed slightly worse than these wild ones. Unlike rice and beef, the future ones will be much more delicious than the current ones. But in the mushroom, in terms of future, it is really a little worse that, and oh wonder, wild mushrooms will be expensive in the future. Now, the local reading of wild fresh raw mushrooms is 198 pounds. The local price of wild Gallus palacula is 68 per caddy, but the wild price in Nanyuan is 198 per caddy. But compared with the future, it is far worse in the future. Wild straw mushrooms will sell for 3,000 yuan per caddy, which is still the lowest price. Wild Gallus palaculae, regardless of the place of origin, are all 20,000 yuan a caddy. The price is still pretty good. I'm gonna pick mushrooms. Which way you'll go with me? Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong also looked at Chao Min and the others. The last time I didn't take them there was because there was an outsider, Yuan Tianqing. You can take them with you today. Just ask Xiao Xiao and Aku to go with you. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Jiamin also looked around and arranged for Lin Xiaoqiao and Li Ku to go with Zhuo Rong. After hearing Jia Min's words, Lin Xiaoqiao and Li Ku here also changed their clothes, ready to go with Zhuo Rong into the mountains. Then a group of 3 people got into the car and drove towards the mountain. Soon a group of 3 came to the foot of the mountain, and then each of them carried a basket and walked into the mountain. I have to say that there are really many wild mushroom resources here, of course. This is for an individual, but it is much smaller for a place. Just like what Yuan Tianqing said, the wild mushrooms here are a little embarrassing, but let's talk about fresh mushrooms. This piece of primeval forest is too small. Even if the mushrooms are harvested, they can't be sold for a lot of money. In addition, wild mushrooms are abundant only when it rains, and not everyone likes to eat mushrooms on rainy days. In addition, there are mushrooms cultivated nearby, so these fresh mushrooms are not very valuable locally. But the quantity is not large, and it is impossible to form an industrial chain. The mushrooms are sold fresh to other places and then dried. As mentioned earlier, 8 caddies are dried for 1 caddy. Even if the price doubles by then, it would be too worthless. According to Yuan Tianqing's words, it's better to catch a fish by yourself to earn more money, and it's not so troublesome. So except for some old people, basically no one will go into the mountains to pick mushrooms, and the old people pick these mushrooms. In addition to selling, it is mainly eaten by oneself. This has led to a lot of mushrooms in this woodland for individuals. Zhuo Rong, Lin Xiaoqiao, and Li Ku walked along another road, all the way to the mountain, and along the way, the 3 of them unknowingly picked more than half of the basket. These fresh mushrooms add up to about 30 caddies at least. The straw mushrooms weigh about 7 or 8 caddies, and the rest are 450 caddies. According to Zhuo Rong's estimate, a 22-gene chicken fur is worth more than 440,000 yuan. It seems that there's actually a market for this mushroom. How about changing the area of the cultivated land yourself, planting more trees, and then growing some mycelium to let them grow in a wild state, so that the things in your manor can also be sold in the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This idea, you can have it. After this idea came up, Zhuo Rong couldn't help feeling that it was okay, and then asked Xiao Zhuo to search for mushrooms that were worth money, while thinking about it. But at this moment, suddenly a piece of grass not far in front of him shook. Seeing the bushes, Zhuo Rong immediately stopped what he was doing, because he still remembered how embarrassed he was by the wild boars that came out when the bushes shook last time. Could it be that this time, it was very unfortunate to run into a wild boar again? But now it was different from last time. Last time I had Yuan Tianqing by my side, and that wild boar was still a sow, and was still nursing the piglet, so it was not easy for me to do it. If it was a male wild boar that came out this time, then I would be polite, just as Zhuo Rong was paying attention to that piece of grass. At this time, the thing in the grass came out of the grass, and when Zhuo Rong met this guy's eyes, both of them couldn't help being stunned for a moment. They never thought that they would see each other here. Crazy fight. Wow. Hearing Zhuo Rong call out the name, the creature jumping out of the grass over there also called out, and then walked over wagging its tail, but there was a guilty conscience in its eyes, and at the same time, there was some worried looks at it. The grass in the distance. What's the situation? Why did you run into the mountain? Squatting down, looking at Fudo in front of him, Zhuo Rong asked with some doubts. Master, don't you know the situation here? It leaves home every day, and it comes to the mountain, and there's a little surprise. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Lin Xiaoqiao also came over here, smiling. Said, you know, seeing Lin Xiaoqiao say this, Zhuo Rong became even more depressed. We thought you knew. On the second day we came here, we found that Fudo had left. Because Xiaomin was a little worried, he asked Zhang Wo and Gao Wan to follow it to have a look, and we found out. Big dog, there's still a home in the forest. At this time, Li Ku also came over and said to Zhuo Rong with a smile. Home. Hearing what they said, Zhuo Rong became even more puzzled. But fortunately, the grass over there soon told Zhuo Rong why Fudo still had a home here, because after a burst of grass swayed, a wolf walked away from the field border. However, compared to Wudo, this wolf is more cautious and alert. Apart from the bloodthirsty feeling in his eyes, there's also a deep anxiety. And not long after it came out, several little guys who looked like dogs and wolves also came out of the grass. But compared to the cautiousness of wolves, these little guys were more careless. I have a lot of lungs, and I'm still playing there. Seeing the scene, Zhuo Rong knew what Lin Xiaoqiao and the others meant by home. Is this your wife? Pointing at the wolf, Zhuo Rong tentatively asked Fudo. What? Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Fudo wagged his tail and let out a sobbing sound, showing that Rong was right. This one's a bit troublesome. Hearing the sound of woe fighting, Zhuo Rong also scratched his head and said with a bit of confusion that if Fudo's wife is also a dog, it doesn't matter. Zhuo Rong can keep 1 dog, 2 dogs, and a group. Given his family's territory and financial resources, these are minor problems. But Fudo's wife is a wolf, which is a bit problematic. After all, wolf nature is very difficult to get rid of, and I'm very afraid that these guys will hurt people. But he can't let Fudo live in the 2 places forever, which is a bit inhumane. In fact, the reason why Fudo followed Zhuo Rong was to repay his kindness. This female wolf was actually driven out by the local wolves and later rescued by Fudo, and this female wolf became Fudo's wife. But a while ago, the female wolf gave birth, and the smell of blood attracted the wolves here. So Fudo fought with the wolves here, suffered serious injuries, but also attracted the wolves away. After fleeing to the village, the wolves did not dare to enter the village. When they were dying, they were rescued by Zhuo Rong. So after Fudo recovered from his injuries, he began to watch for Zhuo Rong at night. The purpose is to repay Zhuo Rong for saving him. But during the day, he will return to the forest to take care of his wife and these mixed cubs. Protagonist, we can actually raise this wolf. Seeing that Zhuo Rong was a little confused, Li Ku also said with a smile, what's the situation? Hearing Li Ku's words, Zhuo Rong asked hesitantly, in the future, there will be a kind of potion especially for pets. It's called Kai Ling potion. It's not expensive, and it only costs more than 100 yuan. After taking this potion for pets, the pet's brain will develop and become smarter. Just give this potion if the wolf has taken the potion. It will naturally know the difference between a full meal and a full meal, so that there is no need for Fudo to run back and forth every day. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Li Ku also explained. After hearing her words, Zhuo Rong also searched for this elixir, and sure enough, there's such a thing in the future, and it is indeed not expensive, more than 100 yuan. There are also medicines for canines and cats, and there are even medicine for mice and fish, and under these links, Zhuo Rong also saw pets. Not to mention cats, dogs, and rats. But there are also fish sellers, and the fish they sell are quite different. Among them, Zhuo Rong saw the red dragon. Red dragon can be said to be the most expensive mass-produced ornamental fish except for a very few species. It is normal for a plug-level seedling to sell for several thousand or even tens of thousands, but it's like the silver dragon was still very expensive in the past, but now it's on Jida Street. The red dragon will not be a rare fish in the future. The seedlings cost a few yuan a fish, and the adult fish only cost 200 or 300, which is the same as the silver dragon now. However, it is obvious that these red dragons are comparable to the current top red dragons in terms of body shape and appearance. That is to say, these red dragons are all competition-level existences. Seeing this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but think a little bit. You could buy some of these toys, or even raise some yourself, because these things are quite valuable that he asked Xiao Zhuo to search for it. A red dragon that will sell for about 100 yuan in the future can be sold for more than 1 million yuan in the real world. Of course, this is far worse than the cost performance of diamonds, but diamond cannot be sold too much, and it is easy to cause trouble. But there is nothing that cannot be sold by red dragon. This can be done, but for now, let's study the matter of Fudo and his wife first. Putting this thought to the bottom of his heart temporarily, Zhuo Rong also looked at Fudo and the she-wolf and cub in the distance. Zhuo Rong thought for a while and bought 2 bottles of elixir. Then it fell in a concave hole of the stone in the distance. After the elixir was poured out, the Fudo over there immediately went to lick it. Human beings smell, Wang Diheo, that has no taste, yes, but the animal smells very sweet. After confirming that there's no problem with the water, Fudo also barked at the female wolf. The female wolf obviously also smelled the elixir. Although she was a little hesitant, since Fudo believed in the humans in front of her, she decided to give it a try. So she walked quietly before that stone, drank some. After it drank some spiritual potions, the effects of the spiritual potions also began to appear. It originally looked at Zhuo Rong and the others with wildness besides vigilance, but this wildness, with the potion after drinking, it gradually subsided. And Fudo naturally knew that this was a good thing, so he took those mixed race cubs one by one and drank these elixir, a family of 6, 1 wolf, 1 dog. For real little wolf dogs, the elixir was quickly consumed. Looking at the wolf, Zhuo Rong knew the softness in his eyes. It was done. Fudo, ask your wife to take the child. Let's go home. Watching these little fellows drink up the spirit potion in the stone bowl, Zhuo Rong also said something to Fudo, and then Fudo yelled at the female wolf and the pups. Then 3 people, 1 dog, 1 wolf, and 4 little wolf dogs went down the mountain together. Although the wolf was the closest and far away from Zhuo Rong when it was going down the mountain, it obviously didn't dislike Zhuo Rong and the others in its eyes. It just wasn't used to being too close to humans, even if these humans didn't pose any threat to it. Then in a blink of an eye, a group of 3 came down below. Zhuo Rong asked Lin Xiao to drive. Li Ke sat in the co-pilot, put the mushrooms picked in the trunk, and Fudo's family sat in the car with him. But to be honest, it was the first time in a car, and Fudo was okay. At least he knew it was an army. But his wife and 4 children panicked. The gray wolf didn't dare to move, and the 4 little ones were crawling around. They were dishonest, and they seemed panicked. Fortunately, they drank the elixir and saw their parents, so they weren't particularly panicked. At least they didn't bark. Otherwise, letting others know that Zhuo Rong raises wolves is a big deal. After all, wolves are national second-class protected animals. They were originally 3 animals, but the 950 was upgraded to second class a few years ago. It should not be possible to play them, and it should be a troublesome thing to raise them. If it wasn't for the fight, Li Rong wouldn't have raised such a thing. Following the car, he quickly drove back to the manor. When Fudo's wife and 4 little guys got out of the car, they were obviously a little panicked, but compared to them, Fudo was much calmer. In other words, this is also its home. Jiao Min, bring someone out. There are 5 new members here. We need to give them a bath. After the car was parked, Lin Xiao also opened her mouth to talk inside. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Jiao Min and the others walked out immediately, and then they saw the 4 big and 4 little guys, and then took them to take a bath and go for a haircut. Zhuo Rong didn't have to worry about Jiao Min and the other safety. Their fighting power was actually stronger than Zhuo Rong's. These wolves couldn't hurt him, let alone Xiao Min and the others. While Jiao Min and the others were bathing the new little ones, Zhuo Rong also focused on the fish tank and the treat. He feels that the point of this wild mushroom can be done, as long as it does not interfere, then it is considered a wild mushroom, and naturally it can be sold in the future. These are small problems. The only problem is what kind of tree to plant. From Zhuo Rong's point of view, it is better to plant sea chinensis, which will improve quite well in the future. But there's a problem. Although sea yellow is good and expensive, but sea yellow is too hard, and it is not suitable for the growth of mushrooms. Mushrooms are better with softer trees. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong couldn't help studying the future tree. And in this research, he discovered 2 things that are not only expensive now, but will be more expensive in the future. That is matsutake and truffle. Matsutake and truffle are naturally not the same thing. The scientific name of matsutake is matsutake, which is a kind of fungus that parasitizes on the roots of pine trees. My country is the main producing area of this kind of thing. It is divided into fragrant ground matsutake, Sichuan and Sichuan matsutake, Tibetan matsutake, Nanyang matsutake, etc. There are also matsutake in Dongbei, but the most famous thing is Nanyang. Of course, the actual taste is about the same as tea present. The price of domestic matsutake is divided according to the size. The cheapest one is 6 to 8 centimeters, 16 to 20 per caddy, and the price of this kind is about 400 yuan per caddy, and 10 to 14 heads per caddy. This kind of price is about 500 yuan per caddy. Those with 5 to 8 heads and a height of about 10 to 12 centimeters will cost 620 yuan a caddy. The top 2 to 4 heads per caddy, and those over 13 centimeters, will sell for 900 yuan per caddy. Of course, this refers to the domestic price. If these matsutake go to an island country or South Korea, the price will be at least several times higher. The smallest one in China can be sold for nearly 700 yuan per caddy in the island country, and more than 10,000 island coins per kilo, while the top 900 yuan per caddy is even prepared for auction. After all, about 100 grams of matsutake in the island country is no longer matsutake. That is a treasure. In the future, the smallest wild matsutake will sell for as much as 50,000 yuan per caddy. The biggest one can even be sold for 200,000 caddy, which is quite scary. As for truffles, they're also very expensive. Truffles are a general term for fungi, and they're also parasitic fungi that grow on pine trees. But the difference is that this is a parasitic fungus that grows on the roots of pine trees. Of course, except for pine trees in addition, pomelo trees and the like can also be accounted for. The main production area was originally in Europa, but now Yanhuang also has it. Therefore, although these 2 kinds of bacteria may occupy the position of each other if they're planted together, they can be interplanted. The price of truffles is no worse than that of matsutake, 2 to 3 centimeters, about 80 pieces per caddy, and 300 yuan per caddy. For 3 to 4 centimeters, it will cost 400 yuan. For 4 to 5 centimeters, 500 yuan. For 5 to 6 centimeters, 600 yuan. For 6 to 8 centimeters, 700 yuan. And for more than 8 centimeters, it will cost 800 yuan. In the future online store, the wild ones will sell for 50,000 yuan for 3 to 4, 60,000 for 4 to 5, 70,000 for 5 to 6, 100,000 for 6 to 8, and more than 8 centimeters. The ones are just like the largest matsutake, which can be sold for 200,000 kilograms. Looking at this figure, Zhuo Rong is really interested. This can be, after thinking for a while, Zhuo Rong specially asked Xiao Zhuo to search the current world about matsutake and truffle farming. Of course, he does not know how to breed, but the seeds must be obtained from the outside. The strain of matsutake is there are some for sale, but truffles are not for sale. That depends on how long it takes. It may be 5 to 8 years before you find out that this area does not grow truffles, as Zhuo Rong has no choice but to work hard to create an environment where truffles and matsutakes like to grow. Fortunately, there will be land improvement and air improvement devices in the future. Otherwise, how can humans go to live in extraterrestrials? None of them are expensive. An improved device with a size of 1 square kilometer is only worth about 2 million, and Zhuo Rong can still afford it. After deciding to plant these things, Zhuo also took a look at suitable trees, matsutake and truffles, although other oak trees grow, but pine trees are the best. Zhuo searched the future platform and found a kind of pine tree cultivated in the future. This pine tree is a hybrid of red pine and red pine. Don't look at red pine and red pine as if they have similar meanings, but in fact, they're far from each other. Korean pine is a very rare pine tree in my country, and the wild one is a national second-class protected plant. Of course, this kind of tree has now been cultivated artificially and planted in the wild. Every year during the Chinese New Year, many people are willing to buy some pine nuts and like to eat at home. Pine nuts are produced by Korean pine. Some people will see this and say, that's not right. Pine nuts are produced by pine trees. Logically speaking, all pine trees should produce pine nuts, that's right. Indeed, basically all pine trees will form pine cones and produce pine nuts, but the Korean pine is the largest and the tastiest, and the oiliness is also particularly high. So basically the winter north pine nuts that are bought are all from the red pine. As for the red pine, the biggest. Advantage of this kind of pine is deep roots, light-loving, and strong wind resistance. This tree is very hard, suitable for furniture and the like, but the pine nuts are very average. People in the future will combine the genes of these two trees to form a new tree called scarlet red. The pine nuts produced by this tree are very large and deeply rooted. It is very suitable for interstellar immigration in the future. Just after the atmosphere is stabilized, it can be used to resist wind and sand, and the fruit it bears can also create some economic value in Zhuo view. This kind of tree can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhuo family's manor was always windy. After all, the 3 kilometers from here to the sea were all his territory, and the road was bare except for the trees he had just planted. It can't block the wind. After the tree is planted, it can just be used to block the wind. At the same time, it can be used to make matsutake and truffles, and then you can eat pine nuts, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Zhuo immediately prepared to buy a tree. The machine he bought for planting cherries at the beginning can be used to grow this kind of tree, so there's no need to buy a new machine. Present. Zhuo's original 15,000 mu of land, 5,000 mu of mountain land has been planted. With cherries, 3,000 mu of 10,000 mu of ordinary land has been planted as grassland, and there are 7,000 mu left. Zhuo is planning to set aside a horizontal line of 2,000 acres to plant these trees. Just block the wind blowing from the sea. Of course, before that, the road needs to be preserved. Zhuo is not going to block it, so he can't see anything. The remaining 5,000 acres can be planted by then. Zhuo has always been a person who thinks out what comes out. After he felt that there was nothing wrong with his design, he asked Xiaozhua to design a plan and then input it into the tree planting machine that has been idle. At the same time, buy a climate reforming instrument, specifically to transform the 2,000 acres of forest land. As for the trees, Zhuo is not going to buy that kind of small saplings anymore, and directly prepare to buy a larger tree. After planting it directly in this way, it can survive and be put into production directly after being planted with life-saving needles. Zhuo is not sure how many years the truffle will grow, but matsutake will probably bubble up next year. Thinking of this, Zhuo also started buying. When Jiao Min and the others cleaned up the female wolf and the 4 pups, Zhuo had already piled up the land in front of the villa. Planting 2,000 mu of pine trees is actually the same as planting 5,000 mu of cherries, because when planting cherries, Zhuo only planted 60 trees per mu, but when planting pine trees, Zhuo planned to plant 150 trees per mu. After all, pine trees are not like cherries, which require large gaps which don't need to be so large, and Zhuo planted them to keep out the wind, so naturally they should be planted more densely. There are 300,000 large cherries in 5,000 acres and 300,000 pine trees in 2,000 acres, although generally speaking, the number is the same. But I can't stand this big tree. Looking at the situation, well, Jiao Min and the others know that they're going to be busy again, but anyway, there's nothing to do today, let's do it. Under the transport of the machine, these trees were moved to the coastal line according to Xiaozhua's design, and then they began to plant here. When a tree was planted, Jiao Min and the others came to give the tree a shot of life-preserving liquid, and at the same time, poured some nutritional water that Zhuo bought in the future. Those 5,000 big cherries were operated in this way. Up to now, none of them have died, but all of them have started to sprout. This means that they're all alive, and they will be watered with nutrient solution for a period of time. The roots are deep, survive this winter, and begin to bloom and bear fruit next year. While Jiao Min and the others were busy, Zhuo was not idle either. He planted trees with them, applied medicine to the trees, and watered them with nutrient solution. This kind of tree planting machine is quite fast. 20 trees are planted at the same time. There are 2 sets of robotic arms, 0.0 looking for flowers. A group can be planted in about 30 seconds. That is 2,400 trees can be planted per hour. IT takes a total of 125 hours to plant, and it takes 5 days to dry 24 hours, but the advantage of this machine is that it does not need a rest. And the tree, as long as it has been sprayed with a preservative within 24 hours, so Jiao Min and the others don't have to keep looking at it when they arrive at night. They can go back to rest. Just come back to fight the next day. The 300,000 cherries were done in the same way a few days ago, and they have already finished it now, but they didn't expect that just after finishing it, they would buy another 300,000 cherries. Tree back, but they naturally won't have any complaints, not to mention that they are biochemical humans, and they will never have any bad thoughts or complaints toward their masters, just saying that even if they're ordinary people, if her boyfriend buys some trees to make money, she doesn't need to trouble her, just give the tree an injection and water some water. I think most girls are still willing to support their boyfriend's business. Soon, the afternoon passed like this. When Zhuo and the others came back with a little tired body, Zhuo remembered that the fish tank hadn't been bought yet, and the new 5 little guys haven't been named yet. Seeing this, Zhuo couldn't help sighing. Why all of a sudden, I feel like I'm back at work. Scratching his head, Zhuo looked at the 5 in front of him, as well as the fish tank on the platform. Then he smiled. It seemed that he'd been staying so comfortably recently that he almost forgot to be busy, but it was also quite good. Master, go get the fish tank first, let's cook first, and after we're done, let's think about the names of these little guys at night. Perhaps seeing what Zhuo was thinking, at this time Xiao was also laughing and talking beside her, and Zhuo nodded after hearing what she said. Then I started to study the problem of the fish tank. Fish tanks are still very easy to buy. Zhuo bought a 5-meter long, 3-meter high, and 2-meter wide fish tank directly from the sofa in the living room. Just as Zhuo was playing with his newly bought fish tank at home with peace of mind on the other side of the demon city, Qin Shuhua, who only played once and never again, finally returned home with her exhausted body. Since getting the diamond of the star from Zhuo, when Qin Shuhua returned to Shanghai, she went to her studio. She wants to cooperate with this star and add 20 pink diamonds to design a set of jewelry that can suppress for a lifetime. That I have to say that Qin Shuhua is really good at designing jewelry. She has been busy since Friday, and until today, she finally designed a necklace that looks perfect to her. The bottom of the entire necklace is supported by platinum, and it is inlaid with 108 ordinary diamonds of about 1 carat. On the top of these diamonds is the star of Zhuo, and below these diamonds are 20 pink 430 diamonds. The concept of this design is that those pink diamonds actually represent people, and 108 diamonds above are stars, and the most dazzling one in the middle is the light of stars. She named her own necklace Brilliant. Just looking at the design drawing, it is indeed very beautiful, and there are many careful thoughts in it, such as the way diamonds are connected, the shape of the entire diamond, etc. The entire diamond necklace looks particularly dazzling, and it is very beautiful at times. At least no woman can refuse such a necklace. After finalizing the draft, Qin Shuhua sent the sample to the factory below her and immediately made the brackets, and then they set the diamonds manually by themselves. After all, the most important thing has been resolved, so she, who has never been back home, finally went home today. When she returned home and collapsed on the sofa, although her body was tired, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. It wasn't until this sense of satisfaction faded away that she felt a little hungry. Thinking about it, it was natural that someone ordered food for her in the studio before. She didn't have to eat it, but whenever she wanted something to eat, there was always one but now, this is her own home. She wants to eat, but there's really nothing ready-made. It's too late to order takeaway now, at least an hour. Thinking of this, Qin also stood up from the sofa and walked to the refrigerator, ready to see what was in the refrigerator. But after opening it, there was nothing but water in it. Outside, there appeared to be only two to eat, a bunch of grapes, a piece of beef sealed in the refrigerator. Looking at these two things, Qin remembered that they were brought back by Zhuorong. She took one as well, mainly because of politeness. After getting off the plane, she went directly to the company, and these things should have been brought back to her by the driver. Looking at the emerald-like grapes in front of her, she couldn't help but feel even hungrier. Just eat the grapes. After muttering something in a low voice, Qin also took out the grapes, walked to the empty kitchen, picked off all the grape grains, and began to clean the grapes. When the grapes were soaked in water, the fresh scent went straight in her nostrils. This made her speed up the cleaning process. She didn't even use fruit and vegetable salt to soak it. After washing off the dust on the surface, she couldn't wait to pinch one and threw it into her mouth. When her teeth gently bit the grape skin, she felt that her taste buds were about to ascend to heaven. The refreshing, sour-sweet taste made Qin eyes widen in an instant, and the crisp, slippery, and refreshing feeling of the grape skin when her teeth bit through it also made her very obsessed. After pouring out the water even more impatiently, Qin came to the sofa with a basin of grapes in her arms. Originally, she was gonna find a phone to watch and eat grapes, by the way, as a result. She really doesn't have time to watch TV now. She just eats grapes here in a bored state, and she can swear to God that these are definitely the best grapes she has ever eaten. You must know that Qin is not a child of any ordinary family. She is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and it is not an exaggeration for her to be the most luxurious food in the novels. But at this moment, she can use the word best on this grape, which shows how powerful the taste of this grape is to her. While eating the grapes, she looked in the direction of the refrigerator. There was still a piece of beef there, but she didn't plan to eat any more now. She just finished eating the grapes today. Tomorrow, she will find a professional chef to fry the steak for herself. She has a feeling that the quality of this beef may surprise her even more than the grapes. In fact, there are many amazing people, not bad for her. For example, Su Jibin, who ate Zhuorong fruit and beef after returning home on Friday, was shocked by his family of 3 and his aunt who cooked. They never thought that this food would be so delicious. According to Su Jibin's daughter, Su Wanyun, they should actually kill them the next day, which is Saturday. But Su Jibin forcibly held back because when he was leaving, he remembered seeing the barren hill where Zhuorong was under construction. So if it was not a big business, it would be better not to bother Zhuorong. Not to mention his daughter just wanted to eat fruit and beef. As oh, don't bother Zhuorong in the past and wait. For a while before Zhuorong finishes his work, he didn't know that Zhuorong had a future machine. For ordinary people, 300,000 trees would take at least a month to plant, so he decided not to bother him. But to be honest, the smell of the fruit and beef keeps circling in their memory, and recently their family feels that the food is not delicious. But these have nothing to do with Zhuorong for the time being, that he still needs to eat and drink. After finishing the fish tank, he went to eat as for the fish tank. How could the future fish tank be managed by others? This future fish tank is very powerful, but it can automatically connect water pipes and drain pipes, and detect and purify water sources at the same time. As long as the water is added to it, there's no need to manage it. It feels that the water in the fish tank has deteriorated to 4.0, and it will automatically drain some, and then add some new water that is filtered. The water quality does not need people to come in at all. Worried. The same is true for oxygenation. The fish tank in the future will not be the same as it is now. It will pump air into it with a snort. No need to worry about feeding. There's a food feeding device here. It will feed little by little when ordered every day, and it will detect the fish in the tank. If the fish don't eat, it will stop feeding. Don't worry about feeding too much and feeding less the problem at the same time. The built-in medical system and healthcare system in the fish tank can ensure the health of the fish. To be honest, such facilities are even more advanced than the current level of human hospitals. Can only be said that times have changed, and in the future, fish will be much more expensive than people today. Times have changed, and indeed, everything will change. After finishing the fish tank, Zhuorong also put 7 huge red dragonfish in a .200 for one piece. But it was really not cheap. It cost Zhuorong 1,014 in total. But these fish, after entering the fish tank, are really beautiful and shocking that if someone who understands red dragons comes here to see this, they will probably be shocked. Because Zhuorong's tank of fish is conservatively estimated to be worth tens of millions. This is tens of millions. Just putting a fish tank like this, it is so inhumane. But apart from the fish, Zhuorong still has something to do today. That is to name Fudo's wife and his 4 children. As I said before, Zhuorong's name is rubbish. So he originally wanted to call it Jiamin and the others. But the biggest problem with biochemical humans is that they can't think and create by themselves. Naming, this is also a kind of creation, so Jiamin and the others will not be named. This is also a way for future human beings to identify cyborgs. After all, cyborgs are really too similar to humans. Although the chip perfectly locks their consciousness, they're not afraid of 10,000 or just in case. Since the emergence of AI, human beings have fantasized that one day they may be wiped out by AI. Whether it is the Terminator or the later Western world, human beings are afraid that if one day biochemical humans begin to awaken, they will be in trouble. So they left a small back door for the cyborgs. That is, they cannot be created in the future. You hold a cat and ask an ordinary person to give the cat a name, no matter you call it Xiaohua, Xiaowang, Da Xiaomi. You are human because cyborgs cannot be named as O in the end. Zhi had to come up with a name. Zhuorong looked at the gray wolf while eating. To be honest, wolves are not good looking. Just by looking at their faces, they're pretty handsome. But in fact, their hair is not good looking, especially when they're about to molt in spring and autumn. Now Fudo's daughter-in-law has a piece of gray and a piece of yellow on her body. She still looks like she just got out of the bath. If she brought her back with her, she would look like a beggar. Zhuorong is named mainly for its color and its own species that is looking at the gray. He thought a name after being gray for a long time. Otherwise, you'll be called Ashes. Well, Fudo and Ashes are quite suitable. After hearing Zhuorong's words, Ashes, who was lying next to Fudo, seemed to know that he was calling him. So he raised his head, glanced at Zhuorong, and then lay down again. That if there's no objection, then it is agreed that he asked for the 4 cubs of Fudo and Hui. Zhuorong really got lazy and called them Big Hui, Air Hui, San Hui, and 4. The 4 little guys are not conscious yet, and they're running around the house. They don't know that their names have been decided so casually. After getting a name and a meal, Zhuorong also went to take a shower. Zhuorong has also installed a huge bathtub at home since the last time you want to take a bath. The same is the technology of the future. The entire bathtub is 5 meters wide and 5 meters long, directly occupying a room. 40 people could take a bath here, of course. Zhuorong probably won't be satisfied. When a warm water flowed over his chest, he couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. It was indeed comfortable, but there was a fly in the ointment. There was no massage. So he asked Jiamin and the others to press him, but their technique was indeed a bit weak. Looking at Zhuorong's appearance, Jiamin naturally felt what Zhuorong was thinking. Master, why don't you order a few more sisters who are professional in massage? Looking at Zhuorong, Jiamin asked Zhuorong while pressing, "Hey, aren't you jealous?" Hearing what Jiamin said, Zhuorong couldn't help but raise his head in doubt. To be honest, Zhuorong didn't feel that Jiamin and the others were biochemical humans, but those were different from him. In his view, they're ordinary people, and they are his women. Therefore, although Zhuorong thought about ordering a few massages considering their ideas, Zhuorong did not put it into practice. Jealous? We won't have such emotions, let alone we know our situation. We can't give birth to children for the master. So in the future, we will definitely need the master to find the real mistress. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Lin Xiaoxiao also laughed and sat beside her. But when he said this, Zhuorong felt a little weird in his heart. To put it bluntly, he still can't regard these living girls in front of him as tools, as machines. In his view, these girls are human beings, his own women, and they are perfect own women. Image and figure. These girls have the side that is programmed to make them most attractive to men. Gentle, considerate, not fussy, not vexatious. All for Zhuorong's sake. Nothing up for grabs, not vain. Give Zhuorong 10,000% face. What Zhuorong said is absolute will. Don't worry, all the other party will step on several boats and the like. Can cook and do housework, and is willing to do it for Zhuorong. Zhuorong, who has been in a relationship before, knows that if a girl really treats him like this, then he would like to give her a confession. But unfortunately, this kind of situation does not exist as oh now. Deep down in his heart, he cherishes Jia Min and the others. 0.097. Don't say that in the future, you are my wife as for the child. Let's talk about it later. Looking at Jia Min beside him, Zhuorong said with a serious face. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Jia Min and the others couldn't help but keep pressing, but there was a trace of inexplicable emotion in their smiling eyes. Zhuorong didn't notice this change. Discover. And the micro brains they wore didn't notice it, and they didn't know whether it was good or bad. But for Zhuorong, life must go on. After taking a shower, he went back to sleep. But today he didn't sleep well, not because of insomnia and dreamy, but simply did not wake up because at 4:30 in the morning, the phone rang suddenly. Zhuorong picked up the phone and took a look, only to find that the person calling was none other than Yuan Tianqing. Hey, what's the situation? It's so early. Looking at this time, Zhuorong asked Yuan Tianqing a little speechlessly. It's time for the big yellow croaker to migrate and spawn. We only have one day today, so we can't come. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Su Weiqing also said to Zhuorong, immediately come on. Although Zhuorong didn't hear what Yuan Tianqing said clearly at all, Zhuorong didn't even react to the 3 words, big yellow croaker. So he just said, come on. Get up, wash up, go to the toilet, eat breakfast. Zhuorong was busy all the way, and he was ready to go out at 5 o'clock in the morning. Gao Wen and Ding Zhangwo went out with him, and the other 8 people were going to work on the pine forest. Driving, Zhuorong came all the way to the pier. Of course, when passing by the pine forest, Zhuorong took a special look at the machine. The machine was still working very seriously at this time. In one night, it was almost gone. 1/6 of it done. There's really nothing wrong with its speed. It's a bit weird to watch the machine move by itself, but you'll be fine once you get used to it. When they came to the pier, Zhuorong and the others got on the boat after they untied the rope lock, and then drove towards the coordinate point that Yuan Tianqing sent to Zhuorong. When Zhuorong arrived at the coordinate point, it was definitely not 6 o'clock in the morning, but at this time above the coordinate point. There were no fewer than 50 boats that came to fish for the big yellow croaker. After all, for these fishermen, the big yellow croaker is a good thing that can't be found at in case if you're lucky. Just buy 7 caddy, 8 caddy, that one can sell for 100,000. Even if you're not so lucky, 2 caddy, 3 caddy is not bad. The price of big yellow croaker is different according to the weight. The 1 caddy in size is also the cheapest. On average, a broken one, scaled, blind, or broken tail can be sold for about 500 yuan, and a complete one can be sold for about 800 yuan. 2 caddies can be sold for 1,000 yuan per caddy, and a 2 caddies can be sold for more than 2,000 yuan, which is worth more than the harvest ones when you go to see in normal times. 0.3 caddies. 1 caddy will sell for about 2,000 yuan. A piece of 6,000 yuan, equivalent to a week's income. 0.4 caddies. 1 caddy will sell for 4,000. 1 4. 16,000. 5 caddies. 1 caddy will sell for 6,000. 3 parties. 6 caddies. 1 caddy will sell for 8,000. 148,000.7 caddies. 1 caddy will sell for 12,000 yuan, and 1 piece will cost 84,000 yuan. Among the 400,000 sky-high menus, the big yellow croaker weighed 7 caddies and 6 tails, 100,000 yuan. The restaurant must also charge a certain processing fee, which is considered as 10,000 yuan, and this fish has to be calculated at an average price of about 12,000 yuan per caddy. 0.8 caddies will be sold for 15,000 caddies, and the daily cost is 20,000. If it's really a coincidence, and you get a 10 1, it's conservatively estimated that it should cost 30,000 caddy, and 1 fish costs 300,000 yuan. Don't think it's expensive. There are plenty of people buying it at this price. Of course, this price refers to the price in the real world. If it comes to the future world, Zhuorong feels that if he's really lucky today, he may directly pay for all the things he needs to buy in his manor from a distance. Yuan Tianqing saw Zhuorong. Although Yuan Tianqing had never been on Zhuorong's boat, he had seen it before, so he naturally knew what Zhuorong's boat looked like. When he saw Zhuorong's boat, he also waved his hand, and Zhuorong also smiled and waved, but he didn't go over, because his boat is too big. If he gets close, one of them will easily capsize other boats. After all, there are too many boats here now. Moreover, by driving such a boat, in fact, he's become a public enemy here. From the perspective of these fishermen, they fish to support their families, and Zhuorong driving such a boat means that he has nothing to do with supporting his family. Under such circumstances, you still come to grab our fish. Isn't it a bit out of character? So Zhuorong stopped the boat directly on the periphery of this point. It's not that he doesn't want to get in, but he knows that he doesn't need to get in. His bait probably won't hold up to those big yellow croakers. After Gao Wen and Ding Zhangwo parked the boat, Zhuorong also started to organize his equipment. In a place with people behind his back, Zhuorong threw the bait with magic bugs into the sea. Compared to fishing for black fins and yellow fins, large yellow croakers are much more difficult to catch. After Zhuorong's magic bait was put into the water, it took about 10 minutes before there was any movement, and the movement was relatively light. But fortunately, Zhuorong is no longer a pure rookie. He knew that now the fish was testing, and he needed to be ready at any time. Hold the fishing rod well. Zhuorong was also waiting for the opponent's mouth, and at the moment when the opponent bit the hook again, Zhuorong stabbed suddenly, instantly fish. Theirs. Feeling the weight in his hand, Zhuorong couldn't help laughing. The fishing rod was not big, just like a normal yellow wing between 1.5 caddies. And then he turned on the electric reel. Ignoring the tossing of the fish underwater, he directly pulled the fish up. Sure enough, as soon as the fish came out of the water, Zhuorong saw a touch of gold. Yes, only a touch. The large yellow croaker is only yellow at night, and actually has some whitish spots during the day. And these people who caught the big yellow croaker would put the fish in red or black plastic bags the first time, and then freeze to death directly, so as to keep the fish golden yellow. Otherwise, the color is not right for sale. No price tag. But Zhuorong doesn't need to worry, because his ship has a live cabin under pressure. This big yellow croaker cannot live on other boats, but can live on his boat, and the live cabin can adjust the color of the lights. Gao Wen over there has already adjusted the red lights, and is waiting for it. This time, the fish caught by Zhuorong was full mouth and did not swallow the hook to death. After taking the hook off, Zhuorong also threw the fish in a live bin. Once in a live bin, there's no need to worry about dying. Then Zhuorong continued fishing. Fishing big yellow croaker is indeed different from fishing other fishes. The speed cannot be increased. About 15 minutes later, Zhuorong finally got the second fish, but this one was a bit heavier, about 2 caddies, and it was thrown directly into the live bin. Then after another 2 of 10 minutes or so, the third article came up. Zhuorong caught a total of 5 fish in the first 2 hours. Here, the biggest one was more than 2 caddies. There was another one in his early 2 caddies, and the remaining 3 were all about 1 caddy. It didn't look good, but in fact, he was already the best fish caught here. And don't look at there are only 5 fish, but the price is not usually high. 2 pieces weighing more than 2 caddies are worth 5,000 yuan. 3 pieces weighing more than 1 caddy are worth about 3,000 yuan, and together they're worth 8,000 yuan. If they're sold in the future, they will be worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. But obviously, 1 million is not Zhuorong's goal, so he's still waiting patiently, waiting for the big fish. I have to say that the hard work paid off, and finally around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhuorong, who had 3 fish, finally got a big meal, and Zhuorong lifted the pole and stabbed the fish, and he knew at the same time that the fish was coming. I rub it, it's so heavy, this time it's okay. The moment Zhuo stabbed the fish also began to struggle crazily. And feeling the power of this fish, Zhuo knew that it must be violent. This time he didn't dare to turn on the electric winch again, because he was afraid that the fish would cut its mouth if the fish was pulled too fast, which would embarrass him. So he had to start to slip the fish. Although the movements were a little rusty, Zhuo's strength and reaction were on the line. Coupled with the strength of the fishing rod and the fishing line, he still steadily pulled the fish to the surface of the water. In fact, the original Zhuo served the fish and did not attract anyone's attention. Point one is because his position is relatively close to the side, and the other is because he catches the fish too quickly. It takes only a few seconds for the electric winch to pull up a fish weighing more than 1 caddy or 2 caddies. Before the others could react, Zhuo had already loaded, unloaded, and thrown the fish into the live bee. Others didn't know whether Zhuo caught any fish, and some even thought that he had been in the Air Force all along. But this time, there was a movement that attracted a lot of people's attention. Some people even picked up their phones and started zooming in on the video. The moment the fish came out of the water, the people who were fishing in the distance couldn't help but let out a secret cry. And when Zhuo saw 373 saw the fish's back, he also let out a secret cry. Because this fish is too big. I rub it, it will cost 10 caddies. Looking at this huge fish, Zhuo's hands trembled a little. In the real world, 30 million is not a big deal for Zhuo, but in the future world, 30 million is a huge number for Zhuo. That what's more, there will be more than 30 million fish in the future. Zhuo used to sell fish at the lowest price in order to attract customers, but today this fish will never be sold at all in the future. So as much as he orders, that is how much. Thinking of this, Zhuo couldn't help but hastily took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he started to sneak up the big yellow croaker in front of him. And it was not until the big yellow croaker was lack of oxygen and exhausted on the water surface that he had no strength at all. Then Gao used the net to pull the fish up. Damn it, this fish has hills. Seeing Zhuo carrying the fish and throwing the fish in the live bin, the fishermen here began to boil, and even those who had robbed the center position for a long time had some hesitation that aren't they here the exact center? Why did Zhuo still catch it? Could it be that there's the center? Abga? People like myself are all wrong. In this state of confusion, people here also began to spread the news that Zhuo caught a big fish, and the rumors naturally spread to Yuan Tianqing's side. Brother Qing, that's Brother Rong over there. Okay, Brother Rong, this fish must weigh no more than 10 caddies. Looking at the video sent by the person who can capture Zhuo's video over there, Peng Liqiang was stunned. Is it true that the richer you are, and the poorer you are, the poorer you are? Zhuo who wants a house and house, a car and a car, money and girls and girls, drive a yacht to fish with people like himself, but the biggest fish is still on his boat. Is there still the law of heaven? Is there still the law of the king? Almost. TSK. But let me tell you, we can't be envious. Zhuo's fishing rod, fishing line, and bait are all specially made. Do you understand that the cheapest one costs $1 million? TSK. You have $1 million. Let you buy a fishing rod. Are you willing? Listening to Peng Liqiang's words, Yuan Tianqing also looked at Zhuo with envy. He had to say that fishing is good or bad, but the most important thing is luck. Zhuo can earn such a large family business. It must be because of luck. At least now it seems that his luck is indeed invincible. Although the people here started talking and feeling emotional, Zhuo was not affected at all. After putting the fish into the live bin, he took a deep breath, then laughed. Looking at himself after the pine trees are planted, the problem of cattle can be easily solved. The money has already been settled with the fish just now. Zhuo raises cattle not for selling money, but mainly for himself to eat. Of course, if friends come to ask him to buy, he will still sell some. He originally only planned to raise 100 cows, 1,000 sheep, and some pig. A shed for raising cattle costs 300,000 yuan. 100 cows is 3 million, and a shed for raising cattle is 300,000 yuan. But a shed can hold 50 sheep, which is 6 million yuan. With the addition of a few pig sheds, the cost of the sheds will be tens of millions. Then there's the problem of calves, lambs, and piglets, and these are all solved. Phew, perfect. Seeing the manner that Xiao Zhuo designed for himself is slowly being perfected, the corners of Zhuo's mouth can't help grinning. This feeling is really great. Of course, he will not be satisfied with this. Although the cows have been solved, there is still food. Let's continue. And who would think they have too much money? Suppressing his excitement, Zhuo continued fishing. However, it may be because the big fish blasted the water just now, scaring away all the fish in the vicinity. This fish bar doesn't stop there from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Zhuo only caught a fish weighing about 2 caddies soon as 12 o'clock arrived. Zhuo had lunch on the boat with Gao and Ding Zhangwo. Eating on the boat was certainly not as good as at home, but Gao and Ding Zhangwo still prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup for Zhuo. A plate of meat wrapped in a pot, a plate of spicy shrimp, a plate of stir-fried yellow beef, a plate of garlic baby vegetables, and a bowl of vegetable soup for dishes and 1 soup. It is not bad to eat at sea. And Zhuo also asked Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang if they would come, but they were still guarding the fish so they didn't come up to eat. After all, their current position was also snatched. If they came by boat, it would be easy for someone to take their position, then the loss outweighs the gain. Although the fish in their position are not as good as Zhuo's, they're not too bad. So far, they have caught 3 fish, 2 weighing about 1 caddy, and 1 weighing 2 caddies. There are more than 3,000 yuan in fish money alone, which is more secure and fast than they earn by going to sea. If there are 2 more in the afternoon, it will take almost 2 days of harvest. So neither Yuan Tianqing nor Peng Liqiang came over, so Zhuo could only eat with Gao and Ding Zhangwo. After the meal, Zhuo started fishing again. But it turns out that luck is not always there. No, fishing started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 4 o'clock, Zhuo didn't catch a single fish. In fact, not only him, but also the others didn't catch any fish, as if there were no fish in the water suddenly. And when it was 4:30, Zhuo didn't plan to wait any longer. Just now he took a look at his fish. It was already very yellow. He's satisfied now, he can go back. But at the moment when he reeled in the rod, suddenly the rod sank, and he fished again. But as soon as the fish got started, he felt something was wrong. The maximum weight of a large yellow croaker is only a few dozen caddies, but this guy weighs at least 100 caddies. This is definitely not a big yellow croaker. Thinking of this, Zhuo also directly turned on the electric twister. Z. With the sound of ruthless electric twisting, the guy under the sea was not given any chance at all, and he was pulled up in an instant. This is also thanks to Zhuo who tried it just now, and confirmed that it should be a death-swallowing hook. Otherwise, it would be a ghost if he pulled it up so hard and didn't get off the hook. The guy's strength is meaningless when the twister starts working. The fishing line came out of the water. The moment the guy under the sea was pulled out of the water, including Zhuo's boat, all the people on the fishing boat couldn't help but gasp. They suddenly understood why there are no fish below now. It turns out that there are fish. This fish was pulled out of the water first by a huge vertical fin. Speaking of vertical fins, everyone should know what kind of fish it is. When the sun shone on its back, Zhuo and the others saw some black stripes growing on the back of a huge cyan weasel shark. Looking at the fish, Gawain couldn't help but say in shock. The tiger shark is the scientific name of the shark, and the more widely known name of the shark is called the tiger shark. Yes, the fish that Zhuo caught at this time was nothing but a tiger shark, but obviously this tiger shark should not be an adult yet. The body length of a newborn tiger shark is 60 to 104 centimeters. The adult body length is generally between 325 centimeters and 425 centimeters, and the weight is about 385 kilograms to 635 kilograms. The maximum body length is 5 meters 5, and the weight is 900 kg. And this tiger shark is only about 2 meters long, and it feels like 100 kilograms or 200 caddies, but don't look at this guy as a pile and a half. But the sharp teeth are already full. When it was pulled out of the water, it also changed its target from escaping to attacking the guy who caught it. Looking at Zhuo's boat in front of him, the guy opened his mouth wide and bit it directly. Then there was a clicking sound, and its teeth collapsed. Just kidding, Zhuorong's boat is made of space materials, and it can withstand a meteorite impact, not to mention a shark's tooth, if it can bite a white mark. Zhuorong will have to find the seller to return the product, but it's a pity that with the inspection platform, it is impossible to put the goods that do not meet the specifications on the shelf. So Zhuorong's boat is extremely hard, at least harder than a shark's tooth. I rub it. Is your head so hard? Watching this mouthful, teeth crumbled, mouth full of blood, Zhuorong couldn't help frowning. It was because of the scene that his teeth hurt even looking at it. But this tiger shark didn't seem to feel it. Although its teeth were broken, it still bit at it. I've only heard that tiger sharks are stupid before, but I didn't expect it to be so stupid. Seeing the relentless tiger shark, Zhuorong also used his arms to pull the tiger shark up from the sea before it killed the boat string. After being pulled to the deck, this guy is still jumping, but fortunately, Zhuorong's boat is big enough, so he can jump as much as he likes. But now, although this guy said had been caught, how to deal with it is still a troublesome matter. Here I want to explain that all sharks are not protected species in Yanhuang, that in fact, not only Yanhuang, every country has its own protection mechanism. Although the tiger shark has entered the IUCN red list of threatened species and was rated as near threatened, at least it is not a protected animal in my country. This is normal. In the eyes of many Gigi, the island country is a polite, developed, and grateful country. However, whaling is almost banned all over the world, and they are killing especially there. Apart from them, most countries in Northern Europe still have the custom of killing whales and dolphins. The fairy tale Kingdom Dangua kills more than 600 whales every year. Even this is a local festival, and it is a business card to welcome people from all over the world to travel. The countries that are the lighthouse countries don't have much to do as I mentioned earlier. Bluefin tuna is not a near-threatened creature like the tiger shark, but an endangered creature. More than 70% of the bluefin tuna produced every year is provided by the United States and nearby Canada. Yes, I have to say they're quite a double standard. It is heinous for Yanhuang people to eat sharks because they don't eat sharks, and they eat whales, dolphins, and other endangered creatures. They're just their lighthouses, but such remarks still have a large audience in China that in many cases, what the people want is not privileges but fairness. 0. Asking for flowers. Why is it natural for foreigners to eat it, and it is heinous for Yanhuang people to eat it? Zhuorong has always scoffed at these remarks. Fortunately, in recent years, domestic netizens have also begun to wake up, and it is not the era when the heroes know what they say. Everyone has learned to think and naturally knows how to develop to their own benefit. Well, it's getting too far. But now Zhuorong is really a little entangled with this tiger shark. It's not that he doesn't dare to kill or eat it, but this thing is not tasty. Sharks do not have a urethra. They need to urinate through the skin, so the ammonia content in the meat in their body exceeds the standard. How to describe the smell? 0. It's like the kind of men's toilet that isn't cleaned often. Once you walk in, there's a strong smell of urine. This is ammonia, and shark meat smells like this. Of course, it can be eaten after treatment. But to be honest, such a big shark is not delicious. And sharks such as small white sharks and dog sharks are much more delicious than this fish. As for the most famous shark's fin, didn't I mention before, this ferret shark is not yet an adult. And the shark's fin is small, short, and thin, so it's not interesting to eat it for selling. That's no good, although Zhuorong just made it popular. Science, in this era, sharks are not something to protect animals. But in the future, large predatory fish such as sharks and whales are protected animals, and there's no way to sell them to the future. Therefore, although the shark was caught, it seemed to be thrown into my own hands. Since it cannot be eaten, then let it go. You're lucky. Picking up the scissors, Zhuorong cut off the line around the shark's mouth, which was already exhausted from struggling. Although this line is said to be able to pull 60 tons of things, it is water-soluble, just like the hook Zhuorong used. It will disappear after about 5 days in seawater, so there's no need to worry about the problem that the fish will starve to death because of the hook in its mouth and the fishing line. Looking at the blood on this guy's mouth, Zhuorong also specially sprayed a healing potion on it as the bleeding stopped. Zhuorong kicked the guy into the sea with one kick. Seeing Zhuorong's actions, the other fisherman beside him also shrugged. Yes, today is over. With sharks in this sea area, the yellow croaker would definitely not dare to come back out, as today, they can end early. But they didn't blame Zhuorong because even if Zhuorong didn't catch the fish would still be wandering here. Same as for the fact that Zhuorong was released after being caught. Most of them didn't blame Zhuorong because they didn't really know whether the tiger shark was a protected animal or not. As for some people complaining about Zhuorong, Zhuorong can also ignore them. For these people, they wish that Rong would give them money, yachts, and girls so that they would be happy. For those people with pink eyes, ignoring them is the best choice, and they dare not come anyway. Rong came to express dissatisfaction with the bed. Although talking about Bao Sudong's arrest, these people didn't think of Zhuorong. But that day at the 357 small pier, Zhuorong beat several of them by himself and kicked them all into the sea. They saw it with their own eyes that in the face of a person with such a strong combat power, it is better to be cowardly. After releasing the sharks. The fishing boats here gradually dispersed. Compared with these fish boats, it is not so easy for Zhuorong's boat to sail. He still needs to heave the anchor. Just when he was about to leave, Yuan Tianqing's boat also came over. Watching Rong, Yuan Tianqing called out, "Old Zhuo, it's fine. You're the most showy person today. Haha, it's okay. But it's a pity that there's one shark at the end. Otherwise, I still hope to catch a few more sharks." Listening to Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong also responded with a smile on the boat. "By the way, do you want to go to the fish raft tomorrow? I went with Qiangzi yesterday. There are a lot of golden drums over there. The two of us caught about 20 caddies. We sold them to our village for 50 yuan per caddy. The restaurant inside, there are quite a few of them." Hearing Zhuorong's words, Yuan Tianqing gave him a contemptuous look and then told Zhuorong about the fish raft. The golden drum he mentioned is called money fish in science and golden drum fish in the local area. And there are also flowers and golden drums. This is a fish that looks a bit like a swallow fish, thick flesh and few thorns, but a large number, strong adaptability. Even fresh water can be raised for a period of time. And now artificial breeding has been carried out often, appearing in brackish water estuaries or breakwaters, coral reefs, and nearshore areas, swimming very slowly, not the kind of fish that would hunt. Animals that like to eat crustaceans and mollusks attached to stones, etc. Places like fish steaks are very suitable for them to prey on. Every spring, summer, and autumn, you can see them near the sea, but after winter, you will swim to the open sea. After spending a winter in the open sea, you will return to live near the sea. Tomorrow may not work. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong was a little hesitant. To be honest, he actually wanted to go fishing. One was to make money, and the other was for fun. But isn't there still life in his house now? So it's really not easy to go out. Today I come here to make a lot of money, but if I go to fish steak tomorrow, I won't be able to make a lot of money. Fish like Neeming cost 15 or 6 yuan a caddy locally. Wild ones cost 20 yuan a caddy locally, and the golden drum costs 50 yuan a caddy. Even if you can get 40 caddies a day, you won't be able to sell them for too much money in the future. Golden drum fish will cost 5,000 yuan a caddy, and 40 caddies will only cost 200,000 yuan if he's swollen now. If there's nothing wrong, he really likes the 200,000 yuan, but after all, there's still work in his family, so he can't just leave it all to Jiao Min and the others. It's okay, we'll take care of the tree issue, you can go fishing tomorrow. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Ding Zhangwo seemed to see what Zhuorong was thinking, so he smiled and said to Zhuorong, "That is, one more of you is not too much, and one less of you is not too much." Hearing Ding Zhangwo's words, Gao Wen here also said with a smile. Usually at home, Jiao Min and the others call Master Zhuorong, but outside, in order to avoid trouble, Zhuorong asked them to call him by his name, but in fact they seldom did, and more often came over and spoke to Zhuorong after all. In their view, directly calling the master by his name is a sign of disrespect. Hearing what they said, Zhuorong scratched his head and had to say that sometimes girls are too obedient, which is not good. But since they said so, Zhuorong wanted to pick it for fun. "Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. By the way, do you have a short pole?" I know that Zhuo Rong needs live fish when fishing, and the tank for live fish is only available in Yuan Tianqing's car, and Zhuo Rong's car can't fit in it, so tomorrow Yuan Tianqing said he would drive his car there. No, how short is it? Zhuo Rong really didn't know how to fish in a raft, so he asked curiously. Then Yuan Tianqing showed Zhuo Rong how short the short pole was. Looking at this pole, Zhuo Rong can just bite at night when it is easy to solve. After an appointment was made, the anchor on Zhuo Rong's side was raised, and after Yuan Tianqing sailed away, Zhuo Rong also drove towards home. However, when driving home, Zhuo Rong went to the live warehouse first and swept all the fish into the system. We will talk about what to play tomorrow, at least make money today. Ding, a total of 6 wild, large yellow croakers under 1 kilogram, average about 1.5 caddies, were detected, and the price of 500 grams is suggested to be 100,000 to 120,000. Ding, a total of 4 wild, large yellow croakers below 1.5 kilograms, average 2 caddies and 2 tails, were detected, and the price of 500 grams is suggested to be between 130,000 and 140,000. Ding, 5.21 kilograms of wild, large yellow croaker, 10 caddies and 4 tails, were detected. It is suggested that the price of 500 grams is too precious. Please set the price yourself. With 11 fish being swept into the system, Zhuo Rong's main concern is the 10th caddy wild, large yellow croaker. Sure enough, this kind of fish will be priceless at 4.8 in the future, because it is too cherished. Wild, large yellow croakers are no better than other fishes. This kind of fish is too cherished, so Zhuo Rong no longer sells them at the lowest price, but directly sells them at the highest price. The 1 caddy one costs 120,000 per caddy, the 2 caddy one costs 140,000 per caddy. As for the biggest large yellow croaker, after a moment of hesitation, Zhuo Rong opened a limited time raffle.in fact. Before this, during his last live broadcast, someone said that Zhuo Rong could actually put up an auction for those big fish, but Zhuo Rong never agreed because he felt that the fish was not particularly valuable. But now it works. The low price is 30 million, and the buy price is 50 million. At the same time Zhuo Rong put these fish on the shelves, his 10th caddy large yellow croaker was sold out in an instant, and the other 10 fish did not last long. Ding, your wild big yellow croaker has been sold. Ding, your wild large yellow croaker has been sold. Zhuo Rong's fish, the first one to be sold, was the biggest one with a buyout price, 50 million, and was bought by a netizen named Huakai Fuge. And I have to say, just looking at the name, you can tell that this netizen is not young. But Zhuo Rong is even more puzzled. Is it possible that after 1,000 years, there will still be old men and old ladies called Huakai Fugue? And besides the 50 million fish, the other 10 ordinary large yellow croakers were also quickly bought. Within 5 minutes, Fu. Really, please, it's really a big yellow croaker. It's really. I never thought that I would still see big yellow croakers in my lifetime. There's still 10 caddies. Oh my god. The person who bought 10 caddies of large yellow croaker can leave a fishbone and send it to me. I will pay for the postage. 50 million fish. If it were me, I would eat the fishbone too. With the sale of these fish, people in the future also began to leave messages in Zhuo Rong's shop. I have to say that Zhuo Rong's fish today shocked them. The 10-pound large yellow croaker cannot be said that it will not exist in the future, but it may take 10 or 8 years to produce one. Being able to catch up is indeed the only time that is enough for them. Looking at the 52.31 million that was credited in an instant, well, Zhuo Rong doesn't have to worry about money for the time being. Seeing that the fish had been sold out, Zhuo Rong took a bath directly on the yacht, and he returned to the old pier shortly after his bath was finished. After getting off the boat, they didn't go home, so they just helped Jia Min and the others start injecting and watering the trees. With the addition of Zhuo Rong and the others, the speed is getting faster and faster when they went back in the evening. Not only had all the plants planted last night vaccinated and watered, even today's daytime plants were basically all planted, and it would be fine to let the machines continue planting at night. When Zhuo Rong and the others returned home, they found that today's Fudo hadn't gone out. Presumably, it used to go home during the day and come at night because its wife and children were in the mountains, and now they have brought them back. Naturally, there's no need for it to run around anymore. Moreover, Zhuo Rong's house is big, the temperature is stable, it's neither wet nor dry, and most importantly, it's big outside, so you can run wherever you want, and there are delicious food. For such an environment, Fudo is still not satisfied. After rubbing the dog heads of Fudo and ashes, Zhuo Rong played with the 4 little guys for a while, and then went to wash his hands and eat. After finishing the delicious dinner that Lin Xiao Xiao specially left at home, Zhuo Rong lay on the bed and looked at the cattle raising machines, cattle, sheep, and pigs he didn't plan to buy right now. If nothing else, he had to wait until the pine trees were planted. Jia Min and the others couldn't be busy all day long, so they didn't have time to rest, right? But that didn't stop him from taking a look ahead. After confirming the price of the cattle, sheep, pigs, and machines to be raised, Zhuo Rong also fell asleep early. He didn't wake up this morning, and he'll have a good night's sleep tonight. But to be honest, whoever has such 10 charming girls around and can't sleep well, no, even if he's very tired, Chai doesn't go to bed until 10 o'clock. The next day, around 5 o'clock, he was woken up by Jia Min, and they were going to fish steaks today. Although it's not necessary to go to other places to go to the fish steak. You have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, but you should leave around 5:30. Get up, wash and go to the toilet. After everything is done, Jia Min and the others have already prepared breakfast. Zhuo Rong finished eating the fritters they just fried and drinking the soy milk. Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang here also arrived, and Zhuo Rong when I took the short pole I just bought last night and left home. Come on, eat first. As Zhuo Rong opened the car door, he sat in the second row of the car, and at the same time handed the 2 of them 4 hemp balls in 2 plastic bags. These 4 sesame balls were specially fried by Jia Min and the others in the morning. They were crispy, sticky, and refreshing. Immediately, he took it and ate it, but Peng Liqiang hesitated for a while. But seeing that Yuan Tianqing ate it all, he followed Zhuo Rong and said, "Thank you, brother Rong." And then he also took it and ate it. When he took the first bite, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This hemp ball is really delicious, fragrant, crispy, soft, and sticky, and the bean paste filling inside is also very fine, which is really special. It's delicious, much better than the one sold outside. Delicious, let me tell you, there are a lot of good things in your brother Rong's house, and you'll know later. Okay, let's go. Just as Peng Liqiang's eyes widened, and he was eating a mochi ball with excitement, Yuan Tianqing had already finished eating the mochi ball. When he saw Peng Liqiang took a bite of the remaining mochi ball for fear that he would snatch it. Seeing Peng Liqiang's appearance, Yuan Tianqing also smacked his mouth and started talking with a smile. Then he started the car and drove towards the small pier. It was almost 7 o'clock when they arrived at the small pier. At this time, the number of people on the small pier was much less, because most of the people who went to sea, no matter whether it was far sea or near sea, arrived at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Already set off the AT this time. The small pier seemed a little quiet, but fortunately Zhuo Rong and the others didn't go out to sea. It didn't matter. They found Yuan Tianqing's boat, and the 3 of them drove directly to the fishing raft. The owner of the fishing platoon was actually Du Wuqing and his fleet in the past. The fleet is actually similar to the Chamber of Commerce, because going fishing is actually a very dangerous thing. The boat is broken, the boat capsizes, and people accidentally fall into the water. Emergency rescue is needed. Why call the police at this time? Yes, it's easy to be late when the police come. Therefore, if there's anything wrong, Yuan Tianqing and the others will go to the people in the same fleet to ask who is nearby, come to help or something. This is a very normal thing. This fishing row owner was originally a member of the fleet, but he fished much earlier than Yuan Tianqing and the others. This fishing row owner is already in his 40s this year, and he caught up with the best time, but he saved some money a few years ago, but he really couldn't catch anymore, so he started this fishing raft. The annual income is not less than that from fishing. The most important thing is stability, and there's no need to worry too much. Of course, like Yuan Tianqing and the others, when the weather's not good and they can't go fishing outside, I will also come here to poke the golden drum and drink tea. Fishing for those red drums that escape from the cage, tea can be regarded as one of their base camps. Hey, what are you doing? As the fishing boat arrived at the fishing raft before getting off the boat, Yuan Tianqing saw 4 or 5 people gathered in the distance, watching something around a net cage. There's a small tube floating up. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, another person raised his head at this time, and after seeing that it was Yuan Tianqing, he also shouted loudly, "Oh, wait, there are small tubes. Come on, come on." As soon as he heard that there was a small pipe, Yuan Tianqing immediately started packing up, and Peng Liqiang over there also tied the fishing boat to the stake next to it immediately, and was also anxious to get off the boat. "Where's a small tube? Why are you in such a hurry?" Looking at the actions of these people, Zhuo Rong asked with some doubts. "Small pipe, it's a small squid, not big, very small, the kind that's only as big as a thumb." Yuan Tianqing said immediately after hearing Zhuo Rong's words, "Why? Is this kind of squid delicious?" Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuo Rong asked with some doubts. He recalled it carefully. It seems that there is no such small squid sold in the vegetable market. The smallest one seems to be as long as a palm. Such a small one squid, delicious. Hey, you'll find out in a minute, come on, come on. Looking at Zhuo Rong's puzzled eyes, Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang also urged. Then the 3 of them ran to the net cage with their own fishing tackle. Can have a look, and sure enough, there were at least dozens of small squid floating on the top of the net cage. The middle finger is as long as the thumb, and the little finger is as long as the little finger. It was the first time for Zhuo Rong to see such a small squid. Dozens of pockets float above, possibly more below. But these people were just watching, but no one dared to attack, because these net cages are all holes, and these net cages are for trapping big fish, not small fish, so if you do not catch too many nets at once, it will scare these small pipes away, until sometimes I can't do anything but so. They look here, but they dare not do anything. I come. Yuan Tianqing came over to take a look at the situation, and seeing everyone's expectant eyes, he prepared to come by himself. If you really can't catch it, let's forget it. If you can't see it, don't catch it. Hearing that Yuan Tianqing was going to start, the people here immediately dispersed, and Peng Liqiang also went to the side to get 2 copying nets, and gave Yuan Tianqing one, and he took one for later. Copy. Here we come. After taking a look at Peng Liqiang and making sure that he was ready, Yuan Tianqing cast a net in an instant and copied directly to the middle of those little squids. In this net, at least 20 to 30 little squids must be caught, but still there are more squids running away. Seeing this, Peng Liqiang also made a move immediately and copied more than a dozen more, adding up to more than 40, and the other little squids all ran away at this time. Now there are at least 8 people here, more than 40, and one person can only eat about 5, but for these fishermen, this is not too much. Boss, turn on the fire and boil the water. Seeing the dozen or so little squids, the people on this side also screamed immediately, while a quasi-uncle in his 40s on the other side rushed into a small room at a very fast speed and started to burn. Water to prepare the squid. Seafood, seafood. What you eat is fresh. In the past, Zhuo Rong's family used to put green onions and ginger in the pot, but here, these people obviously don't put these. After the water was boiled, these small squids were put in directly, and the small squids that were still alive were scalded to death as soon as they touched the water. Before they died, they spit out a lot of juice. Then someone next to me chopped garlic and adjusted the soy sauce, which would be eaten later. After only cooking for a few minutes, it was basically scalded. After it was raw, these people couldn't wait to eat it. Zhuo Rong was also assigned a pair of chopsticks. Seeing their excited faces, Zhuo Rong picked one up out of curiosity and imitated them and threw it into his mouth. When he bit the small tube, umami taste rushed directly into his mind. Wow, it's really delicious. Fresh to the extreme, and the skin of the small tube is crispy, and the meat inside is soft, but not bouncy, and full of springiness. One bite, the taste is really special. Even compared with some foods in the future, this small tube is not too much to worry about. You add the ingredients and eat it. It tastes better. While putting the small tube in his mouth, Yuan Tianqing said at the same time. After hearing what he said, Zhuo Rong also dipped the garlic paste and soy sauce. Sure enough, after dipping it, it had a different flavor because it was a bit bland when eaten with only a small tube, but now after dipping the garlic paste and soy sauce, the taste was even better. Suddenly, Zhuo Rong couldn't control himself that the pot of small tubes was quickly divided up by these people. After eating the small tubes, these people also gathered together and talked about it. Food needs aftertaste. After eating, go fishing, that would be a waste of the aftertaste, but after a few words they looked at Zhuo Rong. This brother looks at the face, is this the first time? While talking, the fisherman over here passed a cigarette. Oh, I won't. Thank you. I'm indeed here for the first time, boss, hello. After refusing the other party's cigarette, Zhuo Rong really couldn't, but he still greeted the boss politely. It's his first time here, but it's definitely not the first time you've heard of him. That big yellow croaker that weighed 10 caddies yesterday was bought by my buddy. Hearing that everyone was paying attention to Zhuo Rong, Yuan Tianqing laughed and said, "Oh, you caught that big yellow croaker and that tiger shark yesterday? Are you the buddy who drives the yacht?" After hearing Yuan Tianqing's introduction, a person here also asked curiously. Obviously yesterday, he was also one of those guarding the large yellow croaker army. Money is good Mao. But he shouldn't be close to Zhuo Rong, because he didn't even see Zhuo Rong's face. Well, it's me. Hearing that these people knew him, Zhuo Rong also nodded, indicating that it was him. When they heard that it was Zhuo Rong, the people here started talking with emotion. Regardless of how they muttered about Zhuo Rong's shit in their hearts yesterday, now that they see the real person, they at least express their admiration on the surface. What about the fish? Have you sold it? If you haven't sold it, I have a channel here. At this time, the fisherman here also asked Zhuo Rong. Well, it sold out. It was sold out last night. Hearing what the fisherman said, Zhuo Rong also nodded, indicating that the fish had been sold out. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the fisherman here also sighed. You must know that such a big fish is very lucrative. After he has done it, although he can't make much money, he can at least make some money, but unfortunately, he can't make money now. That's really a pity. If there's a big fish or something in the future, I have a channel here, so I can sell it to me. Hearing Zhuo Rong say that the fish had been sold out, the owner of the fishing raft here also said with a smile, "Old Joe, don't even think about it. My brother's fish are all given away." Hearing what the boss said, Yuan Tianqing here also laughed and said, "Give it away? What's the situation? If you don't make money now, give it away." After hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Boss Zhou also asked in doubt. The gift is to make more money. The Su family knows it. Isn't this nonsense? Why? Your brother is still from the Su family. Hearing Yuan Tianqing mention the Su family, Boss Zhou here couldn't help but glance at him. There's no one here who doesn't know the Su family. This is their local rich man. My brother is not from the Su family, but he is a partner of the Su family. You know the manor of the Su family in our village. Now it belongs to my brother. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, not only Boss Zhou here was stunned, but other people who came to fish were also stunned. They knew about the manor, and the Su family spent hundreds of millions of dollars to set it up, but now it is given to them. The Zhuo Rong in front of them lived. How much did that Zhuo Rong cost? And what kind of relationship does Zhuo Rong have with the Su family? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at each other. This is really a fortune. After hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, these people looked at Zhuo Rong with a gentler look. Money is really amazing. Although it is said that Zhuo Rong's money has nothing to do with them, it does not prevent them from treating Zhuo Rong better. They also think about such a rich man. What if they find themselves by any chance in the future? Is it also making money? Even if there's no such opportunity, I should be kind to him. Many friends are better than many enemies, so they're still very polite to Zhuo Rong. Only Boss Zhou was a little depressed. It seemed that he couldn't figure out what Zhuo Rong was doing in this way. In a very friendly atmosphere, Zhuo Rong and the others chatted here for almost half an hour, and then began to prepare separately. Basically, there are only three kinds of fish in fish rafts, where you can put ground cages to catch the mud, or you can go to the side of the raft to poke red drums. Red drums are American emperor redfish, which is also a kind of stonefish. The first fish is much larger than the large yellow croaker, but the meat quality is worse. Originally, it was not a native fish in our country, but it was introduced and cultivated a long time ago. Now there are also wild populations, which basically escape from this kind of cages. Some of the net cages are broken, which is bad luck. Basically, not many fish can be retrieved in one net, and some fish jumped out of the water because of typhoons and rain. There are quite a few of these every year, but not always too many. The wild red drum weighs more than 10 caddies at every turn. It is quite big, but the price is very cheap. The farm fish that weighs more than 10 caddies costs more than 10 yuan a caddy, and the wild fish costs more than 20 yuan, which is worthless. So it is considered the most expensive fish among fish rafts and golden drums. After Zhuorong and the others prepared the short pole in line, Yuan Tianqing also found a good position for Zhuorong. And then Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang began to poke the golden drum. Of course, Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang used more than one pole. Zhuorong also went out to sea with Yuan Tianqing and the others, and knew that this guy would be able to swing at least 3 poles. And it was the same with his fish raft at this time, stabbing 2 golden drums and a long pole, throwing them outside to catch red fish drum. Pang Liqiang also has 3 poles, but he also made 3 ground cages and put them under the fish rafts, which was quite lively. When they set up their stalls there, Zhuorong's side was already getting fish. Magic worms, eternal gods, as I introduced earlier. Jingu mainly eats mollusks, and the magic worms are fragrant. So after this game, less than a minute, there will be a golden drum, couldn't take it anymore, and swallowed the worm directly into its mouth. Then Zhuorong stabs, lifts, and catches the fish. Wow, Brother Rong, it's alright, the fish is ready. This place is not far from the bottom of the sea, so Zhuorong did not use an electric winch, but directly pulled the fish manually, and the fish was pulled out of the water in a few strokes. Of course, Yuan Tianqing also specially taught him when pulling the fish, he must pull it to the right, because there are net cages on the left side, and it will be troublesome if the fish entangles the fishing line in the net cage. With such a tip, coupled with Zhuorong's strength, it was not a hassle to pull this fish out. At the same time as he was lifting the fish, Pang Liqiang over there had just finished placing the cage, and looked at it, and then immediately ran over to help. He was actually afraid that Zhuorong would not be able to solve the fish. Like Shi Jiugong, this golden drum is highly poisonous. Although it is said that there is no poison like tiger fish, it is not something that ordinary people can withstand. If you are stabbed, you will be sent to the hospital for an injection immediately, so you must be careful. Zhuorong was fishing for the first time, so naturally Pang Liqiang and Yuan Tianqing had help watch. Fortunately, Zhuorong has no other habits except being rich and powerful, so he won't have to make trouble with fish just because of those few hooks. Seeing that the fish was dead, Zhuorong cut the line directly, and then threw the fish into the fish guard that had been prepared a long time ago. Well, yes, Brother Rong must be careful when picking it up. This fish is very poisonous. I got stabbed in the foot last time. It hurt so much that I didn't come down for a week. Seeing Zhuorong's unprofessional but very careful movements, Pang Liqiang also smiled and said, seeing that there is no problem with Zhuorong, Pang Liqiang also went to study his fishing rod, and then Rong, I felt the joy of picking the golden drum here. Although the fish here are not big, one is only about a caddy, not even a caddy and a half, and the biggest ones are only 2 or 3 tails per caddy. But the frequency of fish is not small. Zhuorong and the others arrived here at about 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was almost 8 o'clock when they started fishing. At noon, when the fish raft boss called for dinner, Zhuorong had already caught nearly 100 fish. 100 fish, that's more than 100 caddies, calculated at 5,000 per caddy. That's more than 500,000 yuan, not to mention that this is only caught by myself, and Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang also caught these fish. I collected it, and if I do it again in the afternoon, if I can make up 200 caddies today, it will be more than 1 million yuan. Although it is not like yesterday, I got more than 50 million yuan in one go, but more than 1 million is quite good. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhuorong's mouth couldn't help but grinned. This is also okay. The most important thing is that this way of playing is hardly affected by the weather. As long as they're fish, Zhuorong's magic worms will catch them. This is really a good way to play. Big. Let's talk about the results. It's still pretty bad. 8,000 received, 200 ordered, 40-to-1 ratio. But this is already a rare good result for me this year. The first 3 books of this year are all 101. As long as it doesn't collapse and the grades don't drop too much, I still need to continue writing. My dad's situation is stabilized. He's off the ventilator today, and he should be released from the ICU tomorrow. The family's affairs have been resolved. Is to write books well and work hard to make money. The lunch at noon is cooked by the boss this week. It is very simple. Fresh fish noodles. 2 small golden drums are used. After cleaning and cutting the thorns, first fry them in the pan. When both sides of the frying are golden, and after crying for the children next door, you can heat the water and then put them under, just like Yuan Tianqing's steps to make fish noodles are similar. The taste of the noodles is relatively fresh, but to be honest, the taste is very average. But having said that, this is on the sea, and it would be nice to have a hot mouthful of food, and not everyone is like Zhuorong. And there's also a yacht. After lunch, Zhuorong and the others continued. To fish at IT is said that it is difficult for gods to catch afternoon fish, but the fish here are really easy to catch at IT. Can also be said that these fish are really hard to resist the smell of Zhuorong's magic bug. This is the same as in God of Cookery, where peeing cow pills can cure anorexia. For these golden drums, Zhuorong's magic bug is just peeing cow pills, the kind of delicacy that makes people feel full and can't help but want to eat more. When it was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there would be at least 160 caddies of fish in Zhuorong's fish guard, and Yuan Tianqing also came over at this time. Old Zhuo, how's the fishing going? Patting Zhuorong on the shoulder, Yuan Tianqing sat next to Zhuorong and asked him. It's not bad. It must weigh 160 to 70 caddies. Recalling it, Zhuorong said to Yuan Tianqing. Upon hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Yuan Tianqing almost plunged into the sea. 106, 7 caddy. My God, you've caught too much. Looking at Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing said dumbfoundedly, there's a problem with too much fishing. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuorong looked at him with some doubts. Is there any problem with this fish? There's no problem at all, but we are fishing through other people's places after all, so we usually take 3 to 50 caddies and take them away. Now you have more than 100 caddies, plus Xiaoqiang, and I weighed more than 200 caddies at least, which is a bit much. Looking at Zhuorong, Yuan Tianqing also explained in a low voice that as soon as he said that, Zhuorong understood. The reason why these golden drum fish gathered here was because of the feed that Lao Zhou fed the fish. Although Lao Zhou did not say that these fish were his extensions, after all, they got them from other people's places. To use an analogy, Lao Zhou raised chickens in his yard and fed them a lot of feed. So besides chickens, he also attracted a lot of wild birds. Of course, wild birds in reality are protected animals, but in this analogy does not exist. Then Yuan Tianqing and the others are old Zhou's friends. When they heard that he had wild birds, they came to catch them. They're all friends. It's okay if you catch a few and bring them back. But if you catch too much and go back to sell, Lao Zhou's psychology will be a little unbalanced. Oh, this matter, I understand. It's a human accident. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuorong slapped his head. Indeed, this is a problem. In fact, the best solution is to leave dozens of caddies of fish for Lao Zhou. Naturally, he will not say anything, but these fish and grass will be sold for a lot of money in the future. So, it is definitely not acceptable to give old Zhou Qinyu. Thinking of this, Zhuorong picked up his mobile phone and called Yuan Tianqing 5005. Looking at Zhuorong's actions, Yuan Tianqing was dumbfounded. Looking at the money in the phone, he was a little confused. Why did he send money to himself for no reason? I remember that the soft packs of Yanhuang should be 61 packs. 1 pack is 505. You go and buy 10 packs for Lao Zhou. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's gaze, Zhuorong also said to him with a smile, 10. Brother, you are crazy. These fish add up to less than 10,000. Just give him 10.5. Looking into Zhuo Rong's eyes, Yuan Tianqing really almost didn't plunge into the sea this time, then lowered his voice and said to Zhuo Rong with a face of horror, "It's okay, I can't pay for it. I'll take all the fish you and Qiangzi have in a while, just listen to me." Patting Yuan Tianqing on the shoulder, Zhuo Rong said with a smile, "These fish are in his hands, how can it be as simple as 10,000 yuan? In his hands, that's 1 million future money. 1 million future money, equal to the present. I don't know how much it is. If it's calculated by diamonds, Zhuo Rong will become the richest man in the world, no problem. So maybe Lao Zhou will make money, but Zhuo Rong will definitely not lose money." Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yuan Tianqing also shook his head. Well, then listen to what Zhuo Rong said. If he says you won't lose money, then you won't lose money. Thinking of this, he deliberately sailed back for a trip. AKT about 5 o'clock in the evening, when he was about to leave. Yuan Tianqing also came back, holding 10 soft packs of Yanhuang at the same time, and under the shocked eyes of Lao Zhou and others, Yuan Tianqing came back, handed it over to Lao Zhou. "Old Zhou asked me to buy it. He was very happy fishing with you today, so he specially asked me to buy .0 looking for flowers." Looking at Lao Zhou's puzzled eyes, Yuan Tianqing said helplessly. Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Lao Zhou here was also very excited. As for the other fishermen next to him, they were only sour, but Lao Zhou is also very good at being a man. He won 100 boxes by himself, so he also folded one, and each person threw a box. This time everyone was happy. And when they caught fish for a while, they understood why Zhuo Rong specially got 10 cigarettes for Lao Zhou, because he really caught too much. Just for Zhuo Rong alone, he had to catch about 200 caddies in addition. The owners of Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang had to take almost 250 caddies of fish. But even if it is 250 caddies of fish, it is only worth about 12,000 and 5,000. He directly bought 5,005 cigarettes for Lao Zhou, which is definitely a little over the standard that Li's old Zhou was busy, and helped Xiangzi set up a ground cage. There were more than 10 caddies of mud in the ground cage. This kind of fish is not worth much. In a local area, this kind of cub is only worth a dozen yuan a caddy of money. But in other places, there's almost no muddy food. If you don't believe me, just search the internet. Basically, there is no muddy food, because this kind of fish eats seaweed, and the spines are poisonous. As long as the death lasts for more than 40 minutes, it will directly stink. So even if this kind of fish is sold big or frozen along the coast, almost no one buys it, let alone eat it inland. But live fish is still very fragrant when fried. Zhuo Rong didn't plan to sell the fish that weighed more than 10 kilograms. He prepared them to go home and fry them up. It's only a little over 100 yuan, and another reason is that these small fish are actually cubs. As mentioned earlier, they're not adult fish. No one will buy them in the future, as Zhuo Rong just ate it by himself. After getting all the fish into the live bin, Zhuo Rong and the others drove the boat directly towards the old pier of Zhuo Rong's house, and they wanted to get all the fish into the live bin of the yacht. "Old Zhuo, this fish steak is really fun." While sailing back, Yuan Tianqing asked Zhuo Rong, "Indeed, if the weather is bad in the future, you can come and have fun. You can play, but don't be so generous next time. 10 sticks of cigarettes. Oh my god, Lao Zhou must be going crazy." Hearing that Zhuo Rong said it was fun, Yuan Tianqing couldn't help but said helplessly, "Haha, don't worry, I can't lose money by the way. Let me ask you something that is the small 2 we eat today. What should we do in normal times?" Seeing Yuan Tianqing's distressed look at cigarettes, Zhuo Rong laughed. He may make a lot of money, but he is definitely not losing money. To him, cigarettes are really nothing. Hey, it should be delicious. It's really delicious, fresh, sweet, crisp, and very addictive. Nodding his head, even if 150 is Zhuo Rong, he has to admit that the small tube is really delicious. Let me tell you, the ones with seeds are more delicious, but the taste of this toy should be eaten to death. It's not an exaggeration to say that there's a big difference. If you want to eat, you have to eat live ones, and you can't buy dead ones. Or it's frozen, but if it's alive, it's not easy to handle. You have to fish. Fishing? How to fish? Hearing what Yuan Tianqing said, Zhuo Rong became interested and asked him immediately. Actually, it's quite easy. First, find a piece of water with this kind of fun. It's definitely not good if you get too close to the shore. I know a few points, and I'll tell you when the time comes, and then shine a red light on the water. It only takes half an hour. After an hour, when these little guys on the bottom of the sea are attracted to come up, you can buy that kind of fluorescent hook and hook down. In fact, they didn't catch it, but they caught these fluorescent hooks and followed you up. While driving the boat, Yuan Tianqing followed Zhuo Rong as he talked about how to catch these small pipes. And Zhuo Rong was also very interested in what he heard. After the trees were planted and the cattle, sheep, and pigs were finished, it was time for Zhuo Rong to go at night. Take Jia Min and the others to go fishing together. When the time comes, you can cook and eat it directly when you catch it. How happy it is. Seeing the interested look on Zhuo Rong's face, Yuan Tianqing bumped into Zhuo Rong on purpose and then whispered to him, "This game should be big. You really should make it up." While talking, Yuan Tianqing raised his eyebrows, but he only got back Zhuo Rong's middle finger. But after all, what man can refuse such a proposal? After driving the boat, Zhuo Rong and the others came to the old pier soon. And after throwing all the fish in the live warehouse on Zhuo Rong's boat, Zhuo Rong also directly transferred 2,000 yuan to Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang. In fact, their fish did not have so much money. The two of them did well today, and they caught about 50 caddies in total. Calculated at 50 yuan per caddy, that is 2,500 yuan. Even if you add more than a dozen caddies of mud, it is not worth the money. But as Zhuo Rong said, he will never lose money. Besides, in reality, is he short of money? So I just gave 2,000 to one person, open and bright. If you eat meat yourself, you have to let others drink soup, right? After taking the money, the two people here happily sailed away, and they still have to go to the small pier to drive back woolen cloth. The vat on the car that was originally intended to be used as a live warehouse was also useless, because they caught too many fish, the barrels couldn't hold them anymore. So they had to go back with empty barrels, but fortunately, they made money. After Yuan Tianqing and Pang Liqiang sailed away, Zhuo Rong also swept these fishes, except Nimeng, into the system, and especially marked that the bones of this fish are poisonous, so that people in the future should be careful. People in the future are also very enthusiastic about the new fish on the shelves. And the most important thing is that the price of this fish is relatively affordable, 5,000 yuan per caddy. Well, it's actually not that affordable. Shen is at least much better than the fish above that a few buddies get together and get one to try, it's still okay. Therefore, although the consumption speed of this fish was not as fast as that of large yellow croakers, it was not slow. After hanging up the fish, Zhuo Rong also went to take a bath. After taking a shower, he didn't need Jia Min and the others to pick him up, because Jia Min and the others are at the pine forest in the distance, only 200 or 300 meters away, so just go and find them by yourself. After taking a bath, seeing that the fish were almost sold, Zhuo Rong got off the boat and walked toward the pine forest. When Zhuo Rong walked into the pine forest, Jia Min and the others found Zhuo Rong. I spoke happily at the moment. "Master, why did you come back from here?" Obviously, as long as they can see Zhuo Rong, they are happy anytime and anywhere, of course. When they don't see Zhuo Rong, they're also very happy as long as they're helping him with things. For them, the meaning of life is to tie their hearts completely to Zhuo Rong's body. But do take care of Rong Rong. I caught a lot of fish today. I asked Yuan Tianqing to send me and the fish back to the boat here. I have sold out the fish. See if you haven't left it this time. Come and have a look. Come on, I'll help you guys fix it together. Finish it early and go home early. Looking at the smiling Jia Min and the others, Xiao Xiao didn't come today and was cooking at home. Zhuo Rong also joined them with a smile and started to build trees. In fact, planting trees is not tiring. Just get a tree shot and then pour a little nutrient solution. But because there are really too many trees, it is very troublesome. They worked until about 7 o'clock before they got into the 2 cars Jia Min and the others drove over and drove back home. In the evening, Xiao Xiao, who was at home, especially added another dish, which is dry fried in imeng. I have to say that after removing the internal organs of An Ming and cutting off the thorns, it is really delicious to fry it like this again. Fragrant. The meat quality of mudfish is very good, and there are no small spines. Although it is not sweet enough, it is very enjoyable to eat. This kind of fish is a perfect match with wine. But Zhuo Rong didn't drink today because he still has something to do on 5.5 tomorrow. After he left today, some things did happen. For example, a courier arrived, and inside the courier was his license plate. He has ordered a total of 4 cars now, but there are license plates for 3 cars, and only his one arrived first. So he needs to get the license plates on first. It's actually not troublesome to install this thing. From Zhuo Rong's point of view, as long as the license plate is aligned, you can do it yourself. But the problem is that it's best to go to a professional car repair shop for the first time to get a license plate. Superior, because it is easy for me to get on the wrong side, but if the license plate is on the wrong side, I'll be fine if I get on the road. As Zhuo Rong had a full sleep in the morning, had to finish his breakfast, and drove to the car repair shop in the village, asking him to come and get his license plate. It's done, just give me 10 yuan. Okay, I scanned this. I drove the car and came to the car repair shop in the village. I just twisted 4 screws and I got 10 yuan. I have to say this price. It's actually not bad. Zhuo Rong remembered that when his father got the license plate, it seemed that he charged 30 in the city. Looking at the car with a new license plate, Zhuo Rong also nodded, and after taking off the temporary license plate, Zhuo Rong also drove the car, ready to go home and help Jiao Min and the others plant trees. But when he drove out of the car repair shop and was about to go back, suddenly he heard the sound of a basketball hitting the ground. When Zhuo Rong was in college, he also liked playing basketball. In fact, he started like playing basketball in high school. But even if he didn't study well in high school, he didn't have time to play it. So it was only in college that he really developed it into a hobby. But after graduating from college, I have less and less time to play basketball. After work, when I have spare time, I either spend time with my boss or my colleagues, or I go home to spend time with my parents. And when I'm in love, I even spend time with my girlfriend. As a result, his 0-1 time was very fragmented, and he could no longer spare a whole block of time to play it out of course. The main reason is that there's no one to play with him anymore, as Zhuo Rong hasn't touched the ball for a long time, and now hearing the sound of the basketball hitting the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. So he couldn't help slowing down the car, look towards the sound coming from the basketball, and then he saw the sound of the basketball hitting the ground. There's a court in the distance, and how many people are playing there at this time? I don't know if I don't see it, but I was really shocked when I saw it, because among the players playing at this time, he knew someone who was none other than Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng. Seeing Yang Sheng, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but park the car beside him, and then went to the court. When he came to the stadium, he found that the stadium seemed to be really good. The ground is made of plastic. This kind of ground is not slippery or dusty when playing ball. It dries quickly after it rains and does not retain water. It is the court that Zhuo Rong dreamed of playing in the past. Come out, the Su family has hundreds of millions in Linquan Village. It has indeed helped Linquan Village a lot. Not only has the road been built, the commercial street has been built, but all the entertainment facilities have been equipped. Except for the 2 entire stadiums surrounded by barbed wire. There are also 8 table tennis tables and 2 badminton courts. There's another square farther away. Although it is daytime, there are old ladies dancing here at this time, and there's also a folk band singing there. It is very lively. Zhuo Rong, why are you here? Just as Zhuo Rong was looking around, Yang Sheng, who had just finished hitting a racket with 7 balls, also saw Zhuo Rong, and asked Zhuo Rong with some doubts and surprises. Put the license plate on the car. Didn't you hear the sound of a ball being shot? When I saw you were here, I came over to have a look. Hearing Yang Sheng's words, Zhuo Rong also pointed to his car parked far away. Yeah, count the days your car should be registered. Come on, play for a while. Seeing Zhuo Rong's car, Yang Sheng also nodded, and then asked Zhuo Rong if he would come up to play for a while. At this time, Yang Sheng and the others happened to be playing 3-on-3 on the field, and Zhuo Rong would have to go up to play. Come down, so he waved his hand. No need, I'll go to the side to shoot, and I don't want to borrow the ball. Okay, bring a ball over here. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, Yang Sheng on this side also said something to the people playing together in the distance, and then threw a ball over there, handed it to Zhuo Rong, and Yang Sheng went back to play again. While Zhuo Rong was dribbling the ball to the other courts, he also took a look at Yang Sheng's battle situation here. Yang Sheng liked playing basketball very much when he was in junior high school, but because he's not tall, he's actually not short. He's also 1.78 meters, but to play basketball in China, static talent is very important, and his static talent, it is indeed averaged as in high school. I want to take the entrance examination for sports special admissions, but unfortunately I didn't get in. His family didn't have that much money to let him study in a sports school, so he went to a vocational high school, and then went to a relative's house to raise crayfish. But it can be seen that he has not let go of his basketball, and he's still playing very fiercely now. Breakthroughs and mid-range shots are relatively accurate, especially passing, and the vision is really good. After watching Yang Sheng play for a while, Zhuo Rong also came to this half. After a few dribbles, he threw the ball in his hand. Just like before, receiving the ball, squatting, jumping, standard posture, pushing the wrist, and throwing the ball, but when he took off, he was really shocked, because he seems to be jumping too high. He didn't actually use much force, just like when he usually shoots, just jumps lightly. But when he jumped up, he found the highest point, and he was almost level with the basket. You know, Zhuo Rong is 1.86 meters tall, and the basket is 3.05 meters. If Zhuo Rong wants to be at a level with the basket, he has to jump at least 1.2 meters high out of course. This may be because of the angle, but Zhuo Rong really jumped too high, and it was precisely because he jumped so high that he didn't react, and the ball was thrown directly out of the court without even stopping it with the barbed wire. This made him have to go out again in despair to pick up the ball. When he came back, Zhuo Rong was mentally prepared, and he was going to try his own speed and jumping height first. 267 Zhuo Rong knew that his current changes were actually due to the use of genetic modification drugs. In terms of strength, he's already learned something about it. In terms of endurance, Jiao Min and the others know it and have already verified it. He has not verified the speed, jumping, and so on. Now it's time to try it. So he asked Xiao Zhuo to calculate it for himself. He ran 100 meters first, and the result was about 8 seconds. You know, the current world record is Bolt's 9.58 seconds. That is to say, if Zhuo Rong goes to the Olympics now, he can raise this record to more than 8 seconds at any time. And most importantly, this is still Zhuo Rong no training results. If he learns a professional starting posture and a professional ability to press the gun, he can even run at a speed of 100 meters in less than 8 seconds and more than 7 seconds, which is terrifying to think about. In terms of bouncing, it is even more terrifying. Zhuo Rong's previous bouncing was dubbed matchbox bouncing by his college roommates. Jump vigorously. When he's the most powerful, he can jump about 70 centimeters because he can barely touch the basket with his right hand. Based on the fact that he hasn't played for so many years, he can jump 30 to 40 at most, which is not bad, but today when he jumped on the spot and found that his chin was over the basket, he felt the bouncing. Really scary. Master, your vertical jump can reach 143 centimeters, and your run-up jump can reach about 168 centimeters. Because Master, you have not learned the jumping skills, and you're still wearing running shoes, so you have not reached the maximum value. If you learn the jumping skills and change to a pair of basketball opposite shoes, and the height of the run-up and bounce can be increased. Hearing Xiao Zhuo's voice next to his ear, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is a bit fierce. He remembered Jordan, Vince, and other black people's jumping. It is not easy to run up to 1.2 meters, but now he can reach 168? Does that mean that if he splits his legs, he can easily jump from a 2 meter? How many meters tall people fly over the head? It's so cruel. I'm already 28, too old, or I could go to the NBA to pursue a dream or something. Feeling the terrifying energy coming from his body, Zhuo Rong couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Then he looked at the basket, and suddenly he had a feeling of wanting to dunk. Hey, Lao Shua, add someone. Just when Zhuo Rong was about to have a try here, suddenly Yang Sheng over there called out. Hearing his voice, Zhuo Rong couldn't help but look over to him. It turned out that another person had come. In this case, there would be 7 of them. Naturally, the 7 had no way to fight. At this time, Yang Sheng thought of Zhuo Rong, so he asked Zhuo Rong to come over to play with him. Hearing Yang Shang's words, Zhuo Rong hesitated for a moment because he didn't know if he was cheating now. Judging from the shooting situation just now, he should be pretty cheating. But it doesn't matter, it's all for fun. I really can't help but attack. I just specialize in grabbing rebounds, relying on my own jumping. What's the problem with this? Coming. In response to Yang Shang's call, Zhuo Rong ran over there. He was naturally assigned to Yang Shang's group for against 4 at halftime. Zhuo Rong naturally stepped into the inner line, but after entering the inner line, he found that his height was a little disadvantaged. The opponent's center was a big man with a height of more than 1.90 meters, and he looked quite bluffing of. It's really not good. Pull out to work. Seeing that Zhuo Rong was at a disadvantage due to his height, Yang Shang also came over and said in a low voice, "It's okay, you can vote at ease, leave it to me." However, Zhuo Rong didn't care about Yang Shang's words and started talking with a smile. Soon the ball was opened again. Zhuo Rong and the others held the ball. Yang Shang took the ball and broke through the opponent, but was double-teamed by the opponent and immediately passed the ball to a buddy next to him. This buddy didn't hesitate. He shot the ball directly after catching the ball, but unfortunately, it can be seen that his mid-range shot was not stable. The center forward gets stuck at the first time and has to grab the rebound. But Zhuo Rong's reaction was faster. He had judged the direction of the ball almost as soon as it hit the neck of the basket, turned his body, and exerted force instantly. Bang! Suddenly, Zhuo Rong jumped into the midair. The opponent's center just looked at Zhuo Rong's knee in shock. Yes, when Zhuo Rong took off, the knee was almost in line with the center's line of sight, parallel. Then Zhuo Rong easily put the basketball in his arms under the shocked eyes of the audience, and after landing, he passed the ball out again and handed it to Yang Shang. After Yang Shang got the ball, he also reacted immediately. Seeing that the defender in front of him was still a little confused, he immediately made a mid-range shot. But it's a pity that the shot was rushed and too small. After the basketball hit the front of the rim, it collapsed again, and under the shocked eyes of the other 7 people in the audience, Zhuo Rong flew again, and this time, after he flew up, he found that his position was not far from the rim. It seems that after grabbing a rebound, he can dunk it. Well, Zhuo Rong not only has excellent jumping, bullet speed, and even the time in the air is extremely good. He even has time to stay in the air for a while. Then he grabbed the basketball with his right hand and dunked with a tomahawk. With a sound of bang-dang, Zhuo Rong pressed the basketball into the basket, and his body also grabbed the basket and swayed. After confirming that there was no buffer force, Zhuo Rong landed again, and then threw the ball to Yang Shang, indicating that he could tee off. "Nima, this is still a knitting. Yang Shang, did you find Jordan to abuse us?" Seeing Zhuo Rong's movements, the person opposite couldn't help but wryly smiled, and said to Yang Shang speechlessly, "I don't know that my buddy is so strong. Okay, Lao Zhua, when did you become so awesome?" Hearing what the other party said, Yang Shang stopped playing and directly came over with the ball and looked at Zhuo Rong, full of excitement. "Actually, I've always been so awesome, as if you have watched me play." Zhuo Rong and Yang Shang hardly met each other after graduating from junior high school. Yang Shang naturally didn't know how Zhuo Rong played in college, but now it is indeed too exaggerated. "No, your buddy can't score 3 seconds. If he scores 3 seconds, he can't play anymore. I surrender and admit defeat." At this time, the opponent's center, who was in charge of defending Zhuo Rong, also raised his hand. Reluctantly said that the bounce of the car industry is invincible here, and just now he actually squeezed Zhuo Rong, but it turned out that he didn't move at all. Except for a slight advantage in height, he is disadvantaged in all other aspects. If Zhuo Rong is allowed to advance by 3 seconds, then there's really no way to play. Asterisk. How are you shooting the ball? After all, it was a game, and the other party gave up, and Zhuo Rong didn't feel too good about going in a fight again. At this time, Yang Sheng also asked Zhuo Rong, "It used to be okay, but now I haven't touched the ball for several years, and I can't hit it all." Throwing the newspaper and shaking his head, Zhuo Rong also revealed his weakness with a smile. "It doesn't matter. Let's play, and raise it slowly." Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng here also patted him on the shoulder, then kicked off again and started to play. While playing, Zhuo Rong found that his shots were quite unacceptable because he, who was paid for money, now has no way to return to the jumping height of his familiar shots. The height is wrong, and the natural parabola is wrong, so the front, sometimes he can hardly score the ball except for hitting the board. But his role in the field is still useful, because although he's not good enough to attack, he's still invincible in defense. Although his defensive experience is poor, but his reaction is fast, his speed is very fast, and his bounce is stronger. Therefore, no one can beat him when defending alone, including Yang Sheng after the team change. Break through Zhuo Rong's defense, so sometimes his teammates are still willing to pass him a few balls, and he's been trying. After trying for a while, he found that his shots were quite accurate when he didn't seem to jump, and he ignored the distance. Mid-range, three-pointers, or ultra-long three-pointers, the hit rate is very high. If this is a professional arena, it is estimated that it will be hated, but this is a field, and it has really become a trick. Brush. With Zhuo Rong catapulting the basketball into the middle circle again, they won the round again. This round he fired from outside the three-point line and made 6 of 8 shots. He was outrageously accurate. He didn't score a goal, but was picked up by his teammate and stole a layup. In this way, he won the opponent 7-3. "Hey, stop playing. Your friend is really good 13. Hey, buddy, which village are you from? If you enter the village league at your level, won't we be suspended?" After the slapping was over, everyone gathered to the side to rest. During the break, a person helplessly asked Zhuo Rong and Yang Sheng, "Huh, that's right, my buddy is in our village today. The Su family's manor is now my buddy's. Then my buddy should be able to represent our village in battle." Hearing this person's words, Yang Sheng froze for a moment, then suddenly became excited. Hearing what he said, the other 6 people couldn't help being taken aback, and then looked at Zhuo Rong in shock. Everyone in Linquan village had heard about the sale of the Su family manor. They have even been researching in private, asking what the person who bought the Su family's manor is going to do. You know, the Su family has invested 0.33 billion in this manor. This man bought the Su family's manor, and he must have spent a lot of money. He must have found a way to earn the money back, but after so many days, outsiders really don't know what Zhuo Rong is doing in the manor. After all, he buys things directly from the future platform, and does not need the labor force of the village, so there's really no one who knows what Zhuo Rong is doing. Now suddenly, this mysterious rich man appeared in front of everyone. These people were very surprised and surprised. It turns out that billionaires look like this, but what was also surprising was that Yang Sheng invited Zhuo Rong to join their basketball team. Yes, Linquan village also has a basketball team. There's even a league in the villages near them. The game starts every December. The 8 villages are divided into 2 groups. Each group has 4 teams. They play one by one. Winners get 1 point. No points, the top 2 teams advance. Then fight against the other 2 groups, 1 game to decide the outcome, and another fight to win the championship. Not to mention that it seems like that, and every year, people in these villages will pay for a reward. Although the reward is not much, it is only 10,000 yuan. There are 10 people in a team, and each person is 1,000 yuan. It's not enough. Basically, if you win the game, you take the 10,000 yuan to go out to eat, drink, and have fun, and spend it all in one day. Before Linquan village built these venues, they all went to other villages to practice. Now that they have a venue, they start practicing exclusively on their own side. Originally, Zhuo Rong still had some doubts. Now that the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, Yang Sheng still has time to play here? The autumn wind blows, and the crabs feed itch. This is the time to eat river crabs. Shouldn't it be the busiest time for him to use the river crab pond? Now it seems that this is not just playing, they are also training. The game? When is it? After hearing Yang Sheng's words, Zhuo Rong also asked with some doubts. Starting mid-December, it's basically just 1 day of playing and 1 day off. At most 5 games will be played, and there won't be too much time wasted, but occasionally you'll come and train with us. Seeing that Zhuo Rong was a little moved, Yang Sheng also explained. It's mid-December. It seems to be okay. After trying basketball this time, Zhuo Rong originally planned to build a court at home. Have time to play another say, but you can get one if there's a competition that can win glory for Linquan Village. Then Zhuo Rong is willing to participate, and this will make the people here more accustomed to his existence. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong nodded, and seeing that Zhuo Rong agreed, these people became excited at the moment. And with Zhuo Rong joining, their team's combat effectiveness will obviously be improved by more than one level. Especially Yang Sheng, he's a point guard. As soon as he saw that Zhuo Rong agreed, he immediately pulled Zhuo Rong to get ready to practice cooperation. Come on, let's practice coordination. You can pull it off. I haven't even regained my basics yet. I'd better practice the basics first. Seeing the excited Yang Sheng, Zhuo Rong also waved his hand. That's okay. You practice first, and then I will add you to a group in a while. They're all from our team. By the way, how did you spend the Mid-Autumn Festival? Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Yang Sheng thought for a while and nodded. Although he said that he had already thought of several sets of tactics that he could cooperate which would die. For example, after the pick and roll, Zhuo Rong cuts inside, and then directly lobs the inside line. Zhuo Rong flies an alley-oop. TSK. It's very exciting to think about it. He had only seen this scene on TV before, and thinking that in the real world, he might also send such an assist, he felt very refreshed. I should go home on the day of Mid-Autumn Festival, but maybe I will come back the next day. Counting the days, the Mid-Autumn Festival is getting closer and closer. Zhuo Rong originally planned to go home on a Mid-Autumn Festival, and then pick up his parents to stay for a day the next day down on the third night. I sent my parents back. Mid-Autumn Festival, I have prepared crabs for you. Lao Yuan and Lao Sunday, remember to come and get them on the day you go home. Also, don't give me any return gifts. Brothers, don't pay attention to this. Or if you must give away, it's okay, your beef, mutton, and fruit. Get some. Hearing Zhuo Rong's arrangement, Yang Sheng here also said to Zhuo Rong, but in the middle of speaking, he suddenly remembered the fruits, beef, and mutton that he ate at Zhuo Rong's house that day. Not only did he think about it, but his girlfriend also kept thinking about it since he finished eating. Now when I meet Zhuo Rong, he's also shy and ready to ask for some. Okay, no problem. Seeing this guy's appearance, Zhuo Rong laughed. Although he said that his meat and fruit are not equivalent to Yang Sheng's crabs, but it would be meaningless to count this among friends, let alone, Yang Sheng didn't know how much Zhuo Rong's beef and fruit were going to sell in the future. So if he knew, he wouldn't have mentioned it. But Zhuo Rong should give it away, and he will give it away. After all, these things are very valuable in this era, but in his hands, they are not so valuable. They chatted with Yang Sheng for a while. Yang Sheng and the others continued to practice, while Zhuo Rong drove back home. The first thing he did when he got home, Zhuo Rong bought a basketball stand in the real world, and then bought a few pairs of basketball shoe. Compared with foreign brands, Zhuo Rong actually prefers domestic brands. For example, Taiji Technology, he likes it very much. It is soft enough. Running shoes are like this, basketball shoes are like this, and these things are bought well. Zhuo Rong also happily went to eat. Then I want to plant trees with Jia Min and the others in the afternoon. I still need help. 666666666. My dad was going to be out of the ICU today, but because of the low blood oxygen and shortness of breath, he went back again. The aunt who was with my dad couldn't hold it anymore. So she wanted to come out, and I want to take care of me dad. So the next update I'll post on the internet tomorrow morning, but if there's something wrong or something, please tell me in the book review area. I don't know if it can be changed on a mobile phone, and I don't know how long the manuscript can be saved. Hey, there's a sick person at home. Please forgive me. Helpless. In the next few days, Zhuo Rong didn't run around, but followed Jia Min and the others to plant the trees. After the trees were planted, the week would be Saturday. In fact, yesterday Zhuo Rong asked Yuan Tianqing if he could go to sea recently. The wind outside has been too strong for the past 2 days, and the waves are not calm. We have to wait for the turn of the current, and we can probably go to sea on Monday. Listening to a letter from Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong also replied, saying remember to call him when you can go to sea, and then he has nothing to do for the time being. It is wrong to say that there's nothing to do, because Su Jibin called him last night and said that he would bring his wife and children to play today, so Zhuo Rong still has to wait for him at home. But who knows when this guy will come. Forget it, let's go play some balls. Looking at Jia Min and the others who were still busy even after planting trees at home, Zhuo Rong decided to play basketball. His basketball stand and sneakers had already arrived. He put the ball stand on the side of his villa and built a multifunctional eaves bought from the future. When the sun is shining, this thing will shrink, and when it rains, this thing will automatically push out, and it will deflect in the direction of the rain, unless it rains horizontally. Otherwise, it can keep the court clean. However, since the basketball stand arrived, Zhuo Rong has only played once. Today is the second time. Holding the ball, Zhuo Rong started his own shooting training outside the three-point line drawn by Xiaozhua. The biggest problem now is that I'm not used to my own strength. Especially when taking off and shooting, this requires him to study slowly. But then he discovered a buff of his own, that is, he can shoot without regard to distance. As long as he throws the ball past, he can maintain a good hit rate. It's a bit like fantasy basketball. If you work harder, you can develop a full-court three-pointer and an alley-oop three-pointer. In addition, I can blow up the basket in the paint. It's not a problem to win the Village League championship. Seeing his three-pointer hit again, Zhuo Rong also said with a smile. While Zhuo Rong was practicing shooting, Su Jibin was driving his family of 3 towards Zhuo Rong. After eating the beef and fruit sent by Zhuo Rong last Friday, Su Jibin's family has not been very comfortable this week, because after eating the food from Zhuo Rong, they feel that the taste is really bad. More than one chip. In fact, this is also a matter of course. After all, the taste of food is constantly improving. The Song Dynasty 1,000 years ago would never have imagined how good the taste of food would be now. Don't believe the god of cookery of the Song Dynasty and Tang Dynasty in those TV dramas in that era, not to mention MSG and Chicken Essence. They didn't even have all the spices. It was better in the Song Dynasty. After all, there was stir-frying in the Tang Dynasty. There was no frying, only stewing, steaming, boiling, and roasting, but they didn't even know how to cook hot pot. How delicious it is! In addition to the taste of spices, the taste and texture of the ingredients themselves are far worse. For example, beef, the ancient cattle, or giraffe cattle. Whether it is buffalo or yellow cattle, cattle must be plowed, and plowing requires exercise. Exercise will increase lean meat and harden the meat. In ancient times, there was no way to eat cattle, so the taste of cattle is naturally delicious. But in fact, compared with the current beef cattle, the ancient farm cattle are not only a little bit worse. The taste of the meat, the fat content, nothing to don't talk about marbling. There is no tender place on the whole cow. Compared with the beef cattle of 1,000 years ago, the current beef cattle are not as big as the gap from the Song Dynasty to the present, but they're definitely not small. It's no wonder that Su Jibin has been thinking about it for a week. Originally, Su Jibin was only planning to bring his wife here today, and his daughter hadn't planned to go home this week. But his wife said something extra when talking to his daughter last night, so she told her daughter about it. And then her daughter Su Wanyun is also coming, and I want to pick her up specially in the morning. Otherwise, Su Jibin would have arrived long ago. Let me tell you, after a while, don't cause trouble and don't run around. Seeing that the distance to Zhuo Rong's manor was getting closer, Su Jibin also reminded Su Wanyun that Su Jibin was quite cautious. Although there's nothing wrong with making friends with someone like Zhuo Rong, but Zhuo Rong has always been too mysterious to him. If he wants to make friends with Zhuo Rong, at least he has to bear his curiosity. He can bear it, but he doesn't know what happened to Su Wanyun. Don't worry, Dad. Don't you know how good your daughter is? Hearing Su Jibin's words, Su Wanyun also spoke carelessly. Asked for flowers. As soon as they heard her say that, Su Jibin and his wife couldn't help giving Su Wanyun a blank look. This guy's good? She might have misunderstood the word good. No matter if you regret it now, it's too late. After all, the car is almost here at around 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Jibin's car also arrived at the gate of Zhuo Rong's manor. After scanning the situation inside Su Jibin's car with a wide-angle camera at the gate, Xiaozhua automatically opened the door and let the family of 3 in. When they came to the front of the villa, the car industry here just came back from the stadium. Okay, Brother Zhuo. Looking at Su Jibin, Zhuo Rong also laughed, and when he heard Zhuo Rong's words, Su Jibin immediately greeted Zhuo Rong. Brother Zhuo. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Sun Shirching. This is my daughter, Su Wanyun. Wanyun, this is you. Uncle Shuan. Dad, are you sure I'm gonna call him? Uncle. Following Su Jibin's introduction, Zhuorong here also nodded to the two of them to say hello, but it was indeed a little embarrassing to address them. Zhuorong is not young now, 28 years old, but to be honest, he is not older than Su Wanyun to the point where the other party calls him uncle. Let's call each other. You can just call me by my name. My name is Zhuorong. You go ahead, I'll take a shower. Hearing Su Wanyun's words, Zhuorong also smiled, and then let several people went in the house to rest, and they naturally had Jia Min and the others to take care of them. And Zhuorong went to his room to take a shower. When Su Wanyun followed Su Jibin into Zhuorong's house, she was actually a little shocked because the layout of Zhuorong's house was indeed different from hers, especially when she saw Jia Min and 10 of them. Even Su Wanyun herself is considered a great beauty, but when she saw Jia Min's appearance and figure, she couldn't help being a little shocked. And at the same time, she was even more curious about Zhuorong's methods. Point one must know that Jia Min and other beauties are hard to find outside, but now there are a total of 10 of them here, and they all seem to be willing to follow Zhuorong's side, and they're not jealous or anything. This really is amazing. 66666666666 in the afternoon. I went to the hospital to change shifts. I can't write these days, so I'll send it up when I order it. Curiosity is the driving force for human progress, but in fact it may not be a good word. Especially when a woman becomes curious about man, it means that some bad things may happen out of course. Zhuorong's own self-control is still very strong. He's been watching Jia Min and the others all day long. How could his self-control be weak? Under Su Wanyun's shocked gaze, Jia Min also led Su Jibin and his party to the side of the sofa. After they sat down, Qiu Xiao came over with a tea set, signaling what they wanted to drink. It's a bit cold today, let's drink black tea. After thinking for a while, Yin Jibin also said to Xiao, is lapsang sochong okay? Hearing about black tea, Qiu Xiao also picked up a kind of tea. Sure, 170, Su Jibin knew that the tea in Zhuorong's house was top quality, so he naturally had no objection. After hearing Su Jibin's words, Qiu Xiao also started to make tea. Before the tea was finished, Zhuorong had already walked down the stairs dryly. Brother, drink tea here first, and then have lunch at my place later. Is there anything you want to play in the afternoon? My side has not been built yet, and there are not many things to play, but you can go there play on my yacht. Hey, do you still have a yacht? Su Wanyun asked excitedly when she heard that Zhuorong still had a yacht. Seeing her appearance, she thought her family didn't have one. But others don't know, but when Zhuorong made a deal with Su Jibin, Xiao Zhuo had already checked the Su family's bottom line. Fleet of large cruise ships. However, this fleet does not stop at the city where Zhuorong and the others are now, but at the port on the other side of Modu. There are 3 main routes, one to South Korea, one to island countries, and one to Southeast Asia, mainly for tourism, for small yachts. The Su family also has them, and they are much bigger than Zhuorong's. But when it comes to the sense of luxury, future, and technology, Zhirong's boat is much better than theirs. Well, I bought a small boat. I usually use it when I go fishing. It's not bad. It's very comfortable. Looking at Su Wanyun, Zhuorong also replied with a smile. Brother Zhua, going out to play, or something is second to none. I am here this time, mainly to trouble you with something. Seeing that Zhuorong seemed to be in a good mood, Su Jibin also opened his mouth and said to Zhuorong, revealing himself directly the purpose of this visit. Hey, we still talk about whether it's troublesome or not. If you have anything to do, just say it. If you can help, it's not a big deal. After waving his hand, Zhuorong sat opposite Su Jibin, picked up the cup of tea that Qiu Xiao just gave him, took a small sip, and started talking. It's like this. I came here today, mainly to buy some fruits and beef that you gave me that day. To be honest, brother, I've never eaten such delicious fruits and beef in my life. This one week, but it makes me hungry enough. Hey, that's it. I thought it was something. The word trouble is used for this. When you leave later, follow me to the warehouse to get it. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong waved his hand and said indifferently, he doesn't mind. Let some of his food go out now. After all, the cherries he grows here, the cattle, sheep, and grain he grows, it's impossible for him to eat them all by himself, and he will definitely sell them in the future. Instead of holding until that time, it is better to release them now, so that the market has its own legend. But there's no stock.in this way. When he plants and sells them, he can maximize his profits, of course. He is also very clear that the main customers of his meat, fruits, and grains are not ordinary people who can't afford the things he raises to SO from the very beginning. He set his target on these rich people and aristocratic families. That's really good. Seeing that Zhuorong agreed, Su Jibin here also breathed a sigh of relief, but was afraid that Zhuorong didn't have this thing here, or if it was rare, then you have to come here for nothing. The meal will be ready after a while. Let's eat some fruit first. At this moment, Wang Qian also came out of the kitchen with a fruit plate in her hand. Inside the fruit plate are exactly the grapes that Zhuorong bought from the future, and huge cherries. It was the first time Su Jibin saw these huge cherries. When he saw these cherries, the taste of grapes that he had tasted before seemed to be worse at this time. Almost without hesitation, the 3 of them immediately set their sights on this big cherry. One person took one and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The moment they took the first bite, the bursting juice filled their mouths directly, and the extremely refreshing sweet and sour taste was no less than that of grapes. Sure enough, Zhuorong's fruit will never disappoint. Wow, Brother Zhua, you big cherry, you are invincible. While frantically eating the big cherry, Su Jibin stretched out his thumb to Zhuorong and said with admiration, as Su Jibin is fine. At this moment, his wife and daughter are already indulging in this delicacy. His wife held a big cherry in both hands and ate it with big mouthfuls, while his daughter, while eating one, was already grabbing the second one with the other hand. Eat slowly. Don't worry, I planted the big cherries now, and the grapes are still in the planting. We will see what happens next year, but the big cherries, when they bear fruit next year, you can eat as many as you want. Seeing Su Jibin devouring it, Zhuorong also said something with a smile, and at the same time pointed out that he had already planted this kind of big cherry. Huh, are these big cherries grown? Hearing what Zhuorong said, Su Jibin 0.0 couldn't help but freeze for a moment while he was eating a big cherry. Of course, otherwise it can be conjured out of thin air. Looking at Su Jibin, Zhuorong smiled, and he was right. For this era, Zhuiji's big cherry that was created out of thin air. No, of course I know it was planted, but I'm curious, is this technology already mature? Looking at Zhuorong, Su Jibin's eyes also shone with a different light. As the head of the Su family, he naturally smelled a sense of getting rich from it. Of course, it's already very ripe. The 5,000-acre mountainous land outside of me grows this kind of big cherries. The annual output is not clear, but it's probably not less. Nodding, Zhuorong also said with a smile, and at the same time he also looked at the window in the distance, which was facing his mountain. Golu, brother, do you want to register property patent or something? Swallowing, Su Jibin also looked at Zhuorong and said sincerely he can be sure that he has never heard of any property rights or patents for super giant cherries. Zhuorong is going to register one, and the patent fee alone is enough for him to earn a lot of money. But after hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong smiled and shook his head. Not to mention that Zhuorong actually doesn't know how the giant cherries were grown. Even if he knew, he wouldn't register for this patent or anything like that at TO Register Property Rights and Patents. You need to tell the patent office in detail how the giant cherries were grown, so that the patent office can receive patents for Zhuorong. This is equivalent to a fee-based promotion. But if Zhuorong does not tell others, then according to the progress of history, this kind of huge cherries, the initial version will take 400 years before anyone can make it, because this is the gene fusion 01 technology. Now gene extraction technology, such as genetically modified, has not yet been perfected. Eating genetically modified food can cause cancer, and it is still early to develop gene fusion technology. If they can research it through fruit, let them research it, but I don't think they have a chance to research it. Looking at Su Jibin, Zhuo Rong said confidently. When Zhuo Rong said this, Su Jibin also nodded. He probably guessed that Zhuo Rong must have some special method, which is unknown to others. Otherwise, the food here is so delicious. It must be because of what to order. Let's talk about patents. Brother Zhuo, you planted 5,000 mu of big cherries here, and the harvest will definitely be quite a lot by then. Have you booked the channel yet? Looking at Zhuo Rong, Su Jibin knew that Zhuo Rong was not the kind of person who liked to negotiate, so he asked Zhuo Rong directly. Not yet, Brother Su, are you interested? Of course, after eating your fruit, I am full of confidence in selling your fruit to the world. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Su Jibin also laughed and said, well, when we have time, let's sign a contract, agreement, etc. I will be in charge of planting, and you'll be in charge of selling. As for the share, how about I give you 20%? After thinking about it, it was obvious that Zhuo Rong had already prepared a way to cooperate, but he hadn't decided who to cooperate with. 20%, to be honest, this share is very low. After all, Su Jibin is responsible for sales. Not just sales, he also needs to be responsible for offline, online, transportation, and sales. Generally speaking, the part responsible for sales in this way account for 50% or even 60%. That is to say, the fruit farmer can only earn about 40% of his own income from growing fruits. For things that cost 10 yuan a caddy, the fruit grower can earn 4 yuan per caddy, and the remaining 6 yuan is all from dealers and others. The profits of terminal operators, but Zhuo Rong has directly reduced the profits of distributors and terminal operators to 20%, which is extremely low. Even if I don't take over the business very much, I still know that the general share is not to say that our family is taking advantage, and 50% is also a good choice. You're 20%. Hearing the price offered by Zhuo Rong, Su Wanyan suddenly said something, but before she finished speaking, Su Jibin stopped her with her hand. Then he looked at Zhuo Rong, especially the faint smile on the corner of Zhuo Rong's mouth, and he pondered for a while, thinking about another question. Indeed, the traditional division between fruit growers and sales is 50 to 50, 40-60, but Zhuo Rong's big cherry is not a fruit in the traditional sense. Don't look at the fact that Zhuo Rong has planted 5,000 mu of big cherries here, but in fact there may only be more than 10,000 mu of planted cherries in the world. Well, Su Jibin is not wrong to think so. If there are only these in the world, 5,000 acres, where did Zhuo Rong's big cherries come from? But even if it is 10,000 mu, based on a yield of 4,000 gene per mu, it is only 40 million gene. The caddies are not enough. Therefore, this thing can be said to be a rare commodity to live in. If no one else has it, only Zhuo Rong has it, and Zhuo Rong has the pricing power. Moreover, it is naturally impossible to sell such high-end fruits in supermarkets. At least they must be sold in boutique fruit shops or directly online. Under such circumstances, their own channel advantages cannot be maximized. Take 20%, it seems that he is not losing money. May I ask the global production of this cherries? And how much is my brother going to price? After hesitating for a while, Su Jibin also asked Zhuo Rong. The global output of this thing is about 80,000 tons. I plan to price it at 100, 300, or 500 yuan a piece. The price varies according to the size. While talking, Zhuo Rong picked up a big cherry and ate it, and at the same time talked about the price in his heart. 80,000 tons. That is 160 million caddies. This figure is calculated by Xiaozhua. The annual output of each tree of this kind of big cherry is probably less than 300 kilograms, which is more than 500 kilograms. In addition, the insects, birds eat and rot on the tree, yes, basically about 32,000 caddies per mu of land. And this kind of cherries can be as small as 100 grams, 2 for 1, 5 for a caddy. Medium size can reach 200 grams, 4 for 1, 2.5 per caddy. Large ones can grow to the size of small oranges, just like a small apple, and can reach a maximum of 307,700 grams, 6 or 2. Such a large cherries can be sold at 100, 300, or 500, which is a very reasonable price. The middle figure is 200 grams and 300 yuan. 160 million caddies. Zhuo Rong's 5,000 mu of land can make a total of about 400 million pieces, 300 yuan per caddy, and the money for the cherries alone is worth 120 billion yuan. 20% of 120 billion is 24 billion. In addition to profits, the Su family can earn more than 20 billion in net income. Although compared with Zhuo Rong, this money is nothing but a big house. But for Su Jibin, this is a very profitable business. This business can be done. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jibin looked at Zhuo Rong and said with a serious face, don't worry now. After all, we have to let you see the real thing. Let's discuss it after the fruit is produced next year. Let's eat now. Seeing Su Jibin's serious face, Zhuo Rong laughed. Both smell of wine and are afraid of deep alleys, but Zhuo Rong is really not worried. Among other things, even if the real world really can't sell it, he can still sell these fruits to the future world. Although the price is much lower, it is impossible for him to lose it no matter what. There are resources from two worlds, and they are so unscrupulous. After Zhuo Rong and Su Jibin briefly talked about their future cooperation intentions, it was noon before they knew it. But just when Zhuo Rong and the others were about to go to the restaurant for dinner, the outside door rang, and then they saw Fu Do walking in from the outside with Big Ash, Second Ash, Third Ash, and Fourth Ash. Now Fu Do will no longer go to the forest, but obviously it can't stay at home. After waking up in the morning, he would bring ashes and 4 ashes to patrol Zhuo Rong's manor together. Ding Zhangwo discovered that they were not simply patrolling, but catching mice and the like. Mice, mind your own business. But in fact, Fu Do kills mice not for eating, but for the safety of this area of Zhuo Rong. After all, no one wants to have mice in the house. This game should not only eat, but also contagious diseases and such. The second is that Ashes cultivates the 4 little guy's ability to adapt to the wild. Don't think that wolves are very strong in the wild, but in fact, this kind of creature is very strong when it is in a group, but when it is an individual, it is average. Not to mention large prey, such as wild boars, even deer and the like, they can't kill them alone. As for rabbits, the success rate of wolves hunting rabbits is very low, so wolves, especially solitary, eat more rodents like mice than I in addition. The second most eaten food is actually birds and fish, and then bugs. Yes, you read that right. Although on TV, wolves are so vicious that they even dare to kill bison. But there are gray wolves in North America. The size of that kind of gray wolf is the largest. And yans, even a holy dog can't compare to. So when food is scarce, they even have to eat locusts, earthworms, and are forced to become vegetarians. They also eat grass, leaves, berries, and the like. Although it is said that Zhuo Rong is raising 4 greys now, as a mother, she will still teach her children hunting skills, especially when it is safe. Wow, what a cute puppy. Watching Fudo's family of 6 walk in from the outside, Su Wanyan also saw the 4 greys coming in behind a glance, and then she was ready to move over with a happy face. Hey, as soon as he saw Su Wanyan's movements, Ashes in front of him stopped voluntarily, with a pair of light yellow, emotionless eyes, also staring at Su Wanyan in front of him. Wanyan, don't go there, that's not a dog, it's a wolf. Seeing Su Wanyan's actions, Su Jibin couldn't help but immediately grabbed her, then looked at Ashes with a wary face and said, Brother Su's eyes are really sharp. This is indeed a wolf, but it's okay, as long as it doesn't hurt the little ones, it won't attack people. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuo Rong also came over with a smile. Then Ashes kicked Ashes, and then Ashes licked his mouth and went into the kitchen. They came back for lunch. Wolf? You, have you domesticated wolves? Although Zhuo Rong said it was fine, Su Wanyan was an adult after all. She knew the danger of wolves, so she couldn't help stammering. Doesn't count as domestication. That big dog Hay is raised by me, and it's called Fudo. This wolf is his wife, and it's called Hui Hui. After it took them down the mountain, it has been living with me. Usually very obedient. Domestication? If it is said that the development of spiritual intelligence is domestication, then there is indeed. Fudo, a legendary follower of the Vulcan god, eats fire and pulls fire. You are a big black dog with black and red hair. You are indeed beautiful. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Su Jibin's wife, Sun Shiqing, also spoke up. Hey, my brother, since when did you keep raising fish? You still keep them so well. Just when Zhuorong wanted to respond to Su Jibin's wife, Su Jibin turned his head and saw Zhuorong's fish tank in the distance. When he saw this big fish tank, he couldn't walk anymore, because this fish tank is really big, and the red dragon inside is really beautiful. It's okay, it's not too troublesome to raise this fish. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong also walked over and said with a smile that he's telling the truth. Raising this fish is really not particularly troublesome. Because this fish tank is powerful enough, Zhuorong can add feed once every 10 days and half a month, so he doesn't need to worry about it all. Isn't it troublesome to raise this? I know this fish, red dragon, and it's in good shape. It shouldn't be cheap. My dad has raised this fish at least 3 or 4, but they all died. Su Wanyan here also spoke. More than that, you didn't even know it when you went to school. He had raised at least a dozen of them. The most lived for 3 months, and the least didn't even live for a week. At this time, Su Jibin's wife, Sun Shiqing, also came over and looked at them. Looking at the fish in his fish tank, and Mo started talking. Didn't you know how to raise them before? Hearing his wife and daughter complain about him, Su Jibin also laughed. Then you'll raise it now. Looking at Su Jibin, Sun Shiqing said sideways to him. Of course, there's absolutely no problem now. I've been thinking about getting one to put in my office recently. Hearing what Sun Shiqing said, Su Jibin also raised his head. In fact, it's not that he knows how to raise fish, but he recently recruited an assistant who can raise fish. Of course, this so-called assistant is not an important position. Su Jibin has 8 assistants instead of 10. It doesn't matter that this is a newly promoted position, but even so, the assistants he recruits usually have to be 211,985 double first-class universities with a PhD degree in a major he needs. After all, the assistant of the patriarch of the Su family has done a good job, and if it is released in the future, at least he will be in charge of a company of the Su family. But this time, the person he recruited was only a doctor of 985. The reason was that he had written in his resume that he had practiced in a red dragon breeding factory in Southeast Asia for a year during his master's period. So he knew how to breed fish. So Su Jibin, Wang Nuozo, recruited him. Just tell me about it, and get one from me later. I have a channel here, and I can make up for it anytime. Listening to Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong also pointed to the fish tank and started talking with a smile. That's a good relationship, but 1 yard is worth 1 yard. I still have to give the fish money. Generally speaking, it is rare to buy fish, dogs, etc. from other people's homes, even if they like it, because keeping pets is actually kind of spiritual sustenance, a habit. These things cannot be bought with money, especially for people who have money themselves. However, Zhuorong is obviously a new fish and has not cultivated any feelings for it yet, so it doesn't matter if you buy it. Well, 1 million. Hearing what Su Jibin wanted, Zhuorong thought for a while, and then reported a number. After hearing this, Su Jibin became even more excited. 1 million? So cheap? Brother, you can't suffer. Suffering? Suffering Zhuorong will never eat. Just like when he sold diamonds in the past, others may make some money, but he will never lose money. This red dragon, he'll buy a piece for a few hundred yuan in the future, and now sell it for 1 million, which is an improvement of thousands of times. It's a ghost if you suffer a loss. And then Su Jibin has to thank you. It's okay, you can't lose, come, eat. Talk about it later. Seeing Su Jibin's serious look, Zhuorong also smiled, and then led the family of 3 to the restaurant. Jia Min and the others were originally unwilling to serve the table because there were guests at home. When they got up, they were Zhuorong's servants. When a master was eating, there was no reason for the servants to serve the table. However, Zhuorong still ordered them to eat at the table, especially when they were outsiders, because they're also the hostesses of their place. A table full of people, Su Jibin wanted to be close to Zhuorong's family. So naturally, he didn't care about these small problems. What's more, 10 such beautiful beauties sat down. Besides, at this moment, Su Jibin's attention was completely attracted by the food in front of him. Compared with the meat and fruit that Su Jibin took back, Zhuorong's food was naturally more 277 because of the presence of outsiders today. Jia Min and the others prepared 10 dishes, 8 dishes, and 2 soups. Boiled pork slices, Sichuan flavored cumin mutton, stir-fried yellow beef, flavored meat, grilled eggplant with meat, prawns, dry stir-fried green beans, and cauliflower in a dry pot. 2 soups, our beef persimmon soup, and cabbage tofu soup. When the food was placed on the table, the 3 people from the Su family couldn't take it any longer. They held back for a while, watching Zhuorong move their chopsticks, and the 3 people immediately picked up the chopsticks up. Their first goal is naturally beef, but when they eat beef, mutton, and pork, they find that they are small. The pattern is small. There is nothing bad in Zhuorong's place, especially after rice is served later. Su Jibin's family of 3 will be completely defeated. Originally, I was thinking about having fun in this manner after lunch, but after I ate until more than 3 o'clock. The dishes in Zhuorong's house are all very big. But even so, they ate up all the food that if it weren't for the fact that they couldn't eat anymore, they might not be able to control it. After eating the original, thought of going out also disappeared, and they had to lie on the sofa to digest food. While digesting food, they naturally talked again. As he was talking, Su Jibin suddenly remembered the real estate and company shares he had traded with Zhuorong when he brought Miss Qin's family here last time. By the way, Brother Zhua, after Miss Qin left, have you gone to deal with some real estate and equity? How to deal with it? Isn't the account already closed? Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong also raised his head, looked at Su Jibin, and asked. Zhuorong has basically entrusted Xiaozhua to deal with the real estate and equity after the transaction. Ollie's company is okay. After all, it is a mature company. Although it has a bad reputation recently, it is still operating very well. Normally, this week it seems that he lost a little money in stocks again, and there's been no news about the 3 sets of courtyard houses in the imperial capital. There's no news about the 2 villas in Shanghai, but he used a relationship in the community to block his old classmate Li Jinxing. The account is over, but when you find time, you have to show up or find a spokesperson for the imperial capital, Modu, and Ollie Group. At least when something happens, you have to know what it is, and you have to play a role in it. A regulatory role. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Su Jibin knew that Zhuorong should not be a member of the family. After all, the members of the family usually have to learn how to deal with these problems when they are in college. Zhuorong seems to have been transferred for a week, and still nothing has been done. Indeed, although Xiaozhua is very strong, Xiaozhua is invisible to those people, Abdi. Rome really didn't know. For example, Zhuorong's houses can be rented from 1 set to several people. On the surface, it is still a house with a rent of 6,000, but in fact, there may be 8 or even 10 people living in this house. If each person earns 1,000 a month, then the middle-class intermediary in property will earn 4,000. To put it another way, these inexplicable people have become second landlord. If it's just like this, then it's okay to say, what if these people take in some people and engage in some illegal activities? These are all possible. But if you have a family member, you will often go to the community for a while, so you don't dare to do this. The second landlords matter. After all, you can only earn a few thousand for a house because thousands of dollars if you lose your job, it's not worth it.as for the latter. It is even more impossible. Such a thing is easier to disclose than the second landlord. As for the issue of the company's equity, although Xiaozhua can still supervise it. But if you're not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of the eventuality. Don't put your own safety on others. You also need to show your own existence. Hearing Su Jibin's words, Zhuorong also nodded. Su Jibin didn't say anything. He really didn't understand these things, just like the old saying, apart from the sun, there is also the human heart, which is separated from the belly. Who knows whether these people will do bad things behind their backs. You must not have the intention of harming others, but you must also have the intention of guarding against others. Zhuorong is not some silly and sweet lady. He will still do the preparations that should be made. Okay, Brother Su, I see. I will take care of it in the next few days. Looking at Su Jibin, Zhuorong also nodded to him, expressing that he understood. After resting in the living room for a while, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so don't play this time. Take your things, Su Jibin and the others drove away. Compared with the last time, Su Jibin took a lot of things this time because not only his family, but also other close relatives of the Su family had to be taken care of. As Zhuorong didn't pretend to be polite this time, but took the money. Price was charged according to the price he originally set. Cherries, the biggest one, cost 500 yuan each, and Su Jibin bought 200 directly, 10 in a small gift box. They kept half of it for themselves, and 10 boxes could be used as gifts, which is 100,000 yuan. I even bought a lot of grapes, watermelon, beef, and a lamb, pork, and rice. I just ate it cost more than 1.2 million, plus a red dragon of 1 million. Su Jibin happily spent more than 2 million yuan, packed a trunk full of things, and went home happily, and seeing the money transferred by Su Jibin, Zhuorong couldn't help sighing with emotion. Well, the money of these rich people is really easy to make. After Su Jibin left, Zhuorong bought a new red dragon and threw it into the fish tank. He still had to keep the number of 7. After all, do you want to raise a single but not a double? At this time, Jiao Min and the others had already cleaned up the dining room and kitchen, and then a group of 11 people sat in the living room and watched TV. But while watching TV, Zhuorong was thinking about what Su Jibin said. Master, what's the matter? Mr. Su has been depressed since he left. Looking at Zhuorong, Yang Tao here also asked suspiciously, is there something on your mind? Hearing what Yang Tao said, the other 9 girls also paid attention to Zhuorong, and Wang Qian also asked beside him, do you have some thoughts about Miss Su? Master, we support you very much. Is there anything we can do? Looking at Zhuorong, Zhu Xia also said with a smile, okay, what are you thinking about? It's enough for me to have you all. I was thinking about dealing with real estate and equity that Brother Su said just now. Rolling a blank look at Zhu Xia, Zhuorong also explained what he was thinking. We can't help you with this. In addition to the ability to serve the master, each cyborg can only have 6 additional abilities. The setting options for our 10 are the same. Housekeeping, cooking, driving, fighting, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Hearing Zhuorong talk about the trouble she was having, Li Zhu shrugged helplessly. She said that people like herself couldn't help her. Otherwise, I'll recruit some people. Hearing Li Zhu's words, Ji also said with some hesitation, Master, in fact, recruiting people cannot guarantee their loyalty. Among our cyborgs, there are also business settings, so it is best to directly recruit another batch of cyborgs. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Qiu Xiaoxiao here also laughed and said, that's it, but don't you have a big problem? You can't create and name. Scratching his head, Zhuorong looked at them and asked, which seemed to Zhuorong, but a huge problem. Master, the time we live in is the 21st century. There are no robots in this era. How could someone think of our biochemical humans, who can't create a name, then name it if we don't create it? Could it be that we broke the law if we couldn't name it? No. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Gaoan also laughed, looked at Chao Rong, and said, and when she heard her say that, Zhuorong slapped himself on the forehead. Indeed, he thought too much. Could it be that in this era, if you don't have a name, you still break the law? What's more, these cyborgs don't need to stay there all the time. They just need to visit from time to time. How can anyone think of them as cyborgs? It is true that I have too much heart. Then how many should be reordered? Although he said that he was a little bit entangled in reordering girls, but after thinking about it for a while, Zhuorong really needed to use biochemical humans to solve these problems. So he went open the trading platform and found the last seller. Let's order 20 at least. For a business group of 10 people, doesn't the owner still want a massage? You need one person for massage, right? After hearing what Zhuorong said, Jiao Min also suggested beside him, crazy, 20, I don't need 4 million, but what do I need so many people for in a massage group of 10 people? What are you asking for? Here. At Jiao Min's eyes, 4 million is indeed enough for Zhuorong now. Since the sale of the big yellow croaker, Zhuorong's balance on this trading platform has exceeded 60 million. 4 million is not enough for him. It's a small problem. Even if you want to make money, it's easy. If you go to fish steaks for a week, you can sell it at 4 million, but this is not a question of money, but a question of people. These 10 girls, Zhuorong doesn't have enough time to sleep at night. If there are 30, oh my god, then I still need to sleep in the main thread. Zhuorong felt that even with his own physical fitness, he might not last a month. 10 massage girls just right, 1 for the head, 2 for the shoulders, 2 for the hands, 1 for the back, 2 for the legs, and 2 for the feet. Hearing what Zhuorong said, Gao Rong here went also counted with his fingers. It's at the same time. Why don't you count the front side as well? Zhuorong glanced around contemptuously and said with a speechless expression, where's the front button? We can help. Hearing Zhuorong's words, Ding Zhengwo also looked at Zhuorong with a smile, and his eyes were driving a train. The girl asked for flowers. Forget it. I'll make up my own mind. Looking at Ding Zhengwo's eyes, Zhuorong also felt a fire emanating from his stomach, but when he thought about it, the business has not been resolved yet, and now he has to settle personal grievances not too good. So Zhuorong waved his hand, and then entered the online store where he bought biochemical figures last time. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to buy 5 new cyborgs. After paying the money, Zhuorong also reset their skills this time. This skill of servant Zhuorong is an initial skill and does not need to be SET to I in addition. There are 6 skills in addition to the core ability of creating them. 3 are financial majors, 2 are bone setting massage, and there are 5 additional skills. Driving is a must. After all, among the new 5 girls, 3 of them are on business trips from time to time. Naturally, they need to be able to drive themselves. The second is housekeeping skills. When they're at home, they also have to help with housework. Cooking skills are not particularly needed. After all, 10 of Jiao Min and the others know how to cook. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance are a must. After all, the 3 of them go out to represent Zhuorong. If someone follows them, it will be troublesome. The last thing you need is fighting, just in case the skills of these 5 new girls are set. The 3 are financial majors, housekeeping, driving, fighting, reconnaissance, and anti-reconnaissance. The 2 are massage bone setting, housekeeping, driving, fighting, reconnaissance, and anti-reconnaissance. Darling, we have received your order here. Please send me the customized requirements for appearance. After Zhuorong confirmed 5 girls and sent the news to them, the store over there responded quickly. Come over and ask Zhuorong. Well, let's find 5 more girls, but it seems that the goddesses of a certain servant are not used much, and the rest are not my gets. So let's look for them on the internet. While asking Xiaozhua to search the list of female stars, Zhuorong remembered. Not to mention, after a short while, he really told him to find the 5 sister pills again. There's still many beauties nowadays, whether they're natural or not. Zhuorong doesn't need to worry about these because these cyborgs are natural after being cultivated. First of all, Gaowen's boss Yang, was the first one to be selected. Although Boss Yang's rumors were all over the place, it didn't matter. It wasn't the real her anyway. Boss Yang's most famous character should be by Qian, so let's name him Yang Qian. Then there are 2 other girls surnamed Yang. One of the most famous characters should be Ding Sitian, so Zhuorong is going to call her Yang Sitian. And there's another girl surnamed Yang. She is younger and has more famous characters for you. Zhuorong looked for it. Her first play as the leading heroine, it seems to be called And Listen to the Phoenix. The character in it is called Feng Wu, but it would be weird to call her Yang Feng Wu. So Zhuorong called her Yang W. In addition, I found 2 other girls, a girl who played 380 in a certain era, who played Nanxiang in it, and now she's called Guoxiang, and a girl who was in Yan Wangren and a Korean group to be an idol. In the TV drama version of a detective movie, she was called Jingjing, so she was called Chung Jingjing, and Zhuorong sent all the information and looks of the 5 girls to her. The height is still between 178 and 180, and the face shape is fine-tuned. It can be seen that it is not enough for one person. In terms of figure, it is still the same requirement, elongated, thin waist, optimized version of Lucy Wilder. After all the settings are completed, it is also sent to the other party. Okay, no problem, delivery in 3 hours. After receiving Zhuorong's order, the store over there also replied, and then Rong temporarily closed the platform. After closing the platform, Zhuorong also looked at Ding Zhengwo, and looking at Zhuorong's gaze, Ding Zhengwo naturally detected that Zhuorong's pheromone secretion was not normal. And then, 3 hours went by pretty quickly. After Zhuorong consumed a lot of physical strength while eating, the platform over there also sent a message, and then Zhuorong couldn't wait to bring the 5 new family members back to the real world. After the high-tech training cabin was sent to the real world, the training cabin was also opened, and the 5 girls sat up from inside this training warehouse is the place where biochemical humans are trained. There's no need for human intervention in the whole process, just input requirements, appearance, personality, ability, and other attributes. And then these training warehouses will automatically cultivate biochemical human beings and apply to reach Tion's 8-year-old state. Just after, the 5 girls came out of the training cabin passed through the wormhole again and disappeared in front of Zhuorong, leaving only the 5 new members in front of him at this time. Owner, after the initial confusion, they also saw Zhuorong and then greeted Zhuorong sweetly. Hello. Looking at the 5 sweet girls in front of him, Zhuorong also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and then said to the 5 with a smile, "Hurry up and eat. There's still many things to be busy tonight." Looking at Zhuorong's appearance, Jiamin also stood up and said to them, and then the 5 girls had dinner with Zhuorong. After dinner, Zhuorong naturally went to work again and asked for what to be busy with things. The next day came a blink of an eye, but Zhuorong was not idle the next day. Although today is Sunday, Zhuorong is still early in the morning. It's actually a bit too late. After getting up, I took the 5 new girls to reapply for ID cards because next week's Mid-Autumn Festival, this weekend will be a day off. Their identities have naturally been written into the network by Xiao Zhuolong, AGOI, in addition to handling information, but also to buy clothes or something. After the purchase, the cyborg sent a set of clothes, but this set of clothes is the clothes of the future. Just as modern clothes were neither fish nor fowl in the Song Dynasty. The same is true of clothes after 1,000 years, until modern times, 1,000 years later, human beings will. Wear clothes that are one piece and full of futuristic sense. They are amazing, can automatically adjust the temperature, are extremely comfortable, and block sunlight. Ultraviolet rays, cosmic rays, dust, toxic gases, etc. It can be said that wearing this suit and carrying oxygen can walk in the universe for a short time. But the problem is that this set of clothes is really ugly from the current aesthetic point of view. So the second day after Jiao Min and the others came, the first thing Zhuorong had to do was to buy clothes. But fortunately they are about the same size. This time Zhuorong can take the 5 of them to choose clothes by himself, so he doesn't need to be embarrassed to buy them himself. After a busy day, the 5 girls have officially settled down. And these 5 girls already knew their mission yesterday. What they need to do 0. Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, and Guxian are responsible for Zhuorong's business. But in fact, they have nothing to do. They just occasionally go to the buildings and companies that Zhuorong owns, and it's enough to show the existence of the main family. And Yang Wu and Cheng Jingjing are good massagers. Zhuorong had already experienced it last night. I have to say that his hands are strong, the acupuncture points are very accurate, and the pressure is very comfortable. Regarding his current home, Zhuorong said that he has no other ideas. It is perfect, just like this Sunday, after Zhuorong finished his business. Passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Monday came out early on Monday morning. Yuan Tianqing sent over a coordinate. Just like what he said, the sea that has been boiling for a long time has finally calmed down today. Of course, this calm is only temporary. According to Yuan Tianqing's words, this is the time God will set aside for them to make money and celebrate the festival. Because according to the report from the Meteorological Bureau, a typhoon will blow in about a week. That is after the Mid-Autumn Festival. This should be the number 13 typhoon this year. Although it is said that it will not directly land here, it will definitely be affected. But this is also good, just to give Zhuorong Kong some time to fix what happened. Now the message Yuan Tianqing sent to Zhuorong was a fishing spot. According to him, this is the second point he explored with Changzi today, but luckily, he ran into a group of white pomfrets here. So I immediately sent a message to Zhuorong asking Zhuorong to come fishing together. In fact, the scientific name of white pomfret should be called silver pomfret because white pomfret is actually the scientific name of another kind of freshwater pomfret, and the silver pomfret in the sea varies in size and price. Small ones cost more than 10 yuan, 20 yuan a caddy, and there are a lot of them. And the big ones, basically half a caddy, will sell for about 50 per caddy, and the broken ones will be sold for about 100 per caddy. And then it will increase by 1 caddy, and it will increase by 100 yuan. A fish weighing 2 caddies is worth 200 yuan a caddy. A fish weighing 3 caddies is worth 300 yuan. A fish weighing 4 caddies is worth 400 yuan, and a fish weighing 5 caddies. Well, this kind of fish that weighs 5 caddies is indeed not much, of course. This refers to the current price. In the future, this fish will be sold more expensive. On Jiao Min's recommendation, Zhuorong drove to the old wharf with the newcomers Yang Qian, Yang Sitian, Guxiang, Yang Wu, and Cheng Jingjing. After getting on the boat, he went directly to the reservation that Yuan Tianqing sent him as Zhuorong's boat arrived. He also saw Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang. At this time, the two were still waving to Zhuorong from a distance, and after Zhuorong waved to them, he also started to prepare the fishing group and started fishing. This time, Zhuorong didn't use too big a hook. Anyone who has fished before knows that the hook should be changed at any time according to the type and quantity of fishing. When Zhuorong went to the deep sea, he used hooks of size 24 or above. Hooks around number 15 are used to catch yellow-winged and black-winged fish, and about number 8 hooks are used to catch golden drums. Because the silver pomfret is not too big, Qian Rongtian uses a hook of about number 15. The hook is dry numbered, of course. Sea fishing is different from freshwater fishing. For freshwater fishing of about 1 caddy, a hook of about number 3 is enough, and number 5 hook is relatively common. However, in sea fishing, there are more sea fish than freshwater fish, so 0-1 requires a larger hook. The larger hooks are also to avoid pulling small fish up. You know, the kind of small white pomfret that only has 1 or 2 tails is worthless, and the ones that weigh a caddy are valuable. Before Zhuorong came here, he had seen Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang catch them. Basically, they were all about 1 caddy, and some were big, and they didn't even weigh 2 caddies. This hook was just right. After finishing the fishing rig, Zhuorong didn't need to make any nests and started fishing directly. Not to mention, as the hook entered the water before it sank to the bottom, the magic worm began to play its role, directly medium fish. As Zhuorong mentioned, there's no need to turn on the electric winch, and he manually shakes it more than a dozen times, and a silver pomfret that is shining with silver light, which is about 1.5 caddies, is pulled onto the boat by Zhuorong. The next step is very simple. Take the hook, throw it into the live bin, and then continue to hang the erbium and throw it into the sea. I have to say that the recent protection of the fishery by our imperial court is really good. Since the 1990s, the catch of silver pomfret has also steadily increased. IT may also be regarded as the most expensive common wild sea fish on the table of ordinary people. But its taste is not bad, delicious, less thorns, more meat. It tastes really good, even compared to grouper and alike. It is not too much to worry about. There are indeed a lot of silver pomfrets under the sea. Zhuorong's hook sinks for only 5 or 6 seconds before some fish will take the bait. Basically, he can catch 2 or 3 fish in a minute. IT takes time to hang bait and set out the line. The speed of catching fish is quite terrifying. Even with Zhuorong's current physical fitness, his hands were already sore by the time he pulled so hard until after 11 o'clock in the noon. Of course, the result was quite gratifying. When Zhuorong came, it was after 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, after 3 hours of fishing, he caught nearly 400 fish in total. Most of them were more than 1 caddy, and there were some big ones, which could reach about 2 caddies. This kind of fish weighs a caddy, and the lowest price in the future will be around 13,000. Even if you look at the lowest standard, there are nearly 5 million fish caught. This sea is really powerful. Zhuorong couldn't help laughing at the sightless sea in front of him. It's really getting easier to make money now. Master, I don't talk much at noon. Come over for dinner. There's an old saying that it is difficult for gods to catch fish at noon. Well, in fact, this old saying will continue to change according to the time when the fishermen can't catch fish. Fishing for afternoon fish. Now it's noon. But after noon, the fish really didn't talk much. But in fact, this has little to do with noon or noon, but because of the diversion that we all know that there are tides above the sea, and fish will also walk along the time of the tide. That today's high tide is from 6:21 to 11:52. Then the low tide time is from 11:52 to 18:45. So at around 11:30, at the middle point of high tide and low tide, the water flow will be very chaotic. The fish are so focused on fighting against the current that they have no time and leisure to eat, which is the so-called silence. The fish will not open their mouths again until the current slows down again. That is, around 1 o'clock, of course. There are some people who are also fishing at this time. After all, it's not wrong to have a good relationship, just like Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang, who kissed each other when they were fishing for big yellow croaker. But obviously, it seems that there's nothing to say today. Forget it, let's eat. After waiting for a while, after confirming that there was no mouth, Zhuo Rong also took back the fishing rod and then prepared to eat. Of course, before eating, he also called Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang. Come out, today's harvest is really good. Although it is said that he did not catch as much as Zhuo Rong, he still caught almost 100 catties. But compared with Zhuo Rong, they have some restrictions on the size, even 3 or 4 tails. So the 100 catties of fish can only be sold for about 6,000. But even if it was 6,000 yuan, apart from fuel expenses, bait money, and so on, when added together, each of them could divide more than 2,000 yuan, which was a very good income. But considering that they only went to sea once in these 3 days, on average, it's not too much. Old Zhua, today's live fish, do you still? Following the two people driving the boat 157 to Zhuo Rong's boat, after tying the boat to Zhuo Rong's boat, they also walked into the cabin from the back deck. Originally, Yuan Tianqing wanted to ask Zhuo Rong if he wanted today's live fish, but as soon as he entered, he saw 5 girls he had never seen before, but who were equally stunning and extremely top-notch. We're in the boat cabin right now. Busy. Not only him, but Peng Liqiang, who came up behind him, was also dumbfounded. What's the situation? Yes, of course. Hearing Yuan Tianqing's words, Zhuo Rong also nodded. He definitely wants fish, and he wants as much as he has. This point will not change. No, what's the situation with you, kid? What about Jiang Min and the others? But what Yuan Tianqing wanted to talk about now wasn't about the fish, so he pulled away Zhuo Rong and asked with a troubled expression on his face. From his point of view, Zhuo Rong must not have learned well. There are 10 beautiful girls in his family, but he found 5 more? What's the situation? They're the same as Jiang Min and the others. We all live together. Seeing Yuan Tianqing's eyes, Zhuo Rong knew that he was talking about Yang Qian and the others, so he laughed and said, and hearing Zhuo Rong's understatement, Yuan Tianqing felt that he had been hit hard. Nima, 10 is not enough. 5 more? What the hell is this? Is this shocking? If you knew that Jiang Min wanted to find me for another 20 years, you wouldn't have passed in shock? Well, it's not a big deal, and there may be more in the future. Let me introduce you one time. Looking at the shocked Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang, Zhuo Rong also smiled and led them to the kitchen. This is Yang Qian, this is Yang Sitian, this is Guoxiang, this is Yang Wu, this is Cheng Jingjing. These 2 are my friends. This is Yuan Tianqing, and this is Peng Liqiang. Hello, Sister Min told me about you. How are you? I'll trouble you in the future. Please take care of our family, Zhuo Rong. After hearing Zhuo Rong's introduction, Yang Qian and the others here also greeted the 2 generously, and at the same time Yang Qian also said something to the 2 with a smile. Brother and sister, I didn't take care of him, but he took care of me. Ha, that's fine as long as there's no fire in your backyard. Seeing the appearance of Yang Qian and the others, Yuan Tianqing finally came to his senses and then whispered something to Zhuo Rong. And then the 2 sat in a restaurant, followed Zhuo Rong and the others to have lunch. And after lunch, they also sent the live fish they caught to Zhuo Rong's live warehouse. As for the dead fish, they could also sell them at the original price. Then the 2 waves of people continued to go fishing. But the mouth in the afternoon is obviously not as good as the one in the morning. It is possible that the white pomfrets have already left. There's no mouth in the afternoon. Zhuo Rong is okay, talking with the 5 girls without saying a word, eating what they made good fruit down on the other side. Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang could only helplessly wait for fishing. But after thinking about it for a while, Yuan Tianqing felt that Zhuo Rong had found 5 more girls. He could not only make himself envious, but also make others envious. So he called Yang Sheng and Sun Qingyuan alone. That's right, it was called by a certain letter. Now our domestic 4G signal is very strong. And there's also a signal in the inner sea. Not only can you make calls, even live broadcasts, play games, etc., the signal is also sufficient. But if you go to the outer sea, then there's no letter. Zhuo Rong also needs to get a satellite phone if he wants to go overseas on a course. What is being said here is that Zhuo Rong is in a normal state, but the problem is not that he is not normal. With Xiao Zhuo around, Zhuo Rong can contact the outside world wherever he is. Did you know? Zhuo Rong found another 5 beauties home. Again, why do you use it? Seeing the message sent by Yuan Tianqing, Sun Qingyuan immediately came back. No, isn't there Jiang Min and the others? And Yang Sheng here also said, yeah, but Zhuo Rong found 5 more. I took a group photo just now. Take a look. Damn, it's so beautiful again, huh? Why do I say so? It's really beautiful. Even compared to Jiang Min and the others, they are on the same level. My girlfriend said that they all look like those popular stars. Well, they do look alike, but they probably haven't been cut because they're only 18 years old and their bones haven't grown yet. They should all be natural. Hey, I'm envious. It's useless to be envious. And we don't have as much money as Zhuo Rong. Looking at Yuan Tianqing's words, Yang Sheng also complained helplessly in a certain letter. It's not that I'm hitting on the 2 of you. In fact, even if you 2 are as rich as Zhuo Rong, it's probably hard to find 15 girls who are so beautiful, dedicated, and willing to share a man with other women. Seeing the state of these 2 people, Sun Qingyuan here also spoke. Well, it's true, but it's a bit heartbreaking that it is impossible for a person to be selfish. Even if it is deliberately stereotyped, it cannot suppress human nature, whether it's a man or a woman. They're all the same. They all desire to possess all the love of the other party. But Zhuo Rong is after all an exception while talking and talking. The afternoon passed quickly. Compared with the morning, their income in the afternoon is far worse. Zhuo Rong was able to catch a total of more than 10 catties of fish, while Yuan Tianqing and Peng Liqiang together did not have 5 catties. It was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it seemed that the time was almost up, and they were ready to go back. Naturally, they had to sail to Zhuo Rong's boat first, and gave Zhuo Rong the live silver pomfret weighing more than 1 catty, and Zhuo Rong directly transferred more than 5,000 to them according to the fish price that in fact, Zhuo Rong would turn more in the past, but basically Yuan Tianqing would return it. Because from Yuan Tianqing's point of view, 1 yard counts for 1 yard. Friends are friends, fish harvests are fish harvests, and he only got so many fish harvests, so he took so much money that if Zhuo Rong just sits and raises the price because of Zhuo Rong's generosity, this is not what a friend should do to SO after 2 refunds. Zhuo Rong also gave the fish at the price of the fish unless it was because of something. After giving the fish to Yuan Tianqing, Zhuo Rong was going back to sell the fish, but just as he was about to leave, suddenly Yuan Tianqing's cell phone rang again. After answering the phone, it was a friend of Yuan Tianqing's who called. Zhuo Rong had also met this friend. He belonged to their fleet, and he also had the other party when he was fishing for golden drums on a fish raft that day. Calling now because his boat broke down. This kind of thing is very normal in the sea fishing circle. After all, the car will break down, so how can a guy who often soaks in the sea not have accidents? Although it is usually said that after reaching the shore or the fish raft, they'll take the engine and propeller out of the water and cross them to the side of the deck, but this will definitely cause problems over the years. Then usually go back first. I'll save someone. After confirming the other party's location, Yuan Tianqing also said to Zhuo Rong, let me go with you. The other party's boat is about the same size as yours. You don't have enough strength to pull, Zhao Hao. When we go home, I'll help you pull it faster. After all, I've seen it before, it's just a matter of little effort. Zhuo Rong didn't care, so he said it to Yuan Tianqing, and Yuan Tianqing nodded when he heard what Zhuo Rong said, and it would be great if Zhuo Rong was willing to help. Then the two ships sailed towards the accident site one after the other. It turns out that there are 3 ships in total here. Besides the one in Yuan Tianqing's fleet, there are 2 other ships. One is a serious tugboat, and the Coast Guard besides that. There are more than a dozen of middle-aged and elderly people were kneeling on the 2 boats, clasped their hands together, and muttered something in their mouths. Watching this scene, Zhuo Rong and Yuan Tianqing couldn't help but look at each other. At the same time, they could see a trace of doubt and incomprehension in each other's eyes. Then, looking at the helpless people in Yuan Tianqing's fleet, they asked, only to find out what happened. It's really unlucky. What is this called? I catch my fish. What does it have to do with them? They have to force me to release the fish, and if I don't let go, they will drive the boat into my boat. How shameful. After talking to Zhuo Rong and the others about what happened, the big brother of Yuan Tianqing's fleet, a man called Brother Ho, said with a displeased face, what happened was like this. Brother Ho is also a member of the fleet and a sea fisherman. He drove a boat to go fishing today, and his income today was quite good. But when he came back, he met a group of people who released animals on the way. If you release the life, you will release the life. The well water violates the river water, and it has nothing to do with either side. However, after the other party knew that he was a sea fisherman and caught a fish, he asked him to release the fish and told him that this was accumulating Yin virtue and accumulating Buddhist karma. We'll go to hell, and so on. As he was talking, he began to attack personally. Brother Ho couldn't get angry, so he quarreled with them. But it was impossible for the 2 of them to scold more than a dozen people. So Brother Ho stopped arguing and started to sail. Go. But the other party still refuses to let go. They directly snatched the rudder of the boat they rented, forced 527 to crash Brother Ho's boat, and then rushed up to forcefully release all the fish that Brother Ho caught today. As for them now, they're into a mantra for the dead fish. Ho-Go called the police, and the tugboat was called by the boat owner who pulled them over to release them. Now that Sanfang looked at these people, they really didn't know what to say. Beating them and scolding them is definitely not acceptable, because among these people, except for a few middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, most of them are old men and women in their 60s and 70s. They, as soon as they're in a hurry, just pass by. But it's definitely not okay to forget like this. Why should Brother Ho pay for their fault? The police have no choice but to take them back first, and then find the children of these people in the police station to explain the situation and make compensation. Seeing that the people over there and the police were about to leave, Yuan Tianqing also said something to Brother Ho. He had to say that these people who are releasing animals and dog fans are really crazy. Well, you're out of luck, let's go. Patting a Beth, Brother Ho on the shoulder, Yuan Tianqing said to him, and then he was about to pull the cable and let Zhuo Rong pull his boat back. But at this moment, all of a sudden, the old men and old ladies who were about to get on the boat saw Yuan Tianqing's boat in a similar style with a glance. There's still fish here, layman. We can't go. This matter is not over yet. As a woman shouted loudly, the old men and old ladies who were about to board the boat instantly looked at Yuan Tianqing's boat, their eyes sparkling. Looking at these old men and old ladies who were about to move, the policemen who had just been relieved here suddenly lost their composure and rushed over immediately, stopping in front of these old men and old ladies. Most of these old men and old ladies, I'm still afraid of the police. Seeing that the police came forward, these people did not dare to move, but those agitators did not stop their actions. Every layman, these policemen are black policemen. They must have taken money from these fishermen. We must not give in to the evil forces. Shut up. Stop instigating the masses here. You are robbing other people's money. You are justified. Listening to these people's words, a policeman also said loudly, these fish belong to nature. We just let them return to nature. Killing fish is the same as killing people. These people are executioners. You are accomplices. We're just hearing what the police said back. The people here also shouted loudly. That's right. You'll go to a Vici hell after you die. Children, I don't believe that you don't have children. Just think of it for the sake of your next generation. And you should help us too. We are saving them, not harming them. Hearing these people's words, the old men and old ladies here also became excited, and even a few excited ones were almost out of breath. Looking at the situation, the policeman was one of 3 big, and he signaled Zhuo Rong and the others next to him with his eyes, which meant that they should leave quickly. Looking at the policeman's eyes, Zhuo Rong and the others immediately got on the boat. Let's go first. Even if these people were Zhuo Rong, they couldn't afford to provoke them now. After all, the fish caught on his boat must be worth at least 6 million future dollars. You know, 60 million future dollars can't compare to 60 billion in the real world. If these old men and old ladies are allowed to release their fish, he will have no place to seek compensation. Because in the real world, these fish are only worth 5 or 6 squares. 50 or 60,000 is not a small amount for a person, but there are 20 or 30 old men and women here. Added up, thousands of dollars per person. Their family members can still afford to pay. And then I will tell the dumb. To eat yellow lotus. There's suffering to say let's go now. After tying the rope, Zhuo Rong returned to the boat and drove the boat away before these people could charge the police formation. I sent Brother Ho and Yuan Tianqing back to the small pier all the way. Brother Ho still has to go to the police station to deal with this matter. Although their actions were particularly dangerous, they did not cause casualties after all, and these people were too old, so it is estimated that they would lose money in the end. And the most important thing is that these people don't actually think that they did something wrong. From their perspective, not only did they not do anything wrong, they're still helping Ho-Ge to accumulate virtue. Belief in the power is terrifying, but in fact, these released creatures, basically the released creatures have no good results. Those who pour loach into the big rivers and even release loach into the sea, they don't know that loach should be fresh water, and they can't survive in rough places. They can only survive in still water. Those who rode on the back of the big tortoise, which made the other party unable to survive and hunt in the wild environment and starve to death. These things, many very common. Believe in superstition, that's it, just believe in the days. Looking at the appearance of these guys, Zhuo Rong was very glad that from the perspective of his awakened system, his own world was still a very normal world. Otherwise, hey, the consequences are unimaginable. Of course, these things are just a wake-up call for Zhuo Rong. If you see this kind of life release boat when you go out to sea, you should stay away. These guys are much more terrifying than the square dancing ants. Ding, silver pomfret, below 500 G, was detected, and the suggested retail price is 85 to 10,000 yuan per 500 grams. Ding, silver pomfret, more than 500 grams, less than 1 kilogram, was detected. The recommended retail price is 500 grams, 13,000 to 15,000 yuan. One ding, silver pomfret above 1 kilogram and below 1.5 kilograms, was detected. The recommended retail price is 500 grams, 25,000 to 27,000 yuan. If it is less than 1 caddy, it will be sold at 8,500 per caddy. If it is more than 1 caddy, it will be sold at 13,000 yuan, and if it is more than 2 caddies, it will be sold at 25,000 yuan. As Zhuo Rong swept the fish into the platform, he also set the price that in fact. Now Zhuo Rong no longer needs to sell fish at the lowest price on the whole network. The reason why he sold it at the lowest price on the entire network at the beginning was mainly because he wanted to attract customers. Undoubtedly, for ordinary people, if they want to stand out from the crowd in an online store, the best 2 options are to advertise or fight for low prices. For advertising, Zhuo Rong didn't have any money at the time. Of course, advertising is not just the kind of horizontal promotion on the whole site, such as the big fish that Zhuo Rong sells and the live broadcast of his sea fishing are all advertisements. However, these things also need to attract people to see them, and what attracts Zhuo Rong's attention is the low price. Of course, the main reason is that he can make enough money by lowering the price. Compared with the scarcity of wild resources in the future world, although there are not too many wild resources in the current world, it is at least 100,000 times more deceptive than in the future. This is the same as the Song Dynasty in modern times. In the Song Dynasty, when Wu Song killed a tiger, he was a local hero and could be an official. But in modern times, if you kill a South China tiger, you will really be jailed. The gap here is still huge. Shopkeeper, it's new again. Fuck, is this Enon Joan? If you don't understand, just ask, is there any difference between silver pomfret and gold pomfret? Although gold is not worth much now, it is at least worth more than silver, because golden pomfret is not pomfret at all. This food is very unpalatable. You can't say that. The wild golden pomfret tastes okay, but the farmed ones are really not very tasty. Brother, when will the live broadcast be again? I've already saved money, and I will buy it when you live broadcast. With Jourong's new update, his online shop became lively again in an instant. Jourong went to the bathroom on the yacht to take a shower. He had fish for day to day, and his body smelled of fish and sweat, while looking at the people who left messages on the online shopping platform. Under the purchase records, these people almost regard this place as a post bar and even bring here chat, but seeing the enthusiasm of these people chatting, as long as they don't violate the regulations, Jourong would let them chat here. But Jourong did think about it when someone said about the live broadcast. After his live broadcast last time, the effect was still very good, but then either it was not suitable for going to sea, or it was not suitable for him to be photographed with Yuan Tianqing when he went to sea. It looks like he can go to the outer sea for a while. Seeing this comment, Jourong muttered in a low voice, but just as he was muttering here, the door of the bathroom, where Jourong was sitting, was suddenly knocked from the outside open. Then I saw Yang Qian walking in from the outside. When Jourong saw Yang Qian coming in, Jourong felt a little embarrassed, but Yang Qian didn't at all. After all, for them, everything about themselves and their master should be shared. Shy or something does not exist. Besides, after they were born, they were with Jourong for the first time, so there's nothing to be ashamed about because only Jourong has such emotions. What's the matter? Looking at Yang Qian who came in, Jourong thought for a while and asked her generously. Master, I remember you said that you have been looking for mangroves to dig blue crabs, and now we have seen one. Hearing Jourong's words, Yang Qian remembered the business and looked at Jourong. Say something. Oh, mangrove. Then I want to see it. Master, let me help you change your clothes. As soon as he saw the mangrove forest, Jourong also became interested, so he immediately prepared to come out, and Yang Qian also came help at this time. But to be honest, it would be better if Yang Qian didn't help. If it wasn't for going to see the mangrove forest, Jourong would almost have to be reviewed again. Soon the two left the bathroom and came to the side of the boat and looked towards the shore. Sure enough, in Jourong's eyes, a beach appeared in his sight. In fact, Jourong had to walk this road at least several times, but he really didn't find a mangrove forest and this piece of tidal flat, which is easy to understand because when Jourong goes out to sea, the tide time is uncertain. 0 as for flowers. At sea, the tides affect more the current, but not so on land and on land. The tide will have a huge impact. When the tide ebbs, some tidal flats can even recede hundreds of meters. Most of the people in this period are mainly catching up with the sea. Obviously, this tidal flat is retreating fiercely. Looking at it from Jourong's perspective, it will be about 2 or 3 kilometers away at once, and the retreated land is not sand, but a large swamp that, as soon as he saw the swamp, Jourong knew that there were definitely a lot of good things, because there's a large mangrove forest behind this swamp, and even the virgin forest he's been to. It is impossible for anyone to come here to catch the sea. If you want to catch up, you have to come here by boat. The things you dig out may not cost as much as the gas, so this place should be a treasure land. This one is fine. Seeing this tidal flat, Jourong felt a little bit moved. Originally, I was thinking about whether to go to the distant sea to live broadcast tomorrow, but now it seems that it is a good choice to come here to catch the sea tomorrow. Thinking of this, Jourong made a special search. Tomorrow's low tide time is 12:33, and it will reach 1924, so it will be possible to sweep all the way tomorrow afternoon. The most important thing is what can be caught in the open sea. To what? No one knows. Thinking of this, Jourong was really a little excited. Go home first, and come and catch the sea tomorrow afternoon. Thinking of this, Jourong waved his big hand and said to Cheng Jingjing, who was sailing, how about this tidal flat? You'll know when Jourong and the others can play around with the ball tomorrow. Although the farmed shrimp and crabs in the future are particularly good, the wild ones are not comparable to the farmed ones, at least in the future. And those wild crabs are also extremely expensive. The Portunis crabs I picked last time have sold so many, and the tidal flats are basically full of blue crabs, so they must be more valuable. 6666666666666. I came out temporarily. My dad transferred to the general ward today. I don't know much about it, so I came out first. I don't know if I can get in or not. It depends on the situation. If you want to go in, let's have a look before we talk. Hey, household. Full of expectations, Jourong returned home by boat. After arriving at home, he also told Jiao Min and the others about going to sea tomorrow. Jiao Min and the others were not very interested in going to sea, because they can't help much when they go to sea, just follow a few people to help. This is also related to the setting of cyborgs. As mentioned earlier, cyborgs cannot be created, and they can only carry out preset tasks. For example, they can control the trawling net on the fishing boat, put it down on time, and then get up on time. They can do such a job. Of course, no one will use 200,000 customized biochemical humans to do such a thing. In other words, customized biochemicals like Jiao Min and the others will be the middle-level leaders of the company in the future, mainly responsible for the operation of the company, accounting, cashier, inspection, and discipline, maintenance of other biochemical humans and robots, Yoshi, and the like. It's like fishing. They don't know how to do it, and they can't learn it. This is why Jourong and the others go fishing so many times, but every time it's only because Jourong fishes by himself. But rushing to the sea is different. Just like diving, picking things does not require them to create and learn. When they heard that Jourong found a beach, Jiao Min and the others were also very happy. Then master, when shall we leave tomorrow? Looking at Jourong, Carambola over here also asked with a smile. Don't worry, the low tide will wait until 12:30 tomorrow. What should we do in the morning? Hearing Yang Tao's words, Chai also said with a smile. Then, master, what should we do? Looking at Jourong, Li Zhu here also bumped into Jourong lightly, and then spoke with a smile. I haven't had dinner yet. I've finished dinner. Looking at Li Zhu, no, it should be said that there were 15 girls. Jourong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with those twinkling eyes. Suddenly, the urge to go to sea was not as strong as before, but I have to say, biochemical man, invincible. In a blink of an eye, the night passed like this, and the next day, Jourong got up in the morning and had nothing to do, so he went to play Sichuan basketball for a while. After finishing their lunch at around 11:30 noon, they had a group of 15 people, except for Yang Qian, who stayed to take care of the family. The other 14 girls drove to the old pier with him, and then boarded the boat. Soon, the boat came to the sea. At this time, the water was slowly receding, and Jourong and the others began to put on their equipment. Unlike diving in the sea, when diving in the sea, these girls were swimsuits one by one. If the sea water was not cold enough, Jourong would not be able to control himself. But catching the sea is not the same as diving now. To catch the sea. You need the kind of one-piece rubber pants that you often see in seafood markets or slaughterhouses. They're about the same length as overalls, but they're made of rubber, because only if you wear it like this, you will not be trapped in the quagmire. Of course, the most important thing is to prevent any dangers under the mud. You must know that there are many poisonous things in the sea, and they're more poisonous than those on land. So be careful, you can't go wrong. After changing their clothes, Jourong and the others disembarked from the boat at shoal, and then began to grope through the mangrove forest. Not to mention, they quickly found a lot of holes. This piece of mangrove forest is definitely considered a forbidden area for ordinary people. It can't be said that few people come to it in normal times. It should be said that no one comes at all. Yes, they touched the mangrove forest. Within 3 minutes, they harvested their first prey, which was caught by Qiu Xiao Xiao. This is a mud crab. The blue crab has a separate genus, which is in the same family as the swimming crab, but there are not many genera. It belongs to Arthropoda, molecula, decapod, Portunity, Scylla, Currently known, there are a total of 4 kinds of blue crabs, which are blue crabs, purple claws, blue crab serrata, and blue crabs. Purple claw blue crab, also known as red crab, also has yan huang, but more of them are produced in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, and now they've been farmed. This kind of blue crab is very suitable for breeding, but it grows extremely fast and has a huge body. The most important thing is that it is full of fat and fat, which is really delicious. Serrated blue crab is the blue crab caught by Chiao Xiao Xiao now. This kind of blue crab is found in both the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. It has the widest distribution and is also the most common blue crab. Now, the blue crabs sold in China are almost all of them. Some people call them meat crabs and yellow-footed crabs. Basically, they're different from place to place, and the names are also different. Among the 4 kinds of blue crabs, the pseudo-K blue crab is the most similar to the serrated blue crab. The other 2 kinds of blue crabs can be clearly distinguished from the appearance. The purple-clawed blue crab is the darkest, and the olive-green blue crab is just like the name. It is green piebald as for mud crabs and mud crabs. There's almost no difference that if scholars divide it, it is mainly reflected in the length of the frontal marginal teeth. But for ordinary people, the best way to distinguish them is to see where they're caught. If they're caught in tree holes, shallows, or natural stone crevices, they're blue crabs. If it is found in the cave, then it is a blue crab. Good job. Keep up the good work. After receiving the blue crab, Zhuo Rong asked Xiao Zhuo to scan it. This blue crab weighed about 1.5 caddies, and it was not too small, so it was ready to eat. Yes, master. Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, Chiao Xiao Xiao also laughed and then continued to touch it, not to mention that there are indeed a lot of resources in this tidal flat. Not only Chiao Xiao Xiao, after Chiao Xiao Xiao, Jiao Min, Yang Tao, Wang Qian, Zhu Xia, Lin Xiaoqiao, Li Ko Li Zhu Gaowen, Ding Zhangwo, Yang Sitian, Guixiang, Yang Wu, Chang Jingjing, all I touched a lot of little guys one after another. For example, basically everyone caught crabs, but crabs are not particularly easy to catch after all. So more people caught various 1.3 snails and shellfish. Compared with the sandy land, the tidal flat is softer, and there are more food in the natural silt. And there are more shellfish and snails here than those on the beach. By around 2 o'clock, Zhuo Rong and the others had already arrived at the place where the sea tide was ebbing, and each of them had already carried about 5 or 6,000 weights on their backs. Make a mark here, and then let's get on the boat first and let them spit out the sand. Chasing the sea is actually very tiring, and you need to bend over all the time and grope an M-U-T-S-O. After Zhuo Rong glanced at everyone's harvest, he also pointed his boat. Naturally, no one would refuse Zhuo Rong's proposal, so Zhuo Rong and the others washed up and returned to the boat. Once on the boat, Zhuo Rong and the others found that they had caught a lot of things. There is shellfish, 60s, clams, sea mussels, scallops, mussels. Are you a little confused when you see mussels? This is supposed to be hai hong, mussels, and mussels. They're all of them, but they're called differently in different regions. There are snails, fragrant snails, conch snails, mud snails, bitter snails, and spicy snails. Whether it's looking at these snails or not, the little friends on the beach are also at a loss that in fact, these snails are not very clear from the outside, especially spicy snails and sea snails. These 2 should be compared. One is shorter and fatter. The other is thinner and taller. As for the taste, if the spicy snails are pulled out, it will be no different from conch snails. As for the best snails, it is naturally fragrant snails. Fragrant snails are also called xiang and horse snails in some places. They are regarded as one of the foods that must be eaten before death, and the price is naturally quite expensive. Other snails and shellfish are very cheap, but this one is ridiculously expensive. Zhuo Rong's local market price here is that small land species, that is for 5 per caddy, sell for 60 yuan per caddy, and more than 0.1 per caddy will cost more than 200 per caddy, of course. Zhuo Rong. The conch they picked today was not too big. They were only in the shape of 3 or 4 tails because this kind of conch, the big ones are basically found in the deep sea, and usually only trawlers can catch them, and the quantity is very high. There's no way to guarantee it. However, it is so big, but it is not a problem to sell about 100 caddies. Selling 10,000 in reality will sell 10,000 in the future. Of course, apart from these things, the most common ones are blue crabs, and there are quite a few blue crabs. Throw these things in the live bin and let them spit out sand. Zhuo Rong and the others are also on board after taking a break. They went into the water again after 3 o'clock to continue touching these things. But when they went down, they found that the original tidal flat had been occupied by a kind of fish at this time. That's right, it's the fish that took over the tidal flats, of course. The fish mentioned here are not the kind of small fish that are stranded. Zhuo Rong doesn't like these small fish. Basically, if they come across them, they'll be released by him. Of course, if they're big enough, they'll be accepted or sold. Whether it is good or eating is a choice. But obviously, the fish Zhuo Rong mentioned now does not refer to these fish. It refers to a kind of fish unique here. Beach fish, tidal flatfish, is also called jumping fish. It is just a thorn and rich in nutrition, but because of the earthy smell in the meat, it takes a while to get rid of it. So the price of this kind of fish is not high. Of course, this refers to as eaten in the real world. The small ones are around 20 per caddy, and the big ones are around 30. This is the price at Zhuo Rong's house. However, in recent years, this kind of fish, which is called era, has transformed into an ornamental fish. It is obvious that the identity has been improved a lot. Generally, red-finned, star-spotted, or beautifully grown, a seedling can be sold for more than 10 yuan, but after all, this kind of fish is still a minority, so the number is quite impressive. Seeing these mudflat fish, Zhuo Rong didn't really want to catch blue crabs because touching blue crabs is obviously not as fun as fishing should be. Zhuo Rong also fished tidal flatfish when he was young. At that time, he was still in primary school, and his father took him to fish when he was playing at IT. It is very simple to catch these things. All you need is a fishing or OD.SO. He asked Jiao Min and the others to catch blue crabs, and he went to the boat to get a fishing rod, and he didn't need to hang anything, just throw the fishing rod over and shake it in front of these guys, and it will naturally be big crabs. The tidal flat fish jumped up, threw itself into the net, and was caught by Zhuo Rong in this way. Zhuo Rong kept swinging the fishing rod here, catching tidal flat fish, and they were all very big, and the cubs couldn't jump so high in this way. After a while, Zhuo Rong caught a tidal flat fish weighing almost 30 caddies, going on like this when they returned around 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhuo Rong said that they could catch 200 or 300 caddies. Although this thing is cheap in the real world, it will not be cheap in the future. The small ones cost 2,500 to 3,000 yuan per caddy, and the large ones cost 4,000 yuan per caddy. Zhuo Rong is big here. If it's 200 caddies, it will be 800,000, which is indeed a good income, but the most important thing is that it is fun. Fishing for this thing is even more fun than fishing. Just like that, Zhuo Rong was here fishing for these things, and when he was almost done, he went back and threw these guys into a special live bin he made. For a while, he didn't know how much he had caught in this way. They fished until about 6 o'clock. At this time, Jiao Min and the others also came back from the sea because the sky was getting late and it was about to go down. They were not particularly short of money, so there's no need to be greedy, and they should go back to do night fishing at night. The things to do as well. Okay, let's go. Seeing Jiao Min and the others come back, Zhuo Rong also laughed, and after putting the last tidal flat fish into a small bag, Zhuo Rong was about to leave, but just when they were about to leave, suddenly the Xiao Cao siren sounded. Since Zhuo Rong encountered a wild boar last time, Xiao Zhuo has specially improved his reconnaissance ability. When Zhuo Rong is fishing or playing wild, he will specially monitor Zhuo Rong's side. When someone approaches or a large animal approaches, it will remind Zhuo Rong. Now, when Xiao Zhuo rang, Zhuo Rong knew there was a threat nearby. Well, they looked over in the direction pointed by Xiao Zhuo. Zhuo Rong 837, and the others saw in the grass in the distance a creature like Rottenwood lying there with a pair of emotionless eyes fixed on it, staring at Zhuo Rong. But when Zhuo Rong saw this thing and Xiao Zhuo also scanned it, the original alarm stopped. Crocodile. Yes, that's right, it's a crocodile line here. But the reason why the alarm stopped was because this crocodile really didn't pose any threat to people. When Xiao Zhuo released its information, Zhuo Rong and the others were also please ate tea this time. The crocodile in front of Zhuo Rong and the others was a spectacled caiman. In fact, as soon as you see the word caiman, a word will pop up in the minds of many knowledgeable friends. Shame on crocodiles. The caiman genus is not without big brothers. The black caiman is currently one of the largest crocodiles in the world, with a body length of more than 5.5 meters and a full thread. But there are exceptions to everything. For example, the spectacled caiman and the Pakistani caiman, which are both subordinate to the caiman, are embarrassing for these two crocodiles that it is estimated that many people have seen some pictures of jaguars preying on crocodiles when surfing on the internet, and the accompanying explanations are all, good crocodiles end up with leopards. And the crocodiles here are the spectacled caiman and the Pakistani caiman. The spectacled caiman is about the same size as the Pakistani caiman. Glasses are slightly smaller, and generally only grow to between 1.2 and 2 meters, and the largest body size is only 2.5 meters. This kind of crocodile belongs to the alligator, and it looks like it will grow stupid and cute, because the teeth are not long and the mouth is not big. The threat to humans is very small. The main food of this kind of creature is fish, small birds, small mammals, and even fruits, vegetables. Grass. Yes, this is a crocodile with more than 30% vegetarian food. I have to say, this crocodile is really miserable. They're all forced to be vegetarian. And when you get to know this crocodile, you'll find that there's a reason why it is forced to be vegetarian, because almost in South America, it can be eaten if it is a thing, not to mention top predators like jaguars and anacondas, turtles, other crocodiles, night herons, storks, eagles, tiger cats, even domestic pigs, catfish in the water, electric eels, can eat it. Under such circumstances, it has not become extinct, mainly because of its strong adaptability, and its special adult crocodiles will take care of small crocodiles. Its wild population is currently stable. It has always been in a safe state, in addition to the habits of the crocodile itself. The current complete cultivation of it by humans also plays an important part. And the reason why it appears here is also related to breeding. It is estimated that many people have eaten crocodiles, even if they have not. General supermarkets or online stores sell farm crocodiles at AS. For the farm crocodiles, there were actually comparisons when we introduced them in China. The most popular ones were the spectacled caiman and the current mainstream Siamese crocodile. Both have their advantages. The caiman is cute, adaptable, and not aggressive. The adult crocodile will protect the small crocodile, which has a higher survival rate. However, there are humans to breed. The survival rate and the protection of the small crocodiles have become the shortcomings of the caiman, because it is not easy for people to go in and get eggs. In contrast, the Siamese crocodile can lay 80 eggs at a time. While the caiman only has 40 eggs, Siamese crocodile grows fast. When caiman grows to 2 meters, it wishes to grow to more than 4 meters. Breeding. The main advantages of this crocodile are 2 points. The first is the meat, and the second is the skin. As for whether it is fierce or not, it is the second. Therefore, after screening, the spectacled caiman was eliminated, and the Siamese crocodile became the new favorite of those large crocodile breeding factories in Yanhuang. However, many people who keep crocodiles as pets still keep caimans, because compared with other crocodiles, this crocodile is less likely to attack humans, which is a good selling point. The maximum weight of this crocodile is only 60 kilograms. 80 or 90 catties is not bad. The average big dog is much heavier than it. Master, let me kill it. Seeing Zhuo Rong looking at the spectacled caiman playfully, Lika here also looked at Zhuo Rong and said eagerly, "No, I'm thinking about this thing. Can we keep it there?" Yes, after seeing this thing, Zhuo Rong's first thought was whether he could raise this toy. Hearing Zhuo Rong's words, the other girls here nodded. It's definitely not a problem to raise it. Just give it some spiritual potions. Although the IQ of cold-blooded animals, such as crocodiles and snakes, is limited, it can be improved. Even fish can be improved, not to mention biological genes. Complicated crocodiles. Then take it away and go back to raise it. Hearing that there is no problem, Zhuo Rong also laughed happily. Then I'll go get it back. Seeing that Zhuo Rong was going to raise it, Jiao Min also spoke up. No, I'll go by myself just to see if this guy poses any threat. Thinking of this, Zhuo Rong handed the fishing rod and the tidal flat fish he caught to Yang Tao, and then walked toward the crocodile by himself. When Zhuo Rong walked over, he found that the crocodile was not yet an adult, because it looked quite big from a distance, because I didn't know if the back it showed was its full back. But when I walked over, when I looked at it, I found that this guy was only about 1 meter long. When it saw Zhuo Rong, it opened its mouth wide, trying to scare Zhuo Rong. Obviously, with its IQ, it also knows that it should not be able to beat the two-legged beast in front of it. However, Zhuo Rong didn't give it a chance to resist, and grabbed its neck directly, and then lifted the spectacled caiman out of the quagmire like a dog. Wah! Looking at the little guy who was pinched by him and didn't dare to struggle, Zhuo Rong couldn't help laughing. Well, this guy looks pretty smart, so he waved at Jiao Min and the others, and the group returned to the boat. First, after finding a place to give the spectacled caiman a potion and shutting in a room, Zhuo Rong and the others also went to take a bath. When they got home around 7 p.m., Zhuo Rong went to train the new caiman, of course, mainly to introduce him to Fudo, Ashes, and 4. Ashes at AS for Jiao Min, they still have to cook. This was also Zhuo Rong's mistake. Although Yang Qian said that she stayed at home and cleaned the house very neatly. The problem was that the next 5 girls couldn't cook. It seems that if you want to stay behind in the future, you still have to let the 10 girls in front of you. After eating, Zhuo Rong and the others also went to rest early. For Zhuo Rong, the nighttime is very precious. He must go to bed early and wake up late in a blink of an eye. The night passed like this, and the next day, when he got up in the morning, he found that the new caiman had already played with the Fudo family. Of course, the main thing is that it is being played. Fudo and Ashes were lying on its left and right, eyes full of vigilance, while the 4 Ashes were jumping around on its body. Big Ash was even pulling its tail. Thanks to the fact that this is a spectacled caiman, a disgrace among crocodiles, if it were replaced by a bad-tempered one, the fight would have started long ago. But seeing that nothing happened to them, Zhuo Rong felt relieved. Today is already Wednesday, and tomorrow Thursday is the Mid-Autumn Festival. So today Zhuo Rong will go home early, of course. This time he didn't go too long. According to his idea, he will go back today, and after spending the Mid-Autumn Festival with his family at home tomorrow, he will bring his parents over to see his new home the day after tomorrow. Although it is said that he has not been with 15 girls for a short time, Zhuo Rong has been completely used to their existence recently. This should be the longest time they've been apart so far. Although strictly speaking, it is only tomorrow, and one day can't see it, but Zhuo Rong is really not used to it. Don't worry, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. After hugging these girls one by one, Zhuo Rong drove away from home. Son, where are you now? I'm walking home, Mom. What's the matter? It's okay, just to see if you come back for lunch at noon. I should go back to eat. Around 11:30, I should be home. Okay, you can concentrate on driving. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Yi told Xiao Xiao to hang up the phone. Zhuo Rong left home early this morning, but he didn't go home directly. Instead, they went to Yangsheng's place first, gave him some beef, mutton, and fruits, and took away 20 caddies of hairy crabs. These hairy crabs are all carefully selected by Yangsheng. The fattest and best crabs, the male ones weigh 6 to 7 tails, and the female ones weigh half a caddy. They have all beards and whole shadows. Such big crabs are sold in the market. 10 could be at least 1,000, but Zhuo Rong and Yangsheng don't pay much attention to them. After getting back the crabs, Zhuo Rong also went to Yuan Tianqing's house. He also prepared some fruits, beef, and mutton for him and Pang Liqiang, and finally went to Sun Qingyuan's work unit. He prepared some. After sending off the 3 people, Zhuo Rong drove the car and returned to the city as a minister. But he didn't go home directly because he still needs to prepare some things. First of all, tobacco and alcohol, things his father likes very much. These 330 must be prepared. 2 boxes of soft medium, 2 boxes of spears too. After buying cigarettes and alcohol, he also made a special trip to a famous luxury shopping mall in their city. But their home is not a super first-tier city. After all, so although they're luxury stores, the things they sell are not very, very expensive. For example, the watch that Zhuo Rong wants to buy is the Kalanjia brand at most. Then Zhuo Rong chose the same thing. His father's a watch called Cartier Ronde Cartier Series HPI 00564, which sells for 69550. The most important thing is that there's a dragon in it, and the red background looks very festive. It happens that Zhuo Rong's father is also a dragon. So this watch is just right out of course. He also bought a watch for his mother. The same relative as Cartier, Blue Balloon Series watch. In fact, this series of watches are cheap, even tens of thousands of dollars. But this one is different. It is 18K white gold, inlaid with 131 round diamonds. Although the total weight of these diamonds is only 1.83 carats, they're diamonds after all. Although the current pavement, in Zhuo Rong's eyes, it can be said that it is not much better than glass. This watch, 795,000, that's 100,000 more expensive than Zhuo Rong's father's, which is actually quite understandable. After all, Zhuo Rong also bought cigarettes, alcohol, and a car for his father. That's right, isn't it? When he thought of buying a watch for his parents, it was not a whim, but a deliberate preparation because he needed to monitor his parents' physical condition. But directly giving them the future technology or giving them the microbrain may not be a good thing for them. So Zhuo Rong thought of giving them a watch. After buying the watches, Zhuo Rong returned to the car, took the tools he bought in the future, and removed the back covers of the 2 watches. Then, in an inconspicuous position inside, a thin piece of transparent plastic sheeting was pasted. Don't underestimate this sheet of plastic sheeting. This plastic cloth is a sensor system in the future. As long as Zhuo Rong's parents wear a watch, Xiaozhua can monitor their breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure, blood sugar, and so on 24 hours a day to see whether they're normal or not. Just in case. After getting everything ready, Zhuo Rong also drove to Sue's pavilion garden. Don't look at Zhuo Rong's parents who said they were unwilling to move at first, saying that they knew many people in the old house and they were unwilling to come to Sue's pavilion garden. They also wanted to rent out the large flat that Zhuo Rong had furnished them. But in fact, they moved here a few days after Zhuo Rong left. In their life, they have never enjoyed a few days. Living in this big house is 8J, Wyatt, and O. Zhuo Rong came back today, and they sent the same positioning. Zhuo Rong drove the car and soon came to the underground parking lot. ABFA. After finding parking space and parking, Zhuo Rong got out of the car with his gift and took the elevator home directly. When his elevator reached the floor where his parents were, I found out that there seemed to be outsiders in his house today. Because the building where they live is a large flat floor, Zhuo Rong's parents also brought the shoe rack from their house, but it was placed at the door. Zhuo Rong could tell at a glance that besides his parents' shoes, there were other people's shoes here. This made him hesitate, but he pressed the fingerprint lock and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw 2 people chatting enthusiastically at the restaurant in the distance. Just when Zhuo Rong was a little puzzled, there was already a sharp-eyed person over there who saw Zhuo Rong. Hey Laozhua, your son is back. Hey, my son is back. Look at you, what are you holding? Zhuo Rong's father, who was in the center of the crowd, stood up happily when he heard that his son was back. As he greeted this side, he smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just some small things, cigarettes, alcohol. These 2 watches are for you and my mother. We will eat these crabs during the festival tomorrow." Seeing his father's appearance, Luo Rong also smiled and introduced the contents inside. "Oh, it's soft, the spear is too big. Such a big crack, guy, it's worth a lot of money." Hearing what Zhuo Rong said, the uncle who saw Zhuo Rong just now came over with a look of envy said, "People their age are quite interested in tobacco, alcohol, and delicious food. Hey, my son is back." Listening to the voices outside, Zhuo Rong's mother also came out of the kitchen with a happy face at this time, and 2 more came out with her. Woman out of these 2 women, one looks a few years younger than Zhuo Rong, and the other looks about the same as Zhuo Rong's mother. Zhuo Rong also knows this person. His mother's colleague, surnamed Shang. What is his name? I don't know. Not only did your son come back, but he also took a lot of good things. Nuo, this is for you. Seeing his wife come out, Zhuo Zian here also laughed, and while talking, happily handed over one of the watches, and after receiving the watch, Zhuo Rong's mother had nothing in her mind that could not be revealed. She likes to be seductive very much. Women, after all, there are very few people who don't love vanity. Now that my son has bought himself a good thing, it is natural to show it off. She directly opened the box. While opening the box, the 2 women beside him, one big and one small, couldn't help covering their mouths and exclaiming the big BG, just called and said that my dad had difficulty breathing again just after he got out of the ICU, and he was pushed in. Hey, I have a headache.